Call our helpline. You'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
when Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
Go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Rob Frax on the voice of Pittsburgh.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Stacey Lynn. The Dutch cruise ship at the center of the deadly hantavirus outbreak is on its way to Spain's Canary Islands, with nearly 150 guests, including Americans, on board. That's getting pushback from people who live in the Canary Islands.
I think the most sensible thing would be for them to think about us and not allow that ship into the Canary Islands.
We have to be very careful. People in those protective suits should go in and help them.
The virus has so far killed 3 people. Medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder reassures us this isn't another COVID.
This is not nearly as infectious. Most of the cases we've seen of person-to-person transmission of hantavirus actually involved sexual partners. Not to say that this is sexually transmitted, but it's that level of intimate contact.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says Washington is still waiting for an Iranian response to a White House proposal for a deal to end the war.
Their system is still highly fractured and a bit dysfunctional as well, so that may be serving as an impediment. I hope it's a serious offer. I really do.
Iran says the U.S. needs to end its naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. Virginia's Supreme Court stopped a redistricting plan that would have given the Democrats an edge in the midterms. CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys Anthony Salvanto says this impacts who wins majority control of the lower chamber.
Just about 10% of the House is going to be what we consider a toss-up, only about 40 seats out of 435.
Do you believe there are aliens out there? The Pentagon just released a bunch of UFO videos that have been hidden from the public for years. Reporter Eleanor Watson.
One of the videos released was taken in Greece in 2023 and shows what witnesses described as an object near the surface of the ocean making multiple 90-degree turns at approximately 80 miles per hour, which is not typical of anything we know that flies and can be identified.
The BBC's David Solito has details on a 100th birthday celebration for the world's most celebrated naturalist, David Attenborough.
The Albert Hall concert, a celebration of an extraordinary life, with the music of 72 years of filmmaking. Also, a chance for friends and colleagues to say thank you. Among them, one former 9-year-old visitor to David Attenborough's studio. That 9-year-old is now a king.
And on behalf of the whole nation, I wish you a very happy 100th birthday.
This is CBS News.
Go to the ends of the earth, half a world away. Reach for the stars.
If I take time to think, they might go get Brad.
On CBS, Sunday morning.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
There's a way to avoid long lines when returning from an overseas trip.
It's called pre-clearance. It's where you get to clear U.S. Customs and Immigration prior to boarding your flight back home. And when you land, no lines at all. You just go to your connecting flight or simply get your bags and go home. It's at every Canadian airport with nonstop flights to the U.S., also in Dublin and Shannon in Ireland, in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates, and in Bermuda, Aruba, and Nassau in the Bahamas. Peter Greenberg, CBS News.
A real-life Grinch is being sent to prison. A man in Portland, Oregon was sentenced to more than 10 years behind bars for stealing Christmas gifts from several homes. Prosecutors say 39-year-old Alan Easley, who's been dubbed the Grinch, kicked indoors and walked out with children's wrapped holiday presents. Easley apologized during the sentencing when the judge handed down the 128-month prison term.
I didn't mean to do that to you kids.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
It's that time of year again. Be Greek for a week at the St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Cathedral Food Festival in Oakland, Tuesday through Sunday. All of your favorite Greek foods and desserts. Outdoor seating, too. Dine in or take out. OPA. Food for thought, where homemade corned beef is made fresh every single day and piled high just the way you like it. They don't cut corners. They slice perfection. From the best Reubens in town to deli sandwiches that keep you coming back. This isn't just lunch, it's tradition. Food for Thought Deli, Craig Street, North Oakland. NASCO Roofing takes pride in exceeding customers' expectations. If the winter storms caused you damage, get NASCO on your roof and see why they've satisfied thousands of customers. Call 412-373-2000 for NASCO Roofing.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Occasional morning rain gives way to clouds today with a high of 69, followed by an evening thunderstorm for some, mainly north and west, with a low of 52. Clouds remain in place for tomorrow, Mother's Day, with a couple of showers and a high of just 63. Then even cooler for Monday with some sun at times, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Welcome to a rainy Saturday morning in the Berg. It's your Pratt Pack. This, of course, is our weekend get-together. And on page one, the U.S. economy added 115,000 jobs in April, a sign that the labor market retained its resiliency even in the face of a global energy shock triggered by the U.S. war in Iran. The unemployment rate remained steady at 4.3%. Economists were expecting 55,000 jobs to be added and projected the unemployment rate would remain steady at 4.3%. This according to a survey from the Dow Jones. You see, it's interesting, is it not, that throughout all the turmoil and all the accusations and allegations against the commander-in-chief and who told him to do this and why is he doing it and is it his decision? Was he pushed by Israel? Economy is doing really well. So if this peace deal gets done, and you heard CBS News moments ago, a comment from Secretary of State Marco Rubio, it could happen. And when it does, everything is going to go in the right direction. Right now, a little counterclockwise, but soon to be going clockwise again. And America will be on the uptick. And you know what this means, don't you? It'll be just in time for the midterms. And this could be a massive win for the Trump administration, but more importantly for humanity, for those in Iran, the people that have been suffering since the late 70s under this regime. The only thing I continue to hope for is the fact that this peace deal will include that this current regime has to go. Now, there's been a lot of speculation of late about a number of things, including one of the latest that started a trend late in the afternoon yesterday that they were not working on any nuclear weapons at the time of this war, this, occupation of Team USA and Operation Fury. Well, I know this. They have been doing it somewhere in the darkness of night, buried away in some deep, dark tunnel. Too much money, too much at stake, and they've been doing it too long. But more importantly, what they have been doing, forget the weapons of mass destruction. They've been using that oil money to fuel terrorism around the world. Hezbollah, Hamas, and they even, when they protested for a better way of life and no kings, if you will, in their country, over 30,000 of them were shot and killed in cold blood, meaning Iranian citizens. So if not anything else, if it just means that this regime is gone, I'm not only, happy that that would be the end result, I'm ecstatic because finally, the people of Iran will have a chance to take the trillions of dollars that that country gets every year just by showing up with oil and doing something with it that's good, taking care of their families first, and then sharing that wealth to make it better for working class people around the world. Salt Lake City. Cameras won't be banned from the high-profile murder case of the man charged with killing Charlie Kirk. Utah judge ruled yesterday saying coverage requests from news stations would continue to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. This has to be done, and I'm going to explain to you why. We have had more of these horrific incidents, 3 attempted assassinations on our president alone, and that horrific killing of young Charlie Kirk. Whether you believed in his mission or method, it has nothing to do with anything other than justice. Justice must be served, and this individual has an opportunity like everybody else in this democracy, this Constitution, the way the Founding Fathers wanted it, has an opportunity to be judged by a jury of their peers. And if found guilty, the right for an appeals process. And if found guilty, they need to be punished to the fullest extent of the law. But this case in particular needs to be viewed, and I must tell you why. Because people in this country, old enough to comprehend, must understand that this type of behavior, there is consequences that come with it. If it turns out exactly the way I believe it will, I do believe eventually the gavel will come down. And whatever happens, however long this assailant lives after this trial, there will be opportunities for us in this business to remind people of this time period and what we went through. One of the most violent and just horrific times in our country's history, because we have seen individuals take it upon themselves, most recently at the Correspondents' Dinner. They feel as though they have a right to lash out because of their personal feelings by simply disagreeing with someone's thought process. You see, the other thing that our founding fathers were always on point of, they wanted to live in a democracy with a set of rules and bylaws and regulations. But more importantly, they wanted every citizen, young and old, rich or poor, didn't matter the color of their skin, who they were, their religious beliefs. Eventually, it would really basically give everyone, a citizen of this country, a platform to be able to speak their mind and to be able to say what is on that mind 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And as long as they are not physically, emotionally, or mentally breaking any laws that have been set in this country for generations and centuries, that person, because of their birthright into the greatest and most powerful free nation in the world, the United States of America, has an opportunity to stand and deliver their message, their opinion, because each and every one, and even Charlie Kirk, his thought process and opinion mattered, because that was his right as a United States citizen. Yep, we're up and running again. It's a Saturday, 866-391-1020. So can any of you explain why the job market is doing so well? Why the stock market is going so good? I think because they appreciate somebody who is working every day to help humanity and help the economy at the same time. He has gone into this war trying to save the Iranian people from more tyranny and another generation of facing another regime. But more importantly, they can no longer hold the purse strings to the Western world with what they have done with oil. And I love the fact that it's flowing a little bit better now, the Strait of Hormuz, and the United States is, whether they're going in for the kill with some of these targets that they're going after, these Iranian tankers, at least they're making a statement. And I like that. So 866-391-1020, cameras in the courtroom for Charlie Kirk, obviously what's going on with the Operation Fury in the Middle East, and 115,000 jobs added in April when they were expecting 55,000. And, of course, some local news as well. The city on the mend. Obviously, some of the things that are happening in the world of politics, and a recent appearance by John Fetterman on HBO with Bill Maher that I'm going to be talking about in a little bit as well. So a lot on the table, a lot to discuss. Let's get going on this rainy Saturday. Number to dial is 866-391-1020. And don't forget, NASCO Roofing Instant Access to our shows is a click away. Email us at instantaccess@kdkradio.com. And as always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM AM 1020 KDK on that Odyssey app, AUDACY. But you can also watch us online with our KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to kdkradio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio Livestream. Or now you can just go to our KDK Radio YouTube page to watch everything we are doing in the studios. And don't forget, if you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year, nominate them now at kdkradio.com to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. Let's get on the phones. Let's go. 866-391-1020. They're open for business and waiting for you on a Saturday morning with your Pratt Pack, KDKA. Good morning.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Bucks lost their opening series in San Francisco, the final last night, 5-2. And tonight, they play again at 9:05. You can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. NHL postseason, Montreal defeated Buffalo 5-1. That series tied at 1. Vegas, a 6-2 winner over Anaheim, and Vegas leads that series against the Ducks 2-1. On the NBA, Knicks over Philadelphia 108-94. They lead that series 3-0. And Minnesota lost to San Antonio 115-108. Spurs lead the best 7 series 2-1. Riverhounds take on Louisville tonight. Sanjay I.M. is your leader at 9 under, one shot ahead of Tommy Fleetwood heading into the third round of the Truist Championship in North Carolina at Quail Hollow. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. When a storm created substantial roof damage, she called NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company and installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to GoodRx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years.
I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, a little local flavor. Always got to put a little local flavor in there. Pittsburgh Controller Rachel Heisler serves as the vocal watchdog amid financial woes. This was in the Tribune Review recently, and I couldn't agree more. Just let me share a couple of quick paragraphs with you. Rachel Heisler warned time and time again Pittsburgh was heading for trouble. The mayor's office kept insisting the city's 2026 budget was fine. No need a tax hike, no need to cut services. But Heisler, the city controller, wasn't convinced, so what any responsible elected official might do, she went public and arguing then Mayor Ed Gainey's spending plan contained glaring omissions and was not an honest document. And obviously we have seen that to be true. So, I just want you to know, I love talking about the greater good. When I see good, I talk about it. And I see a lot of good in John Fetterman. And a lot of other people do too. And he's getting some national recognition. And he's not seeking it out, but they're seeking him out because I think the world sees what's happening. And I didn't see the interview with Bill Maher. Actually was up this morning working out, and they were playing a rebroadcast, but I will check it out later. Listen, you got to leave this guy stay the course. And for the Democratic Party, which I'm a proud member of, don't primary this guy. I mean, this guy is what you want as a politician. You want somebody in office who works for the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the country. And it's not always about going party lines. And he has done that. But he's also gone against his own party. And, he basically said that he hasn't changed, but his party has. So my question to you is, what is the Democratic Party? Does anybody even know what the Democratic Party is today? 866-391-1020. And let me just say, Rachel Heisler, Corey O'Connor, to me, that's the future of the Democratic Party. I don't have any issues with Sarah Innamorato or Summer Lee either. Future of the Democratic Party. But you can't be all one way. You have to think outside the box a little bit, and that's why I think John Fetterman has done such an incredible job. I just kind of wish he would have taken that first step to a bigger scene earlier in his career. And he's still young, but I wish it would have happened sooner. I didn't realize, even though I knew him, had him on the radio, understood what he was doing in Braddock, I never understood exactly his thought process, and I'm getting more of a glimpse of it now, and I wish some of it would spill over into the rest of the nation's capital. All right, here's Rich in Jefferson Hills to begin our festivities on this Saturday. Rich, you're on the air. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Rob. How you doing today?
I am good, sir.
You're doing good?
I am.
I'm doing well myself, and I have to ditto everything you've just said about Fetterman. I knew him. I grew up in the Mon Valley. But I just want to chime in on, the shootings and all that today, what's going on. Rob, it's one thing. Everybody has a freedom of speech and to say and to do America the greatest place in the world to live. But yet you have these wackos that think that they need to control people that are talking and saying what they feel and believe is right. Rob, and I have a brother-in-law, retired U.S. attorney, to the Marine Corps, a judge advocate in the Marines, and he said like this, is if you do the crime, you pay the deal. You've got to suffer like you made people suffer. And if you do something wrong, you're going to be punished to the extent of the law, and found guilty, pay what you have to pay. But the thing about today, the court system, they're so lenient with things today. It's ridiculous how they let people go. The jails are filled to the brim and this and that. The bottom line is, Rob, if you do something wrong, killing people is wrong. It's wrong. If you do that and you find guilty by your peers, then you have to pay the piper. And if you're guilty is sin, then live up to it. And don't cry no poor mouth or, all these wackos. They'll go, I'm depressed and stuff like that. You know what, Rob? It goes well beyond all that stuff. The thing about it is nobody has, like, life is so precious. We are so blessed in America, but yet we take for granted what we have.
Yep. You're right. We do. And we've just let so many things slip through our fingers. We just have let so many things that our parents and grandparents worked so hard for slip through our fingers. I mean, do you realize how violent of a world that we live in now? I mean, 3 assassinations. I mean, it's horrendous. It's 3 assassination attempts on the president. How Charlie Kirk was murdered in cold blood. I mean, whether you believed in the guy or not, nobody should ever have their life taken. Dear God. I mean, and it just happens time and time again. It's just nonsensical to think that we can't figure this out. And I think a lot of the reasons is because these individuals, sadly, are so mentally ill, they will either take their life or they would rather, basically be put in front of a camera and become folk heroes. And I mean, you've got people actually sending money for the defense of the guy who killed the CEO of United Healthcare. I mean, that to me is like, it's absurd.
That's absolutely disgusting when you think about it. They took somebody's life because they didn't believe in the way a system works. Rob, life is precious. We are blessed. But yet people think that they can take their own. They believe that they're in control of their life. And you know what? I'm a man of deep faith. Forget about religion. I believe in God, and I believe He's in control of our life. But yet, as individuals, we have the right and the freedom to do as we wish. In our mind, we can do whatever we want to do. But good God, have not mercy on people, but treat people fairly and justly. And live life the way you were brought up. And I was brought up, please, thank you, God bless you, and hold the door for people. But people today, Rob, they will push you down before they'll hold the door for you. Or they'll run through a red light. America needs to come back to the way it was. And not about the good old days, just about believe and love one another.
Yeah, you're right. Listen, I've gotten to the point where I've become a hermit. I mean, I used to be gallivanting around town, putting a lot of miles on the car, just socializing, visiting people. I basically travel a lot to do social media videos and back and forth to work. But other than that, even on the weekends now, where I would always be doing another job, this or that, I go home. I lock the door. I'm fed up with what I'm witnessing. I mean, it's just such a shame. We've become so hermetically sealed in a little vacuum, if you will, because people, everywhere you go, you've got road rage. You've got people, you see social media fighting and arguing in the streets over the most minuscule things. And it seems like these violent crimes never end. They never end.
You know what, Rob? Because we have lost in America, and I'm not a preacher by it, we have lost our connection with God and what America was found on. And the love, the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech. But yet the freedom of speech is one thing. But yet when people think that what you say is wrong and then they want to kill you for what you've said, that's wrong. Once again, Rob, love yourself, love your love people more than you love yourself. But that's hard to do today, Rob. Very hard to do.
So now
America needs to come back to God.
So I believe I know who this is. So you're not working. You're retired now. Am I correct?
That's right, Rob. I've been retired. I lost my wife 13 years ago. I've been retired 12 years now.
I mean, so what do you do when you decide to walk away? Because I still love what I do, and I don't want to be consumed by some of this stuff. I mean, that's why I hear so many people say to me, I stay within my lane. I do what I need to do. I don't put myself in a situation where it could get out of control. I mean, even families, not that they're disintegrating, but it's just not the same. And I'm not talking like the guy who's telling the kids to get off of his lawn. I'm not old. I feel young. I'm in the best shape I think I've been in a long time. But I don't see the caring, the nurturing, the loving. I just don't see it anymore. And that's a shame because I was always a person who believed in it.
Rob, that's right. The caring and nurturing of what you and me were brought up with, it's no longer there. I have 2 granddaughters who are 12 and 9, and I have taught them when I'm with them, or not taught them, but and led them by example, by the way things I believe is right. But Rob, today people they'll give their kids their phone, give them $20, say, don't bother me. Rob, the whole nucleus that's the other thing. The nucleus of the family has gone by the wayside. People very rarely sit down to dinner with one another. If they're at dinner at a restaurant, and I go out quite frequently with my friend, my granddaughters, my daughter, my son, and people, they're in restaurants on their phone. They can't even talk to one another. You know, when I go out, I don't even take my phone into the restaurant. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a brain surgeon. I don't need my phone.
You're right.
We have gotten away from the nucleus. We've definitely gone away from God, and we don't respect life the way we were brought up. I don't care who you are. We don't respect life anymore.
Well, you know, I just think we need to do a better job. And, you know, when you think of young people today, and I don't mean to sound old again because I'm not, but we've made it too easy for them. And I think if they had more things to do to keep their mind occupied, they wouldn't get drugged down into some of the thought process that sadly some of them go to. I mean, look, when I was growing up, we had people that spoke out and stepped up and said things that kind of made us all scratch our head, but we just realized it was America. And it wasn't perfect, but that's the blessing that you have being in America. But for some reason, it just gets so heated so quickly. I don't understand that. I just don't understand it.
You know, Rob, I can tell you, Rob, I get so disgusted when I see people like pushing in front of one another, road rage on the roads. If you're that much in a hurry, or if you're, are you that important in life that it's me, myself, and I? You know, Rob, sometimes in my small mind, I think of if I was God, I would strike down so like a dad and a grandfather. If you see something wrong in your family, correct it.
Yep, you're right, Rich. You're absolutely right. Great call. Always good hearing from you. We got Ken in Lower Borough, as always, to kind of be one of the first in, but I'd love to hear from you on this Saturday morning. We have open talk until 7 o'clock. Lots of stuff to discuss, put a lot of stuff on the table already, but obviously I'm sure you have a few thoughts as well, too. So this God thing, do you actually think enough people actually have faith in a higher power? Do you actually think that there is faith in a higher power? We're still talking about whether or not there are UFOs, but is there a God? Do you think people actually believe it? And if they do, why do we live in such a just discombobulated and very violent world? Somebody explain that to me, please. 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. The cruise ship at the center of a deadly outbreak of the hantavirus is heading toward the Canary Islands.
I think the most sensible thing would be for them to think about us and not allow that ship into the Canary Islands.
Spanish authorities plan to keep the ship offshore for passengers to get medically screened. The Pentagon's released new UFO files. Reporter Eleanor Watson with details on one unexplained object.
An object near the surface of the ocean making multiple 90-degree turns at approximately 80 miles per hour, which is not typical of anything we know that flies.
In 1958, a 9-year-old prince met naturalist David Attenborough.
That 9-year-old is now a king.
On behalf of the whole nation, I wish you a very happy 100th birthday.
King Charles helped celebrate Attenborough's 100th surprise birthday party. CBS News Brief. I'm Stacey Lynn.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive, and you could lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julie and Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The morning hours bring occasional rain with clouds hanging on all day today and a high of 69, followed by the risk for an evening thunderstorm, otherwise some clouds with a low of 52, with more showers in store for tomorrow, Mother's Day, and a high of 63, followed by an even cooler day on Monday with some sun at times, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, we'll be back Monday. Yes, enjoy the weekend. I'll catch you Monday, 2 to 6. Can't wait to talk. Colin Dunlap, KDKA.
866-391-1020. Lots of folks have a lot to say, and they're waiting in the wings, but we've got room for you. And again, open talk coming your way until 7 o'clock this morning. We're with you until 1 o'clock. We actually have a bonus hour today at noon, so that's a good thing. Always nice to get a little extra time to talk. Here's Ken in Lower Borough. He's with your Pratt Pack on a Saturday morning. Hey, Kenny.
Hey, good morning, Rob. Hey, just wanted to touch on a few things that you were probably talking about last week. You're big opponent for union jobs. I mean, but what about the mom and pops that are out there? I mean, you're losing mom and pops in Pittsburgh like crazy. I mean, they're not even making an attempt to try to help these people.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. That's a very good point. You know, we're so focused on corporate America, we've lost sight of the local entrepreneur. Go ahead.
Yeah, and again, I push these mom and pops. You got to keep them in business. Makes the city look bad. I mean, what happens on a scale in a small city like the ones I'm up around here that I work in? It's horrible. The mom and pops have left. The union jobs are. I mean, there are a few here and there, but. Those aren't the ones that you have to concentrate on right now. I mean, you got to get the people in here, the bases, the people that want to start the businesses and get moving on that end. And then I always push about these nonprofits. They have to make good decisions. I mean, the Salvation Army up by me, they went out and bought a school, which the school doesn't pay taxes. Well, these schools are empty because of the population declining and the kids aren't here. Well, if you're going to sell a school with some property, sell it to a business. They'll pay taxes. They sold it to the Salvation Army, which is another nonprofit, which they didn't make it. I see a for sale sign on the Salvation Army. Never thought I'd ever see that in my lifetime. But they're going to have to make better decisions. UPMC, another nonprofit. I believe they're closing 3 hospitals.
No, I haven't heard that, and I know there's been speculation, and people have said that to me. But UPMC, wait, let me say something. UPMC is a brand that is growing big time. They just brought Trinity Health, and one of those hospitals is in Steubenville, which is a growing area in eastern Ohio. So, you got to look at the big picture. Sometimes that's what happens. Like we lost Dick's Sporting Goods at the Beaver Valley Mall in Monaca, and I don't think it had anything to do with lack of business. I just think that, certain malls are suffering as far as traffic is concerned because they have no stores left. And we've seen it with Macy's, the same thing, and Penny's.
Well, what I'm coming across is the declining amount, or what did they find? This is coming from somebody that works for them, so I don't give them too much information. But the amount of, what is it? Which one's for the younger people? Medicaid fraud was rampant. They went from checking these people every 6 months to every 3. So, yeah, this is a definite problem.
Well, that's been speculation all through the country. They're still our biggest employer, and we need them. So let's just hope that they're around and continue to grow. Healthcare. Basically, those jobs are what the steel jobs used to be, manufacturing jobs. These healthcare workers are essential to our economy, that's for sure. And they're the ones that go to the little shops and the eateries and things of that nature and buy houses and do all the things and pay school taxes and property tax and all that good stuff. So here's the question. If it's so bad, how did we add 115,000 jobs last month?
Well, it just depends on what area you are in. I keep saying when you lose population, they're not leaving. They're leaving for one reason. There's a better place somewhere else. We have to stop the loss. And like I said, we can't keep doubling down on what's not worked for the past 90 years. We have to do something different. There's not been a change. You know it. You push for it. You push for the same 90 years that things have been losing. It's unfortunate. We need to change here. And it's got to be a mindset of everybody. I mean, it's like, when are you going to change? When it's too late, when there's nobody left? Or when the amount of people that are left are the extreme wealthy or the extreme poor? You have to get a middle class here. You're not doing that. Right now, this area preys on two groups of people. A, the working class, and B, the seniors that are barely able to make it to pay the utilities or the taxes on their properties, which they've owned for 50 years.
Yeah, I
they've
know.
Owned for 50 years.
That's horrible. I know.
Yeah, they save all year just to pay the school tax.
I know. It's horrible.
I see it all day long. And nobody says anything about this. What little relief they get from the casinos is a joke. It's sad. It is really sad. They need to make a change. And to have sin taxes are not the answer.
Yeah, listen, the sad thing of it is when you see people that taxes are higher than their mortgage payment was, that's where we're at in some cases, and that's pretty sad.
Well, a lot of these older people don't have the mortgages. That's the thing. Their houses have been paid, but they're just trying to struggle to keep that property, and that's the bad part.
Well, listen, I just the only way you turn this whole thing around is that you actually start adding jobs where the tax base grows. That's the only way this thing works, and without it, it's not going to work. And look, here's another indication of something that's happening in the country, and I don't even know if people are putting their finger on this or not, but I'm going to bring it up. You know, some of these major acts, you know, the ones that are like selling massive amounts of downloads to their music, and they're the popular people, if you will, and, you know, go out and tour in the summertime because that's when, you know, people are on vacation. They have a little extra money. You got more daylight to burn. Meghan Trainor, Post Malone, these names may not mean anything to you, but I know who they are because this is what I do for a living. They're all canceling their tours because nobody's buying tickets. People don't have the money to spend $100 or $200 for a ticket to watch an act and to drive in, put the gas in their car and all the things that go with it. So I'm just saying there's something going on right now. And when you have major players like a Meghan Trainor, who's been at the top of the charts for the last 10 years, pulling the plug, Post Malone, one of the biggest performers out there, pulling the plug, they're calling it Blue Point. It's because people don't want to spend money anymore. More and more people are staying home more now than ever before.
Well, I look at it this way. What's old is new. They used to sell out in the Kentucky Derby. They used to call it the cheap seats in the middle for $1. I mean, there are no cheap seats left. Everything's too expensive.
Well, let's see what happens. I appreciate you, Kenny. Thanks. All right, here's Kathy in Imperial. Hey, Kath.
Good morning, Rob. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, I heard you talking about the Violence in America issue, and I just wanted to weigh in on that. You know, Rob, I don't know what we do about this. First of all, to say we need to make it stop is obviously what everybody would want, but it's here. So we have to figure out how to navigate it. And one of the things that I find interesting is that, like, the far left, people that align themselves with that, and a lot of it is Hollywood. You know, you've heard Johnny Depp, Madonna, whoever the woman is on Saturday Night Live that was holding the severed bloody head of Donald Trump. This is supposed to be comedy. Jimmy Kimmel calling Melania Trump a glowing
I know, that was horrible.
Widow or whatever. All these things, but that holds weight with some people that follow these people, and they feel like they're a part of a group. They feel like they're a part, and it justifies, like, say, see, these people that I looked up to, they promote violence. I mean, what do? It's, okay, so do we call it freedom of speech that you can wish the death of a president when you're somebody who is an influencer? I think there should be an accountability for that. Is it freedom of speech when you're promoting and you're letting young people or not even young people, there's people that are older.
But here's the thing, Kathy. Here's the thing. Don't they have anything better to do or say? I mean, do they wake up every day thinking, and look, he needs to do a better job at times too, but I think a lot of it is because he's old school and they push his buttons and that's how he responds. But Melania hasn't done anything but been pure class. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Well, there's a mindset in this country across the board that death is the answer. I cannot believe the lack of humanness that people have developed with, just even the mass shootings and it's like become a back page story at this point, and it should be as shocking as it was the day we all heard the Columbine story. Everybody was sick to their stomach and like, how could this be? And you're imagining the humanity of all these children that were killed by their classmates. And, we've gone from that to it being an everyday story. And not only that, just and Hollywood, what do we do? There needs to be some type of, regulation on if you're someone who influences the masses, you have a higher responsibility to not promote death or speak. I saw a video with a woman. It was just a random thing that popped up I was scrolling, and she's got her 2 little girls, and she says, "I got some news for you." And the little 9-year-old with a big smile on her face says, "Is Trump dead?" No, it's not that. Is J.D. Vance dead? It's like, what in the world? And they're raising kids to think that that's like a non-issue, and just to watch the response when Charlie Kirk was murdered like that, people cheering, laughing. And okay, so I've made my point. This is where we are. What do we do about it? I'm a what do we do about it kind of person. And it's, to be honest with you, it's so broad that I just don't know what we do about it. All we can do is try to not be those people. And I don't know, Rob, it really is it's hard.
It is.
But it's just, I don't know. I can't believe that this is where we are,
Well, that's because we as individuals, especially the adults in the room, aren't doing enough to let these people know, our young people, violence does not solve anything. Don't you understand? Use your mouth, communicate, debate, get out and, support a candidate, become a candidate, vote. They don't get it, Kathy. They just don't get it.
What do you think the answer would be for people that are in the media or in Hollywood? Do you think, because they were the ones that came out with the whole political correctness thing, you can't say this.
Well, because you know what? Listen, the only reason they did it is to get ratings, because they don't have enough ability to just entertain or inform without using that. It's like they have to use that as a hook, and that's wrong. I got about a minute. Go ahead, all yours.
Okay. Do you think that we could live to see the day that there would be an actual legislation for that?
Something's going to happen. Something's going to happen, because a lot of these folks who've been getting sued and all the allegations and the violence, it's going to have to stop. So what's going to happen, once again, because we can't act like adults, the government's going to get involved. And every time they do, it's not a good thing. But if it happens, we have nobody to blame but ourselves. Hey, Kath, good call. I got to move on. Thank you. We got Rob in Plum, Joanne, Point Breeze. Love to hear from you. 866-391-1020. Busy morning underway for a Saturday at your Pratt Pack. Good morning.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com. News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods, with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Bucks lost their opening series in San Francisco, the final last night, 5-2. And tonight, they play again at 9:05. You can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. NHL postseason, Montreal defeated Buffalo 5-1. That series tied at 1. Vegas, a 6-2 winner over Anaheim. And Vegas leads that series against the Ducks 2-1. On the NBA, Knicks over Philadelphia 108-94. They lead that series 3-0. And Minnesota lost to San Antonio 115-108. Spurs lead the best 7 series 2-1. Riverhounds take on Louisville tonight. Sanjay I.M. is your leader at 9 under, one shot ahead of Tommy Fleetwood, heading into the third round of the Truist Championship in North Carolina at Quail Hollow. More sports, 937thefan.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878. If you're in the Pittsburgh area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 five-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 412-801-7213. That's 412-801-7213. Don't wait. Call 412-801-7213 now. Again, 412-801-7213. Freedom Care. Get paid to care, starting now.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here she is, ready to go. Joanne in Point Breeze. Joanne, take it away. Good morning. Joanne. All right, she's not there. Here's Rob in Plum. Hey, Rob.
Hey, how you doing today, Rob?
I am good.
I was listening to you, and I'm getting the sense that most people don't understand this. When you open up a business, you take a risk. All businessmen take a risk. The first thing you do before you open up a business is you look at your KPIs, your key performance indicator. That's going to tell you how your business is going to run. Best thing that I can say, and the reason we have so much violence out there, these kids don't want to learn. They think everything is a joke. They don't get how things work as far as a businessman is concerned. We have to start treating things like a business. Instead, we treat it like it's a social, like everyone should just have it. No, that's not how you do things in life. Like the other day, I was out working there, and I'm watching people that have tried to do stuff, and I'm looking at cement cracking after 2 years. I'm looking at all this poor construction work, bad materials. People are just doing whatever they can to make the buck as fast as they can, and things are just falling apart. That's not how you do it in business. In business, you want repeat business on there. And no one wants to be the one to get out there and say, this is what you have to do correctly in business. There's no good mentors out there right now that I can see, because I've seen how people do things, and it's like as fast as they can, make the money as fast as they can. They don't care what has to happen. No, there's consequences to your actions out there. I mean, people always say to me, who do you recommend to do this? I don't recommend anyone because I've seen their work. It's not good. This is the first thing you do. You get out there.
Let me just jump in and say something here real quick. That's one thing I used to always do, but I don't recommend too many people that often anymore in any aspect of life. I used to actually help people get jobs. Even my own family member, my daughter right now, I'm, just trying to help her out a little bit. It's tough. It's not the way it used to be. And people aren't so willing to jump in and help. Look, my whole life, I helped people, got jobs, did things. help someone with their job until they were able to, get a better job or do whatever for gratis, no pay, whatever. People just, it's not the same glue that it once was. It just isn't.
No, it's not. And it's a different world out there. And, people don't understand that this is a business. You have to run your life like a business, and instead of running it like it's a social welfare program, that's not going to work. And that's why a lot of these people are ending up in credit card debt. I mean, who ever heard of taking out a loan to go buy a meal? That's the craziest thing in the world I've ever heard of. Stuff like that didn't exist, when I grew up. I mean, I'm still out there working. I don't have to do this, do a second job. I make enough money. I'd be fine for the rest of my life, okay? Not doing a second job. Just doing one job. But I'm out there because I like to hustle. I like to get out there and meet people. And that's what I do. I mean, I'm out there every day, Like today it's raining. Okay, fine. I'm going to go work at somebody else's house, and do some construction work over there. Because I got construction work I can go do. Or, if I need something else to do, I go out, pour cement or do something else, Hey, this is what you have to do. You have to know how to do things correctly. Instead, everyone does things as amateur. They think they can watch things on YouTube and just do it. No, you have to be out there and do it. You have to know how you do it. And, I hate to say this, but, the Bible is the best tool out there for businessmen, because it keeps you honest. And that's one thing I can say is that I've been honest with all my customers. I don't cheat anybody. I do the work correctly, and I stay till I get the job done. I mean, other people just run through the thing like no tomorrow, and there's no hope for a lot of things. And I'm like, wait a minute, you got to do things correctly. You got to make sure it looks good, things are measured correctly, and instead everyone just throws things together. I never heard of a ruler, or they don't do level. No consistency in anybody's work out there today. I can see, because it gets bad, Rob. I mean, it's really bad.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if we live in such a hustle mentality, that side hustle that you talk about, why is there so much ugliness? And that's why I said, and you're the first person that's brought it up since I mentioned it. Do people really even believe in God? Do they have faith anymore? I mean, if that's the case, how's this anger and all this, wheeling and dealing and trying to get over people, and you can't find somebody to help you get a family member, a friend, a job. You can't get somebody to come in and give you an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. Somebody's always ripping somebody off. What's happened? Explain it to me, Rob. You're out there every day.
I can tell you, Rob, right now, is that the internet has caused this, is that we live in a TV. TV was one thing. The internet's even worse. We live in, hey, you don't really have to take any responsibility, and you just do whatever the heck you want. And yes, there are people who still believe in God out there, but there isn't that many. The problem is everybody's just in a hustle to try and better themselves. And look what I got. Look what I got. Look what I got. And that's silly, and it's a stupid thing to do, to keep running on that. But the whole thing in business, you have to treat yourself like you're a businessman. Think of yourself as a CEO before you go and do anything. And would you want this quality of work on your employees? That's the way I treat it, Rob. Maybe I'm different than everybody else because I understand.
No, I don't think you are. I think that's how you – listen – I grew up in an era, treat everybody the way you would want to be treated, and do a job that the same way you would want that job being done for you. It's that simple.
Absolutely. And that's why I stay behind. And I talked to the customers for a few seconds. I said, and they appreciate that I'm there, and I stay till the end. And it looks good. I make sure things look like – that's why I get so much repeat business. But I'm one guy. You know what I mean? Everybody else is just, I'll just go and do it. No, you won't do it. You know what I mean? Simple things, simple, easy things that, I learned when I was a kid. I'm now applying as I'm going towards retirement now. You know what I mean? But I've been doing this my whole life, so I know how to do things correctly and, how to get things done. I mean, the problem is that I have so much repeat business. I'm busy all the time. That's the whole thing compared to everybody else who I see is wandering around. They like to watch me work. You know what I mean? I see all these young kids watching me work. I mean, they're like, hey, how did you do that? I was like, well, you learn when you're a kid, and then you just take it from there. I mean, simple things like throwing down mulch. Like, young people should be out there being able to do mulch jobs and stuff like that. None of them want to do that because it's a little bit hard work, sure. But I got tons of mulch jobs to do. Cleanups are a big thing, and you just go out and work. That's the only thing I can tell you. That's what I've been doing.
Listen, that's what you got to do. You got to get up every day, and you got to find a way to get it done. All right, Rob, thanks for the call. The other Rob Taylor, coming up with the news at 6. And then we have another hour of Open Talk, a brisk first hour. Let's keep it going. Some other things. Pitt's going to add a new dorm room, which is a good sign. Listen, that's another thing, too. Everybody talks about education and its price and this and that and student loans. But just remember how much these institutions, and I'm just going to throw out, Pitt and Duquesne and Carnegie Mellon and Robert Morris, they really are such a big part of the business matrix of various communities. I don't care if it's Moon Township with Robert Morris, The Bluff with Duquesne, Oakland, the University of Pittsburgh, Carnegie Mellon, the city of Pittsburgh. We don't look at the bright side of things too often. It's always the dark, dreary side and the scary side of things. It's like we're ready for the next shoe to drop. Let's focus on some of the good things that we have, like our health care, like UPMC and Allegheny Health Network, and the jobs and things that they add. But all we need to do is to get back to the basics to help some of these other things take place, and we can achieve them if we start creating a better bottom line when it comes to the foundation of giving people the opportunity to have a good paying job the moment they step out of high school. It's not that difficult. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. We'll take more of your calls on the other side. Rob Taylor coming up next with the news. It's your Pratt Pack, another weekend. Here we go again. Saturday morning, KDKA.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Support St. Anthony School programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony School programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 50 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A man has been arrested after a 12-hour crime spree that started when he allegedly hit a dog with his car in Wilmerding on Thursday afternoon. 43-year-old George Mitchell arrested on Frankstown Road in Penn Hills Friday morning. He's been accused of hitting and seriously injuring 2 teenage girls with his car along Doyle Street in Penn Hills. Both girls rushed to the hospital. Police said one of the girls had both of her legs broken. Several hours later, Allegheny County homicide investigators were called after a woman identified as 45-year-old Jinx Hairston was dropped off at Mercy Hospital with stab wounds. She later died. Mitchell was wanted in connection with that crime as well. Now, that teenage girl who had both of her legs broken, 14-year-old Prudence Sibley, her family said that she underwent 2 surgeries at the hospital. Here's her mother, Angela Sibley, telling KDKA-TV.
She was in good spirits, actually. I was quite surprised. She made all the nurses laugh. But I think it was adrenaline, honestly. It didn't last that long. As soon as it wore off, she was hooting and hollering.
And doctors still do not know if she will make a full recovery, according to the teen's family. There are more surgeries to go. Jerome Sibley is Prudence's father.
It's hard not to be upset with the world, and at the same time, we got to try to be strong for her and each other, which is, it's hard to balance all that all at once.
In other news, a man will spend decades in prison after he was convicted of killing a woman in Uniontown. 36-year-old Terrell Jones pleaded guilty to third-degree murder in the death of Samantha Hardin back in 2022. Police say Jones got into an altercation with another man at the McPatton's pub in June of 2022, and the other man used Hardin as a human shield while Jones shot at him. Jones was sentenced to 20 to 40 years in prison. Well, the Social Security Administration's list of the most popular baby names for 2025 is out, and CBS's Michael Toscano has the reveal.
What's your name?
If you were born in 2025 and are a boy, it's most likely Liam. For girls, it's Olivia, both topping the list for 7 years in a row.
What's your name?
The boys' top 10. After Liam, it's Noah, Oliver, and Theodore, followed by Henry, James, Elijah, Matteo, and William.
What's your name?
After Olivia, it's Charlotte, Emma, Amelia, Sophia with a PH, Mia, Isabella, Evelyn, Sophia with an F, and Eliana.
Won't you tell me your name?
I'm Michael, number one boy's name from 1954 to 1998, Toscano, CBS News.
KDKA Radio News Time, it's 6:03. We've got the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. People often ask me why our mattresses last so long. The answer is simple. We build them right. Not only are OMF mattresses durable, they give you peace of mind from day one. When you invest in a mattress from OMF, you're investing in better sleep tonight and smart savings for years to come. No more frequent replacements, no more wasted time shopping. To learn more about the true value of durability, visit originalmattress.com and read our latest blog on getting the most from your mattress investment.
At the Original Mattress Factory, we know that convenience is key. That's why we've made mattress shopping simple and stress-free. Shop in-store or online, whatever works best for you. No high-pressure sales tactics or fake promotions. Our prices are clearly marked, and we openly compare our products to other brands. With our streamlined selection, you won't be overwhelmed by duplicate options, and our 365-day comfort policy provides for peace of mind. Experience the ease of buying factory direct. Visit OMF today for better sleep tonight.
With the new My Lowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Occasional morning rain gives way to clouds today with a high of 69, followed by an evening thunderstorm for some, mainly north and west, with a low of 52. Clouds remain in place for tomorrow, Mother's Day, with a couple of showers and a high of just 63. Then even cooler for Monday with some sun at times, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, so, Rob, let me ask you. Have people always called you Rob, Robbie, Bob, Bobby?
Well, Bob and Bobby are out of the question because my dad was known as Bob, even though he wasn't known as Bob until he came to Pittsburgh, because in all his days in West Virginia, growing up, he was called Reggie. And then all of a sudden, when he comes to Pittsburgh to teach, all of the teachers and everybody started calling him Bob.
Where'd that come from? What's his real?
He has the same name as me, Robert.
Yeah, but where'd Reggie come from?
Middle.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Middle. it's like a shortened middle name. So, no Bob or Bobby. It's either been Robbie, R-O-B-B-I-E.
Me too.
Not the Y.
Me too.
And then I think when high school started, it got to Rob.
Do you know what else happened to me? And it was because of a significant other I was dating back in the day. She put 2 B's on my name, R-O-B-B. I know, and then a lot of people started to do that. But I was known as Bobby when I was born, B-O-B-B-Y. Few people, Bob, but that was my dad's name. But the middle name is one that I tell people all the time, and they're like, what? My middle name is Eugene. So, and my dad was like Robert Eugene. His father was Robert Moses, and he said that I was named more after his father as opposed to himself. But listen, I love it at this point, but to be quite honest with you, I would have liked to have something with a little more pizzazz.
You don't like just a Rob?
Yeah, it's just kind of like, I mean, it sounds good because you're like a newsman, okay? I'm Rob Taylor, but Rob Pratt, that just kind of like doesn't flow off the tongue as easily as Rob Taylor. Rob Taylor sounds like a movie star, like a Robert Taylor, the legendary actor. That's a cool name. It's just, and then I get this: is that Pratt with no E or an E? All the time, because I guess there was a family from Lawrence County, P-R-A-T-T, and every time I do anything that I have to sign my name or my name comes up, is that P-R-A-T-T or P-R-A-T-T-E? So I have to go through that whole spiel all the time. Did you ever think of changing your name, as many people do in this business or used to?
Oh no. I like my name. It's it's got the 1 syllable at the beginning, then 2 and Taylor, Rob Taylor. Easy to say, flows right off the mouth, and I like it.
So
I know one thing though.
What's that?
When sometimes people come to me and say Taylor, and I'm like, this is not a laundromat. It's Taylor, not Taylor, not Tailor. Taylor, not Taylor.
That's the newsman in him right there. So what's going on in the new Pittsburgh Courier?
We were just at last week. We were at the 100. The Courier's 116 years old.
Oh wow!
So on the front page of the paper on Wednesday, we talked about there was a celebration, kind of a birthday celebration for the Carnegie Library of Homewood.
Oh, cool!
That is also 116 years old, and they had a big celebration last week about just showing love to all that the library has meant over there on the corner of Hamilton and Lang and Homewood, and the fact that Carnegie Library is going to be undergoing at least a $12.5 million renovation of the Homewood Library. And, obviously, that's they're hoping to get that underway sometime next year, raising the money for that renovation to keep that the last of the original Andrew Carnegie libraries still up and running, but it needs a new HVAC system and a lot of repairs needed to keep that building going that was constructed in 1910. So that's been, the lead story. But of course, you got the voting coming up. You got May 19th is the Pennsylvania primary. So just
I'm kind of interested in the primary. A lot of people are saying, it doesn't. Yeah, but it kind of, this gubernatorial thing. I mean, lieutenant governor. There's some interest in this one, I think.
Yeah, a little. Yeah, there's a little bit. The thing about the Courier and Tim Stevens, of course, from the Black Political Empowerment Project, is just his motto is just vote in each and every election. So sometimes people think this election may not be too sexy, so to speak, but you still have the your ability to vote. So exercise that right to vote on May 19th.
So listen, I still want a WNBA season underway or an NBA team in Pittsburgh. Everybody says it will never happen. I don't understand why Cleveland and Philly can get a WNBA team and we can't. But I've been watching the NBA playoffs, and I got to tell you, it's been really exciting, and it's sad the Phillies down 3-0. But through it all, even watching this Wembanyama, this young man is unbelievable. 30-plus points last night. Minnesota lost again to them, so Spurs are up 2-1. But I would love to see the Knicks get into the final. I mean, and maybe actually win this thing, although Oklahoma City is just like, I don't know, maybe one of the best teams of all time. on the hardwood at one time. And LeBron, starting to show his age a little bit. A lot of people think that he'll be headed back to Cleveland. So that might be kind of cool if he does. Maybe I'll take a little bit of a road trip and go see him play if he comes back home.
Oklahoma City, of course, they won the finals last year. They look really good this year. But you're right. Victor Wembanyama.
Ooh,
see, he's starting to understand something. When you play in the NBA, it's not the International League. This year, he's been much more forceful, much more physical, and that's what you need to win in the NBA. The finesse not going to work,
no,
like it is in the international.
But he's not. He's willing to mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, he has to. If I think they're going to defeat Minnesota, head to the conference finals, and I think that's going to be an epic Western Conference Finals.
Wait till he puts some weight on.
Oh yeah,
as he gets older, which we all do, he's going to be a real force to be reckoned with. In Minnesota, Anthony Edwards, that knee situation, I don't know how he even got back on the hardwood, but I don't know. Jalen Brunson's been playing great, had 33 in that recent win. I don't know. I would love to see the Knicks. I mean, it's been since Willis Reed and Dave DeBusschere and Walt Frazier, so it's been a long time. And the other story, because, I mean, let's face it, Pens are done. Pirates, they're in the midst of a good season. Lost last night, and Chicago's won 10 straight. Whoever thought that would happen? But hopefully they can get a win tonight, a little after 9. You can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. They continue their West Coast swing, taking on San Francisco. And, of course, the big news, Aaron Rodgers, 93.7 The Fan yesterday, that he's coming back or already in Pittsburgh to sign again. And I'm reading today he may make as much as $15 million for 1 year. But I saw something a little while ago about Mason Rudolph, maybe headed to Miami to back up Malik Willis. But the hockey story, because I am a fan of hockey, the Montreal Canadiens, the team that really wrote the book as far as the NHL. We can claim a lot of things, but hockey is truly Canada's sport. But they're taking on my Buffalo Sabres, and I would love to see the Sabres win this thing, although Montreal beat them yesterday and they took a lead in the series. But I don't know. There's still some good stuff happening in the way of sports.
Yeah, why are they your Buffalo Sabres? Why do you like?
The old owner who owned the Buffalo Bills, and growing up just loving snow and football and obviously hockey and that blue collar town, and just Marv Levy for a number of years, the head coach, Ralph Wilson, obviously the owner. But I just like Buffalo. I've always really liked Buffalo a lot. It has nothing to do with the Wings, but they're good too. But they just have great fans. And they've not been able to get to that Super Bowl. Think about it. They went to 4 in a row, and something you may not know because you're a little young, but we had a AAA farm team there for years, the Buffalo Pilots. And that's where kind of Greg Brown kind of honed his skills before he came to the Pittsburgh Pirates. So, I don't know. Just love Buffalo, so I'd like to see the Sabres. But, man, the Canadians, boy, that would do a lot of good for the NHL because they got incredible fans.
And speaking of incredible fans, and my Rob Taylor, not Taylor, eye test at the NFL draft, I think after the Steelers and then, of course, the Eagles, I think the Bills had the third most fans as far as teams are concerned.
They love it.
At the NFL draft in Pittsburgh. I was seeing Bills shirts everywhere, and they really have a great fan base.
I love it. All right, anything else going on?
Well, like you said, we got the NBA postseason tonight. Obviously, I used to live in Ohio, so I kind of want to see the Cavs.
James Harden needs to step it up a little bit.
Yeah, Cavs are down 0-2 to the Pistons, so Game 3 is, I believe, tonight in Cleveland. So I'm hoping the Cavs can pull it out, and they'll probably face the Knicks in the finals. But then again, Pistons, number 1 seed. I don't know, but I want the Cavs to advance.
Yeah, that would be nice. But you think LeBron will come back?
I think he'll do one more year. He's not going to retire this year, but I think one more year.
With the Lakers or Cleveland? If I were him, where I'd want to go, where Giannis wants to go to, I'd like to see them both go to the Knicks. I just think, listen, when the Knicks are winning in basketball, it's great for the NBA. It's great. In NBA, they got a ton of money. Adam Silver's got a money. I mean, you can watch it on Prime now, postseason. They're making, and their TV contract is worth billions. But they got to put more people in the seats. I mean, they really, really do. And they got to kind of get some of these rivalries going on the East Coast. And I know, the Celtics are out. And Jaylen Brown could actually, maybe they're talking maybe being traded to Milwaukee to get Giannis here. So I don't know. I just think it'd be nice to see LeBron get one more opportunity because the guy's been great for the game. And, I think he's got 4 titles, but he was like in 8 finals in a row or something like that.
Yeah. I think he's staying with the Lakers one more year because
that's where his business is. That's where his life is.
They have not lost those 2 games they lost to Oklahoma City. If Doncic were healthy, I think they would have gotten at least one.
Yeah, that's a big disappointment with Luka Doncic out with that hamstring. Hamstrings must really, because they must really be bad when they happen. Well, I've never had a hamstring, and people say, well, that's because you're not an athlete. But they must really do a number on you.
Well, it's kind of like that part. You don't know what's going to happen when you get out on the court. Sometimes it may bother you. Sometimes it may not bother you. That unpredictability of that hamstring is what keeps them out because they don't really know how it's really going to serve them once they get out on that court for an extended period of time.
Absolutely. Hey, listen, good to see you again, okay?
Good to see you, Rob.
All right, there he goes. He'll be back with us at the bottom of the hour. We have a lot to get to. Let's get back on these phones and call in. We got some good stuff to talk about already out on the table. Busy first hour. We're in open talk until 7. It's your Pratt Pack today on KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Bucks lost their opening series in San Francisco, the final last night, 5-2. And tonight, they play again at 9:05. You can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. NHL postseason, Montreal defeated Buffalo 5-1. That series tied at 1. Vegas, a 6-2 winner over Anaheim, and Vegas leads that series against the Ducks 2-1. On the NBA, Knicks over Philadelphia 108-94. They lead that series 3-0. And Minnesota lost to San Antonio 115-108. Spurs lead the best 7 series 2-1. Riverhounds take on Louisville tonight. Sanjay I.M. is your leader at 9 under, 1 shot ahead of Tommy Fleetwood heading into the 3rd round of the Truist Championship in North Carolina at Quail Hollow. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss how to celebrate Mom on Mother's Day. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. 42!
You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Spring is showing up and showing out. Give your yard its own moment with limited time deals from Lowe's. Grab select 1.5-gallon annuals hanging baskets, 2 for only $15. Plus, we've got Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for just $10. A little dirt, a little color, and we are so back. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid 5/7 through 5/13. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, here's the thing. You know, we were talking about these cameras being allowed in the courtroom of the man who's been accused of killing Charlie Kirk. The world needs to see this, okay? And any opportunity you have, if you're sitting with your child and they're old enough to comprehend, and look, you're their parent, you know, or at least I hope you know what your children can comprehend and what they can handle and what they can't. And once they become of high school age, and if you haven't started to at least talk to them about violence and anger and what's happening and being politically correct as opposed to not, and putting the faith of God above in their heart, it may be too late. And honestly, with all these problems that we've had in our country, and we've had a ton of them, and we talk about them all the time, and you and I have been, and I'll tell you why. It's because in America that I know, America should be out in front promoting the greater good. And we don't do enough of it. We just don't do enough of it. And the reason being is because we don't want to ruffle anyone's feathers. We don't want to exchange in some sort of dialogue that upsets somebody. We don't want to push our kids away from us. Listen, we should not be concerned about what our children think about us, especially when it comes to the critical years of raising them. We need to know that we have done everything humanly possible to put the faith of God above in their heart, to teach them how to respect and to treat others, but more importantly, that you live in a society where you have the opportunity to voice your opinion. And if you don't take that opportunity to voice your opinion, then you're not doing yourself or the country you call home any justice. You know, I think a lot of times this video game generation, this smartphone generation that simply gets fatigued because they're scrolling 24/7, they're not engaging in verbal communicating, they're not sitting down and basically listening to what their parents have to say. They're at school for 8 hours just doing it because they have to do it, they're being forced to do it, and then when they come home, they scurry off to their own room to lock the door in the world behind them, and then that field of electronics, a desktop, a laptop, that smartphone is in front of their very eyes, and that's where they get lost. That's the window to their world. When I was growing up, the window to my world was what I saw at the dinner table, what I saw when I was in church in that pew with my 5 sisters and my mother and father, what we did when we went on vacation, what we did when we would go out together as a group. You know, we would actually pile into a station wagon and go out as a group on a regular basis. For the first, 18 years of my life, and let's say at least 8 to 10 of those, I could comprehend what was happening because I was old enough and the thought process was there and the brain's cells were firing on all cylinders. I remember engaging in conversation about everything from religion to political beliefs to sexuality to relationships to what the bond of marriage was all about. All of it with my 5 sisters. And everybody had an opinion. And my father would say, well, what do you think? And what do you think? And what's your thought process? And, I saw something today, and that was really spark a conversation. My mother would be cooking. We would be in the kitchen doing our homework around the kitchen table. She would be engaging in conversation with us. And then that would spill over to our conversation. And my dad many times wouldn't say anything. So years later, I said, why was Dad so quiet at the dinner table? Was he that tired from work? And she said, yeah, he was tired, but the real reason he did it, why? Because he wanted to hear your thought process and what you were thinking about and what was going on in your life. And I think a lot of people have never really taken time to listen to their children. When my children were younger, I took them out to dinner on a regular basis. And it wasn't because, any other reason than I may wanted to give their mother a break. More importantly, I wanted to be able to be alone with them in a situation to where all eyes and ears were on them. And they would start talking amongst themselves, and I would just sit there, whether it would be Eaton Park, Pizza Hut, wherever we were, and I would listen. And I could learn so much from listening to my children. So now as they're grown adults, and even though they have different lives and they're on their own, and they don't need me as they once did, and sometimes that's very hurtful, but it is what it is, and you'd rather them be happy and healthy than needing you for every move, right? But when I listen to them now, I have an understanding of where their heart is because I watched them mold that heart and their feelings when they were growing up from the time they came into this world. And that's why, we're going to talk a little bit about Mom's Day this weekend and kind of step out of some of the hard-hitting stuff that we've been bringing to you this morning and in recent days and weeks because of the war in Iran, the economy, obviously a lot of the hate speak that is out there, talking about the financial news as far as the city of Pittsburgh, talking about the big NFL draft that came and went. And we're going to start talking about more human interest stories and family-oriented stories and stories that can build a better relationship for people in this country. Because I truly believe you got to talk about matters of the heart, right? And one of the things that I did yesterday, one of my live videos, I talked about the mothers who were influences in my life that weren't my biological mother. And I started going through this list before I did this video, and I realized that each and every one of these mothers in that neighborhood that I grew up in had a significant part in my life. And I think a lot of that's missing today. We don't get these outside influences because our children never go outside. They're hermetically sealed in their own life, in their own world. We need to make them more worldly and get out and experience things. All right, we got some people waiting in the wings. We're going to get to you in just a couple of moments. It's your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees when used as directed. Spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 52 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Police have charged 43-year-old George Mitchell with a number of charges, including 2 counts of attempted homicide and a host of other charges, after they say he was responsible for a crime spree that started in Wilmerding and ended in Penn Hills. Mitchell allegedly hit a dog with his car in Wilmerding Thursday afternoon. Then in Penn Hills, he allegedly struck 2 teenage girls along Doyle Street. Police say he struck a man and male teenager with his vehicle in Penn Hills as well. And then police say Mitchell stabbed 45-year-old Jinx Hairston, who was dropped off at Mercy Hospital and later died Thursday evening. Mitchell was arrested on Friday morning at a home on Penny Drive in Penn Hills. One of the teenage girls who was struck by the car is 14-year-old Prudence Sibley. Both her legs were broken and she had fractures in her collarbone and pelvis, her family said. She underwent 2 surgeries at the hospital. And her mother, Angela Sibley, telling KDKA television,
She was in good spirits, actually. I was quite surprised. She made all the nurses laugh. But I think it was adrenaline, honestly. It didn't last that long. As soon as it wore off, she was hooting and hollering.
According to the teen's family, doctors still do not know if she'll make a full recovery, and there are more surgeries to go. Here's her father, Jerome Sibley.
It's hard not to be upset with the world, and at the same time, we got to try to be strong for her and each other, which is, it's hard to balance all that all at once.
2 people were arrested Friday after police say they recovered multiple guns and drugs in connection with an investigation outside of a Carrick business. 7 guns, 4 bundles of heroin, and more than $5,600 in cash were found in the 1600 block of Brownsville Road. 24-year-old Mellon Williams and 19-year-old Matthias Stewart were arrested. 24-year-old Mello Williams and 19-year-old Matthias Stewart were arrested. Williams faces charges including carrying firearms without a license, possession with intent to deliver, and other charges. Stewart, meanwhile, is charged with carrying firearms without a license and possession of controlled substances. KDKA Radio News time. It's almost 6:33. We've got the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to GoodRx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The morning hours bring occasional rain with clouds hanging on all day today and a high of 69, followed by the risk for an evening thunderstorm, otherwise some clouds with a low of 52, with more showers in store for tomorrow, Mother's Day, and a high of 63, followed by an even cooler day on Monday with some sun at times, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, we'll be back Monday. Yes, enjoy the weekend. I'll catch you Monday, 2 to 6. Can't wait to talk. Colin Dunlap, KDKA.
All right, here we go. Final half hour of Open Talk, and then we roll into some Pittsburgh Works programming. But we do have a bonus hour at noon today to get caught up on some of the headlines. And let's talk to Ted now in Mount Washington, or up on Mount Washington. Good morning, Ted. How are you? Welcome to KDKA.
What's going on, Rob?
Saturday morning, anticipating Mom's Day tomorrow, a special day, even if my mom is no longer here, especially to the women that gave me the 3 greatest gifts on the planet, talking about my children. So always a big part. Before you get into what you want to get into, isn't it amazing when you look back on your life, especially if you're a baby boomer or you grew up in the 80s, 90s even, how so many mothers in the neighborhood were an influence in your life? So you had a biological mother, but you had a lot of other mothers in your life with that influence, did you not? I know I did.
Yeah, well, it's called It Takes a Community to Raise a Child.
Yep.
We don't have communities anymore, Rob. That's the problem. You know, we don't know our neighbors. Even our church is a community, you know? even baseball, whatever, it used to be community. You don't have that anymore. So a lot of kids grew up in the bubble. And, it's unfortunate. I'm being honest. I'm so grateful I grew up when I did. These kids today, they don't know how to interact with each other. And it's sad. It just says a lot about society. It says a lot about families, too. I always believe you got to have a man in the house. He leads that family. And if there's no man in the house, it's going to be tough for that child.
Absolutely. Even though, things didn't work out with me the way they wanted, I was always in the house, or they were in my house, or I was at their house. You just have to stay in constant contact with them. I mean, that's your responsibility. It may not work out, but hey, they're your children. Like my dad said that very first day that my son Tyler, who's now 35, was born. He said, congratulations. And in the next breath, he said, your life isn't your own anymore. You got a responsibility.
Absolutely. And that's the thing that you got to get back to. You do have a responsibility. It's not the state's problem. It's not the school's problem. It's your problem. And as men, they have to step up. No more excuses. But real quick, did you hear what Jamie Dimon, J.B. Morgan, when he was talking about Generation Z?
Go ahead.
If you ever get a chance, go on YouTube and hear that speech when he literally goes off on these guys. And exactly what you're saying. He said this generation is in trouble. He was totally against, working remote. He's telling you got to get in the office. And he says these platforms like TikTok, Facebook are the waste of time when it comes to business. And he always he said, when you get me, you get my undivided attention. I'm in your face. I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to do, I'm going to be there. He said, with these platforms, you can't do that in business. You have to be in the office. You have to be able to interact with coworkers. And you have to be, you have to learn what it is to take a sales call and to fail. And he says now these kids, today, they just, basically he's not saying they're doomed, but he said if they do not have one-on-one contact and able to interact with people, there's no way you're going to make it. And he was saying, if you don't like working for Morgan Stanley, that's great. You can find another job. But he was saying, I come here 7 days a week, and I'm looking for people, and they're always on their cell phones. They're always interacting on TikTok. And he says, I'm not paying you to do that. And he's 100% right, Rob. It's a waste of time. It's not. If you're in a business, you want to be as efficient as you can. You don't have time to be distracted all the time. And when Jamie Dimon says that, he said he's sick of it. It tells a lot about society, man.
Well, I'm kind of curious. What do you think? And I don't have the exact numbers. Do you think there are a lot of people still working remotely?
I think there's a lot of people who built a career working remotely. But like you said, you're in business in the sense that you use these platforms, right? And you always say you do social media.
All of them, yeah. It's exhausting, but it's a part of the job.
It is.
It's a part of the job. But I can tell you this, when the day comes that I retire, unless I'm, doing it for a little side hustle, which would be nice for a few extra shekels, always goes a long way to help your kids out, I'm not doing it anymore. I'm done. I mean, I've done more social media for no charge than I did in 20 years of television in which I was paid. So that just goes, listen, I'm telling you right now, since 2009 and 10, I've done over 100,000 videos on all platforms. And I have a massive audience. That one that I did about the mothers of my neighborhood yesterday has kind of gone viral. I mean, I'm hearing from people I haven't heard from since I was a child, and there are people chiming in on it all over the country. I mean, because there are certain things that I have the ability to do, and I'm a good storyteller because I learned from the best, my mother. And so I'm just saying, it is a great tool, but think about this, and anybody in the audience can jump in on this, that you've sat down, picked up your tablet or your iPhone or whatever, your laptop, and you start scrolling and this and that, and it's 1 cup of coffee, it's 2, and then you look up, and you've been doing it for an hour, maybe even 2 hours. I mean, and think about if you add 333 million people into the equation, and half of them are scrolling at the same time even, basically, America's at a standstill.
Got it. You got it. That is the problem. These platforms are fantastic, don't get me wrong, but you got to have one-on-one interaction. You got to have FaceTime. And when me and you grew up, that was mandatory. You know, you had a more interactive community. Now these kids, I don't care if you go, wherever you go, you see headphones, you see either a laptop or a cell phone in their hand. I mean, it's a bells and whistles society. And if you take that away from these kids, man, I don't know how they're going to react. And it sucks. And I'll be honest, you can blame 2 guys to me. Well, maybe 3 guys. You can blame the late Steve Jobs. That's what he wanted. Bill Gates and Zuckerberg. These are the guys that created a lot of these platforms. And to me, I think the mostly grew people apart, didn't bring them together. And, it's sad. It's sad.
Why do you think it's happened, though? What went wrong in our society, do you think?
Well, I think Bill Gates said it best. He said, when these guys were making this stuff, they thought they could bring people together with all this technology. And what happened? It drew people apart. I really do. I say same thing with the late Steve Jobs. I really think they thought that. They thought that they were going to bring people together and this is going to be great stuff, but they never thought society is going to react the way it is. Even Zuckerberg, he's getting sued now, because the damage that some of the social media does to children now. Even to the point where they're taking their own lives. That is a serious problem. I don't know how you solve it, especially when you grow up into something like this. When do you give a kid a cell phone? No one knows. So we're more interacting with devices than people, and it has a long-lasting effect. And like I say, read what Jamie Dimon says. He says you're right. You can't keep There's no way you can have a business if you don't have a business culture. Flat out.
And you can't get a business culture working from home, is what you're saying, right?
Impossible. And you can't have a business culture if you're always distracted looking at your phone. You don't know what the senior management is doing if you're not there in the office with. You have to start building relationships. And in college, it's pretty even worse because guess what? They're all on those devices. There's less interaction with the professor. There's more like, hey, email me, or whatever. And I'll be honest, you look at the schools and you wonder why kids are going crazy. I do. I blame a lot of social media. And there's a lot. I mean, look at our president of the United States. Look how he communicates. Okay? I think it's a bad thing for a president to do that, but anything he says is on social media. I really don't like that. So, and the world reacts every time he's on social media. I just think it's a bad thing.
Well, I really believe we got to find a way to bring America back. We got to find a way. I mean, because
Well, you got to unplug them.
Yeah, you got to tell your kids.
You got to unplug, man.
You got to tell your kids to get out and do something with their life. It's that simple. You just can't let them be a bump on the log. I mean, and I think that's what's happening in our society today. We just have to get them out to interact a little bit more. Teddy, I appreciate you, bud. All right, we'll take a break. Cynthia in Florida is on the other side of this. Stay with us. Your Pratt Pack.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. News Radio, KDKA. Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods, with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Bucks lost their opening series in San Francisco, the final last night, 5-2. And tonight, they play again at 9:05. You can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. NHL postseason, Montreal defeated Buffalo 5-1. That series tied at 1. Vegas, a 6-2 winner over Anaheim, and Vegas leads that series against the Ducks 2-1. On the NBA, Knicks over Philadelphia 108-94. They lead that series 3-0. And Minnesota lost to San Antonio 115-108. Spurs lead the best 7 series 2-1. Riverhounds take on Louisville tonight. Sanjay I.M. is your leader at 9 under, one shot ahead of Tommy Fleetwood, heading into the third round of the Truist Championship in North Carolina at Quail Hollow. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
Pittsburgh, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust. A family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists. Just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all. Training, payroll, and support. So you can stay safe and comfortable at home and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Pittsburgh families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 412-844-5990. That's 412-844-5990. Call now, 412-844-5990. 412-844-5990.
Freedom Care, we're here for
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Cynthia's going to get the last word here on a Saturday morning of Open Talk, but we will resume more Open Talk with that bonus hour at noon after a morning of Pittsburgh Works programming. Go ahead, Cynthia. Good morning.
Good morning. Happy Victory Day. This is the day that the Nazis were defeated by the Russians.
Amen.
And I'm surprised nobody's talking about it.
Amen.
But listening to what Ted said, I saw Trump in the Oval Office talking to kids about Iran and death, and the kids were looking at him and they were like, what? So when they went home, they had to have, their parents were probably like, what the heck was he doing? But I got to tell you something. I love those Lego videos. I'm surprised I like those things. But if you watch them, I mean, they're talking about our history. They're talking about all kinds of stuff. So young people are watching those too and like, what? This happened? That happened? It's incredible.
I love it. I love it.
Okay, have a good day.
All right, Cynthia, you too. Be good. All right, listen, so let me just kind of wrap up on this because, you know, it is Mother's Day this weekend, and we're going to talk much more all about Mom this coming Mother's Day, which is just a day away. We'll do that tomorrow morning on the program. But I did something yesterday that really has kind of taken on a life of its own, and that's good. You know, every once in a while your mind just kind of stops because you've been pushing so hard, and I've been really putting a lot of extra hours in, not just here, but on that social media beat, because, it does come with the territory, and you got to do what you got to do. But I was thinking about, Mom, and in particular my mom, who's been gone since 2005. So it's been a long time. And I've often said, hey, Mom is everything, and, no one will ever love you like Mom, which you've heard me say many, many times, right? But I started thinking about some other women who were influential in my life, and I started to add it up, and I realized a lot of them have been influential in my life. And, that adolescence, that time growing up when we were outside morning, noon, and night, when we were not at school or at a church service or doing something with a family, like being home at 4:30 to have nightly dinner, you were in other houses. And it got to be such an open door policy that you could walk into anybody's house anytime, day or night, in my neighborhood. And there were about 20 guys that I was really close with, that original Pratt Pack, if you will, and we did everything together. Our dogs went with us. We played, basketball. We would go to the local ice cream place. We would go get a slice of pizza at the pizza joint, and it was all by bike or, by foot. And we really put a lot of time together, and we spent a lot of time in each other's house. And, sometimes when your sisters were kind of getting under your skin, or you were in the doghouse with your parents, you would matriculate to someone else's house so you could get some of that motherly love and that family spirit of unity, because you might not have been getting at your house or whatever the case may be. And I started to realize of those, 19 or so friends that I had, every one of them had a mother who was a mother to me. And I thought to myself, here they were back in the day, these incredible women who were doing everything from scratch, 3 meals a day, cleaning the house, actually scrubbing floors on their hands and knees, doing everything, piles of laundry, running all the errands, going to the bank, taking their kids to the doctors, to the dentist, and basically taking care of their husbands who would always cry, oh, woe is me. But we all know there's not a single man on this planet who has ever worked harder than a woman. Just doesn't happen, no matter how much you try to pat yourself on the back. And rightfully so, every once in a while, you should get a pat on the back, the men of the audience. But we all know it's been the women who really make everything work. And then, of course, giving you these incredible gifts that are your children, that sometimes they drive you crazy, but in the end, they're such a blessing to have. And I've said that many times. My 3 greatest gifts on this planet, even though they're grown and on their own, I think about my beautiful children, my daughter, my 2 sons, every single day. My oldest, his 3 grandkids. It's the thought process. I grew up with a family of 5 sisters, so I was, in that baby mode, very young as an adolescent and as a teenager, babysitting, changing diapers, feeding, bathing, doing things that most men didn't do until they became fathers in their own right at the age of 13, 14, and 15. So I've always felt comfortable around babies. I've always enjoyed being around children. I've always enjoyed a lot of people in the room, a lot of voices. And obviously that's not the case anymore because I'm a little bit older and I'm a bachelor and my kids have kind of grown and gone their own way. And besides work, that's what I do. I go home and take care of my house and do the things that I used to have other people do for me. And it's made me even appreciate my mother and the mother of my children even more. And mothers everywhere, because now you have women working hard at home, harder than any man. Then they've got to go out and do something to make a living to get 2 paychecks to come into the household. So we're going to take time tomorrow, as we always do on Mother's Day, to salute Mom. But I thought this year it might be nice for all of us to also take a deep dive and a look into our own lives and realize that there have been a lot of mothers along the way who have helped us every step of the way. To all of you and to your mom, if you still have her on this earth, give her a big hug and wish her a happy Mother's Day. It's your Pratt Pack News coming up, and then a mother in her own right, and a good one, too. Jessica Festa will be here with the Optulux Wellness Center. Stay with us.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
I still remember the first time CertaPro painters did their magic in my kitchen. Professional, beautiful, no worry. Loved everything about it. So there was the next room, and even outside. And know that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. But hurry, time is running out. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. So go with CertaPro Painters.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
One thing I've learned about people that get numb with their neuropathy, they have balance issues, just like Bob from Gibsonia. His numbness got so bad, he started to have to shuffle and was starting to have some falls. After completing our FDA-cleared treatment program, he is doing so much better. In fact, he was at his friend's house and he was at the American Legions, and they couldn't believe the difference that they saw in him.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bob. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanston.com.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 52 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police have charged 43-year-old George Mitchell Jr. with criminal homicide, attempted homicide, and a host of other charges, including robbery, after they say he was responsible for a crime spree that started in Wilmerding and ended in Penn Hills. Mitchell allegedly hit a dog with his car in Wilmerding on Thursday afternoon and then traveled to Penn Hills, where he allegedly struck a man and a male teenager with his vehicle, then struck 2 teenage girls along Doyle Street. Then police say Mitchell stabbed 45-year-old Jinx Hairston, who was dropped off at Mercy Hospital but later died. Mitchell arrested Friday morning at a home on Penny Drive in Penn Hills. One of the teenage girls who was struck by a car is 14-year-old Prudence Sibley. Both her legs were broken. She had fractures in her collarbone and pelvis. She underwent 2 surgeries at the hospital. Her mother, Angela Sibley, telling KDKA-TV.
She was in good spirits, actually. I was quite surprised. She made all the nurses laugh, but I think it was adrenaline. Honestly, it didn't last that long. As soon as it wore off, she was hooting and hollering.
According to the teen's family, doctors still don't know if she'll make a full recovery. There's more surgeries to go. Here's her father, Jerome Sibley, telling KDKA Television.
It's hard not to be upset with the world, and at the same time, to try to be, we got to try to be strong for her and each other, which is, it's hard to balance all that all at once.
In other news, public health officials emphasize that while the recent hantavirus outbreak on a cruise ship is serious, resulting in 3 deaths, it's not expected to cause a pandemic. It's not comparable with COVID-19. UPMC Chief Medical Officer Dr. Don Yealy says the virus is not transmitted person to person.
The hantavirus is carried in a very specific type of animal, the rodents, and it requires very close contact. It doesn't spread easily, and it does have a long period between when you're exposed to it and you either develop symptoms or get very sick.
And he tells Marty Griffin on KDKA Radio that in this particular case, it's very likely that the victims came into contact with the virus many days, if not even weeks, before they were on the boat and became ill. Well, the Social Security Administration's list of the most popular baby names for 2025 is out, and CBS's Michael Toscano has the results.
What's your name? If you were born in 2025 and are a boy, it's most likely Liam. For girls, it's Olivia, both topping the list for 7 years in a row. What's your name? The boys' top 10. After Liam, it's Noah, Oliver, and Theodore, followed by Henry, James, Elijah, Matteo, and William. What's your name? After Olivia, it's Charlotte, Emma, Amelia, Sophia with a PH, Mia, Isabella, Evelyn, Sophia with an F, and Eliana. Won't you tell me your name? I'm Michael, number 1 boy's name from 1954 to 1998, Toscano, CBS News.
KDKA Radio News Time. It's 7:03 on the dot. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
The mission of the Allegheny Institute for Public Policy is to defend the interests of taxpayers, citizens, and businesses against an increasingly burdensome and intrusive government. Our nonprofit research and education organization formulates and advocates public policies that roll back the size and scope of local government and make it more accountable. Join the cause by making a tax-deductible donation at AlleghenyInstitute.org, where conventional public policy wisdom has been challenged since 1995.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Occasional morning rain gives way to clouds today with a high of 69, followed by an evening thunderstorm for some, mainly north and west, with a low of 52. Clouds remain in place for tomorrow, Mother's Day, with a couple of showers and a high of just 63. Then even cooler for Monday with some sun at times, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
This week, Cannon-McMillan School District announced it's reducing screen time in the classroom. Superintendent Dr. Greg Taranto tells KDKA Radio kindergarten through second grade will be Chromebook-free learning areas, pointing to new research that shows kids learn better with direct, face-to-face interaction with teachers. Dr. Taranto adds screen time is being reduced at all grade levels, and the school district is buying physical textbooks instead of digital versions. We applaud Canon Mac's decision to reduce screen time in the classroom. Kids are inundated with phones, tablets, and video games all day long, and research shows too much screen time can be detrimental to a child's development. Dr. Taranto says this isn't an elimination of its technical and computer classes, but more of what he calls a return to center and not relying on screens for everything. We hope other local districts soon follow suit and shift their learning that best benefits the students and lets teachers teach.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
The following is paid for by OptiLux Wellness Center. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Happy Mom's Day to my guest, Jessica Festa, her beloved mother as well, and to all the mothers everywhere. We've got a special treat for you. We'll tell you about it in just a moment. An incredible savings. She represents, along with Dr. Ron, that place that is the OptiLux Wellness Center. We're talking regenerative cellular therapy designed to maintain, heal, and regenerate tissue. Type of therapy is great for knee, shoulder, ACL tears, back pain associated with degenerative disc or damaged tendons. And one thing we want to do is help moms become pain-free. So this is the special offer that Jessica and the OptiLux Wellness Center has brought to us this Mother's Day weekend. Jessica, happy Mom's Day.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I have missed you. It has been a long month.
It has been a long month.
It has been a long month, but we get to come back. It's another holiday together. So, yes, happy Mother's Day to everybody. Doc and I had decided to do 15% off for anybody that calls in during our show today up until noon. So if you want to call and let us know that you heard us here on KDKA, and I'm okay if you cheat and call your mom and say, Mom, she just said it, call in. If it's a mom, if you're doing it as a gift for your mom, you're doing it for a gift for your wife. Even women who have not given birth, you have mothered someone along the way. So please feel free to call in, and we would love to find out how regenerative medicine can help you live longer and feel better and just go through this life with as little pain as possible. We are just having a good time. We have hired 2 new staff this past week. Actually, 3, come to think of it. We hired a new person to help at the front desk.
Nice.
And a new PA and a new NP. So things are busy. You will be able to get in a little bit more efficiently now. And we're excited about that. I'm excited to be expanding, hoping to have a new location by the end of the summer. So keep posted with that. I unfortunately had one space that I was trying to lease. It fell through this past week. They decided to keep it and expand their own business. So back to the drawing board. Luckily, hadn't paid for all the new equipment, but we are on a roll, and we are looking forward to bringing this to you guys all throughout the Pittsburgh area to just make it as accessible as possible. I know not everybody wants to drive to New Kensington. It is well worth it. So if you can maybe just do it for the next few months, maybe I will have a location closer to you coming up. But we do encourage you guys to not wait. Every day that you let yourself degenerate is one step closer to kind of tipping the scale in the way that sometimes it's really hard to get you back to the other side. So put your time in this summer, and we will meet you where you're at.
And 2 seminars free, but they want you to call to let them know you're coming, and that number is 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210, this coming Monday. Tell them about it.
Yes, this Monday, that'll be May 11th, after you have taken your mom and spoiled her rotten on Sunday. Come to the office at 12:30. And 6:30. So we will do the midday and the after work so that you guys can get information as it pertains to you in particular on regenerative medicine. I will kind of go through it from A to Z as best as I can. I love these kind of seminars because there's usually 10 or less people. So you have the opportunity to really interact with me and Doc and ask questions that, are specific to you.
All right, we're going to talk about what it is, these PRP treatments and the stem cell therapy, but let's just talk about this to kind of get everybody on the same wavelength. When did all of this stuff start to happen? And you obviously, Optilux Wellness Center, the very first, the pioneers of it here in Pittsburgh. So give me the evolution of this whole stem cell thing.
In our office or in general?
In general, and then how it ended up in your office.
Well, in general, about 50 years ago, this sort of thing started. Now, the research just kept growing and growing. I remember as a teenager hearing about them, maybe I wasn't a teenager, but I was definitely young, where they grew an ear on a mouse's back. I don't know if any of you remember that story, right? And we were all like, what the heck? Why would you do such a thing? Like, what a useless tool that was. But what that was, I'm sure even then, not the beginnings of regenerative medicine. It takes a lot of research to get to the point that you can grow an ear outside the body of a mouse. But what that was is they are isolating cells in the body to regenerate new tissue and new organs. So that ear was a non-functioning needed, organ. And now we're hoping that people will stop dying on liver transplant lists and heart transplant lists, because just like you have a 3D printer, you can now sort of just grow organs in the lab. So that is exciting part of regenerative medicine. That is not a piece that I am doing. You will see no mice running around my place, well, at least not intentionally. What we do is they have isolated these cells called mesenchymal stem cells. And when they come from the lining of the umbilical cord, they are accompanied by their best friends, which we just call as a lump sum the matrix. That matrix is made up of proteins and cytokines and growth factors and all of these things that just made that baby grow from 2 cells to a little squawker in a short 9 months, fully functioning liver, heart, lungs, spleen, all of it. Well, these cells were left over in that transfer, left in the umbilical cord. But what they've done is they've isolated the fact that mesenchymal stem cells are immunoprivileged, which means they can be transferred from person to person. There's no blood product involved, so you don't need to be blood typed or anything like that. You can give them to each other. And so those cells are one of the most useful because they can become many different kinds of tissue. They can become bone, they can become neural tissue, they can become tendons, they could be ligaments, muscle cells, heart muscle cells, lung tissue, brain tissue. These cells, I always say they're like undeclared freshmen. You kind of put them in the pot and they find where they belong, and they can become that cell. And so when we're doing like full body protocols, and we're putting an IV of these cells straight into the bloodstream, now that has the opportunity to go through your heart and lungs. If you put 10 million of these cells into play, now you have the chance to regrow tissue from the inside out. I don't need to surgically alter you. I don't need to sedate you to do this. There is no downtime. You simply leave the office and you go home, and the cells are now in your body at a number that you did not have when you walked into my office. So once you put all of these cells in there, they start to replicate, and they replicate and they replicate for about 6 months. They double every 24 hours because of their age. So they're coming out of the umbilical cord of a cesarean birth. So that newborn no longer needed that umbilical cord. The mother donates that cord, and that cord gets processed at a stem cell bank. The cells are frozen. And then, here comes Rob walking in and saying, you know what, I have X, Y, and Z. And we say, let's go with 20 million cells to start with, or 30 million cells. And then tomorrow, after I've put them in, you've got 60 million, 120 million, 240 million. And these cells just keep replicating at a high rate of speed. And that's growing new tissue. So if they find your heart and there's like, oh, there's a deficit here, your body innately knows that these are cells that it takes to regenerate tissue. It'll grab them and put them to use immediately. So it's been a fascinating journey. Bringing it into our office in the last, almost 10 years now, that's been our evolution, is just watching people grow every single day and get better in ways that we had never hoped for.
All right, so we get into the deep dive, the science, the results, incredible. You could be a part of it. And if you're a mom, you get 15% off what?
15% off any procedure that you choose. And that could be that total body protocol. That could be $1,000, $2,000, depending on how many cells that you guys decide to purchase for mom. I just did my first phenocath the other day. And I wanted to put that up into my brain. I wanted to know that all of the deficits from the stress and the soccer headbutting of balls and, car accidents and all the sorts of things that I've done in my lifetime that haven't shown yet, to go ahead and do that. So that is something that you could do for mom and save hundreds or thousands of dollars.
She's Jessica Festa, her and Dr. Ron, the incredible dynamic duo at the OptiLux Wellness Center. 2 seminars Monday, lunchtime, dinner time. You want to be a part of it. They're free, 724-335-5210, or you want to get in on that 15% off Mother's Day special. All the things that they do. 15% off, 724-335-5210. Back with more on a Saturday morning in just a couple of moments. Good morning.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods, with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Bucks lost their opening series in San Francisco, the final last night, 5-2. And tonight, they play again at 9:05. You can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. NHL postseason, Montreal defeated Buffalo 5-1. That series tied at 1. Vegas, a 6-2 winner over Anaheim. And Vegas leads that series against the Ducks 2-1. On the NBA, Knicks over Philadelphia, 108-94. They lead that series 3-0. And Minnesota lost to San Antonio, 115-108. Spurs lead the best 7 series 2-1. Riverhounds take on Louisville tonight. Sunjay I.M. is your leader at 9 under, 1 shot ahead of Tommy Fleetwood, heading into the 3rd round of the Truist Championship in North Carolina at Quail Hollow. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back with Jessica Festa. Don't forget OptiLux Wellness Center, her and Dr. Ron. 15% off Mother's Day weekend. All the services. Please don't let this slip through your fingers. This is an opportunity to get mom out of pain. Let her have a pain-free life. And they're taking that big chunk, 15% off. 724-335-5210. 724-335-5210. Okay, let's talk about what you do, the science behind it. And, you know, from where the stem cells come from, are they FDA approved? This is the stuff that we talk about all the time because you need to understand it, and there's always somebody new listening. So let's talk about what you do with regenerative cellular therapy at the OptiLux Wellness Center. Jessica.
Okay, so I want you to just realize that regenerative medicine is the answer to degenerative conditions, or it doesn't even need to be a condition yet. If you are just aging day by day, you are degenerating. That's just how the game is played.
Life.
And yeah, exactly. So every day that you wake up, you are cellularly older than you were the day before, unless you use regenerative cellular medicine, which then will augment the number of mesenchymal stem cells in the matrix in those cells inside of your body. See, as we age, you have less of those cells. Usually around the age of 20, you are down 80% of your original stockpile because you've grown. You've grown from, 21 inches to 5'7" or 6 feet tall. And that growth in the bone, in the muscle, in the tendons, and all the sinew and everything that held you together, that all needed to grow along with you to be the right lengths, the right thicknesses, the right parameters. And that was done usually by mesenchymal stem cells. And so what happens is you've used up your stockpile, you coast along for a little while, and then if anybody remembers, somewhere around 40, if you hyped yourself up and was like, 40's not going to get me, but 42 did, when you wake up and you get out of bed and you're like, what did I just do? I was sleeping. Why do I feel like I got beat up in my sleep? Or you hit the ground with your feet for the first time and you're like, ooh, and you've got that plantar fasciitis starting to kick in. Or you start getting leg cramps and things like this that are showing that you are aging, that you're not able to bounce back 21-year-old. You could drink all night and go to work, 3 hours later and you looked fine. Now you try that nonsense. It's going to take you 3 days recovery and like an IV restoration pack. But that's just the natural process of aging. But what is amazing about regenerative medicine is because the research has been done over the past more than 50 years, we have isolated the fact that mesenchymal stem cells can be transferred from person to person. It's harvested out of usually 3 different ways. One, adipose tissue, fat tissue, which generally is not used anymore. It's the lowest producing kind of in numbers. And it's, if you've ever seen a liposuction procedure with a wand and the thing, and they've got to suck out all this fat, it's kind of a somewhat of a damaging procedure. So they don't typically use that. It's a lot of work for a small harvest. Then you could get it out of bone marrow. I don't know about you. I really don't want you to drill into my hip and pull out my bone marrow. So the third option is from the umbilical cord lining that's called Wharton's jelly. Now, we have live cesarean births. It's pre-planned. It's just an organ donation, so to speak, from the mother's behalf that she allows the doctor to donate the umbilical cord. And that cord is then processed for many life-giving things. One of those is this mesenchymal stem cells in the matrix, what we call regenerative cellular therapy. That is able to be then packaged into these little tubes, and everything is tested. The mom is tested beforehand and during. The baby is tested, of course, all the cord blood and everything is tested to make sure that there's no problem. It even has a sheet that comes with it that shows you what it was all tested for, and it came up negative and this and that. We even have the opportunity right now that we've been using them for years, but the cord blood that is donated is from an infant that was born from an un-COVID vaccinated mother, because the research is not far enough along. And what we are seeing in the research is that mothers that were given that vaccine, fathers who were given the vaccine, even if the mother wasn't, the father is somewhat responsible for the growth of that placenta. And these placentas are coming out really gross, to be honest with you. A placenta is supposed to be juicy and it kind of just looks like a big blob to most people. But when that vaccine was introduced, we are now seeing that they are flat and they are hard and they are very, very tough looking, like a really bad piece of steak that you would not have picked. And we just wanted to make sure that our patients are getting the best of the best, but also what has been researched. I am big on the research part. You can't go screwing around with the human body just guessing. And what we don't have 50 years of research on is blood and cord blood after that vaccine. We now know that it does pass through that placenta and that it does get to the baby, and you can see it at a cellular level. I don't know where that's heading. None of us do. It may mean nothing. It may mean something. but I'm not going to give you a product that I haven't had 50 years of research on. So with that being said, whether you have taken it or not means nothing to this conversation. It's just what my product is, and letting you know up front that that is something that it does come up truly in every seminar. People are worried about it and they ask me. So I thought maybe today was the day that I really start letting you guys know our decision on where we're getting these cells. It matters on how much growth you are going to attain on the number of cells. So if you are, you could be 35 and have had a really rough life. You could have been in multiple car accidents. You could have had some kind of illness. You could have had an issue since birth. So you've used up a lot of your mesenchymal stem cells along the way. You could be mine and Rob's age, and it's just the process of getting old and growing and having a cellular breakdown. Well, what happens when you put 10, 20, 30, 100 million of these cells back into your system to go back in and play the game? You remember like Atari, you would have like the little guy and Pac-Man, and you would get eaten, right? But then you could always restore a guy if you did a certain trick. This is your restoration of the guy to go back in and play the game and give you the chance to come out a winner at the end. If you can win at a cellular level in your body, you can win in the long game. And that looks like not being in pain because your knees hurt or your shoulders hurt, not going under surgery because something has torn, not ending up on a drug for the rest of your life that can cause liver or kidney failure because you are trying to wrestle with constant inflammation. And so what we want to do is to get that inflammatory process to settle down. Let's look at why. Maybe it's from your gut. Even if you don't have stomach problems, right? You can have gut issues that are leaking out into the body, causing the body to come into contact with fluids that it's not supposed to come into contact with. And that will cause your body to pop like a little puffer fish. You will just inflame at that cellular level. So if you are having issues that you and your doctor can't quite explain, come and ask me. We have a lot more information that you would be surprised about, and you can do that on Monday with us at 12:30 and 6:30.
Yeah, just let them know you're coming. It's free, both of those seminars, 724-335-5210. And don't forget, you want to call today and have them call you, set up an appointment, 15% off all their services in honor of Mother's Day. They're located at 706 Stevenson Boulevard in New Kensington, 724-335-5210.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 53 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Police have charged 43-year-old George Mitchell Jr. with criminal homicide, attempted homicide, robbery, and a host of other charges after they say he was responsible for that crime spree that began in Wilmerding and ended in Penn Hills. Mitchell allegedly hit a dog with his car in Wilmerding Thursday afternoon, then traveled to Penn Hills where he allegedly struck a man and a male teenager, then struck 2 teenage girls along Doyle Street. Then police say Mitchell stabbed 45-year-old Jenks Hairston, who was dropped off at Mercy Hospital but later died. Mitchell was arrested on Friday morning at a home on Penny Drive in Penn Hills. One of the teenage girls who was struck by that car is 14-year-old Prudence Sibley. Both her legs were broken. She had fractures in her collarbone and pelvis. She underwent 2 surgeries at the hospital in the past day and a half. Here's her mother, Angela Sibley, telling KDKA Television.
She was in good spirits, actually. I was quite surprised. She made all the nurses laugh. But I think it was adrenaline, honestly. It didn't last that long. As soon as it wore off, she was hooting and hollering.
Prudence's father is Jerome Sibley.
It's hard not to be upset at the world, and at the same time, we got to try to be strong for her and each other, which is, it's hard to balance all that all at once.
According to Prudence's family, doctors still unsure if she will make a full recovery. Well, a Frontier Airlines plane hit a person reportedly on a runway at Denver International Airport. Plane was set to take off for L.A., but an engine caught fire, and the passengers and crew were evacuated. Here's CBS's Adriana Diaz.
It happened at Denver International Airport just after 11 p.m. local time. Airport officials say Frontier Flight 4345 bound for Los Angeles hit a person on the runway while getting ready to take off. That was followed by an engine fire that was put out by firefighters. The plane had 231 people on board. It was evacuated after smoke filled the cabin.
A man will spend decades in prison after he was convicted of killing a woman in Uniontown. 36-year-old Terrell Jones pleaded guilty to third-degree murder in the death of Samantha Hardin back in 2022. Police say Jones got into an altercation with another man at McPatton's Pub in June of 2022, and the other man used Hardin as a human shield while Jones shot at him. Jones was sentenced to 20 to 40 years in prison. KDKA Radio News Time. It's almost 7:33. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. I recently had 2 sets of customers who had vastly different stories. One had purchased elsewhere 3 years ago and spent $5,000. And the other had purchased from OMF 12 years ago and spent $1,000. The difference? Our customer's mattress lasted 4 times longer and cost them 5 times less. Don't waste money on overpriced, overhyped mattresses. Visit the Original Mattress Factory for unbeatable quality and value. Sleep better, longer, for less.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The morning hours bring occasional rain with clouds hanging on all day today and a high of 69, followed by the risk for an evening thunderstorm, otherwise some clouds with a low of 52, with more showers in store for tomorrow, Mother's Day, and a high of 63, followed by an even cooler day on Monday with some sun at times, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Optilux Wellness Center.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, back with Jessica Festa, the Optilux Wellness Center. Don't forget those seminars coming up, lunch hour, dinner time, Monday the 11th. They're free, but you got to call, let them know you're coming, 724-335-5210. And as a special, because of Mother's Day tomorrow, all mothers that phone in, 15% off any procedure, 724-335-5210. All roads lead to the Optilux Wellness Center. And, of course, they're located at 706 Stevenson Boulevard in New Kensington. So let's start off with PRP treatments and what they are, which is another great alternative for people who need to get out of that joint pain.
All right, sure. So PRP just stands for platelet-rich plasma. So you have platelets in your blood. They are one of the things that help stimulate the growth of soft tissue. And so PRP, you are the product. So if the thought of using stem cells out of somebody that you don't know makes you nervous, you can actually use your own blood in many instances for us to spin that in a centrifuge. So you will get to meet Teresa, who is actually, her and I went to high school together. And then Doc hired her, and I came in on a procedure day knowing that we had a new phlebotomist, and he's like, so her name's Teresa, go ahead in and meet her. And as soon as I got to the doorway, I was looking down, and I was like, wait, she spun around, and we were like, no way. She was like, I knew that I was applying to work for you. Doc didn't know who I was, so I just kept it a secret for this moment here. But she's phenomenal. Everybody that comes in and says, oh, I have such a hard time getting blood drawn and da-da, and she's zoop right in. This is what she does as a profession. So she's been doing it for 30 years. She is very, very good at it. So we have Teresa, and we have a new provider joining us soon, and she draws her own blood. So either way, PRP is when we draw blood out of you. And say if your knees hurt, right? We're going to likely draw 4 tubes of blood out of you, and we are going to spin those down in a centrifuge. And then you're sitting there usually, and you can see the process, but explaining it here is that you will then see that your blood is now layered into these different layers based on the weight, right? The cellular weight. And one of those layers is called PRP, platelet-rich plasma. So that just means that the platelets have now been condensed into this one layer. We use a syringe then and draw that layer up and put that platelet-rich plasma right into your knee. So if your knee is aching, if you have a tear, if you have any kind of a sprain or a strain or just degeneration in general, PRP will stimulate the growth of soft tissue for you naturally. We don't add anything to it unless you do want to purchase where we could put exosomes, which is a piece of the stem cells. We can actually add stem cells or exosomes or PRP from somebody else. So if you have had like heavy medications and your blood is kind of garbage, I hate to say, but if you don't have healthy blood, you may not have as good of a result. Well, you won't have as good of a result because you're my product in that instance. I want great results. So when we have the conversation and you go through your consult and your exam and we find out what is going on with you, we may end up doing a live blood cell analysis where we take a tiny pinprick on the side of your finger and put that under the microscope on a slide, and we actually look at your blood cells. And if we could see that there's a lot of bad stuff going on in there, we're going to have to do something to to bump up your own PRP to make it more effective and useful to you. But that is in the range of a few $100s. Okay. And then when you get into stem cells, it's $1,000 or more, just to give you guys a price point. I don't often do that, but I know that especially if you are considering buying this for mom this weekend, that you would want to know that. Most of the time, we're able to get away with PRP, especially in any protocol that we do. PRP is our first injection. That's to prime the area. But sometimes you're not as bad as you think. And once we take an x-ray of you, or perhaps we have to send you out for an MRI, or most people come, they've already had an MRI done and they know what's going on. We could tell you which product is going to be more prudent and what we might need to do. But in general, a simple PRP injection is that you get a blood draw, we spin that down, we put the condensed version of you and your platelets in a syringe, and the doc comes in and injects it into whatever space. That could be paraspinal muscles. If you have constant low back pain and you've been going to the chiropractor, keep going to the chiropractor. There is never a week of your life that you should not be at the chiropractor's office, making sure that your nervous system is free-flowing and that no spinal bones are sitting on nerves that are producing the function to every organ, system, and cell in your body. Please do not ever take that for granted. Along the way, trying to put us in a box, which if you know me, I will light the fire to any box that is tried to be put around me. But chiropractic in particular has been put into a box of back pain and headaches. And that is just simply not true. And it is a lie that has kept you guys sick for over 100 years, because the ones that have the most money in the non-health care professions are lying to you. They keep the profit in their own pockets by keeping you sick. If you see my life, you will see I'm not living on giant profits. I am just living to let you live your life in better health, genuinely. That's not expensive. Most of the answers to that lie within your own body. I don't need to numb, dumb, or cut you up to get to it. And so with regenerative cellular therapy and chiropractic care, you can overcome so many things. And then if there's other issues that I can go at with things like Nutritional Frontiers, or my guys over in California that do every system organ, there's a cleanse for it and there's a support system for it. Sometimes you just needed to clean up the body in the system that you're trying to make work for you. And we have all of that. And that's why Optilux Wellness Center has that umbrella name, because we are still Festa Chiropractic. We are chiropractic at heart. That is where we have started. But then we evolved into Regen Med to provide regenerative medicine therapies for as you age. We don't want to let you go to drugs and surgery. We want to be able to regrow that tissue for your body. It could be brain tissue. You could have had a stroke and your brain was affected. We can do a sphenocath and actually allow your brain to start to regenerate tissue and heal itself. That goes for concussions, dementia, Parkinson's, all sorts of things that we are not aiming to treat that condition in particular, but we have seen just great strides in people's health and what they're attaining just by adding these cells back into their system. So PRP is its own thing. It doesn't involve the stem cells. And then when you get into the regenerative cellular therapy, that's a whole other thing. And that's when we bring in those mesenchymal stem cells in the matrix, that regenerative cellular therapy, and then we can inject that in multiple different ways as well.
We're going to talk about them coming up next segment, but tell them about the special offer and the seminars. Go ahead.
All right. Because all life has started from mom, we are hoping to treat our moms and to thank them. We are doing 15% off for any procedure, whether it's PRP, whether it's a full body protocol, whether it's a sphenocath, or you want to do mesenchymal stem cell and matrix injections or exosomes. Anything that you choose once we go through your consult and your exam for mom is at a straight 15% off. And then the seminar is this Monday, the 11th, at our office in New Kensington. It is honestly a short ride from anywhere on 28. Just hit exit 14, and it's about 2 miles off of the exit. And that's 12:30 and 6:30 p.m. So Doc and I will both be there for those.
And by the way, free. All you need to do is call and let them know you're coming. You can do it right now. 724-335-5210. And for you trying to get mom something, or mom, you want something for yourself, All of their services, 15% off. You can call now and leave your information as well. 724-335-5210.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. News Radio. KDKA. Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Bucks lost their opening series in San Francisco, the final last night, 5-2. And tonight, they play again at 9:05. You can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. NHL postseason, Montreal defeated Buffalo 5-1. That series tied at 1. Vegas, a 6-2 winner over Anaheim, and Vegas leads that series against the Ducks 2-1. On the NBA, Knicks over Philadelphia 108-94. They lead that series 3-0. And Minnesota lost to San Antonio 115-108. Spurs lead the best 7 series 2-1. Riverhounds take on Louisville tonight. Sunjay I.M. is your leader at 9 under, 1 shot ahead of Tommy Fleetwood, heading into the 3rd round of the Truist Championship in North Carolina at Quail Hollow. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
If you're in the Pittsburgh area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 5-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 412-801-7213. That's 412-801-7213. Don't wait. Call 412-801-7213 now. Again, 412-801-7213. Freedom Care. Get paid to care starting now.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, now we're going to focus on the stem cell therapy. But again, don't forget 15% off all their procedures for Mom Mother's Day weekend, 724-335-5210. And the 2 seminars coming up, lunchtime, dinner time, Monday, May the 11th, are free. But they want to know you're coming. Just make the call, 724-335-5210. Final segment with Jessica Festa. She'll be back on June 13th, same time, same station. But right now, stem cell therapy at the Optilux Wellness Center. Jessica.
All right. So when we get into the mesenchymal stem cells in the matrix, what we have to call regenerative cellular therapy, that involves us buying stem cells in the matrix from a stem cell bank. From that bank, we have determined from your consult and from your exam where we're starting at. How many cells, where are they going to be applied, how are they going to be administered, and at like what rate. So there's all sorts of things that go into that, but overall it's a pretty simple procedure. So anyhow, these little cells will show up, they overnight them to us, we keep them in the freezer until you arrive, and then we pull them out and you let them thaw. Teresa pulls them up into a syringe and the doc goes ahead and puts them, if it's for your knee, so to speak, then we put it right into your knee. If it's into your hip, we put it into the hip, shoulder, and so on. So the only time that you get like the full body thing is when we do an IV of it. I love that. I have done that several times. I did a sphenocath this past week where you actually put a tiny little catheter up your nose and spray that solution up there. And then that can cross over into the brain and actually start to heal neurocircuitry and brain tissue and issues that have been going on up there, whether it's a concussion, whether it's a whiplash, whether you had dementia or you've had a stroke. We're just seeing just all sorts of fun things come out of that. And so I'm excited. I slept like a baby the night that I had that done. And I have had some real estate situations where I've been trying to find new offices and all kinds of things. And it's been really stressful for about the last 7 to 8 weeks. And I just haven't been sleeping well. I'm waking up and all that. And the night that I had that sphenocath done, I only woke up one time, and that wasn't until 4:30 in the morning. So I was like, oh, I felt like my old self again, because I used to always say, oh my gosh, I'm falling asleep on the way down to that pillow, and I don't wake up until that alarm at 5:45. And I finally felt like I had gotten a good night's sleep. And if anybody out there, moms especially, you know what that is like if you have not had a good night's sleep, or my guys from the mill, when you have been on shift work forever and you feel like, can I please just sleep until I wake up for once, instead of always hearing this alarm go off. That's that feeling that I had, and it was restful. So you will have the conversation about what's going on with you or what's going on with mom, and determinations will be made. Now, when we use these cells, because they are able to become many different kinds of tissue, even neural tissue, bone, that's one differentiation that I need to make with PRP and regenerative therapy, is that PRP and stem cells do two different things. A lot of times you guys have come in, and I don't think that I've made it clear, and you are wanting the PRP perhaps because of the price point, and you're intersecting what the capabilities are. So PRP will stimulate the growth of soft tissue, but if you don't have enough cells, say like the mesenchymal stem cells, if you don't have enough cells to pull into action to heal that tissue, it will have a different result. So whenever we do, if the knee or the joint or the tear is bad enough that we want to go with stem cells, or perhaps it's your age, sometimes that comes into play because we understand kind of the count, how much at a cellular level, how old are you? And you need to augment the amount of cells that you have to work with. So those determinations are made. But now mesenchymal stem cells can actually become bone. PRP cannot become bone. But stem cells are the building blocks of this tissue. So yes, PRP is pulling things into action, which is why that is our first injection when we're doing a rebuild of a knee with stem cells, where you'll have PRP first, and then you will have your mesenchymal stem cell and matrix injection, and then you will have PRP following up after that once or twice. Over the course of about 2 to 3 months, you'll have 3 to 4 injections. You don't necessarily need to come back anymore after that. Most people are one and done as far as a protocol goes. That protocol might have 3-4 injections in it, but it's it's a matter of continuing to boost the body to continue growing more tissue. So that's why we'll put PRP in. It'll stimulate, it'll inflame things a little bit to get it moving, to get the body healing. And then you give it more stem cells to actually work with to do the rebuilding. And then you come back in on top of that and put PRP in again to stimulate it again, to keep nudging it along, like saying, well, keep going. Here's the nutrient that you needed to do that. And then you do that for a matter of a couple months. Now, these cells will continue growing 6, 8, 10 months later. They will keep replicating and being put into use. So whatever you feel in that first month, that's not where you're landing. Wherever you feel in that second month, that's still not where you're landing. Third month, not where you're landing. We really anticipate out 6 to 8 months. And that's about where we feel like, okay, this is where we want to make the decision. How do you feel? Most people say, great, no pain, up and down the steps, all is well with the world. But then there are some that say, I feel a lot better, but I can tell it's not great yet. And then we can go and do a little bit more of something to help complete that process. So we have so many options at this point. We are really have been amping up on hair restoration. That's not something that I get to talk to you guys about too often. But hair restoration, if you are not completely shiny bald, in many times, if you were just thinning or whatever, this PRP can be used in hair restoration. So you have injections on the scalp that stimulate the hair follicle to produce again. We have had some really great results with this, both in men and women. There's also sexual function injections that can happen both for ED and for women. We've had to give birth. If you're a mom, you have given birth. There has been trauma. It's at a cellular and a tissue level, and sometimes that tissue doesn't really have much feeling. There's not a lot going on, and you can actually use PRP in that area to get feeling and sensitivity back. So there's a lot going on at Optilux, and I just invite you guys to call in, come to the seminar, and find out how we can plug this into your life to make everything feel better.
And she will be back with us on June 13th, same time, same station. But don't wait. Don't put it off. Mother's Day special, 15% off all of their procedures and the seminars. Lunchtime Monday, dinner time Monday, May the 11th. They're both free. Here's how you set up everything you need right now. Pick up the phone and dial 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210, 706 Stevenson Boulevard in New Kensington. Always good seeing you. Have a great month, and to you and your mom, happy Mom's Day.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, stay with us. News coming up next.
The preceding was paid for by Optilux Wellness Center. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
from the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 53 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A man will spend decades in prison after he was convicted of killing a woman in Uniontown. 36-year-old Terrell Jones pleaded guilty to third-degree murder in the death of Samantha Hardin back in 2022. Police say Jones got into an altercation with another man at the McPatton's Pub back in June of 2022. The other man used Hardin as a human shield while Jones shot at him. Jones was sentenced to 20 to 40 years in prison. Well, fire crews responded to a fire overnight at a vacant building on the north side. The building on Lizelle Street in Perry South caught fire around 12:30 this morning. Building began to collapse as firefighters worked to put out the two-alarm fire. No one was injured. Cause of the fire is under investigation. 2 people were arrested Friday after police say they recovered multiple guns and drugs in connection with an investigation outside of a Carrick business. 7 guns, 4 bundles of heroin, more than $5,600 in cash were found in the 1600 block of Brownsville Road. 24-year-old Mello Williams and 19-year-old Matthias Stewart were arrested. Williams faces charges including carrying firearms without a license, possession with intent to deliver, and other charges. Meanwhile, Stewart is charged with carrying firearms without a license and possession of controlled substances. Well, a local health professional says the threat to the average person from the recent hantavirus outbreak on a cruise ship is exceptionally low. Dr. Don Yealy telling Marty Griffin on KDKA Radio that such cases are rare and it's very hard to pass between people. That's not to be confused with the norovirus, which spreads rapidly on cruise ships. That's when people get sick fast.
That does spread very easily because of proximity and hygiene matters. That's way different than hantavirus. In almost all outbreaks of particularly gastrointestinal, abdominal pain, vomiting, or diarrhea, outbreaks on a ship almost always end up pointing back towards norovirus. It moves very, very quickly. It's unpleasant for a few days, and then most people recover well.
Well, regardless, he says it's always a good idea to wash your hands. KDK Radio News Time. It's coming up on 8:03. We have the AccuWeather forecast just a minute away.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
when Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
Go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Occasional morning rain gives way to clouds today with a high of 69, followed by an evening thunderstorm for some, mainly north and west, with a low of 52. Clouds remain in place for tomorrow, Mother's Day, with a couple of showers and a high of just 63. Then even cooler for Monday with some sun at times, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, Brian Caranta is off this week. Secure Money Advisors On the Money is underway, and we are streaming this live in Metropolitan Window video screen. Go to KDKRadio.com and click on KDK Watch. But Ben Lewis is here, and we want to remind you throughout the hour we have Luke standing by, 412-286-1470 for anything that you need, including if you want to order Brian's book, Right Track Your Retirement. You can also get it by going to righttrackpittsburgh.com. They'll send it to you absolutely free and pick up the shipping too. But if you are out there on this Saturday morning and just kind of opening your eyes and enjoying a cup of coffee and have some financial questions you want to get answered in real time, we are going to go to the phones as we do with Brian, and we will do it with Ben as well. That number to dial to be on the show right now for all of your financial questions, Secure Money Advisors On the Money, is 866-391-1020. Phones will pick up very much so in the next 20 minutes or so. So if you have a question about financial information that you need answered right now, I highly urge you to reserve your space on the phone lines. 866-391-1020. And this week, we're going to be talking about what people need to do 5 years before and after retirement to avoid major mistakes. So here's your host this week, Secure Money Advisors On the Money, Ben Lewis. Good morning, Ben.
Good morning, Rob. How are you this morning?
I am wonderful. Always good to see you.
Good to see you as well. I'm excited to be here this morning. I walked outside and it's gloomy, it's rainy, but I figured, hey, the sun's always shining in the KDKA studio.
Absolutely.
So happy to be here. And like Rob said, as we're talking today, we're going to talk about a lot of the key points that we walk through when it comes to retirement planning. If you want to talk through some of those, if anything that we talk about today resonates with you, if you want to talk to me live here on the air, like Rob said, he gave you the number, but Luke is standing by off air, one of our advisors, to answer some of those questions and go through that with you at 412-286-1470. So like you said, Rob, to dive right into it here, I want to talk about what we kind of call our retirement red zone. Okay. And that's really, it's different time periods for different people, whenever you're planning on retirement, but really we look at it anywhere between 3 to 10 years prior to you coming in retirement. And it really it's crunch time, right? Because I talk to people all the time. We talk to people every day, but I'll give you this example. I talked to some of my peers the other day, some of my peers in my age group, and for those of you listening on the radio, you can't see me, but younger certainly than retirement age. And they said, hey, would you be my financial advisor? Hey, what should I be looking for from a financial advisor? And I said, what do you need a financial advisor for? You're 30, right? You got such a time horizon looking towards retirement that what are we talking about, right? It's grow your money. It's save your money as fast as possible for down the line when you can use it. But in that retirement red zone, it becomes so important to get very, very intentional with the way you do things.
Let's begin by getting some of these questions in here. And by the way, I highly urge you, if you have a question and you want to jump in here and talk to Ben this morning, any financial questions, particularly your portfolio, you can get it answered for simply making a call. The number is 866-391-1020. So what exactly is the retirement red zone? Explain it in detail. You kind of alluded to it, but let's talk more about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so as we look at the retirement red zone, it's coming up on that phase, Robin. If I can kind of give a general statement, then we'll dive deeper. It's coming up on that area or that time frame in your life where you're coming up on the transition, and we talk about this transition all the time. It's really the biggest transition in your life. Your transition from your accumulation phase, so save, work, transitioning to our distribution phase, right? So now we're no longer adding to our savings. We're no longer in that mode and that mindset. Now we're in the, okay, holy crap, my paycheck is going away.
Right.
How do I replace that paycheck? Where are all my sources of income going to come from? And it's really, there's the math side of that, but then there's also the mental mind switch of, well, hold on, I've been told to save for a rainy day my whole life. Is that rainy day here? I mean, what's going on? Now you're telling me to spend my money, and it's very, very difficult to do that. And the biggest danger that we see people run into going through that time period is failure to adjust your planning to account for that new phase of your life. I mean, we see different strategies work for the accumulation phase of growing your money as fast as possible, those are not the strategies that are going to carry you through retirement. And that's one of the biggest mistakes that we see people make.
All right. So why can a bad sequence of returns early in retirement be so devastating?
Yeah, it's such a key point that we always need to hit, right? Because, market volatility is always on everybody's mind, right? We never know when the market's going to have a huge up, but we also never know when the market's going to have a huge down. Okay, now, Brian and folks, like Rob said, if you want to get a copy of Brian's book, go to Right Track Pittsburgh, give Luke a call. It's about 85 pages. It's a really nice read, and it's laid out in beautiful layman's terms. But Brian tells a story in his book of two folks that are heading into retirement, Bill and Jill. Okay, now, I'll make a long story short with this, but both have the same retirement plan, both have the same income strategy, both have the same market investments and the same advisor, but the only difference in their retirement plan is that Jill retires in 1999 and Bill retires just 3 years earlier in 1996. And what we see with that is because Jill took losses earlier rather than later, and you remember what those losses were, right? The tech bubble burst, Ask Jeeves, Pets.com, companies like that.
08.
08 too, right? I just met with a client the other day who was telling me the horror story of her dad. Her dad retired in 2007.
Bottom fell out.
Bottom fell out. By 2012, he was back at work. We see it so often, we see it all too often. And what happens is, and this kind of leads me to what I want to talk about with the biggest risk that we feel folks face in retirement, and it's sequence of returns risk, okay? And what that says is that if you now become a withdrawer from your retirement account, so you're no longer adding to it or leaving that account alone, if you become a withdrawer and a spender from your retirement account, the order in which you take returns, and in Jill's case, in the gentleman's case I just mentioned, taking big losses earlier in your retirement rather than later can really affect that bottom line number. And as we see, the horror stories, like I said, Rob, we see people every day who are going to run out of money in their retirement. And Brian says this all the time, and it's beautifully said, that the worst day in your retirement is not the day that you run out of money. It's the day that you realize that you're going to run out of money and you're too far gone. There's nothing we can do about it.
Right. So that's one of the reasons why I highly urge, we were talking about the younger people in the audience. I would get an annuity just to have a parachute.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the annuity can be so the annuity can be so beneficial, and it's become such a strong income creator.
Oh, absolutely.
And really, I give a little bit of props to the insurance industry, because we saw all these pensions go away, and they said, how can we fill that gap? Okay.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why the economy has suffered, because through the years, those pensions that were automatic cash flow going back into the economy, they're not there anymore. So you need to let them help you. And again, don't forget, Luke standing by the entire hour, 412-286-1470. And again, if you have a financial question, something you're pondering this morning, Ben would love to talk to you in real time, give you some good advice. And that number is 866-391-1020. I find myself doing this because, listen, I am getting closer to it. When? Don't know. But it is going to happen. So let's talk about, should somebody be more conservative as they approach retirement before we go to the break? Ben.
Yeah. Yeah. And this kind of goes back, Rob. It's a great question. And it's a question that we get consistently with folks that have come into our office over the last 25 years, right? The answer to that question is nuanced, okay? Because number one, it all depends on your comfortability and what your needs are in retirement. I'll give you a good example of this, and this is something that I think is so important, because I talked about it a second ago. There's the math side of your retirement, but there's the emotional side of your retirement. I had a couple come into our office, and they were on two different pages. One of them was, let's go risk, a scale of 1 to 10, let's go a 9 out of 10 on the risk scale, because, hey, we got a good pension. And, as long as we stay on this track, we can take those big hits. But the spouse, on the other hand, knew that pension got cut in half if something happened. Right? Got cut in half. So, number one, we're losing a Social Security check. We're losing half the pension. So her fear was, I got to get as conservative as possible because I don't know when life's going to happen. So it just goes to comfortability and how we can be most comfortable.
All right, don't forget, Luke standing by to answer all your questions, even if you want to order that book, Right Track Your Retirement. Brian wrote it absolutely free. It's an easy read, 412-286-1470, and you can also get that book free, and they pick up the shipping by going to righttrackpittsburgh.com. Don't forget, first in-office review free as well, and Luke can handle that, 412-286-1470. But again, I tell you, the phones will get busy, so don't get left out. Now that we've got the ball rolling on the program that is Secure Money Advisors on the Money, if you have any financial questions you want answered from Ben right now on this Saturday morning, pick up the phone. Make the most of this opportunity. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, it's a big Mother's Day weekend at the farm, Janoski's in Clinton, and I've been telling you about the beautiful hanging baskets for 30 years here at KDK, if not more. So get out, best selection anywhere. Everything mom could want, they have for you. But today, May 9th, the Roaming Bean is going to be there, and they're going to be hosting Planting for Mom. Both events will begin from 9 a.m. until 2. Planting with Mom will be held in the greenhouse, $10 a pot. The Roaming Bean will be located in their trailer behind the farm market. Happy Mother's Day from the farm, Janoski's in Clinton.
This Nurses Week, May 6th to the 12th, and National Hospital Week, May 10th to the 16th, we celebrate the incredible dedication of the team at Independence Health System. Around the clock, nurses and hospital employees bring skill, compassion, and resilience to every patient and family they serve, making our communities stronger. To every nurse, technician, caregiver, and support staff member working behind the scenes, thank you for your commitment, sacrifice, and humanity. We're grateful for you today and every day. Happy Nurses Week and Hospital Week from Independence Health System.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
when Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
Go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, again, want to remind you, Luke standing by, 412-286-1470. You can get Brian's book, Right Track Your Retirement. They send it to you free and pick up the shipping, too. You can schedule your first in-office review with the folks at Secure Money Advisors, and it is free, that first in-office review. But if you want to call us, don't forget, 866-391-1020, but you can reach Luke right now, 412-286-1470, 412-286-1470. But if you have a question for Ben about your financial portfolio and you need some answers, call us right now, 866-391-1020. Okay, can you really retire in today's economy? A lot of people are asking themselves that question. So Let's talk about how much money does someone realistically need to retire comfortably. Ben Lewis.
Yeah, it's a question that we get more often nowadays. Can we even retire in this economy? I mean, just after the spell of inflation that we went through, I mean, it's a fear for a lot of people. It's a concern for a lot of people. And the other big question is, like you said, how much money does someone realistically need to retire? Now, this question we get a lot. I don't know whether it's out of curiosity. I don't know whether it's out of fear. But the true question to this is, and what was the investment company commercial? Your number, right? It was people walking around with a big million over their head, or 2 million over their head, 500,000 over their head. This idea that there's a magic number is really a myth, and why I say that is has nothing to do with your overall number and your overall nest egg. It has everything to do with the lifestyle that you've become accustomed to and your comfortability, okay? And I say that because we have people with over $2 million who struggle to have a confident retirement, and we have people with $500,000 who have one of the happiest retirements you can imagine, okay? And really it's more about not the overall number, but how efficient can we be in creating this balance of a retirement plan that is, number one, going to provide you the income and the security and the safety that you need. And again, goes back to the emotional side with the peace of mind and knowing that you don't have to wake up and check the morning news to see if you can go to dinner that night. And it's all about making sure that, money's not going to run out at 80. So you're thinking, oh, I didn't keep up with my continuing education. I guess it's time to get back out there into the workforce. So all in all, it's not a number. It's what's the plan? And how do we be most efficient with what we have in the remaining years of us working or into retirement to make sure that we can make our plan work?
By the way, a quick programming note, Brian is going to be on my show Monday night at 8 o'clock. We're going to talk about why Wall Street has been pretty strong, especially with everything that's happening in the world and obviously in the Middle East. But we're also going to be talking about inflation and all sorts of stuff. So he'll join me this coming Monday night right after local news at 8. So let's talk some of the big ticket items that are being discussed right now because of our economy. So is inflation, Ben, still one of the biggest threats to retirement?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, the answer is yes. Okay. And the reason I say that is because, we talk a lot about the income planning side of things in retirement. We have no idea what inflation is going to look like over your retirement. I mean, a lot of people, are retired for, depending on when you retire, over 30 years, right? And so, we don't know what 30 years from now holds. And it's the biggest reason, Rob, that we need balance in the retirement plan. I mean, if we looked at a scale of 1 to 10 as far as risk level goes, right? And 10 is the most aggressive as possible. Throw it all in high aggressive growth stocks, huge upside in the market, but low downside in the market. And 1 being cash under our mattress level of safety, right? If we look at that scale and that spectrum, the inflation side of things creates this need where we know that we can't have all of our money at a 10 out of 10. Right? Because then we're playing the game, right? We're gambling. We're saying, hey, hopefully we can eat this year. Hopefully or maybe we can't. But we also know that we can't have all of our money at a 1 out of 10, right? Because then we're not keeping up with inflation. We're not keeping up with those big ticket items down the road. I mean, one of the most costly and expensive big ticket items down the road can be a long-term care facility. I mean, gosh, folks, if you out there listening, I'm sure we've all been touched by this in some way, whether it be family, friends, but it's expensive. I mean, the cost of long-term care, the average inflation, I believe the number is about 11% per year. Compared to the regular inflation rate. So it's expensive. And so how are we keeping up with that? It's all about the balance, having aggressive money, but then also having conservative income drivers.
So there are people that are forced to do this, but should people rely on Social Security as a major income source?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, there's kind of that overlooming date, right, of 2034, and then did they bump it down to 2033 that it's a possibility that we could have Social Security checks cut by 25%? I mean, you talk about, I believe the numbers over 50% or about 50% of seniors rely completely on Social Security. It's a 25% total pay cut, right? And that's why, for our clients and for the folks that we help plan out their retirement structure, it's so important that Social Security, we're going to plan on it being a piece of the plan. But it's not the only piece of the plan, and we can't treat that as our only guaranteed income source. In our eyes, we have to diversify not only our investments, but we have to diversify our income so that we don't have a 25% cut in Social Security, and now all of a sudden we leave ourselves in a worse position because we didn't diversify our income.
All right, Ben Lewis is hosting this week's edition of On the Money, of course, your money advisors, and you have a chance to always talk to whoever is hosting to get all of your financial questions answered on this Saturday morning broadcast, and our number is 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. About a minute before the break, and I want to remind you to get that book, Right Track Your Retirement. You can call Luke. He is standing by right now, 412-286-1470. And you can get that first in-office review absolutely free. Luke can set that up as well, 412-286-1470. But in the final minute, Ben, tell them about the book and why it's free. They pick up the shipping, but it's definitely worth the read. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I wanted to start there with why Brian wrote the book, okay? And folks, for those of you that have listened to Brian, you can obviously tell by now he's so passionate about what we do in general, but about the education piece of it. And it's a deep dive in layman's terms because we read all these books that they're written in financial terms. They're written in financial jargon. It's in layman's terms, and it dives through some of the biggest risks that you can face in retirement and how we start to attack those risks.
All right, and we're going to continue. Coming up next, the biggest retirement myths. If you want to join us today with a financial question, 866-391-1020. And if you want to set up that in-house review, absolutely free, or get the book, Right Track Pittsburgh, and meaning Right Track Your Retirement, or go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. Call 412-286-1470, where Luke is standing by. 412-286-1470.
If you want to know how good it feels to get professional paint work inside your home, go with CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard, and a big opportunity right now. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. The sale ends soon. And remember, each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's donorschoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 52 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Police have charged 43-year-old George Mitchell Jr. with criminal homicide, attempted homicide, robbery, and a number of other charges after they say he was responsible for a crime spree that began in Wilmerding and ended in Penn Hills. Mitchell allegedly hit a dog with his car in Wilmerding on Thursday afternoon. Then in Wilkinsburg, he allegedly struck 2 teenage girls along Doyle Street. Then in Penn Hills, police say he struck a man and a male teenager with his vehicle. Then police say Mitchell stabbed 45-year-old Jinx Hairston, who was dropped off at Mercy Hospital but later died. Mitchell arrested Friday morning around 5 o'clock at a home on Penny Drive in Penn Hills. One of those teenage girls who was struck by a car was his 14-year-old Prudence Sibley. Both her legs were broken. She had fractures in her collarbone and pelvis, her family said. She underwent 2 surgeries at the hospital in the last 24 hours. Here's her mother, Angela Sibley, telling KDKA-TV.
She was in good spirits, actually. I was quite surprised. She made all the nurses laugh, but I think it was adrenaline, honestly. It didn't last that long. As soon as it wore off, she was hooting and hollering.
Her father, Jerome Sibley.
It's hard not to be upset with the world, and at the same time we got to try to be strong for her and each other, which is, it's hard to balance all that all at once.
In other news this morning, fire crews responded to a vacant building fire overnight on the north side. Happened around 12:30 this morning at a building on Lizelle Street in Perry South. Building began to collapse as firefighters worked to put out that 2-alarm blaze. No one was injured. Cause of the fire under investigation. A man will spend decades in prison after he was convicted of killing a woman in Uniontown. 36-year-old Terrell Jones pleaded guilty to third-degree murder in the death of Samantha Hardin back in 2022. Police say Jones got into an altercation with another man at the McPatton's pub, and the other man used Hardin as a human shield while Jones shot at him. Jones was sentenced to 20 to 40 years in prison. Well, if you want to bring a piece of Acrisure Stadium into your home or business, the Steelers announced on Friday that they're selling about 22,000 seats from Acrisure Stadium. Single seats, $399. Pairs are $599. You can also buy autographed seat backs by different Steelers legends for $299. Plain seat backs are $199. Seats will be delivered fully assembled. Steelers are currently replacing seats in the upper levels, East, West, and North Club. KDK Radio News Time. It's 8:33 on the dot. The AccuWeather forecast for your Saturday is coming up.
30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29, if that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on June 23rd. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, There are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
When Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The morning hours bring occasional rain with clouds hanging on all day today and a high of 69, followed by the risk for an evening thunderstorm, otherwise some clouds with a low of 52, with more showers in store for tomorrow, Mother's Day, and a high of 63, followed by an even cooler day on Monday with some sun at times, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, this is normally when people start calling. So if you have any financial questions about your portfolio, you're wondering what to do, you can call us right now. Ben Lewis is here, and for Brian Caranta, Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Number to dial is 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. So take advantage of it. All of our lines are open. And if you want to make an in-office review, that first appointment free of charge, call right now Luke at 412-286-1470, 412-286-1470. You can also request a copy of Brian's book, Right Track Your Retirement, absolutely free, and they pick up the shipping too. You can also get that book by going to righttrackpittsburgh.com. Talking a number of things today, and up next it is the biggest retirement myths. And once again, here is your host, Ben Lewis. And let's begin by saying, is the 4% rule still reliable today? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a great question. And folks, just to kind of briefly describe the 4% withdrawal rule, number one, this is the most common income planning model or tool, whatever you want to call it, for traditional advisors in our space today, in our industry today. Okay, and what the 4% withdrawal rule is it was created in the 90s, and it essentially says that you take your nest egg and you can take a 4% per year withdrawal, adjusting for cost of living each year to make sure that you're keeping up, and that's the safe rate of withdrawal that is gonna, I can't remember, it's like to give you a 30-year or 40-year burn down and a safe burn down with your money. Okay, and it's been the top income planning tool or model in our industry since then. What we see more and more frequently is that because of how much our world has changed and really how much the markets and the financial environment has changed, the Wall Street Journal did a study that in today's economic climate, remember, this was created in the 1990s where, number one, we didn't have the technology that we do today where, trades happen in nanoseconds. And, earlier this year and early last year, we saw 8, 9, 10% swings in the market in a single day, right? And we also didn't have the technology that if certain people tweet one way or the other, the market goes way up or the market goes way down. That in today's economic climate, the 4% withdrawal rule has a 57% chance of failure. Right? Now, folks, I think about that like if my basement floods and I call my insurance company and say, hey, I need new everything in the basement because it flooded. And they say, Ben, let me put you on a quick hold. Let me flip a coin to see if we're going to pay out or not. I do not like those odds. But Folks, most advisors treat our income planning that way. That's why at Secure Money Advisors, in our eyes, we have to get creative. We have to use different types of investments to make sure that we can provide clarity with the income side of things, because we want a salary when we get to retirement. We don't want to work off commission thinking, hey, if the market's good, I'll be able to spend a lot of money this year, but if the market's down, I'm broke. Right.
Are you scared at times with what happens in the headlines every day, or is it ebb and flow with you? How do you handle that when you deal with this stuff every day, Ben?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, number one, it's hard not to, right? Because it's everywhere, and we see it day in and day out. It's really shaped the way that we do things. I mean, you know this, Rob. The reason that Brian built the structure that he has is because he does follow it. We do follow it, and we see it on a day-to-day basis. And what Brian wanted to do and what we've done with the structure that we follow is we've taken the day-to-day out of it. The day-to-day, year-to-year market swings, we've taken that guesswork out of the retirement plan so that our market money can truly be long-term money. Because if we look at the market, there is no doubt about it. History shows us that given a long enough time period, the market will permanently go up and it will be a great long-term earner, but it needs time. And that's why we use things like the predictable guaranteed income accounts and the fixed rate accounts and the principal protected accounts, because to your point, sure, it's scary, right? But how do we mitigate that, and how do we take as much of that guesswork out?
Listen, the thing that I've noticed, and I am getting older, and I'm still going to work for a little while longer, but I don't know if it had that because of the pandemic, I'm not out as much, so I don't spend as much, and I'm realizing now that you don't need as much to spend. You can really rein it in. But the question is, do more people when they retire spend less, or do their spending habits have to change? What's the rule of thumb?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and it's a common misconception that we hear when we have people come into the office who say, I've heard I only need 75% of my net income in retirement because, and we hear it all, right? I'm not going to be driving to work, so I'm not putting gas in my car. I'm not buying new clothes for work. It's like, really? Do you spend $3,000 a month on new clothes, right?
Right.
And what we counter that to say, okay, yeah, I understand that, but number one, healthcare is now coming out of our pocket.
Right.
Right. So where the employer was paying a majority of that, now that's coming out of our pocket. But number two, when I look at my week right now in my working years, I barely spend a dime Monday through Friday at 5. And then where my card comes out and it continues swiping is on Friday night. On Saturday, I'm doing things with friends, with family. And so when we get to retirement, now truly we got 7 Saturdays and 7 Friday nights, right? And so we have this free time, and usually, the clients that we work with, they want to spend that free time doing the things. They don't want to sit on the opposite ends of the couch and eat ramen noodles. And so it's so important that we fund that lifestyle. And it's the biggest reason, the biggest reason that we see discrepancies with spending is a lack of clarity. Okay, I'll give you an example. I had a couple come into my office not too long ago. They had over $4 million, and their income need was very, very manageable. I mean, unbelievably manageable with that $4 million. They were terrified to retire because their income plan with their advisor was, hey, let me know if you need some money and I'll send you some. There's no clarity. How do you create a good spending habit? And for them, 2 things can happen. You can either spend way too much in a scenario like that, and then you run into problems of your money not lasting.
Mm-hmm.
But almost as bad as that, or maybe even worse than that, and this position they were in, is with that plan with no clarity, they weren't doing the things that they promised themselves they wanted to do in retirement.
Yeah, and that's not,
because
you're
they were
cheating
scared.
yourself.
You're cheating
Listen, it's hard to comprehend when you're young like you, but I can tell you, you'll go from 0 to 60 quickly.
Yeah.
And if you have put in all this time and you start looking in the rearview mirror more often than not and realize how much work you worked, you owe it to yourself to do some of the things that you had on that bucket list. And that's why, as Brian says, it's that 3 bucket mentality where you put that cash. you owe it to yourself because, let's face it, this is why you go through so much to get to this point.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, you owe it to yourself to do it with a clear mind and a clear conscience, not doing it thinking, maybe we shouldn't do this. I mean, gosh, the market's been down and, but we wanted this vacation. So do it with predictable income. Do it with a clear mind so you can truly enjoy the best years of your life.
All right, sounds good. Listen, Right Track Your Retirement, the book, you can get it absolutely free. Luke standing by, 412-286-1470. And if you want to get that first in-office review free, call that number. Tell Luke you want to get there to Secure Money Advisors, 412-286-1470. And remember that book, Right Track Your Retirement. They send it to you free. Pick up the shipping as well. We got one more segment. If you want to get a financial question answered with Ben, you need to give us a call right now, 866-391-1020. Don't forget, Brian will be with me Monday night on my show right after Local News at 8, talking about why the market, for the most part, has been pretty strong, especially with all the things happening in the headlines swirling around the world, in particular in the Middle East with oil. Brian Caranta, primetime Monday night after Local News at 8. Rob Pratt, Monday night, your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from OliverFlowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers, celebrating spring for 96 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. OliverFlowers.com.
Andy Amrine here for Harmony Garden Organic Insect Control. This is not your average garden variety insect killer. Harmony is your only insect control you need for your garden. Nothing is safer, nothing works better than Harmony. Spray your trees, flowers, plants to kill garden pests, including aphids, green fruit worms, mites, soil lice, and russets. To get your bottle of Harmony, ask for it at any participating True Value hardware store or online at harmonyoic.com.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country. And you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. That means more time to be artists, prom dates, world travelers, and moms. We are Blood Cancer United, the world's leading organization focused solely on blood cancer research, support, and advocacy. We do the most for more people with blood cancer, so people with blood cancer can do more of whatever they want. Blood Cancer United. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
At Habitat for Humanity, we believe home is where you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Let's open the door to opportunity. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. That's Habitat.org.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, again, you want to talk to Ben Lewis, Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Give us a call, 866-391-1020. Final segment today. Here's Jacqueline. Jacqueline, how are you? Welcome to the program.
Thank you, but it's bad connection. I can hardly hear you.
Well, I'll turn my mic up a little bit. How's that?
Okay, that might help.
Go ahead. What's your question?
Well, I've been with long-term care for over 20 years, have paid $300,000 or more into it. They keep turning me down. I'm 90 years old. Wouldn't that show them I probably need help? I've appealed it once. How do you get through to these people?
So basically, you're having a hard time getting that Medicaid that you need, so you won't have to basically continue to take the money out of your savings. So look, that's not really a question for Ben as far as healthcare is concerned, but there are ways to have that money that you have work for you, and there are other things such as long-term healthcare. But being 90 years of age, there are a lot of parameters that you have to look at. So any closing comments before we move on, Ben?
Yeah, and I think that just kind of plays to, and Jacqueline, I appreciate you calling in, and I'm sorry to hear that situation for you. That's one of the reasons that we kind of look at different avenues for making sure that we're being proactive in the retirement plan and making sure that we're preparing for that down the road. And one of the reasons for that is long-term care insurance has just become not a viable option, honestly, for most people. So we always want to try to self-insure. But thank you for your call.
Yeah, thank you. And by the way, if you do want to call them, they work with people such as elder law attorneys. I know one, Zachariah Brown, that I do a show with that would be more than happy to take a look at the situation. But we talk about it all the time. It's about getting the building blocks in the right place. And even if you do have a healthy portfolio, that doesn't necessarily mean you have to write a check every month for that facility, nursing home, assisted living. And the average price right now, I can tell you this from firsthand knowledge, is about $14,000 a month. And believe me, it doesn't take long for someone to lose as much as that poor woman did, $300,000. So please follow up with that call at 412-286-1470, or you can reach the law firm of Zachariah Brown. Go ahead.
Yeah. And so, Rob, before we wrap up here, because I know we're getting a little short on time, but I just wanted to talk a little bit about what we do. Okay, because we talk a lot about concerns on the show, but I want to talk a little bit about what we do and why we do it. Okay, and I don't know if Brian's talked to you about this, but we started to do some movie events in the area, in the North Hills and in the South Hills. And it's a movie called The Psychology of Retirement. And they use an analogy in there about what the financial advisor does, and specifically the fiduciary advisor, and for us, an independent fiduciary. But the analogy is this, when we talk about helping folks and coaching and guiding through retirement, it kind of portrays a hiking guide. If you go on a mountain hike, right, out west or wherever you're going, and you have a guide for that hike, that guide is not telling you how to walk. Right? He's not telling you right foot, left foot, right foot. He's not telling you, hey, stay on the path. What that guide is telling you is, hey, that plant over there, that's going to cause you problems. Stay away from that. Or, hey, if you step on that, that's rotted wood. You're going to fall right through that, break an ankle.
All right, listen, before you go, give everybody the information that they need to know. Luke is standing by, 412-286-1470, but tell them about the book that they can get absolutely free. Shipping is picked up as well, written by our own Brian Caranta of Secure Money Advisor. 1 minute.
Yeah, folks, our job, like I'm saying, is to guide you away from the biggest mistakes that can cause you the biggest retirement headaches. Okay, so folks, I urge you, if any of what we've talked about today, if you've listened to the show before, if this is resonating with you, if you have concerns with your plan that you want to get covered, call us, call Luke. He's standing by to take your call, 412-286-1470. Dive into your retirement plan with us. Take advantage of that complimentary Right Track review. See if there's holes to be plugged in your retirement, and we can see if we can help.
Ben, good job today.
Thank you, sir. I had some fun.
All right, stay with us. News coming up, and then it is MediConnect, the Inside Connection on KDKA. It's your Pratt Pack. Good morning.
The proceeding was paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. Investment advisory services are offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is intended for informational and educational purposes only. The views, statements, and opinions expressed herein are those of the individual speakers and not necessarily those of Foundations or its affiliates. The information contained herein does not constitute an offer to sell any securities or represent an express or implied opinion or endorsement of any specific opportunity, offering, or issuer. Any discussion on performance or returns is not indicative of future results. Foundations does not provide legal or tax advice.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the curator of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Michael Krause.
Sergeant Frank Mino of Allegheny County was awarded the Silver Star during World War II in the Pacific Theater from April 9, 1942 to September 1945. While participating in 3 combat missions while stationed on the Bataan Peninsula, Mino helped sink the first Japanese battleship of the war. After the Japanese captured Bataan, some 70,000 American and Filipino soldiers, including Mino, were forced to march about 60 miles to a prison. Between 7,000 and 10,000 died along the way, and the rest were held in prison camps, where their daily meals consisted of a little rice and water. Sergeant Mino contracted malaria and severe intestinal problems because of the torture inflicted on him. Liberated in September 1945, he finally retired home.
To nominate a qualifying hero for the Hall of Valor, visit online at soldiersandsailorshall.org.
Hey, it's Marty. Are you tired of pain or fear of falling that's holding you back, struggling with balance, neuropathy, or joint pain? At Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, physical therapy is done differently because you are different. Folks, this place is amazing. I've seen it firsthand. Shoulder pain, knee pain, balance issues. They attack it and work it, and it works. Call today. Monroeville Physical, F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, 412-457-8200.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
when Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
Go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473 833-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 53 degrees now, Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Fire crews responded to a overnight fire on the north side. It was a vacant building on Lizelle Street in Perry South that caught fire around 12:30 this morning. That building actually began to collapse as firefighters worked to put out the two-alarm blaze. No one was injured. Cause of the fire is under investigation. Well, police have charged 43-year-old George Mitchell Jr. with criminal homicide, attempted homicide, robbery, and a host of other charges after they say he was responsible for that crime spree. Began in Wilmerding Thursday, ended in Penn Hills. Mitchell allegedly hit a dog with his car at Wilmerding Thursday afternoon, and then in Wilkinsburg, he allegedly struck two teenage girls along Doyle Street. Police say he then struck a man and male teenager with his vehicle in Penn Hills. Then police say Mitchell stabbed 45-year-old Jinx Hairston, who was dropped off at Mercy Hospital but later died. Mitchell arrested Friday morning around 5 o'clock at a home on Penny Drive, in Penn Hills. Now, one of the teenage girls who was struck by the car is 14-year-old Prudence Sibley. Both her legs were broken. She had fractures in her collarbone and pelvis. Here's her mother, Angela Sibley, telling KDKA-TV.
She was in good spirits, actually. I was quite surprised. She made all the nurses laugh. But I think it was adrenaline, honestly. It didn't last that long. As soon as it wore off, she was hooting and hollering.
According to the teen's family, doctors still don't know if she'll make a full recovery, and there's more surgeries to go. Her father, Jerome Sibley.
It's hard not to be upset with the world, and at the same time, we got to try to be strong for her and each other, which is, it's hard to balance all that all at once.
Frontier Airlines plane hit a person reportedly on a runway at the Denver International Airport. Here's CBS's Adriana Diaz.
It happened at Denver International Airport just after 11 p.m. local time. Airport officials say Frontier Flight 4345 bound for Los Angeles hit a person on the runway while getting ready to take off. That was followed by an engine fire that was put out by firefighters. The plane had 231 people on board. It was evacuated after smoke filled the cabin.
A man will spend decades in prison after he was convicted of killing a woman in Uniontown. 36-year-old Terrell Jones pleaded guilty to third-degree murder in the death of Samantha Hardin from back in June of 2022. Police say Jones got into an altercation with another man at the McPatton's pub. The other man used Hardin as a human shield while Jones shot at him. Jones was sentenced to 20 to 40 years in prison. KDK Radio News Time. It's 9:03 on the dot. We've got the AccuWeather forecast next.
This is Greg Truzinski of the Original Mattress Factory. People often ask me why our mattresses last so long. The answer is simple. We build them right. Not only are OMF mattresses durable, they give you peace of mind from day one. When you invest in a mattress from OMF, you're investing in better sleep tonight and smart savings for years to come. No more frequent replacements, no more wasted time shopping. To learn more about the true value of durability, visit originalmattress.com and read our latest blog on getting the most from your mattress investment.
At the Original Mattress Factory, we know that convenience is key. That's why we've made mattress shopping simple and stress-free. Shop in-store or online, whatever works best for you. No high-pressure sales tactics or fake promotions. Our prices are clearly marked, and we openly compare our products to other brands. With our streamlined selection, you won't be overwhelmed by duplicate options, and our 365-day comfort policy provides for peace of mind. Experience the ease of buying factory direct. Visit OMF today for better sleep tonight.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know that KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travel with KDK.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Occasional morning rain gives way to clouds today with a high of 69, followed by an evening thunderstorm for some, mainly north and west, with a low of 52. Clouds remain in place for tomorrow, Mother's Day, with a couple of showers and a high of just 63. Then even cooler for Monday with some sun at times, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The man, the myth, the legend, Sean Horn is in the building, and I cannot wait to talk to him. He's got so much good information, but let me remind you, the single source when it comes to your Medicare information, whether it's the annual enrollment, the open enrollment, but we're always open for business to help you even review your current benefits. And if this is going to be the year that you're going to take that plunge into Medicare, you need MediConnect. MediConnectInsurance.com. And again, he is here with all sorts of great information. And we're going to start off by talking about a recent article that got his wheels turning. And don't forget, we got those live advisors standing by all the way until noon today. Sean.
So good morning to you and to the Pratt Pack this soggy Saturday morning. I was driving to
I know, depressing.
It is, but I'll say, man, they're still out there cutting grass on the driveway there. So if you're listening at home and you got the honey-do list and cutting the grass is one of them, I don't know that you need to be out there right now. So maybe this will be a really good time to start those plans for you procrastinators on Mother's Day and what you're going to do for the lovely women in your life who have either brought you here or support you through the family times.
And I have to mention this. This is the very first Mother's Day that you are an orphan. Your mother sadly passed away this year, and she's no longer with us, but I know she is in your spirit and in your heart.
Yeah, I don't know how to word it other than
it's surreal.
Yeah, great word for it. It's still think of her constantly and try to make her proud all the time. And, you know, it's just different. So, like, we're going to be taking time this weekend to check on my dad, make sure he's okay, see if he needs anything, which we always do, but it's his first Mother's Day without his wife.
Absolutely.
You know? He was always big on making that a day for her. So we're going to do everything we can to try to keep the ship running upright and while also honoring my mom's memory. So just it's different, to say the least. But you know, I do want to talk about the fact that, you know, there does come a time, Rob, when you're helping you still have your mom in your life. And things go on Mother's Day from flowers, brunch, or hey, Saturday night we're buying something for mom, right? So
right.
You go from the gift side of Mother's Day to then making sure mom is okay. There comes a point where, and I went through it last year, when last Mother's Day, this was very much a pressing matter for us, where we were doing everything we could to make sure mom was, progressing. But, there comes a point in time where that is the priority now. How's mom doing? What does she need? How can we provide the care that she needs? How can we overlook things for her? And I will tell you, Medicare, I don't mean to use a cheesy hook here or whatever, but Medicare is an area where if your coverage is not working in the most ideal manner for mom, a few things are going to happen. There's going to be overpayment in some category. I can promise you that. So we're talking about an economy right now where things are getting a little tight. So you don't want to overspend on your Medicare insurance in any regard. So we try to prevent overspend or under coverage. That's also a big area. And why I want to bring this up to you this morning, and we're going to spend a lot of time talking about this today, we're learning that the federal government is providing roughly a 2.46% increase to Medicare Advantage spending for 2027. Insurance companies, in order to keep a stable market, need about 4% increase per year. So we're falling short of that. And I'm going to be talking at length in the next few segments here about why this is detrimental to the end user. This is not good news for the Medicare Advantage member in our market specifically. There's a lot of things that we're going to have to pay attention to as the year unfolds. We're going to stay on top of it for you because that's what we do here at MediConnect. But I'm going to highlight some things here where if your current plan, I want you to hear me now, for you Medicare Advantage members in the audience, if your current plan has dental, vision, hearing benefits, over-the-counter allowances, gym memberships, I'm going to beg of you to use those benefits by the end of this year, because those are the areas I think we're going to see the most negative impact, unfortunately. So stay tuned. We'll talk a lot more through that through the remainder of the show and why this is such a problematic issue for those of you who specifically are 70 years of age and older, who typically set it and forget it. So we're going to be talking a lot about that as well. But I do also want to mention the fact that we do have our new to Medicare seminars coming up. We're still running them. So if you're somebody who is going to be looking at Medicare within the next year, we very excitedly invite you to our upcoming events. May 12th, we're going to be at the Hampton Inn in Butler. May 19th, we're going to be at the Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. May 26th, Holiday Inn Express in Bridgeville. And then we're also going to be at the AHN McCandless Neighborhood Hospital in the coming weeks as well. So you can register by going to MediConnectInsurance.com, click on the seminars tab, or by calling our live advisors right now, 888-818-6334.
Just a quick overview about this article you saw that kind of piqued your interest. Go ahead.
So the spend is not coming in from the government for these Medicare Advantage companies as it has in previous years. So again, the bar that it needs to pass on an increase is about 4% in increased spending that's going to come from the government. We're falling short of that going into January of 2027. It's looking about 2.46% is where the government landed. So with that, we're very well understanding that these insurance companies are starting to plan their benefits out in a way where they can absorb that increase that doesn't meet the mark and still offer somewhat competitive benefits. But what I do strongly believe we're going to be looking at is the decrease in benefits with things that most people need: dental, vision, hearing, transportation, over-the-counter, gym benefits, healthy food allowances. I think those areas are going to be impacted. And again, we're going to talk about that a lot more in the coming segments to make sure you're aware. But this is definitely going to be the year where you're going to want to compare, as uncomfortable as that may be for you. And I get it. We'll talk about that too. this is very likely going to be a year where you cannot just set it and forget it. You're going to have to look into how your plan is going to maneuver around this shortfall of spend.
Well, let me ask you something. And this isn't an enrollment period. And usually this is where you kind of catch your breath. But I'm forward thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So if I want to get a jump on this thing, and I want to at least, before any of the actual figures or cuts take place, I should maybe try to get in there now to get a free appointment, get it out in front of me. At least I know what I'm dealing with. So when that shoe does fall, if it does, I'll be ready to make a move.
So we are expecting more disruption in the Medicare market this coming year. And as a result, this, again, not a hook. This is very legit. We are already starting to take in people who want to be seen during this coming annual enrollment period in October. So we're already starting to get that information to people who want to set appointments with us during that timeline so that they don't fall through the cracks. I would recommend those of you who are worried about losing some of those extra benefits that I would keep breaking down for you, it would probably be a really good time to make that phone call to make sure you're not leaving yourself exposed.
All right, so what I highly urge you to do, especially on this Saturday when you're moving a little bit slower than during the week, 888-818-MEDI, 888-818-6334. Those advisors standing by until noon. Set up an appointment, get it done now, get an early jump on this thing. And by the way, again, never a charge for their services. He is Sean Horn. This is MediConnect, the inside connection. More of your information that is definitely needed next.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Magnificent May savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 85% lean fresh ground round is $4.99 a pound. In the produce department, whole seedless watermelons $4.99 each. In our deli, Sugardale Virginia Classic ham is $3.49 a pound. And additional savings this week, Dasani water, 24-pack, 16.9-ounce bottles, buy one, get one free.
It's all happening now at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
And for ye of little faith, you thought we forgot our trivia question. We didn't, but we had to get to a commercial break, and we do have a trivia question. If you think you have the answer, call ASAP 412-922-1020, and you will win a $15 Get-Go gas card courtesy of the good folks at MediConnect. And here is this week's trivia question. Sean.
So before the trivia question, I do want to give a little fast fact, an interesting one, that according to salary.com, in honor of the pending Mother's Day celebration tomorrow, approximately how much should a stay-at-home mom make if she was compensated for all she does? It would be about $163,000 a year. So think of that whenever you have your stay-at-home mom who's keeping everything afloat as you do everything you can to keep the family's ship running upright. So the trivia, again, this is going to be a little tougher, and it is on or around the Mother's Day celebration. What is the longest a human female has ever been pregnant? What is the longest a human female has ever been pregnant? My eyes popped out of my head when I read this. So if you have the correct answer, call in now. You will get a $15 Get-Go gas card. We'll send that out to you here on Monday. So one more time, what is the longest a human female has ever been pregnant? We look forward to your answers here this Mother's Day weekend. And I want to get back into the discussion around what's happening with the Medicare Advantage plans going into 2027. You probably need to give the phone number too.
Yeah, I did once, but I'll give it again.
Sure.
412-922-1020.
I didn't hear it. I'm down to one ear, folks. So
That's okay. You did okay.
So before we jump into the news headline I've been breaking down all morning, I do also want to illustrate the fact that we do have another Flourishing Future Retirement Readiness panel coming June 2nd. We're going to be at Upper St. Clair. So for those of you who may be looking at retirement in the next 5 years, and you want to go to one place where you get all the information you need related to Medicare, financial planning, estate planning, how do I make sure that I'm covered around long-term care needs without getting long-term care insurance? If those types of questions are looming, and you want a one-stop shop to get all of this information, again, June 2nd, we are going to be at the Upper St. Clair Community Center. You're going to get a lot of great information within an hour. We're also going to have raffles. We're going to have refreshments, and this is a free-to-attend event as well. So if you would like to join us, we would certainly love to welcome you and love to meet you. 888-818-6334. I will tell you the event that we had in Cranberry last month was an amazing success, and we look forward to doing the same here in Upper St. Clair. So, again, let's talk about the fact that it is being reported by Reuters, a very reputable news source.
Very reliable.
That due to the lack of meeting the 4% benchmark from the federal government to Medicare Advantage plans, it's coming in right around 2.5%. That 1.5% difference is billions upon billions of dollars of investment into Medicare Advantage that these insurance companies are going to be missing out on this coming year. Now, let's be real, everybody. If the insurance company has the ability to absorb that lack of funding or pass that on to you, what do we think they're going to do? They're going to make sure that you spend more. So as a result, some of the things that we're really going to be worried about here, again, let's go over the different topics and aspects that I think are going to be negatively impacted by benefit going into 2027. So I think a lot of people are going to lose dental, vision, hearing benefits, as well as gym memberships, transportation, as well as food and meal benefits.
Are you telling me they're going to lose these benefits?
It's quite possible, yes. If nothing else, I strongly believe there's going to be a sharp decrease.
Well, then people need to call 888-818-6334 to at least see what's up.
And let's talk about this too, because we mention this all the time, Rob. There's no fee for any of our services ever. We have a client experience division as well. Look, let's talk about your current plan that you have right now. Do you know how much dental, vision, and hearing benefit you have? Do you have an over-the-counter allowance? Do you know these things for sure? Because if you don't, I think you should be the person who's calling in right now, and for the purpose of making sure you're taking advantage of all of those benefits you have in your current plan before the end of the year. A lot of people have these benefits and don't know. And again, we're going to see a decrease in a lot of these areas. So before anything goes away, this would be the most opportune time to take advantage of all those benefits in your package. So if you're unaware of what you have available, you should also be calling 888-818-6334 so that we can make sure you're taking full advantage of the benefits that you pay for and have paid into all of your working life. Let's make sure you're maximizing your Medicare benefits.
By the way, Jan in Pittsburgh is the lucky listener with the correct answer. Would you please give that to the audience?
Can you believe that the longest that a human female has ever been pregnant is 375 days? 1 year and 10 days. And it was a healthy baby, believe it or not. I did a little bit of research on it, but that's crazy. Like, I would hate to be the husband, boyfriend, or whatever in that situation.
Listen, I would do everything for that person because my admiration would be sky high, and it's just another example of why we are the weaker of the sex.
I believe it wholeheartedly as well. You're absolutely right. So 375 days. Congratulations. We will get the Get-Go gas card out to you, which is probably a very contested gift card at this point. So
bag of chips and you're out the door.
I'm telling you, 2 gallons and you're done. But, let's talk about why this is happening as far as the benefits with the Medicare Advantage plans going away. So once again, the government is increasing payments to insurance companies slightly. It's not meeting the benchmark of what these insurance companies need. But the costs of healthcare are rising faster than these increases. We got to keep that in mind as well. So insurance companies do have to adjust somewhere, and I'm not absolving them of this. I don't think this is right because I think everybody who's on Medicare, they pay enough for it. But we're going to see a few things potentially happen. We're going to see cuts to benefits, a rise in costs as far as out-of-pocket from a monthly premium standpoint. Maybe co-pays, deductibles are going to go up. Your prescription costs might escalate a bit. And then we also could see a tightening of network accessibility. And by the way, Rob, have you kept tabs on the fact that here we are about a year away from the big decree expiring that happened about 8.5 years ago?
Yeah, has it been that long?
Yes. So we also have to pay attention to the 2 giants of healthcare in our very city and in our backyard. That agreement is set to expire here in the not too distant future. So I do want to also let you all know this isn't one company's doing. This is an industry-wide squeeze. So what I want you to really take into account is you really need to dig in on this. And again, MediConnect, we are Medicare Made Simple. We can make this process very easy for you to make sure you understand your current benefits and how you might be able to, take advantage of the market that's available to you. So if you're somebody that has those questions already, you're not exactly happy with your Medicare coverage this year so far, or you're worried about losing some of these extra benefits I've been telling you about, you have to call the office right now, 888-818-6334. You talk to a live human colleague of mine who will make sure that you're in tip-top shape as we move through all of these market adjustments.
All right, run the seminars, please.
Oh, geez. So we're going to be May 12th. We're going to be at the Hampton Inn in Butler, May 19th. Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. I believe we're going to be at the AHN Hospital here in McCandless here pretty soon as well. But also May 26th, Holiday Inn Express in Bridgeville. So if you're new to Medicare within the next year, free to attend. Within an hour, you get all the information so that you don't have to read that god-awful Medicare and You booklet. We put all the information in a very easy-to-understand format. Come and get the knowledge you deserve.
All right, sounds good. 888-818-MEDI, 888-818-6334. And by the way, we always open the phone lines up if you're out there and you have any question about your Medicare and some of the things he's talking about, you're concerned about. Give us a call. We'll talk to you right now at 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. But again, we've got the live advisor standing by, not till just the end of the show, but up until noon, 888-818-MEDI, 888-818-6334. Rob Taylor coming up next with the news. Don't forget, after the news at 10, it is another edition of the True Value Home Improvement Show. And then AAA Essentials Talking Travel. And then you and I have a bonus hour of open talk coming up at noon. All today, KDKA.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Joe from Pittsburgh loved the excellent work NASCO did on replacing his roof and gutters. It was a big job that NASCO completed in just 2 days with excellent attention to every detail. Joe was also impressed with NASCO's cleanup that left his home spotless. NASCO has thousands of customers that are satisfied like Joe. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO. CO.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
I look at these restaurant closings and I go, okay, did the American consumer not think this bubble was going to burst? Yeah, stuff costs more. Yeah, gas costs more. Yeah, it's all passed on to you. And at some point you go, I really can't go out to eat as much. And then bang, the restaurant closes. But wasn't the problem that we had way too many to begin with?
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is 53 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Fire crews responded to a fire at a vacant building overnight on the north side. Building was located on Lizelle Street in Perry South. Caught fire around 12:30 this morning. That building actually began to collapse as firefighters tried to put out that fire. No one was injured. Cause of the fire is under investigation. Social Security Administration's list of the most popular baby names for 2025 is out. Did yours make the list? CBS's Michael Descano has the results.
What's your name? If you were born in 2025 and are a boy, it's most likely Liam. For girls, it's Olivia, both topping the list for 7 years in a row. What's your name? The boys' top 10. After Liam, it's Noah, Oliver, and Theodore, followed by Henry, James, Elijah, Matteo, and William. What's your name? After Olivia, it's Charlotte, Emma, Amelia, Sophia with a PH, Mia, Isabella, Evelyn, Sophia with an F, and Eliana. Won't you tell me your name? I'm Michael, number one boy's name from 1954 to 1998, Toscano, CBS News.
KDK Radio News Time, 9:31. Next update's at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA AccuWeather Forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The morning hours bring occasional rain with clouds hanging on all day today and a high of 69, followed by the risk for an evening thunderstorm, otherwise some clouds with a low of 52, with more showers in store for tomorrow, Mother's Day, and a high of 63, followed by an even cooler day on Monday with some sun at times, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, panel information that you need to know to be a part of. First was great. Second one will be even better. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're going to be at the Upper St. Clair Community Center on June 2nd, 5:30 start time. We're going to have refreshments, a raffle. It's actually a fun event that takes all the stress and anxiety away from retirement planning. So if you're somebody who's within 5 years of potentially looking at retirement, a lot of great information available to you. I mean, from this perspective alone, most people that we help, and we help thousands of people per year with their Medicare planning, very few have long-term care coverage. And by the way, I don't blame you. I wouldn't have it either. I don't have it. There's other vehicles and other ways that you can protect your real estate and other investments against needing long-term care that aren't expensive, that you don't have to medically qualify for. So if you're that type of person that doesn't have long-term care coverage in place, which again, I get it. This is an event that you have to attend because Medicare only covers 20 days. So you need to figure out how to better protect yourself. You need to protect yourself against the very volatile market. Medicare, we're talking all morning long about some coming changes that we think are going to be impactful. So if you're of that mindset that within the next few years I'm heading towards retirement, please join us. Again, a free event. About an hour, you get all the information you need. 888-818-6334 to register your seat. We do need you to RSVP because we want to make sure we bring enough food. But also want to talk more about what we've been touching on all morning long about the fact that Medicare Advantage plans look like they are going to be decreasing benefits in the areas that...
Are you worried about this?
Yeah, for
Okay.
sure.
I think we should just let everybody know if there's a sense of urgency, there's a reason.
Yeah, I mean, with Medicare Advantage plans, oftentimes the separator between coverage can be things like dental, vision, and hearing benefits, over-the-counter allowances. These extra benefits that people do need day to day. When you're telling me from a very reputable source, again, Reuters being very good at what they do, that it's looking like the writing on the wall is that a lot of these benefits are going to be decreased, I'm very worried about that because these are the things that sell people on plans most of the time. So if these benefits are going away, what that means is you're going to have to pay more out of pocket when you need these services. And again, we're talking to a generation, a lot of them are living on fixed incomes. They're living on their Social Security, living on their pension. They're trying to preserve their retirement savings, so they're not trying to dig into that too heavily for when they have a need. But, you know, I've always said that you have spent your entire life accumulating and building your nest egg and your real estate and everything. It should not become subject to risk of loss because you have an injury, illness, or a fall, or some sort of ailment that pops up on your radar that nobody plans for. So with that, now hearing that, again, the benchmark is not being hit, we're not getting to the 4% increase that these Medicare Advantage plans need, I don't believe that the benefits that you have available to you right now are going to be there in full in 2027. So if you have them, please use them by December 31st, 2026. And if you don't know what you have, that's another reason to call MediConnect.
All right, so let me ask you this. People like me who are on that precipice, if you will, could have got on Medicare but still working. Should this be maybe one of the reasons why we jump in before the end of the year?
It could be, for sure.
Okay.
It definitely could be. But I would think that what you want to do is a comparison between your current work benefits and
Which I did.
What's that?
Which I did with Lauren. Amazing. If not for anything, everybody needs to go to MediConnect to get this done. It's incredible.
Yeah, get your comparison done between your work benefits and what Medicare might have available for you. I think that is the the appropriate way. And if you're going to keep working, we're not trying to pull you out of the workforce. Like, if you want to keep working, by all means. But everybody who has Medicare available to them by being over 65 years of age, I would tell you, year in and year out, you should be reviewing to make sure that your current group benefits are superior, both in coverage and potentially lower cost than what you would have with Medicare.
All right, let's take a call here real quick. Here's Rudy in the North Hills for Sean Horn. Hey, Rudy, welcome to KDKA MediConnect.
Hi, thank you for taking the call. I have a question that it might not pertain, I'm not sure. My wife and I, we're both retired. We're in our 70s, and we both have HMOs through UPMC for life. Is that medical coverage going to be impacted by any of that?
I apologize. My headphones cut out. What medical coverage are you specifically speaking of?
We have HMO type of plans with UPMC.
Yeah. So, okay. I did hear that part. I'm sorry. So, Rudy, what I would say to you, and again, this is not, I'm not trying to denigrate UPMC or any insurance company. I'm just telling you the market and what's effectively coming based off of what we're reading through the tea leaves, which is all Medicare Advantage plans are going to see some sort of changes with their coverage. Now, that's going to likely, now let's say that you're somebody who doesn't have a lot of dental, vision, and hearing on your plan, or a lot of over-the-counter allowances, which I don't believe that's true, but just work with me here. Let's say that that's the case. What you're probably going to see starting in January would be higher premiums and higher co-pays. Okay. So, because I'm sorry, go ahead, Rudy.
In our age group, and for this kind of coverage that we have, they take direct deductions from our Social Security.
Yep.
And for me, it doesn't amount to very much.
Right.
For my wife. So I was just wondering how the impact. I'll be watching for it in January, though.
Well, you're going to want to watch for it before January, because that's when your new coverage will go into effect. You're going to get a lot of information probably once we get to September that is going to be very clear on how your plan is going to adjust. And then, as always, if you want help really, getting into the details, because that's where the devil is. It's in the details. If you want to help get into the details of your plan in a way you can understand them, that's what we specialize in. We can make this all very simple for you. So yeah, pay attention to the information, specifically for those of you who have Medicare Advantage plans. You get an annual notice of change. Every insurance company is mandated. They have to send this information out. That's where you're going to see what your changes are going to look like from this year to next year on your current plan.
Yeah, every year we do receive those changes prior for them to come into effect.
Yep.
So I'll be watching for it. And thank you for taking my call.
Oh, absolutely, Rudy. Very nice talking to you. And I'll say as well, here's a good piece of information for all of you who are on Medicare Advantage plans. And I'm going to spend a lot more time talking about this in the next segment as well, but I want to touch on it now. How about the fact that Kaiser Family Foundation, which is kind of a conglomerate of data in our industry, they're very good at what they do. They released a report a few years back based off of, I think it was the 2022 plan year, that 70% of Medicare beneficiaries, Medicare Advantage beneficiaries, over the age of 70 do not compare their plans on an annual basis. And that complacency, where you set it and forget it, as I talked about earlier in this show, that oftentimes will lead to overpayment and undercoverage. And for this specific reason, if you're the type of person who stays on what's called a legacy plan, a plan that's been around forever, you believe, because of the way you were brought up, and I'm not trying to pick on you folks, but you're from the generation where if it's not broke, don't fix it. You get what you pay for. Change is hard. And by the way, I understand all of this. But in the Medicare space, quite often, the more costly monthly premium plans are not the most beneficial. So you're paying an upcharge to have lower benefits, actually. So what I'm going to caution all of you, because here's a cool little thing that happens in our market because of us being like the second oldest community in America, and it's a hotbed for Medicare. What typically happens is Medicare Advantage plans in our market will release every single year new competitive plans to attract the new to Medicare audience. Well, if you've been on Medicare for 20 years, you can benefit from those new to Medicare plans. The problem is you just don't know where to look or who to turn to get this guidance and advice. That's why we're here, because we want more people to benefit as robustly as possible with their Medicare coverage. So if that's you, again, 888-818-6334. We are here to have Medicare made simple.
Let's run the seminars one more time before we hit the break.
So once more, if you're going to be new to Medicare within the next year, must attend events May 12th, Hampton Inn and Butler, May 19th, Holiday Inn Express in Irwin, May 26th, Holiday Inn Express in Bridgeville. We also have the AHM McCandless Neighborhood Hospital coming up, and the Flourishing Future Retirement Readiness Panel June 2nd at the Upper St. Clair Community Center. All of these events are free to attend. You do have to register your seat, so we have enough material and food. 888-818-6334.
And MediConnect Insurance, click on the Seminars tab. One more segment, more on those Advantage plans. Sean Horn, MediConnect, the Inside Connection continues on KDK with your Pratt Pack in a couple of minutes.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
When you invite a contractor into your home, you got to trust they know what they're doing. You want to feel good. That's why CertaPro Painters and me have gotten along for more than a decade. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Take advantage of getting the most professional job you can and know that each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your pre-estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, and take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. Before time runs out.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's get back to Sean Horn. One more segment, MediConnect, the Inside Connection. Next hour, it's the guys from True Value. Andy is off, and Mike and Eddie will be here taking your phone calls. Go ahead.
So as I've been alluding to all show long, and I know we're not in an enrollment period. You don't have to do anything related to your current coverage. And I know that a lot of you people, unfortunately, get a lot of phone calls all day, every day from people in the Medicare space trying to sell you something. So I know the pain point that you're trying to limit your exposure there because there's no enrollment period happening right now for the mass population. So finally, you get to have some quiet time. But while you're, resting on your laurels and not having to pay too much attention to it, there are still things happening behind the curtain, especially on a government level, from the government to the Medicare Advantage insurers, that are going to be impactful to you here in just a couple months. And we would not be doing our job here at MediConnect on this radio show talking to the Pratt Pack if we weren't making you aware of these market shifts that are going to be happening in, again, just a few short weeks here as we get closer to September. So what I want you to pay attention to is you might keep your card, but typically on a Medicare Advantage plan, everything behind it changes. And we see it constantly. You're going to likely see decreases in areas that you might want to have access to in future years. So things like dental, vision, and hearing benefits with your current coverage, likely going to see a decrease, if not at all eliminated, with your current plan. There could be higher co-pays. I strongly believe that we're going to see that. And again, this is all because the government did not give the 4% increase to the Medicare Advantage market. It was 2.46. So with that shortage, they're not dipping into their pocketbooks, into their profitability more to make things more comfortable for you. They're going to leverage their losses across their entire membership pool. So you might see higher co-pays. You might see doctors dropping out of networks. You might see networks changing. And it's definitely going to lead to some confusion during the annual enrollment period, which is what insurance companies kind of bank on. They want this to be overwhelming so that you get lulled into complacency, paralysis by analysis. And what you really need at this time is a team like an HR department who will do their homework for you so that you can most maximize this. And that's what MediConnect does.
Let me just interject one thing, because I'm looking at this from someone's point of view who understands, because not only do I do this show, but because of my age. So if some of these things disappear, like dental and vision, and people are afraid because of what the cost will be, then they're not going to go as often. So basically, in the long run, you're cutting your nose off to spite yourself, because there's going to be more people with catastrophic issues that could have been caught sooner if they were comfortable because of the coverage they had. So this could actually go in the wrong direction.
It very well could, and likely will. Now, what I will say that I do appreciate that we've seen out of this current philosophy of administration as well as the last is that it seems like there's a focus around making sure Medicare Advantage plans are more streamlined and moving forward. And what I mean there is Medicare Advantage plans oftentimes place too many hurdles in place for you to get the services you need. So say you need a surgery, they want you to have this test done. They want you to have this procedure. They want you to go through therapy first. They want you to do all of these other things that are just going to cost you more money and delay you getting better. Well, these last two administrations are more leaning towards, no, you need these people to get the care they need faster so they can get better faster, which is going to reduce claims. That's the ideal situation here. The way that it's happening right now, they're effectively penalizing them a little bit by not meeting that benchmark of 4% and saying, get your stuff together, which I agree with. But when you're talking about losing benefits that you have been sold on, if you will, like these are the things that you really enjoy from your benefit package, you cannot do away with this. I still believe, however, there will be plans in our market to do offer some of these coverages, but these are going to be more for those people who are like the new to Medicare audience who are more open-minded about their options. Those of you who've been on your plan for a number of years and
so
you don't
there's going to be solutions, you believe?
There will be solutions because it's too hot of a market here. Everybody wants membership in Western Pennsylvania from the insurance company side. So I still do believe there's going to be solutions, but look, there's 70 Medicare Advantage plans in our market. How does the consumer find the right one easily? Because going to Medicare.gov isn't going to solve your problem. It makes it harder. So this is why we come on this radio show every single week to make sure that, number one, people are aware of what's happening in the market. And secondarily, we can offer a solution to what inevitably is going to take place, unfortunately. Yes, this will be detrimental to a lot of people, but there are solutions available right here at your fingertips. All you got to do is pick up your phone, dial a couple numbers, get in our queue, and when these changes do, in fact, take place, we're here to catch you.
Well, that's why when we launched this years ago, this show, we realized this is a year-round topic.
It is.
It's never ending. You guys get continuing education, enrollment period or not. This is something that matters every single day.
And that's we educate and advocate. As you're all well aware, because I'm sure you've all listened to the show enough, all of our advisors are salaried. There's no commission in our system. Our goal is to make sure that everybody we touch is in the most advantageous program for their particular needs. And that's what we do year in and year out for all of our clientele. So why not put yourself in the most advantageous spot as well, especially when it doesn't cost you anything. So
makes sense.
I believe so as well. So if you are going to be new to Medicare, again, within the next year, within the next 12 months, we would love to see you at one of our upcoming seminars. And again, we're May 12th, we're going to be at the Hampton Inn in Butler. May 19th, Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. May 26th, Holiday Inn Express in Bridgeville. We also have the AHN McCandless Neighborhood Hospital coming up. And don't forget the Retirement Readiness Panel with Flourishing Future. Get all of your questions to all of your retirement planning in one sitting. It's a fun, unique event. It's engaging, a lot of laughs. It takes a lot of the anxiety and pressure away from reaching your goals that you have for yourself in retirement. So please, we would love to meet you and see you. 888-818-6334. Again, June 2nd at the Upper St. Clair Community Center.
All right, let's run these seminars again, please.
One more time, huh? So May 12th. May 12th, we're going to be at the Hampton Inn in Butler. May 19th, Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. May 26th, Holiday Inn Express Bridgeville. And the AHN McCandless Neighborhood Hospital is upcoming as well. We also have events coming up with our partner Lifespan, who was with us a few weeks back. We're going to be doing some new to Medicare events in their locations as well, so stay tuned to that. But a lot going on, and the market is always shifting and moving. You need to know how to respond without having to do all the homework by yourself. That's why MediConnect is here.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, we had a lot of information that we brought forth today, and there's a little bit of knee knocking and sweaty palms and the hairs on the back of your neck standing up. But we just want people to know we bring you the information, but we want you to know that there is a safety net, and that's what we do every day at MediConnect.
Every day. High volume, and you'll see if you go Google us right now, we are the highest rated in our market for what we do. I think we're over 2,300 five-star reviews at this point. That doesn't come easy, my friends. We put a lot of sweat equity into making sure that our clients are maximizing their Medicare benefits. So if you think you might be someone who's not maximizing as much as you should, you are the ideal person to be calling us right now.
All right, and I'm going to get him out to a Coons Market here in the next couple of weeks because he did such a great job doing sports with me that people want him back, so he will get back. So before you leave today, our Penguins, and I'm all in on this Montreal Canadiens Buffalo Sabres matchup. Either team winning the Cup would make my year.
Yep.
But you still think the Penguins have enough and also more coming up that they're going to be competitive next year?
I do. So I believe wholly in Dan Muse as head coach. I think he is a wizard. I think Cal Dubas has made a lot of really good and smart moves as our general manager. But I think that there's enough of a leadership between the big three and then an infusion of young talent behind it. And one thing I'll give Dubas a lot of credit for is he's been really good at finding the bargain basement free agent signings.
And they work.
And this year, he doesn't even have to go bargain basement because we have the most salary cap room in the league. So I think we're going to see a new goalie come up. I've been high on him, Sergei Miroshov. He's going to be up next year. There's a lot of other players that could potentially come up from Wilkes-Barre. I still think that there's a lot to be excited about.
You still want the big three back together? Letang, Malcolm, and Crosby.
I'll be very. I want
diplomatic.
I'll be diplomatic. I want Crosby and Malkin back together.
So Letang,
I'd like to see him retire.
Great player.
But he's logged a lot of minutes for this team for a really, really long time, and Father Time is undefeated.
Ask Ulf Samuelsson. Ask Paul Coffey.
For sure. Yeah, I mean he's
great defensive players.
Great. And he's been very
of Boston.
Yep, that's right.
Who Lemieux scored on his very first time.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of he's provided a lot of great memories, but I think that long overdue for both teams. So
yeah, and let's face it, the Habs wrote the book.
I mean, who has more championships than them?
Nobody. They used to compare me to a young Guy Lafleur.
I can see that.
But remember how his hair would be flowing as he'd be going down the ice?
Rob, you can do it, man. I'm telling you. Let it grow.
I can't flow down the ice and there's no hair left. All right, there he goes. Sean Horn, 888-818-6334. The guys from True Value coming up next.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom. This is Greg Trusinski from the Original Mattress Factory. I want to share the story of a couple I worked with recently. After receiving a quote from a competitor for a mattress, they visited OMF and found a mattress that was a great fit for them. They were so pleased with our quality and value that they ended up purchasing 2 mattresses, a box spring, headboard, and frame. Their total at OMF was roughly $400 less than what they would have spent on just the one mattress at the competitor. If you're ready to get better sleep for less, visit us at originalmattress.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
At Habitat for Humanity, we believe home is where you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Let's open the door to opportunity. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. That's Habitat.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 54 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Overnight on the north side, crews battled a 2-alarm fire at a vacant building. This was around 12:30 this morning on Lizelle Street, that vacant building, catching fire in Perry South. Building actually began to collapse as firefighters worked to put out the fire. No one was injured. Cause of the fire under investigation. Well, police have charged 43-year-old George Mitchell Jr. with criminal homicide, attempted homicide, and other crimes after they say he was responsible for that crime spree that began in Wilmerding, ended in Penn Hills. Mitchell allegedly started it all by hitting a dog with his car in Wilmerding Thursday afternoon. Then in Wilkesburg, he allegedly struck two teenage girls along Doyle Street as they walked. Police say he struck a man and male teenager with his vehicle in Penn Hills as well. Then police say Mitchell stabbed 45-year-old Jinx Hairston, who was dropped off at Mercy Hospital and later died. Mitchell was arrested Friday morning around 5 o'clock at a home on Penny Drive in Penn Hills. One of the teenage girls struck was 14-year-old Prudence Sibley. Both her legs were broken. She had fractures in her collarbone and pelvis. She underwent surgery at the hospital. Her mother, Angela Sibley, telling KDKA-TV.
She was in good spirits, actually. I was quite surprised. She made all the nurses laugh, but I think it was adrenaline, honestly. It didn't last that long. As soon as it wore off, she was hooting and hollering.
KDKA Radio News Time, it's 10:02. We've got the AccuWeather forecast coming up in just 2 minutes.
Hey, folks, appliances are big purchases. Mistakes can quickly become expensive. That's why I recommend Voss TV and Appliance. Family owned since 1960. Pittsburghers have trusted Voss for decades because they do right by people. The Voss family and their entire team are experts who know appliances and TVs inside and out and provide helpful advice. Before, during, and after your purchase, shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. Julie and I got married after I'd spent 3 years in college and 5 years in the Marine Corps. She worked full-time to support us both while I was finishing my degree. One day, we got caught in a major hailstorm. Hail the size of golf balls nearly destroyed our car. When the insurance check arrived, we used it to pay down Julie's student loans and drove that badly dented car around for 4 years. We didn't have much back then, but we had each other, and remembering those years makes me appreciate the blessings we have today. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story, because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Occasional morning rain gives way to clouds today with a high of 69, followed by an evening thunderstorm for some, mainly north and west, with a low of 52. Clouds remain in place for tomorrow, Mother's Day, with a couple of showers and a high of just 63. Then even cooler for Monday with some sun at times, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, guys from True Value. Andy is off today. Andy and I exchanged text messages earlier today. I said, hey, guess who's in today? And I said, well, if it's not you, it's got to be one of three. And there are two here at Piper True Value. Paul back at R.C. Walters & Son. But Mike is here, Sarver True Value Rental. Anything on your mind in the way of home improvement, now's the time for you to call. 866-391-1020. Eddie, you begin. It's raining outside.
Rob, I was driving in today, and the thermometer in my car says 51 degrees. It's raining sideways. And I was wondering, is this May or March? What are we in right now? But then I realized I'm in Western PA, and this is kind of what we get. But here's the cool thing. Great technology, right? We got wonderful radio. Of course, I had KDKA on my car radio. We have live stream KDKA. We've got entertainment. We've got a great forum for calls. Hey, may not be great outside today, right? No sunshine, but a great day to have your radio on or your computer turned up, listening to KDKA, the True Value Home Improvement Hour, and here's why. This is still spring. It's still May. It may feel a little bit like March, but it is May. Mike uses this phrase frequently. This is where the rubber meets the road, right? This is where, if you own a home, you have things to do. And there's the needs and the wants. I need to do some things in my home that, frankly, I'm not that interested in. I want to do some things in my home that I'm jumping out of my skin waiting to do. Either way, we're taking calls today, and we want a lot of them because whatever you're into, whatever your need is, and whatever your want is with regards to home improvement, give us a call. We want to help you along. We want to provide not only some good answers and some good conversation, but some good entertainment. Again, rainy day, crank up the KDKA.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We were talking about it, Rob, before we came in. What a great day to get a ton of calls because, it's going to be a little hard to be out there in your garden, out there in the lawn today with this weather that's not ideal for Mother's Day weekend. So, welcome to take a lot of calls today, no matter what it may be, whether it's plumbing, electrical, hardware, painting, anything. Certainly lawn and garden questions as well would be wonderful to take too. But exciting for a great stop in the hardware store this weekend anyhow because we got Mother's Day weekend and there's really no better place to buy something from Mom than the local True Value hardware store. Anything from interior to exterior painting to garden tools to anything she might be interested in to maybe a bottle of Harmony, that very infamous, famous Harmony is a bug spray that you can use on almost any vegetation that is completely safe to use around anything. So completely organic. So things like that are all on the docket for today.
Yeah, and here's what's cool too, Rob. I'm sitting here listening to Mike talking. I'm thinking about the differences his store versus mine and the other True Values all have their own flavor. as do moms. Okay, so whatever you're into, whatever mom is into, I will promise you that at your local True Value store, you'll find something that will be great for her. You know what, Mike? You might want to rent an excavator for mom. Go out to Mike's store and do that. It is that wild, what the various moms are into. But we got you covered at your True Value store.
If you see that she's on YouTube looking on how to dig a grave, you've done something wrong. So make sure you treat mom and that significant other right. And lots of good things at that True Value hardware store to get you through another holiday weekend, even if it is raining. But this is also a good day to look and plan and go to the hardware store that is True Value to stock up on everything you need, because sooner or later, the sun will be shining.
Yeah, it will for sure. I was thinking about, people that are maybe intimidated by getting out and getting into the lawn or the garden, because the weather is going to pop. And there's a lot of people that I talk to in the store. They stop in and they say, I tried growing some vegetables in the past, or I tried, sprucing up my lawn in the past. And, I failed. I had a hard time, and it reminds me of like the boys and girls at the 8th grade dance. The boys stand back here because they're intimidated. They lean against the wall and the girls are like, you come on over and ask me to dance. Well, your lawn and garden, they're not intimidated by you. You're the only one intimidated in that conversation. Get out there. The lawn's calling you. Come on over. Let's dance. The garden doing the same. When this weather pops, get out in it. But before you do, stop in and see us. Call us today. Ask us a couple of questions. Let's soften the intimidation. You don't need to be. The lawn, the garden, the outdoors, they're your friend. So is, by the way, the broken toilet. They're not intimidated by you. You're the only one in the equation that's intimidated. Let's help you pass that. Let's get you some good advice and some good knowledge along the way.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great idea, Eddie, too. But the one great Mother's Day gift is maybe fix that toilet that's leaking for her, or that light switch that's on the wall. Stop at the True Value Hardware Store. We can get you the tools and the items you need to get those projects done. It'd be a great idea. You know what else I'm thinking, too? I'm sure, Eddie, you're the special on this, so I want to throw this to you. How about a great Mother's Day gift is mushrooms?
Yeah, how about it? So
that's what I was thinking about giving.
You were thinking about mushrooms too, Rob?
That was the very first selection, and either that or some earthworms, because he's got those too. Yeah.
Well,
when he wants to fish.
Hey, when you talk about the different things that moms are into, they really are. They love so many different things. Yeah, at your True Value stores now, we all brought these mushroom grow kits, and the cool thing about it is for your novice gardener. You want to talk about softening the intimidation or removing some of the intimidation. Mushrooms grow at a rate that is like no other in wild growth. So you can have mushrooms, follow the instructions and plant them either in your garden, or we even have a grow kit that you can do on your kitchen counter. Follow the instructions, and 2 weeks later you have an edible harvest of mushrooms, and they are gourmet. And it's super easy, and it is one of those things I think of as, well, if I'm going to put these in the ground and then a couple weeks later I'm going to have a harvestable, edible flush of mushrooms, why don't I plan a dinner, 2 or 3 weeks from now to eat them and have a celebration? And that's kind of the thing that I like to focus on when it comes to gardening is no one in home ownership, no one's growing production crops. This isn't how you're feeding yourself. You are supplementing your diet, you're celebrating, you're having a good time, you're giving yourself good nutrition. Why not just have fun with it and spruce it up?
4 different varieties, right?
Oyster mushrooms, lion's mane mushrooms. Yeah, I think 4 varieties.
Can you really taste the difference, Eddie?
We're going to find out, Rob. I'm going to be honest with you. My palate.
Well, they certainly look different too. Like on the bottom. I mean, they're quite different. Yeah, and I don't know why is the folks at the mushroom people told us lion's mane is going to be the most popular, and I'm like, okay, whatever. And it just turned out to be. So I'm not really sure. So I love mushrooms too. So yeah, absolutely.
I'd just rather have the steak on the Weber grill, big green egg, whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
You gotta.
Well, now you're going to get us all hungry too. Yeah. Everybody at home's going to be hungry too.
Listen, who doesn't love steak?
There are people, Rob.
Yeah, my friend doesn't like steak, so
really,
yeah, doesn't touch it. Yeah,
they're out there.
By the way, don't call the show. No, I'm just kidding. You can call anyway. 866-391-1020. It is going to be grilling time very soon, and honestly, these rainy days in the first part of May, it's a golden opportunity to stockpile or to put that grill where it needs to be and to get things ready. Because you know what? You're not doing it in the heat, the sunshine is not pounding down on you. So these cooler days, you dance through the raindrops a little bit, you can get a lot done.
Well, we got the hit parade happening, right? We got Mother's Day weekend this weekend, right? And then what we got coming up real fast, too, is Memorial Day weekend, too. And I tell you what, and I know Eddie's right with me, too, as well as all the True Value hardware stores. I mean, we celebrated our 75th anniversary True Value, a handful of years ago now. So we're pushing 80. I'm not sure what the number is. But, man, you think apple pie, fireworks, baseball in True Value hardware stores is just such an Americana thing. And so we're so excited about celebrating the 250th anniversary of this great country of ours.
And flags, love them.
And it's done so much for me. My great-grandparents, who I was a pleasure to know personally, we got to go see them every Sunday, came over here on a boat, from Krakow, Poland. And every Sunday we'd go to great-grandparents' house and then my grandparents' house. It was, every Sunday. And it was a real thrill. And you actually saw each generation, grow to the next generation, that grow and grow and grow and grow. And it's only because this blessed great country that we live in that's all possible.
Yep, the greatest experiment on earth that man has ever come up with, and we're celebrating it every day by, freely operating businesses in a country that is completely free. It's nothing that should be taken for granted. And Rob, you mentioned the Annan flags. Of course, we have those American flags at the True Value stores, and they are made in Ohio. That's where you want your American flag to come from, and we have them every day in the stores.
The proceeding has been paid for Broniszewski and Pfeiffer, the president and vice president of True Value. Okay, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Good stuff, guys. Let's talk to all of you about all of your home improvement projects. Number to dial, 866-391-1020. We're coming back. Ron in the South Hills is up first. Stay with us.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK vacations.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, here we go. Ron in the South Hills. Ron, you're on the True Value Home Improvement Show. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, gentlemen. You guys got me thinking when you started talking about the weather. And like this weekend is not very nice, and last weekend wasn't either. But if anybody thinks the NFL doesn't have a lot of power, remember their weekend was practically perfect. That
was
gave
beautiful.
me pause for thought.
Yeah. They made it. They made something happen there, didn't they?
They have control over everything.
Yeah, and it was funny because even Saturday looked like it was going to be a washout, but it wasn't that bad. And, of course, Thursday and Friday were just gorgeous, and the city really shined bright that weekend for sure.
Yeah, I just thought I'd drop that on you because you guys were talking about the weather, which, of course, we need to talk about on a lousy weekend weather-wise.
Absolutely. I think the same weekend. Did I understand that Mr. Rogers is not our old school Rogers, Mr. Rogers is in town this weekend? Okay.
And he might get a raise, too, from what I hear. But we'll talk about that tomorrow on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. 866-391-1020, the number to dial. You guys are like just two machine guns. You just never stop. All right, 866-391-1020. See, but I look at these weekends. being a homeowner now that I'm actually doing all this stuff, it does give you a chance to kind of take a pause and relax a little bit because you don't get many of them throughout the summer months. So, you know what? Sometimes it's just God telling you to kind of kick back and take it easy and maybe just go hang out at the hardware store and get a cup of coffee.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. There's a time and a place to take a break, and it's not when it's 72 and sunny on a Saturday. You got to get it done then. But there again, Rob, it's really interesting. The number of people that painted rooms in their house during the COVID experiment. We had all that downtime and people off work. And it's starting to come back around now. It's starting to be, people want to refresh and repaint. And on a day like this, maybe you can't have the windows open, but our True Value paint is asthma and air quality board certified. And that is a gigantic thing. So you can paint your rooms on a day like today inside, windows up, and not be impacted from a respiratory standpoint, not be impacted whatsoever by our paint. Our stuff's top quality. So maybe today, days like today, or when you want to go ahead and paint that bedroom, get it done, get it over with. Get that checked off the list before the sun comes out and it turns 72 and sunny. You want to do it today. Do it on a day.
And like you
today.
said, Eddie, our paint, it is our paint. What a great story, too. True Value stores are all independently owned and operated. We actually own our own paint manufacturing facility in Cary, Illinois. So this paint is actually manufactured here in the United States, owned by your True Value hardware stores, shipped to your True Value hardware stores, and retailed through your True Value hardware stores. The best paint in the world at a great price point, too. I mean, it's a super high-end quality product, and you could go to a fancy paint store and pay a lot more for a gallon of paint that you don't need to.
Yeah, no, there's no question about it. And believe me, the color selection is just off the map. You can really make a room pop with some beautiful colors. And in each of your True Value stores, I bet you would find at least one staff member who has an eye for color. And, they can help you along. In addition to that, we have some these paper pamphlets that coordinate colors for you. They take all the mystery work out of it, and you can look at it, in person. You can peel the stickers off and put them on your wall. And the people at True Value, the color experts at True Value, have done an amazing job of color coordination, both with matching or coordinating colors as well as contrasting colors. It's a fantastic tool to use, and it's at your disposal at your True Value store.
Also a great weekend to think about outdoor power equipment, right? Obviously this rain's going to stop at some point, and we've got line trimmers, mowers, what have you, to do all the projects you need to do, or an existing piece of equipment that you already have. If it's a combustion engine, is it starting? Is it running? Do you need a mechanic in a bottle? We've got different things to get those engines back running again. But certainly if you're looking to buy something new, we can definitely have that conversation between gasoline-powered units as well as battery. There's pluses and minuses to both. Both are great. I know a lot of your local True Value stores sell the Echo power line of equipment, which is, of course, I know Eddie and me are just huge fans of Echo. Just an amazing quality product that does so well. It's just a really unbelievable. We love selling it so much because two-stroke engines, to be honest with you, a lot of times could be problematic. Remember we used to sell the Weeder two-stroke engines and the Troy Builts, and no offense, but they were very problematic. They would come back very often. Customers were having problems with them, couldn't get them started, couldn't get them running again. The Echo product is unbelievable. It just does not fail.
Yeah. In our business, we don't want to see that stuff again. Once you buy it, we want you to be satisfied. We want you to use it, and this is the greatest thing about the Echo Power equipment. It's built to run. It is not built to baby. You go ahead and run it. You go ahead and pull the trigger, hammer down, run it, and you just won't be dissatisfied.
And how about the world of the prepackaged fuel, really? I mean, we're probably, in more than 5 or 6 years now of this becoming a thing, and it is, when we first saw it, it was pretty interesting where you can actually buy prepackaged fuel off the shelf, and now it's become such a big category where you, especially when you're talking about the 2-cycle mix, which is the oil and gas mix, you can get that pre-mixed in a gallon, already ready to go, super high quality, no ethanol, right?
Yeah, you put 100 lawn mower owners in a room and ask them how many have had trouble with gasoline over the past 5-10 years. They're all going to raise their hand. This takes the problems out of that. This prepackaged gasoline is really ethanol-free, high octane, high-quality gasoline, and it's available ready to use. You don't need to buy an extra gas can. It's a great way to go.
You two are missing the biggest point, the price at the pump right now for gasoline. I mean, think about it. You're filling up once, twice a week with your own car, let alone now you're taking the gas can. So you're going to save it. I mean, if we go a couple more months like this, you're going to make your money back.
Well, no other reason, again, lean into and rely upon your local True Value hardware stores across the board. We bring you the best value out there, right?
You do.
It's probably right up there the best pricing you're going to get, whether it's a lawnmower, a gallon of paint, or whatever. Right out the door, we're giving you the best price. But even more than that, you're getting the right product at the right point at the right time, so you're not wasting money, wasting trips going back and forth. Think about plumbing projects, right?
Oh.
People will go to a big box store and make 6 trips back and forth because they never get the right item. You go to your local True Value store, you're going to get the service and the ideas and the project you need to get it done.
Yeah, and listen, Rob, the price of fuel is starting to impact a lot of things. So to Mike's point, you want to make your trips to pick up what you need high quality, and that's why we emphasize what we do. We try to get the right product in your hand. Yeah, repeated trips back and forth. Nobody wants that at $5 a gallon, myself included.
Yeah.
So we're going to do everything we can to get the right product.
So make sure you check out the local True Value stores in your neighborhood, but of course the True Value stores that help out with the True Value Home Improvement Hour here on KDKA Radio. Stores like Daniel's True Value Discount and Appliance, Pfeiffer True Value Hardware and Supply, RC Walters & Sons True Value, Slippery Rock True Value Hardware, Evie True Value Hardware, and Sarver True Value Hardware.
All right, let's go to our next caller down there in Ambridge, and we're going to say hello and good morning and welcome to the show. Great to have you on the program today, Carol. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Good morning, and thank you for this program. My question is there anything I could do to get rust stains off of concrete?
Yeah, there's a couple products. One of the most popular ones out there is Iron Out. Iron Out comes in a liquid form, spray form, and a granular form. It's designed to do exactly that, remove rust stains. There's others too. CLR works well. Wink. So it depends on. There's a lot of different ones, but Iron Out would do a great job. It's relatively easy to do. It's a little solution you mix up. You can apply it to the rust stain, give it a little scrub, and hose it down, and it will remove that rust stain. It'll take rust stains out of a lot of things: clothing, toilet rings, things of that sort.
Yeah, easy to use. It's not a detergent. It's a different type of cleaning agent, but it's important to remember too that if the rust is sourced inside the concrete, meaning there's a piece of metal, rebar or wire mesh that's in the concrete that is rusting, it's important to remember that rust is a chemical reaction that once it starts, never stops. So that rust stain may reappear. No problem. Hit it again with the Iron Out and knock it back down. As long as you have the right product in your hand, your frustration level will go down. If you're out there with Dawn dish detergent and you're scrubbing like the Dickens and you can't get it out, that gets frustrating. But if you have the right product, you'll be prepared. You take care of this rust stain, and then if it reappears, you can hit it again.
Oh, that's awesome. This is from lawn furniture. Sometimes it leaves a little rust stain depending on the metal or whatever. So that's good news to hear. I'll try it. The Iron Out.
Great. And thanks for the nice, kind words, Carol.
All right, 866-391-1020. It's home improvement questions until next hour. And then it's Christine's app, AAA Central's Talking Travel. And then we go back into a bonus hour of Open Talk headlines of the day with you and me up until 1 o'clock. But right now, these are the stores that support this great program.
Okay.
Right there, Eddie. I threw it over to Ed.
Don't forget to support these guys. They support the show, and they're in your community 7 days a week. Daniel's Discount and Appliance, True Value in Allison Park, RC Walters & Sons in Boston Hollow, Slippery Rock True Value, Evie True Value, Sarver True Value in my store, Pfeiffer Hardware and Mars. We're looking for you.
Inside or out, whatever you are working on, we'd love to hear from you right now. We can give you some helpful hints, some names of products, and give you that to-do list to get it done. So give us a call, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. This is the True Value Home Improvement Show on KDKA.
For women with postmenopausal osteoporosis at high risk for fracture, there's more you can do to strengthen your bones with Evenity. This is the sound of 4 women who think they're doing everything they can. A high fracture risk will cause 3 of them to break a bone in their lifetime. With Evenity, they could be rapidly building new bone in just 12 months. 2 think they already are building bone. And for 1, the game is about to change. To make an appointment, press 2. Because she's calling her doctor about Evenity. Evenity can increase the risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a heart problem. Tell your doctor if you have had a heart attack or stroke. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it, as serious events have occurred with Evenity. Signs include rash, hives, swelling of the face or throat, which may cause difficulty in swallowing or breathing, muscle spasms or cramps, numbness or tingling. Tell your doctor about severe jawbone problems as they have been reported with Evenity. Report hip, groin, or thigh pain. Unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred with Evenity. Learn more about building new bone at Evenity.com.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 54 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Fire crews responded to a fire at a vacant building overnight on the north side. That building on Lizelle Street in Perry South caught fire around 12:30 this morning. Building began to collapse as that fire was being fought, and no one was injured. Cause of the fire under investigation. Police across the country are warning people about a game called Senior Assassin, which is a bit like tag with water guns, populated with graduating high school seniors, but causing all kinds of trouble lately because the plastic guns look too real. Here's CBS's Tom Hansen.
Basically, everybody gets a target, and you have to get them, but no one knows who has you. And, you just keep playing until there's one person left, and whoever wins all the money that gets put into the game.
It's causing dangerous confusion for police departments around the country. They've sounded the alarm, sending out warnings to schools and local communities. In April, an Indiana student was charged with felony intimidation for using this water gun. And in 2024, a Kansas student was shot by a parent and paralyzed from the waist down, both while playing the Senior Assassin game.
KDKA Radio News Time, it's 10:31. Next update's at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, rock star. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
It's that time of year again. Be Greek for a week at the St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Cathedral Food Festival in Oakland, Tuesday through Sunday. All of your favorite Greek foods and desserts. Outdoor seating, too. Dine in or take out. OPA. Food for thought, where homemade corned beef is made fresh every single day and piled high just the way you like it. They don't cut corners. They slice perfection. From the best Reubens in town to deli sandwiches that keep you coming back. This isn't just lunch, it's tradition. Food for Thought Deli, Craig Street, North Oakland. NASCO Roofing takes pride in exceeding customers' expectations. If the winter storms caused you damage, get NASCO on your roof and see why they've satisfied thousands of customers. Call 412-373-2000 for NASCO Roofing.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The morning hours bring occasional rain with clouds hanging on all day today and a high of 69, followed by the risk for an evening thunderstorm, otherwise some clouds with a low of 52, with more showers in store for tomorrow, Mother's Day, and a high of 63, followed by an even cooler day on Monday with some sun at times, high 57. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
Let's talk mower health, because it's going to be that time that we're going to be out there more than one time a week for the next couple of weeks, and then the heat of the summer will be upon us and things will be lush and green after all of this moisture. So mower care. Eddie, you first.
Okay, so are your blades sharp? Mine weren't last week, 2 weeks ago, riding tractor, but regardless, same idea. Blades weren't, so I mowed. And anybody that knows me knows that I love lawn care. I just don't participate in it. And my backyard is a crop of dandelions. So, and I don't care. I'm good with this, right? I do take care of my front yard, make it look nice. But my backyard's a field of dandelions. So I mow, and it takes some time. I get some time invested in this, and I want it to look really good. And all my dandelions are laying over, and none of them are chopped, sheared, cleanly cut. And so I knew immediately it was time to get those blades sharpened. So yeah, sharp blades, really important. And if you do care about your grass, if you care about your lawn, the sharp blades are important because when you're cutting, you should be shearing the top third of a grass blade off. And when you do that, you do no harm to the remaining grass. What's growing out of the ground doesn't get hurt. And that sheared off top is 90% water, and it lands cleanly back into your soil and adds back some natural and organic nutrient and some water every time you do it. And that's dependent on a nice clean cut, 1/3 of the grass blade. It's really important. So blades sharp, ? If not, get them to your True Value store.
Yeah, and in the timing of mowing, cutting, right? Sometimes you have to cut twice in a week, and sometimes you can get away with once a week. But it's important to keep the timing right, because we can't control how fast the grass is going to grow.
Can't control that, and you can't control the day it's going to rain,
Yeah, for sure.
So I try to pick a day during the week, and make that my work night for grass. And Tuesday has worked out 2 weeks in a row. And in between there, frankly, it needed to cut again, but I just couldn't get to it thanks to the rain.
So what happens when your battery charger just flashes red all the time, even when it's inserted? And does that mean it's seen better days?
It can be. It depends. All the models are different, and they have different codes that they do send on your lithium-ion battery system. So if Rob's talking about maybe a battery-powered mower, battery-powered hedge trimmer, line trimmer, it's becoming more and more popular, of course, the battery-powered equipment, because it definitely serves a need and serves a niche for sure. not having the gas engine to mess with a lawnmower. I know, Rob, you're a big fan of your battery-powered mower.
Love them.
And so, want to get a good quality brand and focus on that. Echo makes a great product line of battery-powered equipment, certainly a battery-powered lawnmower as well, too. And again, we were talking about Mother's Day earlier, and that, maybe your mother likes cutting the grass or she has to cut the grass at her house or what have you. Maybe this is a good time to get her a battery-powered electric mower. It's much more easier to start, more easier to run. They're much lighter. So even if it's not a self-propelled unit, they're easy to push around. So there's things like that you can really do, and they're just amazing pieces of equipment. So it's a great conversation we love to have with the customers. So depending on your situation, the size of your lawn, what you're really trying to do, whether a gasoline-powered engine's better for you or whether a battery-powered is better for you, there's a lot of good conversations to have. And it's a good thing to, too, because once you start on a platform, it's nice to pick a platform. So say, for example, you go in with the Echo battery pack units. Now all the batteries are interchangeable within. Same thing with maybe a DeWalt or Milwaukee. Those kind of things. You can interchange those batteries with the different tools in the arsenal so you can share the battery powered.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are rightly walking away from, low quality pieces of equipment. One thing that's happened, this is unfortunate, but true. One thing that's happened in the world of outdoor power equipment is there's become a sharp line between the good stuff and the not good stuff. There used to be, and this was an old thing in retail, especially in hardware stores, you got your good, better, and best. But in that particular category, there became good and there became really not good at all. And the last thing you want as a buyer of a piece of outdoor power equipment is to buy something that is in the not good category. And you think, well, I'll get a year or so out of it or a couple of years. That isn't the way to think anymore. The way to go with this stuff is I want to buy a quality piece of equipment so that I can bank on the fact that it's going to work for me. I want to get my value out of it. I want to get my money out of it. And I hear people repeatedly say, well, I just want something cheap. And I tell them in this particular category, in this product line, you don't. And you just got to take my word for that. You don't want what's out there that's $99. It's not worth your money, and it's not a good use of your money or your time. It's not a good value.
It's always to get good to begin, and then you have that long-term stability.
Absolutely. And now, let's forget, it's Mother's Day weekend, so get out to your local True Value store. You know what your mom likes or doesn't like. Buying her a pair of loppers or clippers may not be a bad thing because your mom loves to get out there and trim trees or trim branches or what have you. Maybe it's bird feeding and bird seeding. This is the hummingbirds are coming into the neighborhood right now. This is Mother's Day weekend. It's typically a very big hummingbird weekend. Pretty much like almost 90% of all your hummingbird products sell within Mother's Day weekend, or just a new bird feeder or what have you, or some really high quality bird seed. Those are some great ideas for your mom.
So my wife, Rob, she listens to my voice all day, every day. I'm sure she's sick of it, which is why I'm positive she's not tuned into the show today. So, and that's okay. She has a right to not listen to me constantly. But since she's not listening, this is a spoiler thing. She's getting, for Mother's Day, she's getting some flowers that we planted in our wildflower garden last year. So this is the gift that should keep on, if all things go as planned, this is the gift that should keep on giving. She got the garden last year, and then this year I'm already harvesting wildflowers out of the wildflower bed, and that's going to be a gift that she's going to get. And she'll appreciate that because of the connection. At least I hope she will. And if she's listening, which I doubt, sorry, you found out early, but that's what she's getting. So again, these are different things that, different qualities that mothers are interested in, and we got them. You come to your True Value store, we'll have something.
Boy, this guy spares no expense.
Yeah.
It goes right out to the garden and says, here you go. That's nice, though. That's got a nice little sentimental ring to it, man.
He's a sweetheart, that guy over there. He is.
You've been married how long?
Listen, Rob, I'm happily frugal and happily married.
That's right. I'm frugal and I'm not married, so I get it. I'm so frugal that I squeak.
Sometimes it works. Sometimes it works.
So I got two questions for you. The knob on my outside spigot is stripped, okay? So I got to replace that, which is pretty easy, right? Screw out, screw in, new nozzle, new knob, that type of thing. But here's the other thing. So I've been trying to keep this coat rack in one of my spare basements, little fruit cellar, if you will, in the wall, the block wall. Keeps falling out. I've got the little blue tip on the end of the concrete screw. Instead of drilling new holes, this is what Andy and I were talking about today, and he says he's got it taken care of, but I'm curious because I didn't want to bother him again. Is there like an epoxy you can put on that rubber tip so you don't have to drill another hole into the wall that will firmly anchor it into the wall, or am I going to have to do a whole new drilling process?
Well, it becomes difficult when you start to use epoxies or any type of adhesive on that, because obviously there's no turning back. So yes, you can do that, whether it's a JB Weld or a few other products we can help you with. One of the ones you would want to do, for example, in the JB Weld, is there's a fast setting one versus slow setting. So you can get a fast setting one that sets it harder, quicker. When you say blue head to your screw, that means you're already working with a Tapcon. Tapcon's a brand, but it's a screw designed to go directly into a concrete hole without using an anchor. So there's some options there as well too. But generally speaking, once that Tapcon spits out or spins into that hole and it's essentially stripped, you really can't do anything with that hole other than using, like you said, an adhesive or moving the hole separately. But sometimes we run into this, depending on the type of aggregate in your basement, could be sandstone, block like that. It's just hard. It does become very difficult to anchor into. So sometimes the epoxy is the best way to go.
All right, fair enough. All right, number to dial, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. So you're looking to save money. And look, everybody's got to make a living, and I get it. So the price of everything has gone up. You've got people, these handy people that are traveling around in their vans, their trucks, they're putting gas in. So everybody's got to, spend a little bit more when it comes to getting things done. But the one project that I know you're going to save money on, big money, is if you get a bucket or two, a gallon or two of paint from True Value and do it yourself. Painting projects can get expensive when you hire professionals, and in many cases, just for the price of the product at True Value, which they've got the best of the best, and you heard Mike talking about their own paint, if it's a kitchen, a bathroom, bedroom, living room, dining room, you're going to save a lot of money.
And with the right advice, you're going to do a job that's going to be absolutely professional. You're going to be able to do, you won't be able to do it as fast as a professional. But I'll bet you with the right advice and the right product, Rob, any given homeowner with a little bit of experience can turn out a finished product that is absolutely gorgeous. And again, I referenced the color selection at True Values. It's fantastic. We did a room recently where we wanted a green type theme.
Oh, nice.
It happens to be a room where we start our seeds in February and March. And, we just wanted that green feel, a natural feel. There's a lot of daylight there, etc. Our color palette at the store was able to offer us about 6 or 8 choices that really were good until we settled on one, and it looks fantastic. So high quality paint, great advice, and a beautiful color palette.
Here's the reason why you want to go to True Value, Mike, and you know this. You're the Pied Piper. They've been doing this a long time.
Yeah, we certainly have. I'll have to firm up that number, because I said earlier in the show that we sponsored or celebrated, as of True Value, 75 years of the True Value brand around this great country. And so we're probably 78, 79, maybe getting close to 80 years now under the True Value brand. And we're very proud of that. It's a great, great business. I think we lucked into being into the hardware business, Eddie, because what other business would we rather be into? It's something we love to do, the products we love, the helping the people we want to do. And it's not even just residential, too. Of course, we do a lot of commercial, industrial, school districts, manufacturing facilities, and stuff like that. To be there as an aid and as a help to make the project go quicker, faster, and less expensive is a really great joy in life.
Lucked into it and worked our way through it. Mike, I know that at my store we're celebrating 40 years in business and 25 years since my wife and I bought the business. And
how many? I'm sorry, what's that again?
40 for the business and 25 for my wife and I owning it.
Wow.
We bought the business 25 years ago. And I know, Mikey, you're really close. I mean,
it was 2003, so we're right behind you there on that one for sure, yeah.
And that takes a ton of effort and a ton of customers that really care enough to be a part of our family, our hardware store family. I can't say enough about how much we appreciate that.
We appreciate you too, and as we do everyone from True Value that helps us with this show every week, and they are the following True Value stores, along with EV True Value, Piper True Value, Sarver True Value.
Yes, R.C. Walters & Sons True Value, Slippery Rock True Value, and Daniels True Value Hardware.
One more segment to get tag team and have a chance for these two guys to get their thoughts in and answers to all of your DIY projects. So call us right now, True Value Home Improvement Show, 866-391-1020. Christine's app, next hour, AAA Essentials Talking Travel, KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Pittsburgh, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust. A family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists. Just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all. Training, payroll, and support. So you can stay safe and comfortable at home, and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Pittsburgh families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 412-844-5990. That's 412-844-5990. Call now, 412-844-5990. 412-844-5990.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Magnificent May savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, bone-in, center-cut pork loin chops or roast are $2.99 a pound. In the produce department, all-purpose Idaho potatoes, 8-pound bags, $2.99 each. In our deli, lower sodium Silver Star boneless hams are $7.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Pepsi or Mountain Dew, 12-pack, 12-ounce cans, $6.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, here we go. Let's talk to Nancy in Lower Borough. Hey, Nancy, you're on the True Value Home Improvement Show. Good morning.
Good morning. I listen to you every week, and I love the program.
Thank
Keep it up. But I have two questions, if you don't mind. I got that Creeping Charlie, and I've been spraying it and putting the lawn fertilizer down when I can. But in my age and breaking my arm in 5 different places, I can't put my weed and feed and all that out. So I'm trying to find somebody. That's one thing. Second of all, excuse me, with the Kentucky bluegrass, can you put it on, sprinkle it down in the grass that you already have, or do you have to tear your yard all up to put it down? That's my question.
Well, those are really good questions, and we do get a lot of those questions that are very similar. The Creeping Charlie is a nasty, horrible, terrible, invasive weed, and it is extraordinarily hard to control. You need to know that before you start working on it so that you can set your expectations in line with the quality of this thing. It is tough. The best application for it is to hit it as soon as you see it, as early as you see it, and start working on it with 3 applications yearly. And what will happen is you'll see less of it. You're not going to eliminate. It's not one of those deals where you spray it and you no longer see it. You spray the application and you see less of it each time. But this is what's important. You spray it as soon as you see it, and you use only one product that I can find on the market, and that's Weed Beater Ultra. And the reason for that is because it works when the temperatures are cold. And so most of your weed killers become effective when the temperatures warm up quite a bit. This stuff will work at 50 degrees. And so Weed Beater Ultra allows you to start treating your Creeping Charlie earlier and lets you get a head start on it, frankly. It's important to remember that when you start to control these kinds of weeds, though, you've got to grow healthy grass. You know, your thick, healthy turf grass is going to be your best defense against the advance of things like Creeping Charlie. So, you know, take the 2-prong approach. You grow healthy grass and you maintain the weeds with Weed Beater Ultra. And never one of the two. You're kind of not going to have a whole lot of success. The question that you asked about the bluegrass, also a very good question. And I will tell you that I'm not in the bluegrass camp. You need bluegrass in your lawn. You want some bluegrass in your lawn, but you don't want a bunch of it. In my opinion, it has its place, and its place is about 10% of your turf grass. I would encourage you to do overseeds with Jonathan Green's Black Beauty Ultra, which contains mostly turf-type tall fescues. And yes, you can do them in your existing grass. You don't have to rip everything up. You can do them in your existing grass. You just want to make sure that you do so trying to get the best seed to soil contact that you possibly can. And usually that means you do that overseed in the fall, in September. And if you can do that, with the Jonathan Green Black Beauty Ultra, and you control those weeds, you're going to do a lot for your lawn.
Well, I've done it every year until this last year when I broke the arm, and
life deals us sometimes life deals us a strange hand, but I think you're doing a fine job overcoming.
Well, at my age, I think I am, but if I can just get somebody to open the bag and dump it into the spreader, I can do it. But I can't dump it in the bag. When you're by yourself, it's hard.
It is.
But,
well, thank you so much for the call.
All right, have a great day. Let's go to Marie and Butler up next for the guys from True Value, KDKA. Hey, Marie.
Hi, I'm in the process of fixing some cracks in my ceiling. The house was built in the 50s. It is hard plaster ceiling, smooth though, and they've had some cracks. They were repaired once where I put down some white plastic tape that they recommended and slightly mud over. Well, instead of a crack, now I have this bubble where the crack was the whole length.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to fix it a little better. What do you suggest?
So are these more like hairline cracks, or is this like a fully visible crack?
Both.
Okay.
I have one that's pretty obvious. The rest are hairline cracks.
So there's some interesting things. A lot of times when you deal with the older plaster walls, that this is not drywall, so it's different. So these cracks start to tend to come up, and the problem is that as the stress of expansion and contraction, if you just skim coat it over with, either a plaster patch or any kind of putty, they'll tend to come back again because of that hairline smaller crack. So one of the really cool things with older homes, 50s and prior, there's a product, and it depends on your store. Like, I actually don't sell much of it because we have more newer homes out around Sarver, but depending on your store, and I can certainly get it, there's a product called Cracks Be Gone, and it's an interesting product where it's actually a spray, and it's almost an elastomeric expandable spray that you take over these old cracks in plaster walls, spray it with that, and then you just that's all you do, and then you simply paint over it. And what that enables it to do is, as that crack actually doesn't go away, it's there, but it's behind the Cracks Be Gone, and it allows that a little adhesion to go back and forth and disappear with that. So other than that, there's other options of making the crack bigger with a V.
Yeah, and there's another product that we experimented with a couple of years ago in the store and outside of the store. It's an interior-exterior spackling. DAP makes it, and it's a high-performance spackling. And it is performed like no other. So if you want to go the spackling route to do that, it contains in it a sandy aggregate, and that keeps it from cracking, but it gives up nothing. It gives up nothing for adhesion. It is very strong. It holds very well. I'm very impressed with that product.
And then sometimes, Marie, what you need to do with these cracks is actually make them bigger before you patch them. You know what I mean? So sometimes when you try to get a crack, you can put over paper tape or mesh tape, and that's really a difficult thing to do because of the density of the tape to get the smear over. What you can do is take a bottle opener, with the old school sharp one. Actually make the crack bigger, so it's more of a picture of an inverted V, and that will receive, like Eddie's talking about, that particular product even better and hold it stronger.
So what I want my ceilings to be a smooth when I'm finished. Would that make them smooth because of the sand, or am I going to have to?
Yeah, that is a wonderful question. The sand is so fine that it doesn't create a rough texture at all. You may have to sand a little bit, with some sandpaper to smooth off your work, but the product itself will not appear as a gravelly finished surface. No, great question.
Thank you for the call, Marie. We've got 1 minute. Go ahead.
Here's what's cool, Rob. She's talking about post-World War II construction, right? 1950-something. There's 75 years between then and now. What a wonderful job those guys did on those older homes. Those are a lot of the people that we deal with in my area that are working on homes 60, 75 years old. And I'm wondering now if any of the homes being built, in 2026, in 75 years, will there be a hardware store servicing them? I can promise you it'll be before 75 years when some cracks appear in the ceiling.
All right, before we go, Mike.
Yeah, stop out and check out Sarver True Value and Sarver True Value Rental. We are one of the largest, if not of the largest, localized True Value rental stores in all of Western Pennsylvania. We deliver everywhere, and we've got it all. Anything from drain snakes all the way up to the largest excavators you might need. SarverTrueValueRental.com.
All right, you can always count on True Value. They're just down the street street a ways. We'll take a break. Stay with us. News at 11. Then we continue today, our Marathon Saturday. Today, coming up next, Christine Zapp, AAA Essentials Talking Travel on KDKA.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
At Easy Cater, we believe every workday gets better with great food. Like that morning status meeting, always better with bagels. And don't forget the coffee. Ops team working late? How about some Power Bowls to keep them going strong? Sandy's celebrating 10 years at the company. This calls for cupcakes. With Easy Cater, you get a huge variety of favorite restaurants with tools to help meet dietary needs and stay on budget, all on one platform. So make every workday better with Easy Cater. Start an order at easycater.com.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from oliverflowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers, celebrating spring for 96 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. oliverflowers.com.
I still remember the first time CertaPro painters did their magic in my kitchen. Professional, beautiful, no worry. Loved everything about it. So there was the next room, and even outside. And know that each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. But hurry, time is running out. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. So go with CertaPro Painters.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 55 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Overnight crews responded to a fire at a vacant building on the north side. That building on Lizelle Street in Perry South caught fire around 12:30 this morning. That building began to collapse as firefighters worked to put out the two-alarm blaze. No one was injured. Cause of the fire under investigation. 2 people were arrested Friday after police say they recovered multiple guns and drugs in connection with an investigation outside of a Carrick business. 7 guns, 4 bundles of heroin, and more than $5,600 in cash were found in the 1600 block of Brownsville Road. 24-year-old Mello Williams and 19-year-old Matthias Stewart were arrested. Williams faces charges including carrying firearms without a license, possession with intent to deliver, as well as other charges. Stewart is charged with carrying firearms without a license and possession of controlled substances. A man will spend decades in prison after he was convicted of killing a woman in Uniontown. 36-year-old Terrell Jones pleaded guilty to third-degree murder in the death of Samantha Hardin back in 2022. Police say Jones got into an altercation with another man at the McPatton's Pub in June of 2022. The other man used Hardin as a human shield while Jones shot at him. Jones was sentenced to 20 to 40 years in prison. Well, public health officials emphasize that while the recent hantavirus outbreak on a cruise ship is serious, resulting in 3 deaths, it's not expected to cause a pandemic and not comparable to COVID-19. UPMC Chief Medical Officer Dr. Don Yilley says the virus is not transmitted person to person.
The hantavirus is carried in a very specific type of animal, the rodents, and it requires very close contact. It doesn't spread easily, and it does have a long period between when you're exposed to it and you either develop symptoms or get very sick.
Told Marty Griffin on KDKA Radio that in this particular case, it's very likely that the victims came into contact with the virus many days, if not even weeks, before they were ever on that boat and became ill. KDKA Radio News Time, 11:02. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. We've got the AccuWeather forecast in 2 minutes.
This is Greg Truzinski of the Original Mattress Factory. People often ask me why our mattresses last so long. The answer is simple. We build them right. Not only are OMF mattresses durable, they give you peace of mind from day one. When you invest in a mattress from OMF, you're investing in better sleep tonight and smart savings for years to come. No more frequent replacements, no more wasted time shopping. To learn more about the true value of durability, visit originalmattress.com and read our latest blog on getting the most from your mattress investment.
At the Original Mattress Factory, we know that convenience is key. That's why we've made mattress shopping simple and stress-free. Shop in-store or online, whatever works best for you. No high-pressure sales tactics or fake promotions. Our prices are clearly marked, and we openly compare our products to other brands. With our streamlined selection, you won't be overwhelmed by duplicate options, and our 365-day comfort policy provides for peace of mind. Experience the ease of buying factory direct. Visit OMF today for better sleep tonight.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, mostly cloudy, high of 69. Then watch for a thunderstorm in spots for tonight, especially early, any of which could bring gusty winds and small hail, low 52. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy for Mother's Day, couple of showers at the high 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Kristen Zapp is here, lots to get to, and we're going to get to her in just a moment. But remember, AAA's Talking Travel each and every week in this time slot, and everything you need, 800-354-8761. We've got some great destinations, but it's also really cool to know exactly what they do every day at AAA East Central. So good morning and welcome back.
Good morning. Good morning. So I wanted to talk a little bit about if you are planning your next getaway, you're just starting to think about summer travel. This is one of the many reasons that you should be working with AAA Travel and one of our AAA travel advisors, because what you get isn't just a booking. You get access to a preferred travel partner network that helps us build your trip in a very different way than if you are just booking on your own or you're just booking online. We're talking about putting the pieces together for you from start to finish. So we can do your airfare, your hotels, cruises, activities, dining reservations, travel insurance, all of this while still locking in strong value, added perks, and in many cases, exclusive AAA member savings that you simply can't find when you're shopping online. And here's the part that really matters: when you are traveling all in one, we are there to support you. If something goes wrong while you're away, that's something that you don't have to figure out alone. You've got someone in your corner, and that truly makes all of the difference. Another thing that you should know is that many of these packages that we are customizing for you, the travel protection options that we have can include cancel for any reason. So if you are, decide that you wake up and you have a bad hair day, that's something that's absolutely going to be covered with some of our travel insurance products. So not only are you covered before, you're covered if something goes wrong in destination. There's a travel delay, you lose your bags, you get stuck in an airport. We have your back from start to finish. And that's just something that I think a lot of times that you guys are taking another look at when you're looking at purchasing something online versus purchasing something with AAA travel is you really can't get that type of support anywhere else.
You cannot get that support anywhere else. So what about careers in AAA?
Oh my gosh, Rob, you're going to have me talking about careers all day long. I love AAA travel. So there are so many opportunities within the Auto Club, and really anything from travel, insurance, emergency road service, PR, marketing. Really, if you're looking to start a career, the best place to start is AAA Travel. So if you go to AAA.com/careers, you're going to see a ton of different openings. We have travel advisor openings. I believe there's still some opportunities in our call center. We've got opportunities in our local offices, Washington, Uniontown, Meadville, anything on the eastern side of PA, we have a couple of options as well. I know Quakertown, Bethlehem. We just have so many opportunities within the club across the state, and even in some of our other states, Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia. I don't think that a lot of people realize how far our territory really spans, and the opportunities that are out there and the growth that we provide. I started 10 years ago as a travel advisor in our downtown office, which is no longer there. And then I moved into our East Liberty office. I worked in our call center. I managed our call center, moved into managing our support center, and now cover travel for the entire state of Pennsylvania. Alicia and Andrea both have similar stories where they started out in travel in an office, and then they moved into management, and now they're running it. So, it's so exciting to see the opportunities that are available at the Auto Club.
A lot of opportunities, and that brand has traveled for sure, and they are here, there, and everywhere, and we love to get together and talk about, what we have to offer as far as our itineraries are concerned. But if you're thinking about going anywhere, by car, plane, boat, you name it, even a cruise ship, we got you covered because the season is just about upon us. So thinking a summer getaway, make sure you dream it, plan it, book it, like right now or within the next few weeks.
Absolutely. And I want to make that perfectly clear. There's still time to travel this summer. There is still availability. So if you feel like you've missed the window, you did not. There are still last minute opportunities out there, especially when you're working with a AAA travel advisor who can find availability, value, and options that you might not see on your own. So whether you're thinking about a beach getaway, a cruise, or a quick city escape, this is exactly what AAA Travel is here to help you with. Work smarter, not harder, right? Go into your AAA office, give us a call, 1-800-354-8761. Let them know the budget that you're looking for, maybe a destination, how many people are traveling, and then we can piece that together for you. We could offer maybe a guided opportunity that we might have with some last minute availability. We really just need to know a little piece of what you're looking for, and then they can make the magic happen. They've been provided the training. A lot of them have been to these destinations, or maybe a coworker has been to these destinations. There's just so many opportunities out there that if you just give us a little piece of what you're looking for, they can make it happen for you.
Just to give you an idea, and we've done this every year for over 30 years, we start talking about it saying that you better get going, you better get going. Now you're thinking kids are still in school. It's just the first part of May. Well, don't look now. 2 weeks from Monday, May the 11th, it will be the 25th, which is Memorial Day, and everything will be up and running. Kids out of school, and you'll be saying, you know what, we should have booked that vacation. So take a little time out, do a little research, and make the call, 800-354-8761, or just walk into one of our many brick-and-mortar offices and say, we need to get away, X, Y, and Z. What can you do for us?
100%. And if you don't already have a AAA membership, now is the perfect time to do that. We have so many incredible savings and so many different offers where you can save on a AAA membership for as little as $10. And I know we're always on here, we're talking about travel and promoting what a great opportunity that is. And don't get me wrong, it absolutely is. But your membership covers so much more than that. Everything from insurance to towing, lockout service, free battery check. You've got your free identity theft monitoring. So when you're thinking about summer travel and you're worried about things like that, you've got that identity theft. We have our AAA Visa, which has no foreign transaction fees, and there is no yearly fee. Those are huge benefits. We've got discounts with Hertz, discounts at Napa Auto Parts, Penske, hotel, the parking spot, you name it. There's probably a AAA savings out there. I know Alicia's always talking about the show your card and save. So she's one of my favorite Yinzers. It's at Dunham's probably all the time, selling out all of their Steelers gear. So you can get an absolute discount with AAA travel that way.
Yeah, absolutely. So make sure you always carry that card with you because it's the only piece of plastic in your wallet, in your purse, however you carry all of those little goodies that actually pays you money. And membership pricing has never been better.
It really hasn't. Like I said, you can get a membership for as little as $10. So if you're coming into one of our AAA offices and maybe you need fingerprinting or maybe you're looking to book a travel package, there are opportunities out there. You just need to ask, what kind of an opportunity is there for me to save on a AAA membership? Give us a call, 1-800-354-8761, or stop by your local office. Our travel agents can, get you set up with a membership. Our insurance agents can get you set up on a membership. It's one of the really great things about AAA is that we all love the membership.
Yeah, it won't be long. Sandcastle will be open. Kennywood's already up and running. So how many years now for Kennywood?
Why are you quizzing me? Zach's going to be listening in and be like, you didn't know the answer to this?
50.
I was going to say more than 125.
Isn't it amazing, though?
I know. I love Kennywood. I'm so excited for this year and to see with the new ownership, all of the different things that they've been able to do. We actually went to Kennywood last Saturday with one of our friends' kids, and just to see the sparkle in his eye and how much fun. And I'm still spinning from how many times I had to ride the turtle, but that's totally okay. I'll do it again if he asks. And then they have a lot of really cool events coming up. So they have the weekend events coming up through, I believe it's through July, where the Bites and Pints is happening. It's one of my absolute favorite events that they do. It's kind of a take on Epcot. So we bring a little travel here to our local city here, and you can get a AAA discount by booking your tickets with AAA as well.
And by the way, to tie it all together, of course, the ownership group led by the great Dolly Parton. Dollywood, a little under the weather, having some health issues, but she says she's going to be okay. So she has kind of cut back for at least now her residency in Las Vegas. And Las Vegas is where we're headed very soon. But I just want to wish her a speedy recovery. Much love from one of my all-time favorites, Dolly Parton. Kennywood's just got a good new feel to it.
I agree. I think that it's really going to be more circled around family and kind of getting back to their roots. And I'm really excited to see all that they have.
People need to do that. Get the baby stroller, get the kids, the grandparents, and go spend the day at Kennywood. It'll change how you look at the world.
Yeah, and I think that them being so involved in kind of the local community too, especially with AAA, we have partnerships where you can save on tickets, AAA.com/tickets, get savings on Kennywood tickets, Idlewild tickets, Sandcastle tickets. And we also have some really exciting events coming up in May. We're actually going to do a next level water park at sea. So I'm going to have an event with Sydney at Royal Caribbean at Sandcastle. So we're able to tie a lot of really fun things in with that.
I see everybody's got these giant arrows that I've never been able to get my hands on, even members of the media. Nobody promotes them more than me. So if anybody should get a giant Kennywood arrow, it needs to be me.
I know a guy. At Ricky, if you're listening.
Yeah.
Let's get Rob an arrow.
Work on that. We're going to come back. Tell everybody what we're going to do when we come back.
All right.
Destination number one. Go.
All right. So when we come back, we are going to dig into quite a few different weekend getaways for the summer, last minute travel. We're going to talk Las Vegas. We're going to talk Miami. And then I even have a celebrity cruise for you guys.
All right. Get well, Dolly. We love you. We'll take a short break. Come back. Stay with us. This is AAA Central's Talking Travel, KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the Village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separate separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
A quick shout out to a couple of gentlemen who are celebrating 50 years. Cheers to 50 years this week. They are recognizing Larry Russ and Bobby Tygar, two outstanding hosts who each celebrate remarkable 50 years of service. Kenny Wood, and I just wanted to take a little bit of time to salute them this morning on KDKA. When you think about what they've been able to do, pretty impressive. Larry first joined their games department before promotion to the security team in 1980, where he continues to keep watch of Kennywood and Sandcastle to this day. Bobby began his Kennywood career in the Parkside Cafe before switching to maintenance in the 1980s. He has helped maintain some of the most iconic attractions, including the Racer, Log Jammer, and Merry-Go-Round. So today's the day they're celebrating near the old mill. So congratulations, a job well done, and many more good years.
Many more good years indeed. Maybe one year that'll be Zach if he gets to be 50.
Listen, he's a great employee, but we wanted to give a little bit of a shout out. Okay, it's time now with some of these destinations. So remember, all you do, Dream It, Plan It, book at 800-354-8761. Go ahead.
All right, so our first tour of the week is taking you to Las Vegas with a quick summer getaway departing June 11th through June 14th of 2026. So that is right around the corner. This package includes round-trip airfare from Pittsburgh and a stay at the Lynx Hotel Experience right on the Las Vegas Strip. Pricing for this package is starting at $838 per person based on double occupancy. So just for under $1,000 per person, you've got a long weekend getaway to Las Vegas. And this is a great location for you because you're right in the middle of everything. You're adjacent to the Lynx Promenade, so you've got dining, shopping, and entertainment just steps away. There's also an In-N-Out Burger in that area. So if you were looking to visit the West Coast and get what good food actually tastes like when it's fast food, that would be In-N-Out Burger. So it is right in that area. You're also a really short walk to the High Roller Observation Wheel and the monorail, which makes getting around the Strip extremely easy. Your room is going to be modern and comfortable with flat screen TVs, Wi-Fi, and there are some options where you can upgrade to include strip views or mountain views. Some suites are even going to offer extra space, so if you're looking for maybe extending this, so these dates are completely flexible. If you want to go longer, if you want to stay shorter, that is totally customizable to what you're looking for. So some of the suites at this property even offer kitchenettes and some unique layouts, so it feels more like you're staying in a home rather than a hotel. This property also has a casino, multiple restaurants and bars, a fitness center, outdoor pool and spa. So you've got really everything you need right there. And when you're in Las Vegas, you're not just going for the hotel. You're going for the experience, right? I've been to Las Vegas a handful of times, and every single time that I've went, it's a different experience. Whether you go in February or July or September, the temperature is a little bit different each time. The experiences that they have, the shows, the dining. It's one of those places that's always changing, and there's always something for everyone.
I got to tell you, I've been to Vegas a couple of times, and one time in the spring and one time in the middle of the summer. And a lot of people say it's a dry heat, it's too hot. With the pools and everything, all the water activities, and of course the air-conditioned comfort of the casinos and hotels, I think summer's a great time.
I agree. We the last time I was there, we took an Uber from the Strip down to downtown. And, I really love taking public transportation or taking Ubers and talking to the locals that live there and kind of getting their perspective on the destination. And that's one of the things that they were saying is that, there's really no bad time to travel. I think if you're looking at traveling in the off season through the winter, it is a little chilly at night. So if you get outside of the Strip, because it's truly in the middle of a desert, when you fly in, it's kind of breathtaking. You just see all of these lights in the middle of a desert. When you get outside of that Strip, it's kind of chilly. So I would prefer myself to be there during the summer or during the early fall, whenever it's still gorgeous through the day and it's not miserably cold at night. And dry heat is so different. You know, when you go to Florida, don't get me wrong, I love Florida. I'm there all of the time.
Lots of bugs, very
yeah,
sticky.
lots of bugs. It's sticky. And some people are totally cool with that humidity. That is not for me. So Vegas, if I'm moving somewhere where there's heat, it's got to be a dry heat. It's almost dangerous because you're standing in the sun and you don't feel like you're burning up, and then you have a sunburn 5 minutes later.
So I've been to Disney close to the summer too. Why is Disney are they so powerful they can make the weather perfect at Disney World even in the
It's magical, Rob. It's always magical
not
there.
warm. There's no bugs like the rest of Florida. It's absolutely incredible. But Las Vegas, I mean, it's a whole lot different even from when I was there about 15 years ago. And then I was there back in the late 70s as a 19-year-old. And it was just spectacular then. It was more or less the old strip, the old names like the Rat Pack, the Sands, the Hacienda, places like that. But now you've just got so many things that have evolved, and it's really become a great family destination.
Absolutely. If you're on social media at all and you have seen any reels about the Sphere, that seems like one of the most incredible places to see a concert, to see a musical, to see anything. One of the girls that she used to work on our call center, she retired last year. She went out there to see the Backstreet Boys, the Wizard of Oz.
You too?
She's seen it all, and she just keeps going back, and she takes her kids with her and the grandkids, and it's just so much fun.
Yeah, it
so,
is.
I mean, there's just so much to do and see in Las Vegas.
Absolutely. And they also have that great Dana White UFC brand, a lot of things out in Las Vegas. And that price is very good.
Absolutely. So this package, again, it's June 11th through the 14th. It's going to include round-trip airfare from Pittsburgh and your hotel accommodations. Prices are starting at $838 per person based on double occupancy. Like I mentioned, when you're going to Las Vegas, you're going for so much more than just a quick getaway. There's so much to do. There's so much to see. You can watch the Bellagio fountains, visit the conservatory, or check out the immersive Sphere with next-level entertainment shows. Downtown Fremont Street also gives you live music, massive LED light shows, and there's also a Slotzilla zip line, which takes you right over the downtown area. It's super, super cool. Right next to your hotel, you have the High Roller, which gives you panoramic views of the Strip. And then we also have the Strat Sky Pod, which adds even more views and thrills. So if you're interested in kind of like your next level amusement park, you can visit Las Vegas and experience everything at the top of the stratosphere.
And the great thing about these hotels, they all have the big windows.
And something different. I think that's one of the coolest things is I could spend an entire day walking in and out of all of the different hotels. When you're at, the Circus, and then you're New York, and then you're into Bally's, and then Planet Hollywood, and then end up at the Bellagio and make your way down to the stratosphere. And I think that's another reason that we kind of always need to circle back to a travel advisor is because when you look at a map, everything seems so close.
Right.
And even when you're flying in and you're like, oh, all of these lights in one place. I walked to the stratosphere from Bally's. It is not close. I do not recommend. 0 out of 10 would I recommend.
Yeah.
So you really need to utilize your resources with AAA Travel so that they can say, okay, that doesn't look very far, but it is far.
and listen, if you are taking family, it's a lot of adult entertainment. You want to make sure you're in the right place at the right time. And if you're that family that, you and your significant other, you want to, play some cards or roulette wheel, they can tell you all the great places there. And food, really reasonable. There's always something good to eat at all of these little places, but you got to have a bit of itinerary. And if you've never been to Vegas, you have to have an itinerary.
You have to go. From entertainment, you've got so many options right at your fingertips that it can feel a little bit overwhelming if you don't work with a travel advisor to help them narrow down what you're really looking for. You've got everything from Cirque du Soleil to concerts at Allegiant Stadium and the Sphere, and so many immersive attractions at Area 15. You can also explore the Mob Museum for a deeper look at Las Vegas history. And then, of course, if you're looking to get outside of the city, Red Rock Canyon's minutes away, the Grand Canyon, Hoover Dam, all popular full-day excursions. So even if you're looking for a quick getaway that gives you a lot, Vegas is the answer. Anything from entertainment, dining, sightseeing, and that classic Las Vegas energy, it's all packed into a long weekend. And like I had said, if you're looking for a little bit longer of an experience, these dates are totally customizable to whatever you're looking for.
One of the things that's happening in the concert world, and they've been talking a lot about people, Meghan Trainor, also Post Malone, they're canceling their concerts because they can't get people to buy the tickets. Well, the great thing about Vegas with these residencies, and you've had everybody, obviously from Celine Dion, you've had Bruno Mars, Dolly Parton has been there until recently, Donnie and Marie Osmond for years. They're packing these places because they have the built-in audience. So they, because of the gaming, just like the food not as expensive, you can get great residency concert tickets, Elton John, so many others, and pay really a great, reasonable price and see them in one of these beautiful settings like Caesar's Palace or MGM Grand. So if you want to go see some real showstoppers, some of the biggest names in the industry, Vegas still can make that happen too.
Just imagine if Taylor Swift had a residency there.
I'm shocked that she...
It'd be impossible to get a weekend getaway. You guys need to go before she has a residency, and then there's no availability.
Do you realize she's probably the only performer, other than Bruno, who's out touring now, that guarantees to sell out night in and night out? And you know what? As she kind of ages a little bit, I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, Cher, they've all done it. I would not be shocked. Can you imagine people who would be fighting over getting her at one of those places?
Right? That's what I'm saying. You got to get your Las Vegas weekend out of the way now before something like that happens and it is impossible to get in.
Well, they're going to have a baseball team there soon. They're going to have a baseball stadium. They have a football stadium. And she could basically probably, when the season wasn't underway, either baseball or football, she could probably do a month in a stadium and sell it out every night.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And I think that's one of the really cool things. You know, we're a sports family, right? We're a sports city. So I love to travel to different destinations within the U.S. to experience sports in other towns. And Vegas is one of those ones where you can go and you can experience. And I don't think you feel like as much of an away team when you're in Vegas because so many people have the same idea.
And in 127 years at Kennywood, she doesn't know what she's missing. She needs to come to Kennywood.
Okay. Yeah. How do we get that to happen? I'm here for
come
it.
On, make the call. All right, let's get a break in here. We'll come back. Much more with Kristen. We're going to talk Miami, Florida when we get back. Don't touch that dial. This is, of course, AAA Central's Talking Travel. Now, coming up bottom of the hour, Rob Taylor has all your headline news of the day, and then we'll come back 2 more segments with Kristen. And then in the noon hour, it's rare. It happens very rarely, but today's a great day because it's raining, nowhere to go, and you get an extra hour of me in the way of bonus talk, all the headlines of the day, where your opinion matters, and it will be heard loud and clear between noon and 1 today with your Pratt Pack on KDKA. Stay tuned. Rob's next with the news, then we get right back at it. Kristen's app, of course, AAA Central's Talking Travel. To basically read along with us at home and check out all these itineraries, go to AAA.com/radio. We'll be back.
Looking for a great real estate agent? Someone who can help you sell your home fast and for top dollar? Go to ready.com, REDY.com. Because on Ready, agents will pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Yeah, on Ready, agents will pay you for your listing. Thousands of dollars up front just for a chance to sell your home. And it's easy. Just go to ready.com, enter your address, and when you want to sell. In just 48 hours, the best local agents are competing on Ready to be your agent with cash offers up front just to win your business. Hey, your listing is valuable. Don't give it away. Make those agents earn it. Get paid to pick your real estate agent. Go to ready.com or call 888-525-REDY. 888-525-READY.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. When a storm created substantial roof damage, she called NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company and installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 56 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Fire crews responded to a fire at a vacant building overnight. This was on the north side on Lizelle Street in Perry South. Building caught fire around 12:30 this morning. Building began to collapse as firefighters worked to put out the 2-alarm blaze. No one was injured. Cause of the fire under investigation. A man will spend decades in prison after he was convicted of killing a woman in Uniontown. 36-year-old Terrell Jones pleaded guilty to third-degree murder in the death of Samantha Hardin from back in June of 2022. Police say Jones got into an altercation with another man at the McPadden's pub, and the other man used Hardin as a human shield while Jones shot at him. Jones was sentenced to 20 to 40 years in prison. KDKA Radio News Time, it's 11:31. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
It's that time of year again. Be Greek for a week at the St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Cathedral Food Festival in Oakland, Tuesday through Sunday. All of your favorite Greek foods and desserts. Outdoor seating, too. Dine in or take out. OPA. Food for thought, where homemade corned beef is made fresh every single day and piled high just the way you like it. They don't cut corners. They slice perfection. From the best Reubens in town to deli sandwiches that keep you coming back. This isn't just lunch, it's tradition. Food for Thought Deli, Craig Street, North Oakland. NASCO Roofing takes pride in exceeding customers' expectations. If the winter storms caused you damage, get NASCO on your roof and see why they've satisfied thousands of customers. Call 412-373-2000 for NASCO Roofing.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
I'm Altima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, mostly cloudy, high of 69. Watch for a thunderstorm in spots for tonight, especially early, any of which could bring gusty winds and small hail, low 52. Mother's Day tomorrow, a couple of showers, mostly cloudy, high 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
This is a potpourri, a bouquet of great getaways. We're offering a bunch of things this week on the program. AAA Central's Talking Travel. Kristen Zapp is your host, and as promised, going to the break. Next stop, South Beach, Miami, in Florida. Go ahead.
Love it, love it, love it. So our second tour of the week takes you from the desert to the coast. So we have a Miami beach getaway, which is also departing June 11th through June 14th of 2026. This package includes round-trip airfare from Pittsburgh and a stay at Sol Miami, which is a Noble House resort. Pricing is starting at $728.50 per person based on double occupancy. And this is a really nice beachfront option for you because Sol Miami is on the north end of Miami Beach. So it's a little more relaxed and a little less hectic than being right in the South Beach area, but it's close enough to everything that you are going to want to experience. Again, your room is going to be modern and stylish with private terraces by the ocean or bay, depending on the view that you're selecting. And then again, if we want to look to extend your stay and do a little bit longer, some of those suites are going to include kitchenettes or full kitchens, and in-room spa services are also going to be available. So another great opportunity or a great destination that includes so much more than just your hotel stay and so much more than just the beach. So your resort fee at the property is going to include breakfast, beach chairs, towels, umbrellas, and a fitness center access. You'll also have access to a private beach club, outdoor pool, spa, and an Italian restaurant right on site. Miami gives you a completely different kind of experience than Las Vegas. It's more tropical, more cultural, and very outdoors focused. So you can spend time in South Beach and the Art Deco district, explore the massive street murals, or take a boat ride through Biscay Bay and past waterfront mountains. You've also got the Everglades nearby for airboat tours, which is one of my absolute favorite experiences. I've actually been to Miami a handful of times, and the one time that we were there, we did an airboat tour, and I got to hold an alligator, which was super exciting and fun and weird, and it peed on my hand, but it was such a cool experience. So there's so many really cool things that you can do besides just lay on the beach in Miami. Another really popular place is going to be Little Havana for food and live musics, again, with the cultural stops. There's going to be museums, gardens. There's just so much to do and see in Miami. You've got shopping and dining. There's also Lincoln Road Mall, Bayside Beach Market, the Design District. It's just a really great mix of beach relaxation, cultural, and energy, and it's all in one destination.
Yeah, Miami's always been a hot spot.
Always a hot spot. And I think that another really great opportunity when you're thinking of staying in Miami, whether you want to do like a quick little weekend getaway or if you want to extend your time, Miami isn't that far outside of the Florida Keys. So one of the things that I've done that I've been so lucky to do is to fly in, stay in Miami for a couple of days, and then road trip down to Key West. And you can stop at, Key Largo and visit the different destinations through the Florida Keys and, travel over that 7-mile bridge. I don't think there's a more beautiful drive in the world.
Yeah, Key Largo, they've been talking about that since Humphrey Bogart was in the movies back in the 40s. So it's still going strong. That's what you call staying power.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of ways that you can fly directly into Key West. It's a huge destination. It's very popular. I know that we've had, some of our low-cost carrier airlines like Allegiant and Breeze flying nonstop into there seasonally, which makes it a nice weekend getaway. But I think that we forget all of the goodness that is between Miami and Key West. There's a lot of really great places. I know one of the managers that she used to manage our East Liberty office, Tony. She's in Greensburg now, but she has actually done a trip where you stop at like different breweries and different, Jimmy Buffett type locations en route, which is super cool. So there's always a really fun way that you can make travel more personal of an experience. And that's another reason to utilize AAA travel. We've either been there, we know someone that's been there, there's been a training that we've been able to experience to really pinpoint the vacation to be tailored to what you're looking for, whether it's hitting up breweries, whether it's, a bunch of shopping, whether it's food. For me, it's always food or sports. Those are the reasons I'm traveling.
All right, don't forget 800-354-8761. She's going to give you the particulars again on this one. Then we're going to jump into the next one, 4 nights, Bahamas, a perfect day on celebrity reflection. That's moments away. But right now, here is everything you need to know about that Miami getaway.
Absolutely. So if you were looking for a little more relaxation, but still a ton of experiences are going to be available in a long weekend, Miami Beach is the perfect getaway. We have this package that is departing June 11th through the 14th of this year. This package includes round-trip airfare out of Pittsburgh and a stay at Sol Miami, a Noble House resort. Pricing is starting at $728.50 per person based on double occupancy. So again, a really inexpensive package. Reach out to your AAA travel advisor, stop by your local office, give us a call, 1-800-354-8761. Our call center is open until 5 today. So if it's kind of rainy and you're feeling like you just want to sit on your couch and give us a call, that is absolutely an option for you.
All right, 4 nights in the Bahamas, a perfect day on celebrity reflections. Go ahead.
Are you excited? Do you want to do that?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. So our cruise of the week is a 4-night Bahamas sailing aboard the Celebrity Reflection with Celebrity Cruises. This departs June 8th, round trip out of Fort Lauderdale, and returns on June 12th. Pricing for this is starting at $542.60 per person based on double occupancy. That is an interior cabin. This is a great short cruise option for you because it fits right into that early June travel window and gives you a full experience without needing a full weekend away or a full week away. I think that the Bahamas is such an underrated destination, and to be able to visit Coco Cay and Bimini on this itinerary, it's a game changer. I've been to the Bahamas on a cruise. I've been to the Bahamas by just visiting the island, and the blue, crystal, gorgeous water and white sands. You do not have to travel to Fiji to see that. It is just an hour flight from Miami.
Love it.
Love it, love it, love it. So the Celebrity Reflection is a modern soulless class ship which carries about 3,000 guests, and it's designed for a little bit more of an upscale, relaxed cruise experience. So it's not one of those mega huge cruise ships where you're going to see a ton of people. On board, you've got over a dozen dining venues, multiple bars, a full spa, fitness center, and then there's also a signature lawn club, which is about half an acre of real grass at sea, which really sets this ship apart. There's also the retreat for suite guests and the Aqua Class accommodations focused on wellness and that elevated service that some of you guys are looking for.
All right, 800-354-8761. We'll go over all of these before we say goodbye. As you anticipate another heavy travel season, what do you think are going to be some of the top spots and why?
Well, I think a lot of our, I actually just went to lunch with Matt DeRamo recently, and, he's our sales rep for Member Choice Vacations. We love the brand. We love the product. And a lot of people are really interested in some unique destinations like the South Pacific. He recently returned from Australia and New Zealand. I returned from Australia last year. And I think some of those destinations that we're looking to get a little further away from home, but then also things in our backyard. You know, the national parks are an option that is almost always taking off. There's so many different options that we have, from our featured vacations department, which is our exclusively curated, only available at AAA East Central product, where you can do, you know, those SWAT tours where there's only about 8 people, or you can do those guided tours with member choice vacations. So anything from the national parks to Australia is really taking off this year.
Yeah, it is really taking off this year. But you know what? Every year there's that new destination. So even if you think you've traveled to parts unknown, north, south, east, and west, but you still have that desire to travel, they'll find something for you.
100%. And that's, I think, you know, one of the really great things about having that motorist and having that membership. You know, when you get your motorist in the mail at the beginning of every month, we're highlighting the different branch events that we offer. So if you're unsure or you're unclear on where your next destination is, check out those events. Stop by one of our offices. You know, we had a handful of Brendan Vacation events last month where we talked about going to Ireland and Scotland and taking advantage of that new Aer Lingus flight that's going to be direct from Pittsburgh to Dublin. We've got a bunch of Royal Caribbean events that are coming up, you know, working with Matt on some of our member choice vacation events that are going to be coming up. So if you're a little bit unclear and you don't have enough information where you feel like you are ready to plan the trip, stop by one of those events. You know, we also had those travel shows in the beginning of the year. Those are great opportunities to take advantage of it. So I think that really lean into your motorist and see what opportunities we have that are out there for you.
Yeah, and that's a part of the membership you get every month. And I just got mine the other day for the month of May, and all sorts of great information.
So many great things. There's everything from discounts to, you know, different types of experiences. I know Frank is able to, he writes a lot of the articles in there on different places he's experienced, everything from a talc tour to an Alma Waterways River cruise. There's just so many great ways to learn about travel and really see how big the world is, whether you're traveling to New York and visiting the Finger Lakes like I am in a couple of months, or if you're going to travel to Australia with business class with American Airlines, because that's the only way to do it.
but also so many other services, things that we don't talk about: auto insurance, life insurance, pet insurance.
Mm-hmm.
All of this stuff's available at AAA.
All of it's available. Free identity theft monitoring, the AAA app. You know, summer is here, and if you're looking to do road trips, the app is a great way to see how much you can save on fuel and what the closest destination is for the most inexpensive gas. You've got discounts on park tickets. You've got discounts on, you know, computers, HP products, life insurance, you know, Super Shuttle, parking spot, UPS, you name it, there's probably a AAA discount.
You know, all you need to do is very simply call 800-354-8761. If you have any further questions, just simply either call or walk into many of their offices, and some of them are even open right now.
100%. Most of our branches are open till 2, 3 p.m. today. And then, again, our call center is open until 5 p.m. So if you're sitting on your couch feeling like not going anywhere because of the weather, give them a call, 1-800-354-8761. They will be able to answer your membership questions. They'll be able to get you recommendations for travel. There's just so many really great opportunities that are available by having your AAA membership. And again, some of the opportunities that we have right now, some of the promotions that we have are as little as $10. So if you don't have a AAA membership, there's no better time to join than now.
All right, we're going to do all of it when we come back and also reiterate everything we talked about on the program today. So where's your next trip? Finger Lakes?
Yes, the Finger Lakes. So one of my best friends is getting married in October, and we are going to the Finger Lakes for her bachelorette party. So if you're thinking of, you know, if you're recently engaged and you haven't planned your bachelorette party yet, I would absolutely reach out to AAA Travel.
All right, good stuff. Short break, we'll come back. Kristen Zapp, what's your title now?
And Travel Business Manager.
Travel Business Manager. That's very impressive. Short break, we'll be back with more in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Ready for your next getaway? Let AAA Travel turn your plans into unforgettable experiences. From exciting cruises to expertly guided tours to relaxing all-inclusive resorts, they've got the perfect escape waiting for you. Looking for something more personal? Their small group adventures offer unique itineraries, immersive experiences, and more flexibility along the way. Want to skip the airport altogether? Ask about their no-fly cruises. Just hop on a a comfortable motor coach from the Pittsburgh area to nearby ports like New York or New Jersey, and let your vacation begin the moment you leave home. Plus, their knowledgeable AAA travel advisors are here to help with personalized recommendations and to customize a trip that's perfect for you. Visit your local Western PA AAA office or call 1-800-354-8761 today. That's 1-800-354-8761 and start your next adventure with AAA Travel.
If you want to know how good it feels to get professional paint work inside your home, go with CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard, and a big opportunity right now. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. The sale ends soon. And remember, each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Stack the deck. Everything that we brought to the table, you can go to AAA.com/radio, but she's going to go through it all, and all you need to know is this. 800-354-8761, 800-354-8761. Dream it, plan it, book it. We've got a trifecta. All three are good, but three together would be great. Go ahead.
I love it. Yeah, we could stack these together. So maybe we could do a trip to Miami and then take the cruise, or you could do a trip to Las Vegas and we could tack on Arizona or California or something fun on the West Coast. So I love that idea, Rob. We're going to hire you at AAA Travel here soon.
Thank you.
So again, if you're planning your next getaway or you're just starting to think about summer travel and you think you've missed the boat, you absolutely have not. There are so many last minute opportunities that are available. We have 2 tours of the week. And the first one is taking you to Las Vegas. So this is going to be a quick summer getaway departing June 11th through June 19th of 2026. This package includes round-trip airfare from Pittsburgh and a stay at the Link Hotel and Experience, which is right on the Las Vegas Strip. Prices are starting at $838 per person based on double occupancy. Again, Las Vegas is such a great location. This property is right in the middle of everything. You're adjacent to so many dining opportunities, shopping, entertainment. You know, this is the perfect quick weekend getaway that gives you a lot of activity and a lot of energy and that real true Las Vegas feel that you might be looking for. We've also got our second tour of the week, which is taking us from the desert to the East Coast. This is going to be a Miami Beach getaway, also departing June 11th through the 14th of 2026. This package includes round-trip airfare from Pittsburgh and a stay at Sol Miami, a Noble House resort. Pricing is starting at $728.50 per person based on double occupancy. Your resort is going to include breakfast, beach chairs, towels, umbrellas, access to the fitness center, and, you know, so many different opportunities that are in Miami that are very different from Las Vegas. So if you're looking for maybe shopping and dining and culture and a little bit of the beach, tropical, outdoor focused type of a vacation, Miami Beach is probably calling your name. Again, both of these packages are June 11th through the 14th, and both of these packages are under $1,000 per person for 2. If these dates don't work for you, if you want to go longer, if you're thinking of a different month or a different time frame, give us a call, stop by your local office. We can make this package fit perfectly to what you're looking for. So again, stop by your local office. They are open probably between 2 and 3 today. Give us a call at our call center. They're open till 5 today, 1-800-354-8761. And then we also have our cruise of the week, which is another quick weekend getaway. This is going to be a 4-night Bahama sailing on the Celebrity Reflection with Celebrity Cruises. This is pricing at $542.60 per person for an interior cabin. And this is a great choice for a short cruise. You're able to soak up all of that beautiful Bahama weather. You know, on board, there's so many different dining venues, bars, spa, fitness center. This ship specifically, it's primarily in the Caribbean with stops in Nassau, It stops in private islands like Bimini, Coco Cay. There's so much to do and see here. And what really defines Celebrity, I think, is the atmosphere. It's more refined, more relaxed, and very destination focused. It's a great fit if you want a cruise that feels comfortable, modern, and just a little bit more elevated. So whether it's Las Vegas, Miami, or a Caribbean cruise, there's still strong summer opportunities with travel available, even if you're planning last minute. So visit AAA.com/radio to view the different itineraries we talked about today. Stop by your local office or call 1-800-354-8761 to talk with your AAA travel advisor and start planning your next getaway now.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Now let's go back to how we began talking about careers and what you all do also at AAA.
Oh, I love it. So if you are looking to start your career, visit AAA.com/careers. We have so many opportunities, anything from, providing DMV services to our members, insurance, travel. We have a lot of management opportunities. We have different opportunities in our branches. We have call center opportunities. If you're looking for road service, we have opportunities where you're member facing. We have opportunities where you work from home. So there's so many great opportunities out there. And to get started with an organization that really invests in their employees and their growth opportunities is huge. Some of my favorite things about working for the Auto Club is the way that they give back to their employees. They have different opportunities to help us grow, whether it's with training, whether it's with, promotions, whether, they're offering us volunteer hours. So that's one of my favorite things is that I'm able to, give back to the communities that I work in. And that's all part of, the organization that I work for. So if you're interested in starting your career, there's no better place to start than AAA Travel.
So day to day, what do you do now?
Day to day, that's crazy. Day to day is different, Rob. So I'm visiting the different offices. So I cover the entire state of Pennsylvania. And then I also have 2 offices in New York, up near the Buffalo area. So I'm visiting the different offices, helping train some of our newer travel advisors, and then kind of listening to what the, senior, more tenure advisors might need to continue to stay successful. And then we also have a lot of our managers that don't have travel background. So they might not be as familiar with reporting or, how things work. So I'm really just there to help make sure everyone's successful. Everyone from your travel advisor to your manager to the frontline staff.
So I've been doing this show since I was your age, in my early 30s. So I've done it a few times where I've picked up a few things. And that's why I wanted you to talk about what you do. Because back in the day, we used to talk about vacations in which people would actually go in their car and go on a vacation with a family. That was, of course, Mr. Jim Lehman that came up with that. And I think about it all the time, that theme. So if I wanted to go on a driving vacation in Pennsylvania, you've seen a lot of Pennsylvania. So where might some of the places I might want to take the family throughout Pennsylvania this coming summer?
I love it. So Gettysburg is probably one of my absolute favorite places to visit in the state of PA. You've got so much history. You've got really great food. There's a lot of wineries in that area. Bethlehem is also a really cute town. I know that I've been working with the manager in our Bethlehem office for different events that AAA can be involved in, and they have really cool things happening all year round. So they have Music Fest this summer. They have Oktoberfest in the fall. They do like a Christmas markets type of thing. So maybe if you're thinking about, Christmas markets in Europe, you could start in Bethlehem, PA and get a little bit of a taste of that. And then maybe talk with one of our advisors about booking a Christmas markets trip next year.
It is amazing when you think of the history of Pennsylvania. When you just came out with the very first thought that was Gettysburg. I mean, who doesn't want to see Gettysburg? Everyone should want to go to Gettysburg.
Absolutely. I've been there a dozen times. One of our family friends, they actually just sold it, but they did own a bed and breakfast there. So every year for Christmas, we would go out and we would decorate the bed and breakfast. And it was just such a magical, fun experience. And then the town is lit up and it's quaint and cozy. And there's just a lot of great food, a lot of history. And of course, you're a little bit like, okay, is this place that I'm visiting haunted? Is it not haunted? Am I making this up in my brain? So there's just a lot of really, really great opportunities here in the state of PA to visit.
I don't think people realize how many counties and different places and over the river and through the woods you can witness and see and step back in time. And Pennsylvania has been such a big part of the United States of America, obviously the industrial age, but it's just, you could spend the entire summer traveling throughout Pennsylvania.
You really could. And, no matter where I go, whether it's across the state of Pennsylvania, whether it's up to New York or all over the world, I always love coming home. There's just so many incredible little suburb areas in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is home. I mean, there's so much good food, sports. You can't go wrong with the sports here. And, different places, whether you're going to Oakland, whether you're going to Lawrenceville, Shadyside, Bloomfield. There's just so many great things happening right in our city.
And the other thing that you have definitely become familiar with, I have it, and it's one of the great things that AAA Central does, Pennsylvania Turnpike, the Easy Pass.
Yes. I have quite a few charges on my Easy Pass with all of the driving that I'm doing, but it's a great benefit. You can stop into a AAA office. They can get you hooked up with your Easy Pass. So if there's really anything that you think you need, whether it's travel, whether it's insurance, road service, identity theft, discounts at the parking spot, discounts at show your card and save, different places where you can, go for dining and shopping and, gas prices and the app and anything that you could think of, there's probably a way that AAA can make it better for you.
All right. In closing, before we say goodbye, just remind folks, if you're thinking of going anywhere, get it planned. And if you haven't got your real ID yet, you better get your real ID.
Absolutely. You better get your real ID. It makes the airport so much smoother. I know that I was a little delayed on getting my real ID, and I felt like I had to travel with my passport all the time, which made me a little bit anxious, traveling domestically with my passport. And it's just a really great benefit to have. So you have to go to a driver center to get your real ID. But I know whenever I got mine, I went into Bridgeville. I was one of the first people there, and they had me in and out in 30 minutes. So as long as you come prepared with everything that you need, you won't be there. The horror stories of being there for days, I think have passed. I think we're in a good spot now where you can get in and get out. If you don't have TSA pre-check, I think that is a really great benefit to take advantage of. We just recently had a TSA pre-check event in our North Hills office. We're going to have several more coming up through the summer. So if you're thinking about TSA pre-check, make sure that you are utilizing your motorist or you're visiting AAA.com/TSA and you're able to see all of the different TSA pre-check opportunities we have in our local offices.
Listen, even if you want to just drive, go to a beach, do something, make this the summer that you take that trip that maybe you've been putting off in recent years, because you know what? These vacations, these trips are what make you. This is what you work for, and this is what good memories are all about. So it doesn't matter where you go, just go.
Absolutely. And whether it's for, you and your spouse, whether it's a family trip, whether it's for a bachelorette party, a birthday party, a weekend getaway, a month-long getaway, if you're thinking of taking a world cruise, anything from something right in our backyard to traveling around the world, AAA is there for you. We can help you from start, during, and after. If you don't have travel insurance, it's absolutely one of the things we're going to recommend because that's how we're going to fully protect you from beginning to end.
You did a great job today.
Thanks.
All right, have a great rest of your weekend, okay?
Thanks, you too, Rob.
They never cease to amaze me, these talented, bright young minds that work at AAA East Central. Dream it, plan it, book it, 800-354-8761, 800-354-8761. Rob Taylor, Noon News, 2.5 minutes away. Then we come back for the final hour today, and we open up the phone lines. We're going to be talking about the new job numbers that are out, the war in Iran, talking about keeping our cities safe and keeping the money flowing into our community, and also talking about your shopping habits. All of that coming up in just a few minutes. We'll get all of that in 1 hour, and your opinion, your phone calls as well. It's your Pratt Pack. We roll on for a Saturday at KDKA. Stay with us.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 59 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Early this morning, crews responded to a fire at a vacant building on the north side. That building on Lizelle Street in Perry South caught fire around 12:30 this morning. Building actually began to collapse as firefighters worked to put out the blaze. No one was injured. Cause of the fire under investigation. Well, police have charged 43-year-old George Mitchell Jr. with criminal homicide, counts of attempted homicide, and a host of other charges after they say he was responsible for a crime spree. Started in Warmerding, ended in Penn Hills. Now, Mitchell allegedly hit a dog with his car in Warmerding Thursday afternoon, and then in Wilkinsburg allegedly struck two teenage girls along Doyle Street as they walked. Police say Mitchell then struck a man and male teenager with his vehicle in Penn Hills. Then police say Mitchell stabbed 45-year-old Jinx Hairston, who was dropped off at Mercy Hospital but later died. Mitchell was arrested on Friday morning at a home on Penny Drive in Penn Hills. One of the teenage girls struck by a car was 14-year-old Prudence Sibley. Both her legs were broken. She had fractures in her collarbone and pelvis. Here's her mother, Angela Sibley, telling KDKA Television.
She was in good spirits, actually. I was quite surprised. She made all the nurses laugh. I think it was adrenaline, honestly. It didn't last that long. As soon as it wore off, she was hooting and hollering.
A man will spend decades in prison after he was convicted of killing a woman in Uniontown. 36-year-old Terrell Jones pleaded guilty to third-degree murder in the death of Samantha Hardin back in June of 2022. Police say Jones got into an altercation with another man at the McPatton's pub, and the other man used Hardin as a human shield while Jones shot at him. Jones was sentenced to 20 to 40 years in prison. Police across the country warning people about a game called Senior Assassin, which is a bit like tag with water guns. Popular with graduating high school seniors, but causing all kinds of trouble lately because the plastic guns look too real. Here's CBS News' Tom Hansen.
Basically, everybody gets a target, and you have to get them, but no one knows who has you. And, you just keep playing until there's one person left, and whoever wins all the money that gets put into the game.
It's causing dangerous confusion for police departments around the country. They've sounded the alarm, sending out warnings to schools and local communities. In April, an Indiana student was charged with felony intimidation for using this water gun. And in 2024, a Kansas student was shot by a parent and paralyzed from the waist down, both while playing the Senior Assassin game.
KDKA Radio News Time 12:03, the AccuWeather forecast. Next.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the Village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Spring has sprung, and so have the insects. Win the battle with Harmony Organic Insect Control. Nothing is safer, nothing works better. Harmony is earth-friendly, 100% non-toxic, and safe for plants, people, and pets. Harmony Organic Insect Control kills spiders, aphids, mites, soil lice, millipedes, and hundreds of other garden pests. Find Harmony at participating True Value hardware stores or online at harmonyoic.com. Hello, spring. Goodbye, bugs. Thanks to Harmony Organic Insect Control.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, mostly cloudy, high of 69. Then watch for a thunderstorm in spots for tonight, especially early, any of which could bring gusty winds and small hail, low of 52. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy for Mother's Day, couple of showers at the high 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
This week, Cannon-McMillan School District announced it's reducing screen time in the classroom. Superintendent Dr. Greg Taranto tells KDKA Radio kindergarten through second grade will be Chromebook-free learning areas, pointing to new research that shows kids learn better with direct, face-to-face interaction with teachers. Dr. Taranto adds screen time is being reduced at all grade levels, and the school district is buying physical textbooks instead of digital versions. We applaud Canon Mac's decision to reduce screen time in the classroom. Kids are inundated with phones, tablets, and video games all day long, and research shows too much screen time can be detrimental to a child's development. Dr. Taranto says this isn't an elimination of its technical and computer classes, but more of what he calls a return to center and not relying on screens for everything. We hope other local districts soon follow suit and shift their learning that best benefits the students and lets teachers teach.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Rob Fratz on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, let me talk about another way you can help your young children learn by on-the-job training. And that was one of the topics that I just mentioned going into the top of the hour that I wanted to bring up this hour. And it's about this time of year. So here we are, just about halfway through the month of May. Mother's Day is coming up tomorrow, and what all good mothers and fathers can do for their teens who are of age, meaning high school years, and especially those who still have a little time left in the high school of choice, meaning their junior or senior year upcoming, you simply say to them, well, what are you going to do this summer? Maybe over a nice Mother's Day dinner tomorrow, you're talking and you're there, or maybe Grandma is there, they're celebrating her big day, and she says, so little Janie and Jack, what are you going to do this summer? Well, I don't know. I'm going to sleep late, I'm going to hang out with my friends and this and that. And you should say, have you ever thought about getting a job? Going out, earning a paycheck, getting a little passbook savings, and putting a few bucks away in the local bank. I think one of the things that has happened, because these jobs numbers that came out, 115,000 plus for the month, that was April, shocked a few people because they thought it was going to be more like 55,000. So what does that tell me? People are still buying into the Trump administration, despite all of the polling numbers that we continue to have shoved down our throat. He's only at 30%. The sky is falling. Run for your life, Chicken Little, right? But the one place that we need to really get more people to buy in, the convenience store, the grocery store, the fast food location of choice, working for recreation departments, going out and getting a lifeguard license, basically cleaning up a park, delivering anything, getting out and about, doing something in that municipality, that borough, that township, to where they want young people who want to step up and go to work. And many of these jobs are within walking distance of where they live. So they get up at 8 o'clock as opposed to getting up at 11 o'clock. And they go out into the morning fog of a summer, and they basically watch the heat of the summer turn into the twilight of the fall. But they have something of substance to show for it. Whether it's working at the local pizza shop, doesn't matter. A couple of nights a week, learning something. And the greatest skill of all is learning to communicate with people face-to-face, something you heard moments ago my boss talking about in that editorial. We have to get young people engaged in communicating again. I'm not the last generation, but not too many after me has basically the generation X, Y, and Z of the world. They are just about the last as far as really communicating. Maybe throw in millennials, but for the most part, it's been a world of technology. And yes, technology is being used to the point where people still don't sit down and communicate enough as far as face-to-face. And a lot of these places that I mentioned are desperate. Help wanted, help wanted. There's not a parking lot that you pull in. You don't see a sign there that says help wanted, apply within. We are hiring. Just about every fast food restaurant. You're going up and down the boulevard, wherever that may be. The marquee telling you what they've got on special, and right smack dab underneath it, help wanted. There's nothing worse than this, and this is what kind of got me into this thought process to want to bring it up this weekend. You know, coming back to Pittsburgh all week long, back and forth for personal reasons, for work. I don't know how I ran into these buildings, but there were 2 or 3 buildings that I saw each and every day, either coming into the city or leaving. It was an abandoned building that no longer was in operation. Weeds had grown up through cracks in the parking lot, but what was still in the window? Not even a for sale sign or lease sign, nothing, because that was just basically at the street level, so you would see that at the street. Somebody looking to either sell or desperately lease or rent their building that you can tell because the paint is peeling that they've been out of business for a while. But this was the very scary thing that I saw. In each one of those buildings, day after day, it was shocking. I'd look up, there I was again. It was like deja vu. Help wanted. And I kept thinking, life support, help wanted. They kept begging and pleading for help wanted, but they never got it. So how do we convince young people that it would be a good idea to go work? And listen, there's nothing wrong with technology. We love it. But they don't need to be doing work from home on the internet. Working for an employer from home on the internet where they do not have to make eye contact. They need to go out and they need to make eye contact. So tell me, how do we get young people wanting to go out and work? How do we do it? Other than simply saying you're going to get a job. It's that simple. And what do you remember about your first job, those summer jobs? Summer jobs are the coolest. They really are, because you get a chance to meet people from other parts of the town or community that you live in or county, but you also really get to meet people along the way. And if you go back to that place of summer employment, summer after summer, even for 2 or 3 years, and if you actually hang on to at least one day during the week, during the school year, you really get a chance to make friends, to make commitments, and more importantly, by the time you need to actually be able to fend for your supper, you're going to be able to do it. Look, anybody can push a button. Anybody can use AI. And if you're concerned about artificial intelligence taking over the world, I can't tell you how many times I've heard in recent weeks from school teachers to just about everybody you can imagine. Hey, we got to get those kids headed in the right direction because their jobs are going to be threatened by artificial intelligence. Listen, do you know why artificial intelligence came to be? Any idea? Come closer. Put your ear right up against the radio speaker, and I'll be very quiet when I say it. We did it. We stopped communicating. We stopped using the human element. Everything was click, click, click. Slide the mouse. Click, click, click. Slide the mouse. Click, click, click. Do you realize Mother's Day is fast approaching? Within hours, it'll be here. We'll be back on the air as we have been since the mid-'80s before the sun comes up, wishing everybody a happy Mother's Day. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart, as I used to say when my own mother was here. But do you understand how many gifts will be sent to Mother or basically bought online? And there's nothing wrong with it. It's great. Nobody loves it more than I do. I love the business matrix, FedEx, Amazon, UPS, the Postal Service. Love it, love it, love it. But isn't it also nice to actually get a gift or even have it delivered from one of those companies and then take it to your mom? Actually take it to your mom. Or maybe say, hey, Mom, let's go to the local mall. We'll go to your favorite place and I'll let you pick something out. I used to love doing that with my mom. No expense, Mom, whatever you want. Don't even look at the price tag. You pick it out, and you would sit while she would try on different outfits and look at different accessories and, different perfumes and things that she really loved. And it was a day of it. And then you'd get a cup of coffee, something to eat at the end of the day. Memories that nobody will ever be able to take away from me. But I would have never had that if I didn't have those places where people work and they specialize in selling purses or hats or clothing or shoes. That's the department store. And you wonder why we're losing all of these brick and mortar places and why the malls are suffering and they won't be as busy on Mother's Day as they once were. Because we quit communicating. We quit communicating. So do you remember what you did for your very first job? That first paycheck, do you remember what it was? I'm curious. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. And I got to tell you, mothers are the best. No one will ever be more important than moms. But I can tell you, my grandmother and my mother, but especially my grandmother, both of them, right smack dab in the Depression, there was no room for error. There was no room for excuses. You had to get up and get going. You push through it. We got to start teaching young people to push through it. And the best way to do that is having your own money, your own place to put that money, that bank account. That's your money. You've earned it. How many times did you hear that? That's your money. You earned it. But there's so much more than just a paycheck. It's about getting out into the real world. And if you look at some of the age-old problems we've had over the last 25, 30 years in America since we had a balanced budget and why we're now $38 trillion in debt, because we have not taught our young people how to communicate. And everything is done behind the computer screen. We need to step out in the daylight and we need to communicate. Do you agree or disagree? And that first job, what did it teach you? It taught you more than just earning a paycheck. 866-391-1020, bonus hour, your Pratt Pack today, Mother's Day weekend, KDKA, 866-391-1020.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
I've been burned before. I was just repeating the same patterns. It turns out I had a type.
Workplaces everywhere are looking for love. And by love, we mean the easy way to order food at work. Easy Cater.
I thought ordering from great restaurants at work had to be complicated, but then I met Easy Cater. So many options, so flexible, and when I ordered for 50 gluten-free vegans without going over budget, I knew I'd found the platform I wanted to do life and lunch with.
Fall in love with Easy Cater. Start an order at easycater.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen, you know as well as I do. If it wasn't for that first job, for those of you who actually had a first job and had to do some sort of physical labor, but always were in constant communicating with somebody, you wouldn't have done as well as you've done some 30, 35, 40 years later. And these convenience stores and these grocery stores and those fast food restaurants, if you're working the cash register, you got to make eye contact and you're going to have some chit-chat and you're going to have some small talk. And that's some of the greatest things that you will ever experience in your life. It's the way that you set the pattern for the rest of your life. 866-391-1020. Here's Larry in Shaler. Larry, good afternoon and welcome to KDK with your Pratt Pack. How are you?
Good. How are you doing today?
I am wonderful. Great to hear from you and the lunch hour for this Saturday. What's on your mind?
Well, you want to know about my first job?
Yes.
Well, it was at 16 years old at one of our most famous grocery stores in the Pittsburgh area. I had to start at 16, and guess what? I was there till 70, so that was my first job.
Yeah, and you took that job because in a roundabout way, if you needed things, that was the only way you were going to get it.
Well, I was told if you want to drive a car, you need gas money, you need car insurance. So you better go find a job. That's what my parents told me. So 54 years later, at the age of 70, I retired from that first job.
That's amazing. So what were the biggest changes that you saw? I'm sure you saw a lot of changes, right?
Oh, definitely. Lots of changes. Right now, you can't get any help. Kids don't want to work.
That seems to be the biggest problem, Larry. I mean, that seems to be the biggest problem, trying to get people to actually get help. I mean, small business, corporations, people, they cannot get young people. And that's what I said. If you start a young person at 16, 17, and 18, bagging groceries, taking orders for hamburgers and French fries, mopping floors up, if you get them started early, you're not going to have the problem that we have in America right now with the workforce. I mean, listen, 115,000 is much better than 55, in which they projected. But we should be doing 3.25 every single month. We should be, and they should be jobs that are life-sustaining jobs. But what has happened, you have a lot of the people who are looking for a little extra income taking these jobs that young people are not filling up because they're not getting off the couch and putting the joystick or the Xbox down or PlayStation to take these jobs. Honestly, I'm not pointing fingers, but I can't believe more parents aren't saying, you got to go to work. You got to get up and you got to go to work.
Well, that's what my mom and dad told me. You better go to work if you want to put gas in that car. You want to drive that car. And 54 years later, I retired from one of our local grocery stores.
My man. Listen, I love the grocery business, man. I can't get enough of it in Coons Market about every day, helping that family out. And I talk to all of our help on a regular basis, especially some of the younger people. And I say, hey, you got a career here. You'd be a great poster child because I've said, you can stay with this company and end up managing one of these stores. And, man, to be with the same company for 54 years, that's absolutely remarkable. What do you love about the grocery business? I'll tell you what I love about it, but what do you love about it the most? Quickly, go ahead.
Oh, I love all the different varieties now. There's so much different varieties. You don't know what to buy when you go to the store.
Well, who would have ever thought, and I'm sure a lot of the immigrants who came here thought the exact same thing, that you could walk into a big building and basically get fresh produce, fresh meats, anything your heart desires, it's right there. And this is a massive weekend at Coons and the grocery industry because of Mother's Day. Bouquet of flowers, candy, the baked goods that you can get. And, I did this little video yesterday that went viral. I mean, it's getting rave reviews, and I did it from a labor of love standpoint. Started talking about the mothers of the neighborhood that I grew up in and how they may not have been my biological mother, but they were really very near and dear to me and were real game changers. And I was just thinking about all the things that these incredible mothers did. And I said, instead of taking them to a restaurant, which you can do any time of year, and if you want to do that, that's fine. But why not go to the grocery store, pick up some delicious food, cook it, take it to mom, or better yet, bring mom to your house and sit her down for a home-cooked meal. There's nothing better than that. And I got to tell you, I can't tell you how many times at various celebrations, and Mom's Day was a big deal in my household growing up, and it really was. My grandmother, obviously my mom's mom, who was very young when she got married, so she was kind of like an extension of another mother to me, and she was single later on in her life, so she was always with us, and my mom and dad, because of 6 kids, would lean on her for at least one night a week, which she did with open arms, and we would go to her house, and my mom and dad would kind of go out and kick up their heels and dance and, be adults for a couple of hours before they had to get up and do it all over again on Sunday morning. So she would always be there, and we always took time, and they would always say, boy, there's nothing like a home-cooked meal. There's nothing like a home-cooked meal. And, I think that's another thing, that we live in a society today where it's throwaway. You got paper plates and napkins and plastic forks and drive-through. You grab the food, you get home, you eat it as quickly as you can. You don't even sit long enough to digest it. I would give anything to be able to go back and have my mom and grandmother come to dinner at my house to where I could actually sit there and not even clear a plate for a half hour and then get up and say, you folks sit, have some coffee, and then I'll take everything over to the sink and put it in the dishwasher or wash it. And to be able to hear those voices again and to feel that love and that warmth, all of it was because of communicating. And what worries me that we are in such a disconnect right now in our country, I worry that people aren't going to be able to even connect and communicate. And I got to tell you where I see it. You know, I've been to, because it's my age, a lot of funerals, right? A lot of passing of people that are loved and adored. You see tears flowing, but you don't see the tears like you once did. You know, when my grandparents died, especially that grandmother, Marie, I was devastated. I literally went out on the back part of my dad's house and sat on a swing that he made for his grandkids. I'm 26 years of age, and I'm just sobbing uncontrollably, swinging back and forth. I did it until it kind of started to become dusk. I did it for like 2 hours. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed because I think of this woman, all that she did for me, talked me down off the ledge when I was dealing with, you know, first love issues or having trouble with a job or school or, you know, fighting with my siblings or whatever the case may be. She was always there for me. She'd give you a piece of cake, let you have a cup of coffee. She'd get you one of her homemade cookies. She'd just sit there and listen to you for hours talking about what you were dealing with. And it was such unselfish love. My mother did the same thing. I've seen the mother of my children do the same thing. This is why we need to get back to telling our kids, look, you've got to go out in the real world. You've got to see all of the flaws. You got to tear the Band-Aid off. You got to see the wound. You got to heal that wound. And the only way you can get things started in the right direction again, you got to get them to communicate. And look what's happened with even education. A lot of these schools are basically on fumes right now. They don't have enough money to keep the lights on. They're graduating 60, 70 a year. And they're just trying to get the resources to be able to get the tools for the teachers to do the job. And they've got rid of some of the extracurriculars like the choir. Certain sports have disappeared. I mean, whether it comes to a spring activity, a fall activity, a winter activity, they've all gone away because there's no money. And the reason we are now in a position where there's no money in America, it's because we've stopped communicating. Look in Washington, D.C., any window of the Capitol, the House, the Senate. Look in there. Nobody's talking. Nobody's laughing. Nobody's like standing shoulder to shoulder, one being a Democrat, one being a Republican. We have a Democrat from Pennsylvania who's probably one of the most bipartisan politicians I have seen in my lifetime, and his own party is talking about primarying him. And I think what John Fetterman said was so true. So true. He said, look, I haven't changed. My party has. We have gotten to a point in America, it's all catching up to us now, to where all of the lack of communication and talking and nurturing and listening to one another has disappeared. We all continue to lean to the one side. And that's where we are in America right now. That's not the America that we want to be in. And listen, we're in a war right now in Iran. And we are trying to get a peace deal. But I still believe unless we get that regime out of here, it'll be a failure. But there was a time, no matter what we were fighting or where we were at, wherever it was around the world, people were patriots. They were talking about it, sharing stories. Do you realize all of the great stories of the men who were so full of valor that fought in the First World War, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Afghanistan, the Middle East back in the early 90s, everything we've gone through? The majority of these men, sadly, and women, aren't telling those stories anymore because young people don't value a good story. They don't. They would rather see something that has Marvel connected to it or DC Comics, which there's nothing wrong with that. But sometimes you got to get a dose of reality. You got to see where we have come to get where we are. And the only way you do that is to listen to the story so you can keep telling those stories. So that first job, what do you remember about it and why was it a game changer with you? I don't know if you're going to be able to beat Larry. First job he had for 54 years and just recently retired at 70. 866-391-1020. Keep the calls coming. Open talk until 1 o'clock with your Pratt Pack.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Bring your home back to life with Zero Res, a fresher clean that you can actually feel. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $139 and whole home air duct cleaning starting at just $5.99. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them KDKA sent you.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 59 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 2 people were arrested on Friday after police say they recovered multiple guns and drugs in connection with an investigation outside of a Carrick business. 7 guns, 4 bundles of heroin, and more than $5,600 in cash were found in the 1600 block of Brownsville Road. 24-year-old Mello Williams and 19-year-old Matthias Stewart were arrested. Williams faces charges including carrying firearms without a license, also possession with intent to deliver, and other charges. Stewart is charged with carrying firearms without a license and possession of controlled substances. Social Security Administration's list of the most popular baby names for 2025 is out, and CBS's Michael Toscano has the top spot.
What's your name?
If you were born in 2025 and are a boy, it's most likely Liam. For girls, it's Olivia, both topping the list for 7 years in a row.
What's your name?
The boys' top 10. After Liam, it's Noah, Oliver, and Theodore, followed by Henry, James, Elijah, Matteo, and William.
What's your name?
After Olivia, it's Charlotte, Emma, Amelia, Sophia with a PH, Mia, Isabella, Evelyn, Sophia with an F, and Eliana.
Won't you tell me your name?
I'm Michael, number 1 boy's name from 1954 to 1998, Toscano, CBS News.
KDK Radio News Time, 12:31. Next updates at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
If you're in the Pittsburgh area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 5-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 412-801-7213. That's 412-801-7213. Don't wait. Call 412-801-7213 now. Again, 412-801-7213. Freedom Care. Get paid to care starting now.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know that KDK has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, mostly cloudy, high of 69. Watch for a thunderstorm in spots for tonight, especially early, any of which could bring gusty winds and small hail, low 52. Mother's Day tomorrow, a couple of showers, mostly cloudy, high 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, we'll be back Monday. Yes, enjoy the weekend. I'll catch you Monday, 2 to 6. Can't wait to talk. Colin Dunlap, KDKA.
All right, back with your Pratt Pack. We are in open talk until 1 o'clock, a little bonus hour. We're up and running here in the noon hour. A couple of more segments left, so if you want to jump in, I suggest you hit the touch tone and dial 866-391-1020. Back tomorrow morning on Mother's Day, and then back in the air chair for our regular show throughout the week, 6 to 10. A lot of things planned coming up next week, heading into that primary on May 19th. So talking about the business of jobs, the creation of 115,000 month of April, those numbers came out. We talked about it in the first hour today. A lot of people expected around 55,000. I still think there's a lot of jobs that are not being filled, and we need to start igniting our young people to get back out into the workforce. There's a lot of things that are happening, and you see, when you take away these jobs and that business matrix and cash flow, a lot of things suffer. The city, obviously, dealing with their financial woes. A lot of it is because we've lost good-paying jobs in and around the city of Pittsburgh that were given. Not to mention, a lot of these companies have been working from home since the pandemic. You're on a hybrid, some of them working part-time, at home, at work. You need cash flow, and that's what we're suffering with right now. And, you know, it's gotten so bad because when you start losing a population and you don't have a workforce coming in throughout the day, the streets get overtaken by hoodlums and criminals and those who want to do people harm, right? And it's gotten so bad that many people who paid their dues, worked their 30, 40, 50 years in places like the city of Pittsburgh, where I live in Beaver County, where many of you live. What has happened? The streets aren't safe anymore, because that evil element has moved in to prey on the innocent people who are still trying to hang on to their community. So being safe and also convincing young people, if in your heart you have the belief that you want to stand up and be a part of your community to protect people and put a fresh coat of paint on a house and stake claim to your American dream, you can still do that. But we've gotten so many people that, once again, are sealed up in their home for the fear of even going out or dealing with anything, that they've lost the art of communication. And you cannot fix any problem unless you have some sort of communication when it comes to it. But cash is king. We need more cash in and around our country. And as far as I'm concerned, we also need to quit coddling our children. If they are old enough to understand and comprehend, and they are of 16, 17, 18, rationalization is something we don't have enough of in this country. So earlier today, this really got the calls going in that 5 a.m. hour. I mentioned that the judge in the man who is accused of killing Charlie Kirk says, let the cameras roll. For now, we'll look at it on a day-to-day basis, but for right now, let the cameras roll. Right away, there were people on the national stage saying, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. I simply say, why not? Why not? If and when this thing does start to really hit the front page and it becomes an ongoing trial, people have every right to see what is going on in that courtroom, even if he is squirming in his seat. And if people are old enough in your household, you need to show them, not the whole thing, not the entire argument from both sides, the defense to the prosecuting attorney, but you need to tell your children crime and punishment. If you don't toe the line, you don't walk the line and do the right thing, you will be punished. And yes, you too could be in front of that camera in a courtroom where the entire world is watching, and down deep, whether you want to admit it or not, doesn't matter what's happening with the jury. Many people have made up their mind. But this man, because we live in the greatest country in the world, which our founding fathers said, I want to live by a law, do not want to be anything but a democracy. If they are found guilty by a jury of their peers, as this man will, they'll get another opportunity, because everybody seems to have this reason to think that you don't. But more people than not, and I don't know anybody who's ever, or any case I have ever followed, that has not gotten their appeal process basically given to them. But if a person is found guilty, and if a person goes through that appeals process and once again is found guilty by a jury of his or her peers, whatever the punishment may be, must be carried out. And you must continue to tell your children, just because you don't have the same political vibe or views with somebody doesn't give you the right to lash out with violence. I mean, look at this recent incident with the assassination attempt of the president. This man was a educator, teacher, went to an incredible school, lived in a great neighborhood, upper middle class, had everything. Wanted to actually be a gamer. He wanted to create games. So obviously the man has common sense and has those neurons firing on all cylinders in his brain to be able to do that. But no, he wanted to, in his words, basically stop that evil man that is Donald Trump. So much so that he's staying in the Hilton Hotel and he takes it upon himself to do what he did. And you have to think, well, where's the rationalization? You're going to go into this room with members of the administration, dignitaries, 3 and 4 and 5 layers of security. You're carrying multiple weapons and a knife, and you think you're going to get away with this? First off, mental illness is a real issue. But anybody who thinks for 1 minute you're going to be able to go into a room like that and get away with it, think again. But even if you don't like what this president has to say, even if you didn't like what Charlie Kirk had to say, the reason we live in this great country is for people to have the right to voice their opinion. And that man who's accused of killing Charlie Kirk and silencing his voice and making his wife a widow and those 2 beautiful children without a father, the whole world should see. I mean, we live in a country, and I talked about this on the evening show the other night when it first broke. The gentleman accused of killing the healthcare CEO, people are sending that person money, over $2 million so far for his defense fund. Now, how could somebody is convicted, no, but still facing the possibility of maybe even the death penalty because on camera they have proof that it was him who shot a man in cold blood, point blank range for no other reason other than disagree, didn't like, envious, ego, jealous, believed it was wrong. All of the above. Doesn't matter. You have no right to do that. And these people are looking at this, seeing the same footage I did. And even if you don't know what the backstory is or for whatever so-called reason, it's premeditated. Knew what he was doing. He was stalking this guy. And there are still people opening their checkbook. Sadly. Look, and with the president, I'm not saying that he doesn't need a filter, because he does. But his wife has been nothing but pure class. Now people are saying hurtful and ugly things towards her. That just goes to show me that somewhere along the way, how we started this hour, we're not communicating with our young people. How did they grow up in a world to where we see so much violence? And here we are still talking violence and hatred. We have to get the courts in this country, crime and punishment. When you do the crime, as the saying goes, you must do the time. And I believe we are at a place in this world, whether you want to agree with me or not, I'd love to hear your opinion. But in some circumstances, when that act is premeditated and someone loses their life, and that person, it's been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, there is no reasonable doubt anywhere in the room that appeals process, and once again by a jury of their peers, his or her found guilty, they must be put to death. Because the thing that nobody understands, the more of these people that you let live and walk amongst the living for maybe 10, 15, 20, 30 years and beyond, and they do, even if it is in a prison cell, they still get 3 meals a day, a place to put their head at night, and yes, downtime, recreation time, get to watch their families age out, have family visit them. And with time, it doesn't heal all wounds, especially when there's someone's life that has been taken. But what happens, it becomes commonplace. It's just another ugly headline, and there will be someone to replace this headline. And we'll be all in focused on that. But sooner or later, we have to say enough is enough. Do you know how many people who definitely have been found guilty time and time again, committing heinous acts, murder, death row in this country, have been there for 20, 25 years, 30 years. You even hear when these states carry out a death sentence, somebody has been on death row for 20 years. I mean, 20 years before you decide to execute that person. Do you understand how much we as taxpayers, who are stretched thin as it is, are paying for these prison systems? and all of the things that go with it. Don't you think a lot of this stuff, if you had some of these people when they were young out hustling, trying to make ends meet, trying to make a living, helping their parents, working around the house, picking up a side hustle, a job that they would do after school, do you think many of them would have the time to think the ugliness as they think? And if you're a parent, if your child's 16, 17, 18, I keep talking about those formative years, so I'm talking high school, 10th, 11th, 12th, maybe even a freshman, you should be snatching that phone out of their hand, saying, that's enough. It's enough. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I'm in a restaurant, families are gathering, 2 teenagers in the corner table, not even sitting with their own family, but they are one family, on their phone the entire time. It's on the table. They take a spoonful of food, and then they scroll. A spoonful of food, and then they scroll. I mean, and they are fixated that their eyeballs are dancing, watching the sparkling lights and all of the information that I don't care who you are, you're going to get some of that stuff stored in the back of your brain, good or bad. Just the visuals alone. Look at the algorithms and what we're dealing with technology today. You don't think some of the trash that they see doesn't affect them? We have to reset the bar in America. Communication first, jobs always, and making sure by communicating with your own children where their thought process is. And if the cameras are in the courtroom on Charlie Kirk's alleged murderer, you need to let your children know if they are of age. This was a horrible thing to happen. Even if you disagree with someone, you are not the person that has the right to end that person's life. It's not up to you. 866-391-1020. One more segment with your Pratt Pack today on KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Magnificent May savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 85% lean fresh ground round is $4.99 a pound. In the produce department, whole seedless watermelons, $4.99 each. In our deli, Sugardale Virginia Classic ham is $3.49 a pound. And additional savings this week, Dasani water, 24-pack, 16.9-ounce bottles, buy one, get one free.
It's all happening now at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
I was diagnosed with postmenopausal osteoporosis and thought, am I going to step off a curb and break my ankle? My doctor said I needed to start treatment right away. He prescribed Divinity and my bone density improved. Now I like knowing I have stronger bones.
For women with postmenopausal osteoporosis at high risk for fracture, there's more you can do to strengthen your bones. Evenity is proven to significantly reduce spine fracture risk in 12 months. Elaine is a real Evenity patient. Individual results may vary. Evenity can increase the risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a heart problem. Tell your doctor if you have had a heart attack or stroke. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it, as serious events have occurred with Evenity. Signs include rash, hives, swelling of the face or throat, which may cause difficulty in swallowing or breathing, muscle spasms or cramps, numbness or tingling. Tell your doctor about severe jawbone problems as they have been reported with Evenity. Report hip, groin, or thigh pain. Unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred with Evenity. Ask your doctor about building new bone with Evenity.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's always nice when we get out of that regular Pittsburgh Works program and get this bonus hour every 6 weeks or so. And it's always nice to see that you folks respond and you're out there. And that is what I call a win-win. So let's go to Michael. He's waiting now out in New Kensington to join me. Your Pratt Pack on KDK. Hey, Michael.
Yes. How you doing, Rob?
I'm good, sir. Thank you for calling in today.
Well, good to talk to you. And I have to fall off the road here because I can't do 2 things at once. But anyways, I wanted to, it's not exactly on the lines you're talking about, but it is. It's not really about AI, but it is about communicating. I think that's so important. And I have to recommend a movie that I recently saw that I think has a lot of things to think about and a lot of things that coming up on the 250th anniversary of this country, we're so divided right now. And there's just no way that you can talk to people in a debate style and just talking to them on one-on-one and explain the way you feel about certain things. And this movie brings the relationship between Benjamin Franklin and George
Washington.
No, not George Washington. He was a Whitfield. He was evangelist. He was an evangelist.
Yeah.
Came out of England.
Okay.
And he came out of England, and he was a huge come on in the colonies. They all went to hear him. And growing up in school, we never learned that much about religion and politics and our country, and they just did not combine. But this movie brings out the fact that religion was very important in the colonists, and I don't think that any of the Revolutionary War soldiers went to their graves or went to their death against the British Army not thinking about God and not thinking about what they were doing for this country, and George Washington included. And the point that I'm making is that it shows Benjamin Franklin was hardly a religious person, but his knowledge of George, what he learned from knowing George Whitfield, eventually came to the forefront to the point that he encouraged prayer at the beginning of all the constitutional conventions and things like that, when there was so much division, just like today. All the states wanted something different. They all wanted their own little piece of the pie, and they weren't going to give up their piece of the pie, and that's how it was. And they really came together, thank God, to come up with our Constitution, which has been a remarkable document and a remarkable beginning to this great country.
Well, let me just interject something, and boy, I'll tell you, it's amazing you would call in, because one of the things to where I hit this morning pretty hard, and we had a few people jump in on it, you start to really doubt if people actually believe in a higher power or have any faith in anything, supreme being, if you will, because there's so much divide and so much hatred, and the disrespect for human life is so evident. I mean, I can't believe anybody who has any ounce of faith in their soul could commit some of the heinous things that we see happen every single day. We are in a society where there is no faith. There is no belief in the greater good or because of that afterlife. And, it's amazing that we are like that in 2026 after all of the ugliness that we have seen in our country's history. It's almost like if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. It's almost like we're going backwards, Michael.
Yes, I agree. And as you look at George Washington, and he didn't have any of his own kids. And yet, if you read the things that he said, what we're doing today, generations to come will appreciate that. Our generations will enjoy some of the fruits of our labors and some of the things we did at Valley Forge and other places. And he didn't have his own kids. He wanted, that's a Christian idea. That's a religious idea that you're doing for somebody else. And I think that's been lost a lot,
Sure, but here's the question. How do we get it back?
Well, I think prayer. I think people, what ended up with the Constitutional Convention coming together was Benjamin Franklin's invoking, of all people, Benjamin Franklin, invoking prayer and saying, this is completely different than when the Declaration of Independence was founded. And I see nothing but division and hatred and animosity and not real debate. He said, we have to come together. And he said, that's why we need prayer. And that's why we need religion. That's why we need something more than what we have today, which is just AI and those kind of things.
Well, listen, we just the thing about going to church as a child, as I did every Sunday, and for many years I ushered at the Catholic church in the town that I lived in, that sadly no longer has Saturday night mass. But what we did, you would just go there to reflect. It would take that 45 minutes or an hour. I mean, just out of the week that would give you a chance to reflect and to communicate and to talk to people as you were entering or leaving church and listening to the homily with the priest. And I'm sure no matter what your religion is, whether you're maybe today, obviously you're at a synagogue on this Saturday, day of worship, wherever you may be, it gives you a chance to reflect and realize that there's got to be more than what we have on this earth. And you know as well as I do, Michael, life goes by so quickly. you have to understand you got to make the most of it while you're here and do the best job you can to help one another, because eternity is a long time. And everybody says, well, there's probably nothing there. Okay, fine. But what happens if there is something there? You got a 50-50 chance. So why don't you try to stay on the right side as opposed to the wrong side? And what I have noticed in our society today, Michael, this is the saddest part of our society. People aren't willing to help people like they once did. They're not willing to take a little bit of time out of their life to go the extra mile to help. And I'm worried that we're not showing that gratitude to our children to make them realize, look, you're fortunate to be a part of this thing that's called life. You've got to do everything you can to pay it forward every day. The littlest things can go the longest way, but unless they see it and embrace it and feel it, I can't imagine where we're going to be in 25 or 50 years from now when we approach birthday 300. There will be no communicating whatsoever. And for everybody who's fearful about AI, if it does happen and we become a society of robots, we have nobody to blame but ourselves.
Well said, Rob. Can I say one more thing?
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Real quick, you have to see this movie. It's such a good movie. It's a great awakening, and it might be in some of the theaters, select theaters here and there, but it's soon to be leaving, and it's not very well attended because it's not very well publicized. But that's what I'm doing, and I think it's a great movie that you can learn a lot about religion's place in our country's history, which has been divorced. And that's something. It's so well done, great acting, a great story, and it's true.
Michael, what worries you the most about our society? What, not to say it keeps you up, but what are you most afraid of when it comes to how we act and interact in our country?
There's no, like you said, communication. Debate is gone. I mean, there's no debating about issues. People are either for Trump or against Trump, or they're Democrats or Republicans, or they're. I just don't see any. People have to come together, and just like the first scene in that movie where they're talking about the Constitutional Convention, and Benjamin Franklin looks behind this George Washington's chair. He says, "There's a rise. There's a sun. Is it rising or setting?"
Wow.
And at the end of the finding, when they conceded, they got together the Constitution, they all came together because of prayer. They kind of realized that we're all in the same bucket. And,
here's what I say, Michael. Last time I checked, it's the United States of America, and it's been a long time since we've been united. And unless we find a way to recapture that, somebody will unite us, but we'll be united under somebody else's flag. We better figure it out.
Exactly.
All right, Michael.
That's what they said at the convention.
Good
Thank
day.
you.
Hey, have a great day. Thanks for the call. Very insightful call. That's the way I love to finish any show. Good stuff there. Now, listen, stay with us. Lots more to come throughout the day, and we'll be back for Mother's Day bright and early in just a couple of hours right after that CBS Radio News at 5 a.m. Speaking of news, Rob Taylor is just a couple of minutes away. Michael Bartley will be here later today. We've got everything you need to get you through this big weekend. And remember, if you still have your mom on this planet, give her a big hug. And thank moms everywhere, because they're the driving force of truly what has made this country great. No doubt about it. Happy Mom's Day, everybody. Great weekend. Pratt Pack back tomorrow morning. Enjoy. Stay tuned. News at 1. Rob, next. KDKA.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When you invite a contractor into your home, you got to trust they know what they're doing. You want to feel good. That's why CertaPro Painters and me have gotten along for more than a decade. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Take advantage of getting the most professional job you can and know that each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your pre-estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th before time runs out.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from OliverFlowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers, celebrating spring for 96 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. OliverFlowers.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 62 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police have now charged 43-year-old George Mitchell Jr. with a number of crimes: criminal homicide, attempted homicide, robbery, and more, after they say he was responsible for a crime spree that started in Wilmerding and ended in Penn Hills. Mitchell allegedly hit a dog with his car in Wilmerding on Thursday afternoon, and then in Wilkinsburg, he allegedly struck 2 teenage girls along Doyle Street as they walked. Police say he then went to Penn Hills, struck a man and a male teenager with his vehicle, and then police say Mitchell stabbed 45-year-old Jenks Hairston, who was dropped off at Mercy Hospital but later died. Mitchell was arrested around 5 o'clock Friday morning at a home on Penny Drive in Penn Hills. One of the teenage girls who was struck by a car was 14-year-old Prudence Sibley. Both her legs were broken. She had fractures in her collarbone and pelvis. She underwent 2 surgeries at the hospital. Here's her mother, Angela Sibley, telling KDKA Television.
She was in good spirits, actually. I was quite surprised. She made all the nurses laugh, but I think it was adrenaline, honestly. It didn't last that long. As soon as it wore off, she was hooting and hollering.
According to the teen's family, doctors still do not know if she will make a full recovery. There's more surgeries to go. Here's her father, Jerome Sibley, speaking with KDKA Television.
It's hard not to be upset with the world, and at the same time, we got to try to be strong for her and each other, which is, it's hard to balance all that all at once.
Well, a local health professional says the threat to the average person from the recent hantavirus outbreak on a cruise ship is exceptionally low. Dr. Don Yealy tells Marty Griffin on KDKA Radio that such cases are rare and it's very hard to pass between people. It's not to be confused with the norovirus, which spreads rapidly on cruise ships, from which people get sick fast.
That does spread very easily because of proximity and hygiene matters. That's way different than hantavirus. In almost all outbreaks of particularly gastrointestinal, abdominal pain, vomiting, or diarrhea, outbreaks on a ship almost always end up pointing back towards norovirus. It moves very, very quickly. It's unpleasant for a few days, and then most people recover well.
And regardless, he says it's always a good idea to wash your hands. KDKA Sports, Pirates coming off that loss to the San Francisco Giants late last night. Another late one tonight, at least for us on the East Coast. 9:05 is the first pitch. Pirates at San Francisco. KDKA Radio News Time 103. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to GoodRx.com/weight-loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, mostly cloudy, high of 69. Then watch for a thunderstorm in spots for tonight, especially early, any of which could bring gusty winds and small hail, low of 52. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy for Mother's Day, couple of showers at the high 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by Net Worth Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
We divide the days by hours.
Some are dedicated to hard work. You gotta earn that paycheck.
Some are dedicated to family, because family is important.
These hours are worth your time. But how many hours do you plan for the future?
When can I retire?
Do I have enough money?
Will my money last?
There's no time like the present to spend this hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, LLC. We believe your retirement is worth it. This is the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews.
Welcome on in to the Net Worth Financial Hour. Happy to be here once again with the founder and president of Net Worth Advisors, Beth Andrews. I'm Amy Sharp. Glad to have you along with us as we dive into more retirement-related questions today and topics. These are big concerns going on right now. Global conflicts casting a big shadow over the U.S. economy, and the Federal Reserve is officially sounding the alarm. With energy shocks and persistent inflation, businesses across the country are facing heightened uncertainty. But while the corporate world adapts to a wait-and-see approach, retirees can't afford to stand still. You, our listeners, have to kind of keep moving forward. So today, in our episode, Beth is going to walk us through, kind of unpack this for us and help us understand the proactive steps that we can take to protect our savings. The number to start with, to keep in mind as you listen throughout our show today, is 800-725-2988. 800-725-2988. Beth, how are you today?
I am always happy to be here. I am concerned about world events, and we're going to talk about that.
Yeah, we are. We are at an economic tipping point, I guess. The Federal Reserve recently released its Beige Book report, which highlights massive, widespread economic concerns across the country. And we also want to let you know, as you're listening to this today, you can always reach out. Call the number that we share with you several times, 800-725-2988. Let them kind of give you a retirement stress test, if you will, to understand how you can take control during these uncertain times. Why is this hitting our economy so hard right now, Beth?
Well, any conflict is going to disrupt supply chains. It causes the cost of everyday goods to go up. And specifically, when we're talking about higher gas prices, everything takes gas to get here. Goods and a lot of services, unless you're doing it, virtually online. When businesses can't predict their future cost, it's hard to make decisions. They may freeze hiring, they may halt expansion, and this hesitation can potentially slow down the overall growth of a business. You need an income strategy for yourself personally that thrives even when the economy is completely stalled.
According to the Fed, businesses are adopting a strict wait and see. I'm kind of putting that in quotations right now. This is an approach they're taking until the dust settles, if you will. Would that same strategy work for someone retiring, Beth, or getting close to retirement?
I can see why people would take a wait and see attitude, but that really does not work at all. While the economy can take a wait-and-see approach, retirees have to be proactive about taking care of themselves and their financial future. Waiting for the market to normalize could leave your savings exposed. And, I see a lot of people wait for certain things and then they're like, wait a minute, if the market goes up, wait, if the market goes down, wait a minute, if this happens or that happens. It may never happen. Time is no longer on your side. So you should consider taking active steps today.
A massive driver of this hesitation is energy costs, with the Fed noting that oil prices are remaining far above pre-conflict levels. How could a prolonged spike in energy prices potentially threaten a retiree's nest egg?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are included in the price of oil, and one of those is a tax. That tax can be adjusted. We haven't seen it be adjusted that I know of anywhere in the United States so far. High energy costs force companies to lower their profit expectations. I mean, think about it. If something costs more for the supplier, they're going to pass those costs on down to the people that purchase their goods and services. Now, sustained inflation erodes your purchasing power. And this is one of those reasons that you really shouldn't take a wait and see approach to make sure that you get your own financial future set up and in place. A proactive plan builds buffers to help absorb these rising costs. If we didn't take inflation and high spikes in energy, especially if they're temporary spikes, into your financial planning process, we wouldn't be doing a good job for you. There's always going to be some sort of uncertainty, whether it's in the overall economy or whether it's in your own home financial situation that affects you and your family. Your financial plan is a very long-term plan and process. It can't be swinging all over the place because of certain jerks in the economy. It's got to be set in motion and then maintained over long periods of time. If you're concerned, just reach out and give us a call. Our number is 800-725-2988. We make it very easy for you to get in touch with our advisors. You can call just and talk with us on the phone, set up a 15-minute phone call. You can call or click online to attend one of our dinner workshops or educational seminars. That website is networthadvisorsllc.com. Also on that website, you're going to find a tremendous amount of materials that you can go through, or you can click to set a time to talk directly with one of our advisors. That's the easiest way, and that's the way most people do it. You can call or click. The number is 800-725-2988.
Take control of your money while you still can. Reach out to the team at that number that Beth just shared and start that conversation with them about all things relating to retirement. And if you're just joining us for our show today, Beth is here to tell us about how global conflicts are pressuring the U.S. economy and what we can do about it to preserve the savings that we've worked so hard to put in place. Let's talk about inflation a little bit more right now, Beth. The Fed is now admitting they have been missing their 2% inflation target for 5 years straight. What does that really mean for retirees? And maybe some people weren't even aware that that was happening, kind of in the background, if you will.
Yeah, actually, it means that inflation is here to stay. So the Fed target for inflation has been 2% for a long time, and they do actually miss it many times. It's usually higher than 2%. So what we do when building your unique financial plan is we make sure that you can sustain your lifestyle, your income, even if we have higher than 2% inflation. Now, keep in mind, compounding inflation means that a dollar saved 5 years ago buys significantly less today. Your retirement portfolio should be explicitly engineered to outpace inflation, not just survive it.
Okay, how could a delay in lowering interest rates impact someone in retirement? That's something we thought we would kind of see a steady pace of, but now we're on a slowdown a little bit.
Yeah, so higher borrowing costs will continue to squeeze profits, keeping the stock market volatile. Anytime there's news, good news, bad news, it makes the stock market go up or down. You should shift your focus away from growth when you're transitioning from working to retirement toward reliable income. I mean, think about it. There is no retirement without income. Retirement plans are lifestyle plans. They're focused all around income. And a portfolio that's designed for growth is not the same thing as a portfolio that's designed to provide you with retirement income. You want to make sure that your plan has some growth in it for future reference to offset future inflation, but also make sure that you have an income plan in place.
If the Fed is being cautious about the economy, Beth, does that mean everyday investors should be cautious too? I think when our government starts to, anybody in the government starts to, or, be concerned, that's got to raise our eyebrows a little bit.
Yeah, you want to pay attention to things like this that are going on, but ultimately it should not affect your long-term income plan. So you should stick to the plan. At Net Worth Advisors, we build plans that sustain you no matter what happens in the economy or the world. So when you get your unique financial plan from Net Worth Advisors, it's designed to be a very long-term plan. We know that these events are going to happen over the years. We want to eliminate financial guesswork on your part and on our part by developing a reliable income plan in retirement. We don't want to have to be making huge adjustments all over the place. We want a plan that has now money and emergency money and also later on money. And so the later money can afford to go up and down with the market if you're able to tolerate some up and down risk in your financial plan. Relying on generic advice also can be dangerous in an unpredictable market.
I'm going to call it that from now on. Now money, later on money. I like that. I like those very technical terms. How could sitting down with your team, anybody on your team, turn a vulnerable portfolio into a proactive, resilient retirement plan, really giving them more confidence moving forward?
Yeah, it gives you confidence and it gives you control. So we want to make sure that you understand how much risk you have in your portfolio. And in those different buckets, the emergency money, the now money, and the later money, how an economic downturn would hurt you. In other words, if that bad news that you see on TV can affect you, we want to put your plan into a solid foundation so that that doesn't affect you. These things are going to happen. We can't prevent that, but we can put you in control of your financial future by getting that plan in place. We make it easy. Just call us at 800-725-2988. I see people procrastinating all the time. And one of the very common things that people say when they come to talk with our advisors is, man, I should have done this years ago. Why did I wait? Well, look at your financial situation. Why are you waiting? Have you been thinking about retirement for a long time, but just not been confident enough to make that step? Have you been thinking about taxes for years and years, but not really done any proactive tax planning? And here's one. When you go to your investment guy, your broker or your insurance guy, and you ask them for tax advice, do they tell you to go ask your CPA? That's not the case with Net Worth Advisors. We build that into every single retirement plan. There's no reason to procrastinate. Get started today. Call us at 800-725-2988. That number again is 800-725-2988.
We've got much more to come here on the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews. We'll be back right after this.
Your retirement is not a headline about Iran or the Middle East. It is your life. If you want to see how your plan holds up in this environment, call 800-725-2988 to schedule a meeting with Net Worth Advisors. Call 800-725-2988.
How are balloons made? Where did the dinosaurs go? Why is the sky blue?
Your kids ask you the tough questions because they trusted you. But who answers your tough questions? Do you have a go-to person to answer all your retirement questions? Like, how much do I really need to retire? When should I consider taking my Social Security benefits? Could my taxes really go up when I stop working? Financial advisor Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team will leave the tough kid questions to you, but for your retirement questions, they're the team to ask. Call them today at 800-725-2988 now. We all have important questions.
Where do babies come from?
Make sure you get the answers to yours. Call Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team today, 800-725-2988, 800-725-2988. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews. To request an appointment with Beth and the Net Worth Advisors team, call 800-725-2988 now.
It's Amy Sharp back alongside Beth Andrews here on the Net Worth Financial Hour. Most people spend decades learning how to save for retirement. It's kind of a slow process sometimes. They max out their 401k, watching their balance grow, but there's almost no education about the next chapter, and that's turning that balance into income. We're going to spend some time really diving into this right now. Beth, why do so many people struggle with this very real transition?
You know, a lot of people understand that they should be saving money in their 401k, and they do that over the decades. But it's difficult to understand the difference between an accumulation portfolio and a distribution portfolio that's designed to support your lifestyle. You know, most people focus on accumulation balances. You know, oh, look at that. My account's going up over $1 million. But knowing your balance tells you nothing about how much you can spend every month for the next 30 years. Research shows nearly 2/3 of Americans fear running out of money more than they fear dying. That anxiety is real. Many retirees with plenty of savings underspend out of fear of outliving their savings. That's no good.
Yeah, it's a really sobering picture as you go through those statistics and just kind of the reality of how people feel. What does the problem look like in real numbers?
Well, underspending is no fun in retirement. So the gap calculation, we do a calculation to help people understand how much they need to spend. And surprisingly, a lot of people don't know that number. And then if their account balance is enough to cover that. Most people have never calculated that monthly income that they need. And so some people overshoot it and some people undershoot it. And then you also want to understand how long you're going to need that income. You know, you probably need inflation protection to keep up with your lifestyle, but maybe when you get into your 80s, you're not spending as much. Now, Social Security and pension probably cover a portion of your essential expenses, but many will not have predictable income to cover all of your expenses. For instance, I've got my normal living expenses, but in the next decade or so, when I finally do decide to retire, I'm going to want to continue doing the travel that I do now. That is part of my lifestyle. I'm passionate about it, and I want to keep it. The gap is what your retirement income plan needs to be designed to address. The gap between your fixed income sources, probably Social Security, maybe pension, and what you really need to cover your lifestyle, including insurance premiums or Medicare and paying your taxes. Okay, so in an example, if you've got $6,000 in monthly living expenses and $4,000 from guaranteed income sources, we need to build a plan for you that will fill that $2,000 monthly gap every single month for the rest of your life. When the gap is funded by randomly pulling from a stock portfolio, every change in the market can potentially become a personal income price crisis for you. That's no good. We can fix that.
Covering the essentials is the foundation, of course, but retirement isn't just about keeping the lights on. What about the trips to Italy, Beth? The grandkids' college fund, maybe the vacation home. These are all goals and dreams that a lot of people have. How does someone actually give themselves permission to enjoy what they've spent a lifetime building?
Yeah, you said it. How do people give themselves permission to live the lifestyle that they deserve and that they've saved for? The structure has to separate must-haves from nice-to-haves before you can spend with confidence. when must-haves are funded by income that doesn't depend on the market. A 20% decline becomes noise instead of a crisis. So something happens in the market, you're fine. But then there's the nice-to-haves, making retirement worth living, but they're adjustable. The big thing is being able to see those grandchildren. That's the number one thing in retirement. And then having your lifestyle match what you want it to, not just your basic spending needs. This separation is the foundation of every other income strategy. Without it, everything else is built on sand. It's not a strong foundation. It can just crumble and wash away. Make sure that you can do the things that you really want to and deserve to in retirement. We'll help you build a plan with our help that makes sure that you can do the things that just are basic living and expenses, but also fun things like I want to do, like travel, and must-haves in retirement, like seeing the grandchildren. That's not an extra. That's a necessity to many people. It's easy to call and get started. Don't procrastinate. Don't wait. Don't put this off. Call us at 800-725-2988 or jump on our website, networthadvisorsllc.com, where you can click to request a time to talk with one of our advisors. That number again is 800-725-2988.
I'm here today with Beth Andrews. She is the founder and president of Net Worth Advisors, and you're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour. I'm Amy Sharp, and we are spending some time building essential retirement income. And in that last question that we were talking about, we know a lot of you are going through this in your mind as well. Like, this is what I really want to be doing with my money. This is what I want my money to be doing for me in retirement. Beth, for someone realizing that they've never actually mapped out their income gap or separated their must-haves from their nice-to-haves, how do you start that conversation?
It's really easier than a lot of people think. I think that there's many people that say, oh my goodness, I'm going to go talk with a financial advisor and they're going to tell me that I have to work another 10 years or I can't spend this much, when that is often not the case. Making efficient use of your investment portfolio in combination with your income strategies is what makes a really good, solid retirement plan. So when you come in and sit down with one of our advisors, we're just going to have a frank conversation with you. We're going to make sure that you understand where you are right now. And we're going to make sure that we understand where you want to get to be. By having a good heart-to-heart conversation that's really well laid out. Our plan and process is very well constructed and laid out so that's easy for you to execute and easy for you to understand. We help make sure that the transactions that need to be done and the strategies that need to be implemented get done for you. It works very well for our clients.
Every retirement income picture is unique. Different Social Security amounts, different account types, different timelines. How do you make the plan fit the person?
That's a really good question, and I'm very glad that you asked that. We have advanced planning software and very, very advanced training for our advisors to make sure that that is the case. We give our clients access to their financial plans. Yes, you can look at your financial plan online any day. So once you have worked with one of our advisors to build your unique financial plan, you can now view it anytime you want. What did the market do to my income? Probably nothing, because we set it up to protect your income. What did the market do to my savings? And maybe that goes up and down a little bit if you can tolerate some risk. Hopefully the ups outpace the downs, and that helps you offset inflation. So how do we make it unique to each individual person? Well, we have that heart-to-heart conversation with you. We make sure that we understand what your current income picture looks like and what it could look like on down the road over the next few decades. We also want to make sure that we understand your individual tax situation and set up a plan so that in the beginning, we set it up as tax efficiently as possible. And then year after year after year, as your plan lives with you, it's a living document, that you do Roth conversions as it's appropriate. We make sure that if you want to do some gifting to your family, that that's put into place and that it's put into place efficiently. And here's a really cool little thing that we do for our clients called qualified charitable distributions. If you are charitably inclined and over the age of 70 and a half, yes, I said that age correctly, it is 70 and a half, you can do some distributions from your tax-deferred retirement accounts and get a deduction and help out your favorite charity. If you're sitting there thinking, man, I don't have these parts of my plan in place, and I got this generic plan from this brokerage company, and it looks exactly like my neighbor's or my brother's plan. That shouldn't be the case. It should work exactly the way that you want it to work. We have people that dig into all of the details, and we go through that level of planning with them. We do that for everybody, but if you only want to know the outcome, like I only want to know how to turn my car on. I don't need to know how an internal combustion
Amen.
runs. We'll go into the level of detail that you want. It's all there, that when we communicate to you, we make sure that you get the bottom line. Call us at 800-725-2988. If you just want to have a quick phone call, we'll set up a 15-minute phone call with one of our advisors. What most people do is gather up the list of statements. We'll send you the list of things to bring and sit down and have a face-to-face, heart-to-heart conversation with one of our advisors. And if you'll be meeting with yourself and somebody else that you care about, bring your spouse to the meeting. That would be the best way to get started. We make it easy for you. You can click on our website, networthadvisorsllc.com, or you can call us directly at 800-725-2988.
All right. Very good information and more to come here on the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews. After the break, the 3-layer framework that turns retirement anxiety into retirement confidence, and a concept called building your own pension that could permanently change how you feel about market volatility. We're back right after this.
Would you rather pay more or less in taxes? If you want to pay more, don't do anything. If you want to pay less, talk to Beth Andrews to see what's possible for you. 800-725-2988. That's 800-725-2988.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by Net Worth Advisors.
If you're watching the war in the Middle East and thinking about how long this volatility could last, call 800-725-2988 to schedule a meeting with Net Worth Advisors. Call 800-725-2988.
And we're back with Beth Andrews. Thanks for sticking around with us here on the Net Worth Financial Hour. Really diving into how we can best keep our retirement income going and flowing for the things that we want to do, despite everything that can go on around us during our retirement years. 800-725-2988 is the number to reach out to the team here at Net Worth Advisors. Beth, of course, is the founder and president here with the team. She's got a great team surrounding her, and any of them are ready and willing to help you understand not necessarily what they don't call it your budget, they call it your lifestyle plan here in retirement. And they're going to take that lifestyle plan and the income that you've saved and make it work best for you. 800-725-2988. Before the break, we talked about one of the most important distinctions in retirement planning, and that's the difference between must-have expenses that have to be covered no matter what, and the nice-to-haves that make retirement worth living. Now let's talk about how to build an income plan that funds both of those. Beth, you have a framework for doing exactly that. And you've touched on some of this already, but walk us through what this looks like.
Yeah, so in our conversations with our clients or people that come in and just want a second opinion, we talk about your wants and your needs, so your must-haves and your nice-to-haves. And we look at the income floor that we need to develop for and with you that covers all non-negotiable expenses. It's funded by income that does not depend on the stock market. Now, we've got different strategies that can be used to do this. Most people have Social Security benefit. A lot of people have a pension. Did you know that there are more efficient ways to take your Social Security? And if you're married, filing jointly, we want to make sure that we protect your spouse with that as well. We want to make sure that you've got flexible income, systematic portfolio withdrawals that may fund the things that make retirement enjoyable, and they can be adjustable in different circumstances throughout the years. If you just want to build a deck or redo the kitchen, we probably can send you some money from your investment portfolio. We have a growth engine as part of our portfolios. These are in long-term stock investments. They won't be touched for 7 to 10 years. That helps you keep up with inflation for 25 or 30 years in retirement. The income floor is the foundation that helps make everything else work. You got to have those strategies together.
See, Beth, you are talking about engines here on the show. You just, it's a different kind of engine. Okay, yeah. You mentioned using a pension income as part of the floor, but for most people listening, a pension is something their parents had, not something that they have.
Yeah, pensions are not as common anymore. My father had a pension. My grandfather had a pension. Actually, my husband had a small pension because he works for the fire department. But most companies are not paying out pensions anymore. So what a pension is a monthly payment that comes to you for life after you retire, funded by the company. Or the government if you happen to be working for a municipality like my husband did as a firefighter, no matter how long you live. And so the private companies are funding less and less pensions for their retirees. The concept hasn't disappeared. You just have to build it yourself, and we can help you with that. So we've got income strategies that could be built through bonds, could be built through annuities, could be built through fixed investments that produce predictable, reliable income for you, and if you're married, for your spouse as well, for the rest of both of your lives. Now, this isn't depending on market performance. It's depending on a strategy through either a government bond, a fixed income strategy, or an annuity strategy. So when the income gap is filled with this type of income, the remaining portfolio may not need to produce as much income. In other words, it can be left alone to grow and compound. So the fixed income component lets the growth component grow. If you want to learn more about that, just give one of our advisors a call.
What about someone who's looking at their savings, Beth, and they're thinking, I'm not sure I've saved enough to fund the retirement that I had pictured in my mind. Does that mean that they have to scale back their dreams, or are there options that they may not have considered kind of as they're getting to that finish line towards that next phase called retirement?
Boy, that's a stressful situation. We talk with lots of people who are just done with working and they just want to leave their job and retire. Well, there are alternatives. So maybe we work with people that transition into part-time employment during this period of time. But maybe we structure your portfolio to be more efficient than it is now. Remember, going from an accumulation portfolio to an income portfolio means that you can draw more income from that portfolio. Maybe it doesn't grow as much, but it's focused on you. If you don't think you have enough money for retirement, call us and get a second opinion. We can help you narrow the gap by keeping more of what you have, optimize your Social Security, and just make sure that your overall financial plan is more efficient. That's way less stressful for people in retirement. You can get started really easily by calling us at 800-725-2988. Why would you continue to go through that stress and that stress on your spouse or your family if you can do something about it now? Call us at 800-725-2988.
I'm talking today with Beth Andrews. As always, each and every week we sit down and talk all things retirement here on the Net Worth Financial Hour. That number to reach out is 800-725-2988. Once again, 800-725-2988. You can always go to the website as well, networthadvisorsllc.com. Just a lot of great resources there, an opportunity to get a copy of Beth's book, find out what events they have coming up, and just learn more about the team here at Net Worth Advisors that Beth has carefully built, put into place, and really gave them the lessons that she has learned through the years as well. So reach out 800-725-2988. For someone listening, Beth, who has most of their savings in a traditional IRA or maybe a 401k and has never heard of this 3-bucket structure, how do you help them figure out where they stand with things?
Well, we have a careful conversation about what you would feel comfortable with having set aside for a cash reserve and the types of vehicles that you'd be comfortable having it in. There's definitely some options in that area. And we give you guidelines just in case you don't know what those numbers should be. And then we carefully help you figure out what your income will be in retirement, what you need to sustain your lifestyle. Many people don't know what their lifestyle costs. We help you figure that out in a safe and easy manner through our meeting process. And then we help you figure out what you're going to need in the long term. So how much money do you really need and how it should be structured? You know, a lot of people feel very stressed when they either go to talk to their broker or their insurance guy and they don't get the answers that they needed or wanted. And so we make sure that we give you all of the answers to all of your questions. And if it's not something that our firm does, we make sure that we get you to the experts that can help you with that. For instance, we now do wills and estate planning inside of our office. We're not attorneys, but we work with a third party that helps us provide that for you. Members of our firm get these services at no cost. The other thing that we're not experts on is Medicare, but we know enough to get you to the Medicare professionals that we work with, and then they walk you through the process. These are all people that we work with on a regular basis, so we know that they're doing a very good job. We go step by step, and then we figure out what actions you need to take to put you in the best possible situation, and then we help you execute them.
And I think it's hard to end a conversation like this or a topic that we're covering here on our show today without going into the value of getting a second opinion if you feel that is needed, because there are things that can be missed. And let's spend just a little bit of time before we have to close out here. What are the things a second opinion maybe could uncover that a person's existing plan may be missing?
Yeah, we structure our interview process with our clients when they first come in to uncover things. And so a lot of times we uncover way more risk than you would be comfortable with. People don't realize how much risk they have. Too much in taxes, a strategy that's really not working, or maybe just no strategy. You know, you come in for a second opinion if you're working with a broker or an advisor somewhere and you don't think you're getting all the things that we mentioned on this radio show. But you can also come in for a second opinion if you are a do-it-yourselfer. We work with many do-it-yourselfers who just say, wow, you know, I didn't realize that was out there. You can minimize your taxes. You can maximize your return. You can have institutional management at a reasonable fee. We're not the discount broker. We're not the Walmart of investing. So we're not going to be in the very low end of the scale, but the value that you get from working with a fully trained team of financial advisors and the rest of our team, you know, you just can't get that at, say, a low-cost investment place. I'm the founder of Net Worth Advisors. I'm a CPA, and I've been doing this for almost 30 years. I bring this level of knowledge to my advisors. You know, you don't normally find somebody who's been in the business for a couple of years that has the depth and breadth of knowledge that our advisors do. Let me be really clear. Our advisors have experienced more than 5 years, all of them, and they're directed by me. They all have their CFP. So you know that when you come in, you're talking with somebody that has a depth and breadth of knowledge that will take you through the next 30 years of your retirement. They're not like me. They're not going to retire in the next decade. They're going to be around. They are your financial future. Call and talk with one of our advisors. Our number is 800-725-2988, or click on our website, networthadvisorsllc.com.
Beth, it's always a pleasure to sit down and talk with you each and every week. We're going to step aside for a short break now, and we'll continue with our next segment of diving into questions from you in our mailbag segment here on the Net Worth Financial Hour.
Are you nearing retirement? At Net Worth Advisors, we provide comprehensive financial planning to secure your future. Let Beth Andrews help you build a tailored retirement plan with diverse investment and insurance options. Call 800-725-2988 or visit networthadvisorsllc.com.
How are balloons made? Where did the dinosaurs go? Why is the sky blue?
Your kids ask you the tough questions because they trusted you. But who answers your tough questions? Do you have a go-to person to answer all your retirement questions? Like, how much do I really need to retire? When should I consider taking my Social Security benefits? Could my taxes really go up when I stop working? Financial advisor Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team will leave the tough kid questions to you, but for your retirement questions, they're the team to ask. Call them today at 800-725-2988 now. We all have important questions.
Where do babies come from?
Make sure you get the answers to yours. Call Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team today, 800-725-2988, 800-725-2988. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Have you ever done something and thought, well, that was a giant waste of money? You might have that same thought in retirement if you don't plan for taxes. Call the team at Net Worth Advisors, LLC to learn how to be more tax efficient. 800-725-2988. That's 800-725-2988.
Welcome back into the Net Worth Financial Hour. Time now to take your questions. And these are questions that you've sent in, some of you from listening to our show. Maybe it's been from a conversation at Net Worth Advisors during a client visit. And we share these on the radio because we feel like they are questions a lot of people probably have. And we give Matt D'Amico an opportunity to answer these each and every week. Matt, how are you today?
Amy, I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. How about yourself?
I'm doing fantastic. Always enjoy sitting down with you for our short time together here during our show. Let me share our phone number with our listeners briefly here, 800-725-2988. The website, of course, networthadvisorsllc.com. We'll share that several times again before we even finish out our show today. But let's get right to it, Matt. First question for you. This one says, I'm just burnt out at work. I hadn't planned to retire early, but I'm seriously considering it now. How can I figure out what my timeline for retirement should be?
Amy, absolutely. And you know what? I think this is actually becoming more and more common, at least as of late from what we've been hearing.
Really?
Yeah, people kind of hit a point, I think, where it's not just about the numbers anymore, but more so it's, I'm tired. I don't want to deal with this anymore. There's some big changes at my company that, frankly, I don't want to have to stick around and deal with the consequences. And I think, Amy, that's a very real place to be. But I think the key here is it's not just about, making that decision solely based off the burnout, but also not ignoring it as well. And so it's kind of the balance between the two, right? And so for us, there's really a few things that we want to focus on. I think number one first is really just understanding what retirement actually costs for you, right? You always hear these general rule of thumbs or, these how most people typically operate. Not really looking at that, but taking a look at your lifestyle, your expenses, and your goals, right? So getting a more clear idea of what that looks like. Second, once we figure out those expenses, naturally comes where the income is going to come from to then fund those expenses, right? And so if you stop working tomorrow, where's the money going to come from? Maybe there's pensions, maybe there's Social Security, if your timing is appropriate. Maybe you have some investments to take income from, right? And so just as important is not just where it's going to come from, but when those sources will kick in as well, right? And so kind of taking a look at all these different scenarios, what if you retired today, right? What if you decided to work maybe another year or two? Or maybe it's a combination of the both, right? Maybe it's gradually stopping down and maybe working part-time. That way it's not as stressful, but then it allows you to focus on what's really important, right? And so a lot of times, Amy, I think after we kind of go through this process, most people are very surprised. Sometimes they're maybe a little bit closer than they had originally thought. Or other times, Amy, maybe they realize that just by working one more year can create more of a comfortable cushion in retirement. But I think the most important thing here is by taking the time to really review this, it allows us to then take that uncertainty of, can I do this, and turn it into a more clear answer.
Yeah, I love it. All right. This next question says, my husband retired last year and he seems really unhappy. It's kind of going along with that last question a little bit. He needs something to occupy his mind and keep him busy. I think he should get a part-time job so he can stay busy. Could there be anything wrong with that idea? Other than the fact that maybe he doesn't want a part-time job, but maybe he does if he's unhappy. It doesn't sound like he's loving retirement at this point.
Yeah, that's definitely the gist that we're hearing here as well. And it kind of ties into a little bit of that first question. But I think this is one of the things that really doesn't get talked about enough, right? Retirement on paper sounds great, right? You've done the same thing for 20, 30, 40 years. Now it's time for, a little change of pace, right? But I think for a lot of people, especially in that first year, it can kind of feel a little bit like maybe a loss of structure or a sense of purpose, not having that day-to-day activity. And so the instinct here isn't wrong at all, right? Wanting to stay engaged, keep your mind active, healthy. And a part-time job can, definitely be a great solution. But Amy, here is the key part is as long as it's the right fit for him, right? So in this example, because the goal here isn't necessarily just to stay busy, but find something that's actually fulfilling, right? And so in this example, maybe it's a part-time job. Maybe for other people, it might be volunteering. Maybe it's consulting. Right? Maybe it's picking up some new hobbies that you never really had time for while you're still working. Amy, I can't tell you how many times people will say they've picked up golf for the first time or gardening for the first time in how many years. And it's been a nice way to kind of decompress and stay active, stay healthy. Now, that's kind of the emotional side of things, right? From a financial standpoint, there's definitely some things that should be taken into account. I think number one is taxes, right? Naturally, as you take more income or recognize more income, taxes are going to be a big, big part of that conversation. And so if anybody's listening here today and kind of dealing with something very similar where maybe one spouse is loving retirement and maybe the other isn't so much, give us a call at 800-725-2988. And we'll help you kind of take a look at both the financial side and the lifestyle side to make sure that, making those adjustments align well with your overall financial plan.
Talking today with Matt D'Amico. He's one of the advisors here on the team at Net Worth Advisors. You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour. We always get really, really good questions, and we share these particularly because we really feel like so many of you out there as you listen may be going through similar situations. This next one says, I'm 61 and I can start my Social Security next year. I'm not ready to quit working yet, but should I go ahead and start taking Social Security so I can possibly get more money to save for retirement?
A question that comes up a lot. It makes sense, right? Should I start taking Social Security ahead of time, have a little bit of extra money left to save and grow and appreciate, right? So on the surface, it sounds logical. But there's really a few things that we need to really understand and talk about before kind of going down that path. And number one, naturally, is if you start taking Social Security, while you're still working and you're actually under that full retirement age, there's something called this earnings limit. Now, we're not going to get into specifics today, but what it basically means is if you're over that earnings limit, you could potentially have to pay a penalty on your Social Security. So something that could potentially have an impact on the cash flow and how much you'll actually receive. Now, the second big thing is if you take your Social Security early at 62 or 63 earlier, you're actually locking in that reduced benefit. And so the difference between, say, starting at 62 and waiting for full retirement age can be significant over your lifetime. And then, Amy, the third thing that I always like to point out here is more than just the Social Security, but what the bigger picture actually means, right? Social Security isn't necessarily just a monthly check. It's really one of the few sources of income that's actually guaranteed for you and or your spouse's life. And so the timing of this decision can have ripple effects over across your entire retirement plan, taxes, Medicare, like we touched on as well. and all these different components. And so there are certainly situations where maybe taking your benefits earlier actually makes sense, but it's very case specific in that scenario, right? Depends on your income, depends on your health, depends on your goals, and more importantly, how all these individual pieces work together.
Okay, one final question for you, Matt. We've got just a little bit of time left here. This one says, we've had a family business for 3 generations, and one of my sons plans to keep it going. I'm planning to step back and let my son take over in about 10 years. So how could I figure out my exit strategy when it's time to retire? Anybody who owns a business knows that phrase pretty well, probably. They just maybe haven't thought a lot about it.
Yeah, Amy, I'm actually really happy this is one of the questions here today, because we're going through a lot of this right now with a few of the clients that we work with.
Oh, great. Perfect.
You know, kind of going through the transition component here and the exit strategy, like you mentioned. And the way I kind of view this is really there's a few key pieces to really focus on. Number one, I think, is the valuation and the income from that business, right? So what's the business worth today? And realistically, what will it be worth when you do step away? And then just as important is, how are you going to get paid? Is your son buying it out over time in this scenario? Is there income coming from the business after you step back? And so the cash flow here is really, really important to track over time. Second big thing is the structure of the business, Amy. How the transition is set up matters a lot. And so are you gifting the shares from the business, also known as a stock sale, compared to are you selling the physical business itself, which is more of an asset sale? And, you know, neither is right or wrong. It's just what fits your business the most efficient way. Or, you know, maybe it's a combination of both, right? The way you structure can have a major impact on the taxes, not just for you, but in this scenario for your son as well. And then, Amy, I would say, lastly, is really the fairness of the family dynamics, right? So if, you know, one of your sons plans to take over the business, what happens to the other children that you may have, right? Is it fair for them? You know, a lot of times we'll talk with families, and maybe setting up some sort of account for the other children is a way to make sure they can have some sort of benefit. And so just tailoring all this together and structuring this appropriately is going to accomplish a lot of those goals. And so those are one of the areas where all the pieces like retirement income, you know, taxes, estate planning, your family dynamics really need to work together. And so just like I mentioned in the beginning, if you're like the families we work with right now who are going through some of these scenarios and have some big questions on the structure of the sale or how that may impact your own retirement, definitely give us a call at 800-725-2988 or visit us on our website at networthadvisorsllc.com. And we'll sit down, we'll map out this exit strategy that not only supports your heirs, your children, but also your own retirement as well.
Always a pleasure, Matt. Thank you so much. Really great insight today. Thanks for stopping by. 800-725-2988 is that number. NetworthAdvisorsLLC.com is the website. Have a great week, everyone. We're back next week right here on the Net Worth Financial Hour. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is an independent financial services firm that utilizes a variety of investments and insurance products. Investment advisory services are offered only by registered individuals through Net Worth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. The opinions expressed by Net Worth Advisors on this show are their own and do not reflect the opinion of this station. All statements and opinions expressed are based upon information considered reliable, although it should not be relied upon as such. Any statements or opinions are subject to change without notice. Information presented is for educational purposes only and does not intend to make an offer or solicitation for the sale or purchase of any specific securities, investments, or investment strategies. Investments involve risk and, unless otherwise stated, are not guaranteed. Information expressed does not take into account your specific situation or objectives and is not intended as recommendations appropriate for any individual. Listeners are encouraged to seek advice from a qualified tax, legal, or investment advisor to determine whether any information presented may be suitable for their specific situation. Past performance is not indicative of future performance. This radio show is a paid placement.
The proceeding was paid for by Net Worth Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
When Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Peter King. NTSB investigators are looking into an engine fire and more trouble for a Frontier flight whose takeoff was aborted last night in Denver. Here's correspondent Chris Van Cleve.
A Frontier Airlines flight with 231 people aboard was taking off from the Denver airport, racing down the runway when pilots reported hitting somebody and experiencing an engine fire. There was smoke in the cabin. Further investigation found that the person who was hit by this airplane is an apparent trespasser who scaled an airport perimeter fence and within minutes was walking along the runway.
And that person was killed. No word on why they were on the runway. The cruise ship hit by a hantavirus outbreak is expected to dock in the Canary Islands early tomorrow, where passengers will be evacuated and flown to their home countries. The World Health Organization's Dr. Maria Van Kerkhove says there were fewer cases than first believed.
We do have 8 cases, 3 deaths, sadly, so far. And some people may have thought we had 9, but actually we discarded one of the cases because the test results have come back negative.
7 Americans left the ship at an earlier stop. The State Department is going to fly 17 more to the quarantine center at the University of Nebraska when they get off the ship tomorrow morning. CBS's Ramy Inocencio is on Tenerife Island, where he says locals are worried the virus will go viral, cause a pandemic.
We have to stress that hantavirus is considered much, much less transmissible to humans than COVID. And I asked one WHO official if this could be a pandemic-level threat, and she bluntly said, it's not.
President Trump still says he expects Iran to sign off on a deal to end the war at any minute. CBS's Aaron Navarro.
Trump says the ceasefire is still on and that he's waiting on Iran's response about restarting negotiations.
We want to get the whole thing ended.
CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd.
Well, the question here is whether this tit-for-tat exchange of fire is going to outpace negotiations to actually establish an armistice or end the war.
In Syracuse, New York, 2 officers have been shot and wounded, and police are looking for the gunman. Syracuse Police Chief Mark Rusin says they were responding to reports of a man threatening neighbors with a machete just south of the downtown area.
During the course of the investigation, a search warrant was prepared, and during the execution of the search warrant, the suspect inside of one of the residents started to engage our officers in gunfire. At this time, the scene is very active. There's still a lot of work being done on the investigation, but this is also a very active tactical situation.
Rusin says the officers are hospitalized in stable condition. This is CBS News.
I want to know what's going on in the world. I'm Tony. There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers. How are you? I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
A look into the future is at the top of this list.
TripAdvisor has crowned a futuristic French attraction as the world's best theme park for 2026. Futuroscope, located near Poitiers, France, topped their annual Traveler's Choice rankings, beating out major parks in the U.S. The park is known for its high-tech rides and immersive multimedia experiences, and recently added a new water attraction called Aquascope. The highest-ranking American park was Noble's Amusement Resort in Pennsylvania. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Their longtime slogan is, "It's better in the Bahamas, but not if you want to drink alcohol there this Tuesday." It's Election Day. The government has banned sales of what it calls intoxicating liquor for the day. Is there any other kind? Royal Caribbean says its cruise ship passengers can drink on board. I'm Peter King, CBS News.
Magnificent May savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, bone-in, center-cut pork loin chops or roast are $2.99 a pound. In the produce department, all-purpose Idaho potatoes, 8-pound bags, $2.99 each. In our deli, lower sodium Silver Star boneless hams are $7.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Pepsi or Mountain Dew, 12-pack, 12-ounce cans, $6.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Why deal with crowded hotels and packed pools when you can have the whole place to yourself? At SWAC Vacation Rentals, some homes come with private lazy rivers, indoor pools, massive game rooms, and outdoor kitchens built for the whole crew. These aren't hotel rooms, they're private vacation playgrounds, managed by us, cared for by us, and ready when you arrive. And when you book direct, you keep more of your vacation budget where it belongs, with you. Find your unforgettable stay at SWAC. SWACK Vacations.com. That's SWACVacations.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, mostly cloudy, high of 69. Then watch for a thunderstorm in spots for tonight, especially early, any of which could bring gusty winds and small hail, low 52. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy for Mother's Day, couple of showers at the high 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh, Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Saturday, 2 to 5. Oh, boy, here we go. Saturday, 2 to 5 is the time of the week. We get into a lot of stuff. Open forum Saturday, 2 to 5. Don't worry about that. Tomorrow's Mother's Day. We'll have some Mother's Day sentiment after a while. And we'll get into some of the A lot of people are praising ABC Network. Answering, pushing back, not cowering against pressure of the FCC, which some people believe is retribution. We'll get into some of that as well. But first, as I do on a lot of Saturdays, I welcome in my man, the most connected political strategist nationally in the country, Joseph Sabino Mystic, Duquesne Law professor, expert in a gazillion things, and a hugely popular columnist with TribLive.com, the Tribune Review. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Michael, how are you?
Good. All right, now listen, here's what I do. I like to read part of this, and then Joe, I'll tell you, since we've been doing this about 2 years almost, I get a lot of feedback from my listeners on Saturday, honestly. And they're like,
that's good.
Like on days I don't
listen. It always sounds better when you read it, Michael.
Well, on days I don't do it. On days, you're down at the beach or something. You don't have something going. I get pushback. How come you don't have Joe Mystic on there? And so I got to do. You know what I mean? People are used to it, but I tell you, some pieces I just get all fired up about. This one I like. I don't read the whole thing. But I have to become clean here. I'm going to read most of this, and then you can get this after 4 o'clock today at TribLive.com. All right, here we go. No room for ballrooms. This, in the beginning, Joe, I'll get to it. This is why I just love the beginning. You ready? Here we go. When we were kids growing up in the Industrial Valley just east of the city, our dad had standard advice in response to any ethnic slur that was intended to make one group of our Braddock neighbors feel like they were less than the others. Remember, he would say while pointing to the steel mill at the end of the town, it will always be them, the Carnegies and Fricks, against all of us, and they mean to divide us. There were a few notable exceptions then, as there are today. George Westinghouse, H.J. Heinz were industrial barons, but they were not robber barons. The others saw human labor as just one more bit of raw material that went into the products that made their fortunes. President Trump's new ballroom and the Republican Senate proposal to appropriate $1 billion of taxpayers' money to build it are the latest reminders that things have not changed. That money should be spent on the well-being of American families and not on pipe dreams and high-life fantasies. A quick internet search will produce an enthusiastic Trump promising the public at various times that the ballroom will be built free of charge. He has said, quote, I'm paying for it. Quote, we're donating a $400 million ballroom. No charge to the taxpayer whatsoever, and rich people are paying for it. So the $1 billion appropriation is a punch in the gut to average American families who have chosen between gasoline and their daily commutes and other necessities of life because of Trump's war in Iran. According to the Stanford Institute of Economic Policy Research, gas is a larger share of the budget for low-income households, so rising prices hit those with the least room in their budget the hardest. The $1 billion appropriation comes when local hospitals are closing because Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill cut health care to millions of Americans. Federal Medicaid and CHIP contributions will be reduced by more than $900 billion over the next decade. In the land of plenty, the Trump administration has cut food assistance, SNAP benefits for millions of Americans. An April New York Times article featured a single mother of 2 teenagers from South Carolina who summed it up saying, they have no idea what the reality is for the rest of us that are looking to work and just trying to survive. A recent Wall Street Journal report showed that while corporate profits have risen to the highest percentage of gross domestic income since 1980, labor compensation in the United States has fallen to its lowest percentage of gross domestic product. James Tallarico, who I really like, the Texas Democratic candidate for the United States Senator, got it right at a February town hall when he was asked if his calls for economic fair play were a call for class warfare. Tallarico said, it's the billionaires waging war against the rest of us. And right now, the billionaires are winning. It's why everyone is so angry right now. It's why no matter how hard you work, you can't seem to get ahead. The American people are not asking for a lot. A job we don't hate, a house big enough to raise a family in, and a little left over we can go on vacation every once in a while. That is a lot harder than it should be in America. And a $1 billion appropriation for a ballroom doesn't help. Joe, this was a good one. What made you
thank you, Michael.
What made you think of this week?
Well, it's rare that you'll have a Democrat like myself calling for fiscal restraint. But this guy's killing us. I mean, he spends our money like it's water, and, that's pretty much the way he's run his private business. He's bought and done whatever he felt like buying or doing, and then when it comes time to pay for it, he's declared bankruptcy. So the problem here is, now that he's spending our money, and, the national debt under him is now larger than the entire United States economy. The problem is that he'll be gone, and we'll be the ones that will have to declare bankruptcy.
Joe, do you know that, anyway, the recent, and I'm sorry, I'm hearing some other channel coming on here. I don't know if you hear that or not, but.
No, I don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I hear it on mine. But, Joe, so the $1 billion appropriation is not getting a warm reception on Capitol Hill. I take it you're not surprised by that.
No, people are struggling. Obviously, average Americans are struggling every day. We need gasoline to commute to our jobs. So the choice, while difficult, is one that has to be made. You have to get to your job, which means you're doing without other things that you need. You're cutting back on your food budget. You don't have money for insurance. You have to cut corners to meet your rent or your mortgage payment. Things are getting overly tight for the average American, and they want to spend $1 billion on a place for people in tuxedos and gowns. It just makes no sense.
The optics, Joe, the optics right now, and I'm not lying. I'm actually going to bring this up. I did see today 2 gas stations were it was $5 a gallon. And the timing, the optics are crazy for this right now.
Yeah, they really are. Look, maybe a new ballroom is a good idea, but maybe we can't afford it. And those are the kinds of decisions that American families make every day. They don't build things. They don't do things that they can't afford. They live within their budget. And if he could keep his promise, I mean, maybe it's silly for me to expect him to keep a promise, but if he could keep his promise to have rich people, as he described them.
Thank you.
For this, what do I care?
Thank you.
Build a new one.
Thank you.
But have rich people pay for it.
Hey.
If you're not going to keep your word and you're going to dump this into the laps of struggling American families, it's just not. It's not doable. It just doesn't play right with most Americans.
Maybe we do need a new ballroom, and maybe you're right, and maybe we do, and so they can have bigger receptions there. That's hardly the point. The point is this.
It's not the point at all. Exactly.
That is hardly the point. Hold on, Joe. Can I tell you my reaction?
Yes.
Yes. Can I just tell you my reaction when he brought this up and then he started tearing down the East Wing, and people were like, "Whoa, my!" And he brought this up, and he said, "Oh, it's $400 million," and everyone, we know there'd have to be security, and the Republicans, the MAGA folks, are, will be in support of this, of course, because it's, he's their God, but and they'll have to be in support of this, and they'll say it's because
maybe they should pay for it.
Well,
maybe he should do voluntary contributions, and they should pay for it.
Yeah, and they'll say it's because of security concerns. Well, that was a consideration. Wait a minute, because security was a consideration when he said $400 million, and that he was going to pay for it.
This was designed with security, right?
And my reaction, Joe, when I heard him say he's going to pay for it and his buddies are going to pay for it, was this. I knew it wasn't going to happen. I think we knew it. didn't we?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, he has a tendency of making promises that he does not keep. This is another one. But seriously, I mean, maybe we should have some subscription plan or something where true blue MAGA believers can fund this thing. Let them contribute.
Because they when we didn't believe him in the beginning. We didn't believe him, then I figured, he's just lying. But whatever he says is the MAGA sort of the way they go, and I get that now. So yeah, you're right. The rest of us don't want to pay for it. We just don't, because
the point is that a lot of American families right now they need a new car. Perhaps
need a new car.
They have a better, safer commute to and from work, but maybe they can't afford it, so they're going to do without it. They're going to struggle. They're going to get by. That's really the mindset across the United States right now, with this fuel costs going through the roof, people being thrown off their health care coverage, insurance costs going through the roof, housing costs going through. If you can find safe and clean and affordable housing, some things you can't afford that you need. So if he thinks he needs a ballroom, maybe we should wait.
There was a time, Joe, that people who said they live paycheck to paycheck would say, it's okay, I'm getting along, I'm living paycheck to paycheck. But guess what? Paycheck to paycheck now with $5 a gallon gas isn't you can't get along.
Well, the gross domestic product last year was $31.22 trillion, meaning that the national debt as a percentage of the gross domestic product is 100.2%. We actually owe more money than we're producing.
Unbelievable. And we need people who can't make ends meet to come up with their tax dollars a little bit more to pay for a ballroom. Maybe we need a new ballroom. Fine. Then and he said that his buddies were going to pay for it, and he was going to pay for it, and let them pay for it. And I got to tell you something, Joe.
I would look for this to be a major issue in the upcoming midterm elections. If they want to stick with this $1 billion for this folly, go ahead.
Hey.
Let's see how the voters feel about that.
Hey, let's see sitting Republicans who vote for this, to approve the $1 billion for this, for a ballroom, while gas prices are $5. Let's see how they fare. Yep, I think you're right. I think the political ramifications are looking us right in the face. Joe Mystic, thanks so much, my friend.
Hey, great talking to you, Michael. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, always a pleasure. Joseph Sabino Mystic. You can read his piece today after 4triblive.com. All right, I'll be back.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals install most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolton, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know the KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife Shelley and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdka.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travelwithkdka.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
I never thought of myself as the type to settle down. Never knew where the team's next lunch was coming from. But then I met you, Easy Cater.
Workplaces everywhere are saying, I do want delicious food at work. And they're ordering from beloved restaurants with Easy Cater.
You were reliable. You had great options for every budget, even when marketing ops did keto again. We got through that together. With you, it's just so easy. Easy Cater, will you keep showing up at my workplace forever?
Find love at first lunch. Order at easycater.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it. Then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, Michael Bartley with you on Saturday 2 to 5. Here we go. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Okay, so let me give you the update. This is the latest from the Hill on this ballroom, and I love the Mystic column. I just did, because it's the sentiment that everyone's talking about. It is. Now, the MAGA people, they won't care about chipping in. They want Trump to have whatever he wants, and I get that. I mean, maybe a few of them won't want to do it, but they want that ballroom. If he wants that ballroom, they want that ballroom. So this $1 billion request, despite saying he'd pay for it, and his rich buddies, he said that too. His rich friends will pay for it, the $400 million. No, they're not going to part with their money. They can get your money. It's your money you're going to build those, all those gold tablecloths and walls and all that gaudy stuff that the Oval Office looks like now. That's what they want. And they want you to pay for it. You. Yeah, that was my reaction. I laughed my butt off. When I heard that come out of his mouth when he tore down the East Wing, that he and his friends are going to pay for a new ballroom. Yeah, I knew it was a lie. Anyway, so this request for $1 billion, and they're going to pretend it's just for, security. And what turnip truck did we fall off of? Okay. Anyway, it's getting a frosty reception among Republicans who are up for re-election. So House and Senate Republicans are privately raising alarms about the money and the political pitfalls with anything related to Trump's ballroom, anything related to it, because they have to go back to their districts. And it's no secret that we know how the MAGA people are going to vote and liberals are going to vote. The regular Republicans have a lot of them are jumping ship, and the midterms will be decided by the independents.
So even though the administration, because of Trump's direction, are insisting the $1 billion is only for security, it still has, that still means taxpayers, you, paying $5 a gallon for gasoline are going to pay for this thing. Some of the reaction from House and Senate Republicans is fascinating. It really is. And I'm going to have some of it for you because we have to do news here in a couple of minutes. But, yeah, if you think for 1 minute they're going to go back and run for re-election in these midterms to be re-elected after voting for their constituents to pay for a new ballroom with gold slobby things on walls and all that type of stuff, it's not going to happen. Nope. We'll see. All right, 866-391-1020. News coming up, and then I'll be back.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to GoodRx.com/weight-loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
After my accident, people warned me to slow down. I said, I don't know how. Thanks to my VA care team, I haven't.
At VA, we're using technology to help veterans recover faster and live their lives to the fullest. Learn more at vacareers.va.gov/PSA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Why a Frontier jet engine caught fire with the same plane hitting someone on the runway. CBS's Chris Van Cleve.
An investigation is underway to understand how and why that person scaled a fence and got onto airport grounds, as well as to try to identify who the person was.
For those worried about the cruise ship hantavirus outbreak causing a pandemic, CBS's Dr. Celine Gounder says it's unlikely.
Most of the cases we've seen of person-to-person transmission actually involved sexual partners. Not to say
that this is sexually transmitted, but it's that level of intimate contact.
In Syracuse, New York, law enforcement hunts for the man who shot and wounded 2 police officers. Chief Mark Rusin.
Onondaga County Sheriff's Office, they have their SWAT team here. New York State Police is also here with their assistants. We also have the FBI and then Syracuse Fire Department.
CBS News Brief. I'm Peter King.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from OliverFlowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers, celebrating spring for 96 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. OliverFlowers.com.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to GoodRx.com/weight-loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, mostly cloudy, high of 69. Watch for a thunderstorm in spots for tonight, especially early, any of which could bring gusty winds and small hail, low 52. Mother's Day tomorrow, a couple of showers, mostly cloudy, high 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, we'll be back Monday. Yes, enjoy the weekend. I'll catch you Monday, 2 to 6. Can't wait to talk. Colin Dunlap, KDKA.
Hey, welcome back. Saturday, 2 to 5. I love it. You know, if you do just do a search, gas prices near me, and the map would come up of Western Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh in the middle, and then Western Pennsylvania. The lowest price I'm seeing per gallon, there's a $4.59. But mostly everybody's $4.90, $4.93, $4.95. Everybody else $5 a gallon. Remember they said it would never go to $5 a gallon? Oh yeah, they said that. And the MAGA folks like high gas prices now. They're okay with it. They're good. They're good. They're good. They're good. They're good with the high gas prices. Yeah, they're good. Yeah, they're good with it. They are. Mm-hmm. They defend it. They think this is $5 a gallon. If it went to $10 a gallon, they'd be good with it. If Trump, and then Trump, I guess he embarrassed himself yesterday again with some chart he brought out saying, the price of oil is lower than when with Biden, and I'm sure the MAGA folks believed all that too. Yeah. Anyway, 866-391-1020. So I want to get back to this ballroom business. I do. All right, here we go. I wanted to give you some. This thing isn't going anywhere. This is not going to pass. A House Republican, because the midterms are a couple months away. One Republican said, quote, "There's no way in hell that this will get 218 votes on the floor." Yeah. Everybody knows Trump said he'd pay for this thing. And his rich buddies. And everybody knew, I think, that was a lie, except for the MAGA folks. Most of them, most of the MAGA folks, whatever he says is golden to them. I think a lot of us laugh, but, with the way inflation and everything is now, and Trump not doing much about it, I don't think anybody would want to pay for a ballroom. Would you be okay paying for this White House ballroom? Would you be? Would you be okay with it? Yeah. Moderate Republicans are they don't go public because they're afraid. I don't know why they're afraid of Trump. Because of the MAGA crowd will do whatever. They make death threats against people. They'll what do you call it? Primary you, all that type stuff. Yeah. And you go against Trump, you get a death threat. They'll threaten to kill your kids like they've done with a number of people. Anthony Fauci, Marjorie Taylor Greene, all of it. Yeah. So there's no way that this is going to, I don't think it's going to go, I sure as heck hope not. But, even Susan Collins, who's the Senate Appropriations Committee chair, and she's in a tight race against a wealthy in the general election. There was a Democratic primary. That one lady dropped out, and Susan Collins is going to be in a tight race. And Susan Collins is a moderate, and it's Maine. Independents will decide that one too. She said, as the process moves forward, Congress will need to hear the case for why the proposed funding is necessary and how it would upgrade White House security. One Senate Republican noted the disparity between the $400 million estimate for the ballroom's construction and the $1 billion request for money. The GOP senator added that Congress has received no information from the administration about the ballroom itself, other than the intention to fund it via private donors, which, I guess, isn't going to happen. Is it? Is it? And the MAGA people will say, "Oh, he never said that. He never said that." Yeah. And of course, Democrats are seizing on this as well. Said Brian Schatz, a Democrat from Hawaii, "We're just not going to stop talking about the cost of living." Good for you. We're not going to change the day to day or week to week. Everybody understands our strategy. Everything is too costly, and it's Donald Trump's fault. I agree. And, hey, the MAGA people made it Joe Biden's fault. And now they cry their eyes out if we criticize their favorite president. Yeah, they do. Yep. And they do, and they're into their cancel culture. The MAGA, the Trump cancel culture, no matter who goes against him, primary him, make an investigation of him, call him up at home, and threaten to kill him and his family. The cancel culture. You criticize Trump, you're canceled. You're the cancel culture. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Indeed. Yes, indeed. Ryan in Newcastle. Ryan, you're on KDKA.
Near Newcastle. Thank you.
You
How
bet.
are you today?
Fine. How are you?
Good. Hey, I just wanted to add a few things. I live differently from most people. I drive a smaller car. And
what kind of car? What kind of car?
gallon,
What kind of car? What kind of car?
It's a real nice Metro. It's a vintage.
Oh, that's nice.
Vintage Metro, 3-cylinder. Plenty of power, holds 4 people, so that's good enough for me. But, you know, $5 a gallon doesn't bother me, obviously, because the car is small. But every shopping center that I go to, I'm surrounded by huge SUVs, and they use a lot of fuel.
Yes, they do.
And those are personal decisions that people make. I use a $10 a month flip phone, and everybody else uses a big iPhone. I mean, I see it bulging out of their pocket. I see them hunched over, scrolling. Those are expensive.
Mm-hmm.
People don't live right. So if they can't handle $5 a gallon, they're definitely in need of adjusting their lifestyle. And as far as the ballroom is concerned, there's going to be a very secure military infrastructure underneath that. And that's a large part of the cost that's not being contributed to. That's the White House property. And that needs to be secure for any president now and in the future. So that $1 billion, that's a drop in the ocean. This is a big country. We're prosperous. We have a lot of industry that's coming back. People are well educated. Not a problem. I don't know why people make a big fuss about it. It's nothing. It's nothing compared to the scheme of things.
I think people make a big fuss out of it because the MAGA people made a big fuss out of Joe Biden's gas prices. That's why.
Well, yeah, that's right. We didn't hear much about that, so we're having the same effect again. Again, it's no big deal to me because I live right.
Mm-hmm.
I have a little bit of solar on the house. That contributes. Now, I never had any kids. So
You have solar on your roof. You have solar on your roof.
Most of it's on the ground. I quit putting it on the roof.
Oh, because I read an article the other day that Pennsylvania is so behind because people want to buy solar, but to get it on the roof, you have to have some permits and you have to have your house inspected or something.
Well, yeah, it's not a good idea to drill holes in your roof to install solar. Put it on the ground. It's just better that way.
Does it work for you?
Yes, it does. I'm not on you. Excuse me, my mouth is getting a little
that's okay.
dry here. I'm not on the utility at all. I'm strictly solar.
Wow.
And I have nickel cadmium batteries that store the power. In fact, the electric went out, which is rare, 2 days ago. And I flipped on the outside lights, and the neighbors were surprised. There were a few of them outside, and the rest of the neighborhood was pitch black.
So you don't pay an electric bill, but to like a
not
utility.
at all. Right, not at all.
Boy, you do live kind of smartly. So are you retired?
Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm doing quite well on my Social Security, despite the so-called high prices. I eat well. I buy steaks, good quality foods. The thing is, I live right.
Mm-hmm.
People make a lot of foolish decisions, and their money goes, and they don't know what to do after that.
I think. Well, I think I don't disagree with that at all. I don't. But if someone says they're going to pay, him and their buddies are going to pay $400 million for a ballroom, and then pretend. I know what it was, and I know what security is. But they never brought that up, and they intimated that security was part of that.
That's the upper portion. The lower
I know what it. I know.
Ground is the part that needs to be funded by taxpayers.
Well, the taxpayers would have been happy to fund it if he didn't tear down the east wing and pretend he was building a ballroom.
Well, you have to tear down part of that in order to do the in-ground construction.
But no one ever talked about that, Rye. No one ever did.
Well, you're not going to get the media to explain all that. I scour networks, especially alternative networks, and The details were mentioned, but when you go to ABC, CBS, the rest of the major networks, they're not going to say anything about it because they don't understand it.
Yeah, and it's in the other ones, the cable news networks, you only get one side, and that's Fox News, and then that's MSNBC, all that type stuff. Ryan, thanks for the call up there, and enjoy your steak tonight.
I will.
All right.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm getting ready. Getting ready for it right now.
It's almost time. I appreciate the call, Ryan. Thank you very much.
All righty. Thank you.
Take care. Bye. All right. Returning to your calls. Coming right up, 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back, 866-391-1020. Okay, Tony in Green Tree. Tony, you're on KDKA. Hi, Tony.
Hey, hi, Michael. Thanks for grabbing my call.
Sure.
Hey, listen, I just want to rebuttal a little bit the fellow that was just on. You know, he's living in a little bit of a vacuum there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Got his 3-cylinder car. He's forgetting about the diesel trucks that deliver our groceries and everything else that we get in our world. He's forgetting about the added cost to that. And then he's talking about his solar power, who our president that we have now is not about solar power or any kind of alternative power.
And
he
believes
wants coal, he wants oil.
Yeah, and believes global warming is a hoax. Yeah, he calls it a hoax.
Yeah, he thinks it's a hoax. He doesn't get it. So this guy sounds like a really nice guy, and he sounds like he really thinks.
He did seem like a nice guy. I enjoyed talking to him.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, he's living within a very small radius. You know what I mean? And you just sit back and say, "Come on, my man. Think about your groceries. Think about building materials that are built with oil. You know, this oil doesn't stop at the pump. There's so much byproduct that come from oil. You know, within our whole world of use, within building products, shingles, you name it. I mean, foam, you name it. And even cosmetics come from gas and oil and so forth. So, at the end of the day, you really got to look a little deeper and pay attention. And, it sounds like he really likes Donald Trump. But at the end of the day, Donald Trump, in one term, raised the deficit $7.7 trillion. And in his first year, it's $1.5 trillion. So at the end of the day, this guy is just increasing the debt. All his nonsense of these tariffs, lowering the debt and giving us all a couple grand. Come on, man. I mean, we don't see any money. I don't see the debt going down. I don't see anything really helping the average person. Maybe the rich people, sure.
You know what?
But not the average person.
I'll tell you something, Tony. I agree with you. And, that guy in near Newcastle, it was a very nice guy, and I could talk to him until the cows come home and enjoy the conversation. I think so, too, and I think he's retired and probably was successful. And you know what? Listen, I've worked my butt off, owning a company myself and having part-time jobs in the media and full-time, and I'm sort of semi-retired now, and I don't begrudge anybody's success. I don't whatsoever.
Me neither.
And I don't begrudge, and I get people getting mad about high taxes, all that type stuff. But when gas is $5 a gallon, I'm okay. You're probably okay. But I know a lot of people aren't okay. And when it comes to, funding a ballroom with all the gold, gaudy nothingness on walls and all that type stuff, I'm not okay. I think if Donald Trump, I mean, I know you can't, whatever he says, the MAGA people, it's biblical, it's the truth, but
sure,
but not for me and not for you. And not for the independents and all that type stuff. And so don't come back and try to get it funded when you said you and your buddies are going to pay for it.
Absolutely. And I was talking with my son-in-law today, and he said, well, that's why we have three separate branches of government. I said, right now we do not. We do not have the executive branch and the legislative branch, paying attention to each other and checking and balancing, nor do we have the judicial branch helping that much either. So it's those three branches are almost in line with each other, which is not what the intention was. So as people sit back and they want to blow their trumpet for Trump, start paying attention to what he's doing. Is he really doing this because he cares about the next president? Or is he doing this because he wants to regain and retain power and he wants to build a military force around the house he lives in?
Tony,
you got to really start thinking about what the heck he's really doing.
You are spot on today, and I got to tell you something. And I got a break for news, Tony. I really enjoyed this call. Thank you very much. But and I got to tell you something.
Thank you, Michael.
They have to say something because he's probably the most unpopular president. Look at the polling. In our nation's history, Tony, and don't forget that.
We need to fix it, my man. Thank you, Michael.
We'll see what happens. Thank you, Tony. I really enjoyed that. Thank you very much. All right, breaking for news. Back to your calls coming up.
While you sleep, There are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. I recently had two sets of customers who had vastly different stories. One had purchased elsewhere 3 years ago and spent $5,000. And the other had purchased from OMF 12 years ago and spent $1,000. The difference? Our customer's mattress lasted 4 times longer and cost them 5 times less. Don't waste money on overpriced, overhyped mattresses. Visit the Original Mattress Factory for unbeatable quality and value. Sleep better, longer, for less.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow. You sound just like him.
Then he said,
if it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
After my accident, people warned me to slow down. I said, I don't know how. Thanks to my VA care team, I haven't.
At VA, we're using technology to help veterans recover faster and live their lives to the fullest. Learn more at vacareers.va.gov/PSA.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Peter King. The NTSB is investigating a double nightmare on the runway at Denver International Airport.
The pilot got the plane stopped immediately, and right away the cabin started filling with smoke.
That man was a passenger on the Frontier jet that not only had an engine fire, but struck and killed someone on the runway last night. Correspondent Chris Van Cleve.
This will prompt an investigation and questions about the security, the fence line, the access to the Denver airport. It is a huge piece of property, multiple runways, a sprawling area to try to patrol and secure.
Passengers and crew evacuated safely. The cruise ship hit by a hantavirus outbreak docks tomorrow in the Canary Islands. CBS's Dr. Celine Gounder on the 17 Americans still aboard.
CDC is deploying a team of epidemiologists and medical professionals to the Canary Islands. So they'll assess each American's level of exposure. How much were they exposed to somebody who had hantavirus? From there, they will fly on a government medical repatriation flight to Nebraska. They'll go to the National Quarantine Center in Nebraska at the University of Nebraska Medical Center.
His Atlanta Braves teams won 5 National League pennants during the 1990s. One of those pennants turned into this in 1995.
Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
Braves Hall of Fame manager Bobby Cox has died. He helped build the Braves into a National League dynasty and retired with more than 2,500 wins with Atlanta and Toronto. Cox suffered a major stroke 7 years ago. Complications followed. Bobby Cox was 84. Both the U.S. and Iran say a ceasefire is holding, but there's no breakthrough on making it permanent. For Americans, high gas prices mean the war can't end fast enough. Same thing for farmers. CBS's Aaron Navarro.
The war has paralyzed the Strait of Hormuz and global supply chains, leaving American farmers frustrated.
Business is rough. Almost every farmer in Iowa will tell you that they've had difficult times.
The challenge comes obviously with the price.
The price of urea fertilizer used for vegetable crops has gone up 47% since the war began.
In Tampa, 2 Pakistani college students who were murdered last month have been honored with degrees that they would have received during graduation. WTSP TV's Angelica Bruton is at the University of South Florida.
The Consulate General of Bangladesh accepted the posthumous degrees on behalf of Nahida and Jamil, honoring years of hard work. But for those who knew them, the moment was also a painful reminder of lives and futures cut tragically short.
This is CBS News.
What is going on?
What's going on here?
How is this possible?
Great storytelling starts here.
Oh, come on.
Why? It's time for 60 Minutes.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirror-joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Dry weather has sparked dozens of wildfires in Florida this spring. CBS's Jennifer Kuiper says Minnesota is having the same problem.
Experts say they're expecting about 2 weeks of wildfire smoke and several days of unhealthy ozone levels in the North Star State, which could mean problems for those with respiratory and other medical conditions. Minnesota Pollution Control Agency meteorologist Matt Taraldson.
So we had trees that are burnt, that were blown down in the high windstorm, that are now being stressed by drought, and that is something that we're keeping careful attention to.
The agency says to expect conditions similar to what was seen in 2024. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Something will soon be missing from downtown Orlando's Lake Eola Park, the big park with a fountain you may have seen on TV. Dozens of swans are being taken to other locations because of a deadly bird flu outbreak believed responsible for nearly 24 deaths. Swans who migrate there will be allowed to stay. Peter King, CBS News.
Pittsburgh, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust. A family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists. Just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all. Training, payroll, and support. So you can stay safe and comfortable at home and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Pittsburgh families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 412-844-5990. That's 412-844-5990. Call now, 412-844-5990. 412-844-5990.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, mostly cloudy, high of 69. Then watch for a thunderstorm in spots for tonight, especially early, any of which could bring gusty winds and small hail, low of 52. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy for Mother's Day, couple of showers at the high 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okie dokie, 866-391-1020. I'm here till 5 o'clock on a Saturday. Back to the phones. Andy and Butler. Andy, welcome back.
Hey, Michael, how you doing today?
Good. You going to produce my show again today?
No. You're pretty much beyond help.
All right, go ahead.
So you started off today talking about gas in the region is $5 a gallon. A quick Google search says that as of May 8th and 9th, 2026, Pennsylvania gas prices average approximately $4.64 to $4.69 for regular unleaded. It is higher than a year ago. These are among the highest prices in the nation, driven by one of the highest state fuel taxes in the nation. Some Pittsburgh area stations have spiked to $4.99, so there's your $5 a gallon. You talk about taxes and ballrooms, but you don't talk about gas taxes. And should the state of Pennsylvania consider lowering their gas taxes to make it better for people? Anyway,
I don't have a problem with that. I don't.
You didn't mention it. Okay?
I don't.
I get that. I get that. Moving on, you talked about.
I'm no environmentalist, Andy. You know that. I'm a pro-fracking Democrat. You know that. Go ahead.
I hear you. The other thing you talked about was if you go against Trump, you'll get primaried.
Yeah.
And people will try to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Recently, I heard Josh Shapiro, our governor, telling our United States Senator, Senator Fetterman, it's time he got back to being a Democrat. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Is that kind of a, hey, we'll primary you type thing? Because there's been a lot of talk about primary and Fetterman because he don't toe the government Democrat line no more. And as far as the will kill you part goes, okay, when was the last time a Democrat got shot at? Politician. Because there's been 3 times you guys have tried to kill Trump.
I would say shot at and murdered in Minnesota, number one. And you mentioned Shapiro, the lawmakers in Minnesota. You mentioned Shapiro. He and his kids and wife were almost murdered on an arson attack. So not shot at, but that kind of thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I know you've talked before about Nancy Pelosi's husband, okay?
Yeah, and some of the MAGA people made fun of that. He was almost beaten to death with a hammer.
Who was that guy?
I don't care who it was. It's violence. It's political violence.
Right. So I'm talking about the left is politically violent, and the guy that went after Nancy Pelosi's husband was an illegal alien from Canada, okay? Who was left, okay? He was so that's who did that. The guy that firebombed the Pennsylvania Capitol. Who was that guy?
Can I ask you something, Andy? When Donald Trump says, let me respond. When Trump says it's the political left, the radical left that promotes political violence. Do you believe that? And you don't believe that the radical right does?
Let's see. Okay. Name me a radical right person from Hollywood who posts pictures of a dead president in a grave and says, if only.
I'm talking generally. Do you believe Do you believe the radical right incites political violence?
I'm talking in specifics, and you're talking in general. But the radical right, is it to say that no one on the right has ever? Yeah, people on the right have went for violence. Okay, It's happened around abortion clinics, although the pro-abortion and the anti-abortion crowd have gotten violent over the topic of abortion clinics.
Of course.
So, yeah. Okay, but you're talking about, if you go against Trump, specific, because I was talking specifics, they'll kill you, okay? Most of the way more percentage of the violence has happened from leftists, from progressive types, from liberals, from people who identify Democrat more than Republican, to include going after Nancy Pelosi's husband, to include the crazy guy that went and firebombed Pennsylvania's state house, governor's house. So to include violence that happens up regularly in Portland when they clash with police or clash with ICE. All those are your people, or not my people.
Hey, listen, Andy, and or the people that tried to kill police officers on January 6th, but it doesn't matter for them. They were allowed to do that because Donald Trump. What year was that? Because Donald Trump pardoned them all,
right?
And it was A-OK.
What year was that?
It was A-OK. So that radical right, the radical right, who you're defending, the radical right gets off if they agree with Donald Trump, and there's no respect for the rule of law. The radical right gets off and they get pardoned. Andy, you know that to be true. Listen, and that empowers violent people. That empowers violent people to call. Okay, go ahead and laugh. So now, Andy.
I tried asking you a question. And you keep talking the whole time. I'm not denying January 6th. What year did that happen?
What year was January 20th? It was 20. 21.
So it's 5 years ago. Okay?
And what's that have to do with anything?
It's your main talking point, okay?
No, it's my main talking point. No, it's not.
Whenever we talk about political violence, you always go back to January 6th.
Why wouldn't I? The people that tried to murder police officers were pardoned by Donald Trump, your buddy.
It was 5 years ago.
And
okay, and since then, okay, so you've got one item where it happened, and I'm not denying it. It happened, okay? And he pardoned them. Yes, he did. I think about back to George Floyd's Summer of Love and all the people that were on video that got caught looting stores and burning buildings and everything else like that, and the decisions across the country not to prosecute those people because they were your crowd, all right? January 6th, horrible.
And January 6th was your crowd?
January 6th was my crowd.
Yeah.
Okay, that was Republican.
I don't remember. And
5 years ago, nothing since then. Okay.
5 years ago, nothing since then. Did you read the article about Marjorie Taylor Greene, who went against Donald Trump, and the death threats that she got?
Who shot at her?
Nobody shot at her. Nobody did.
No, they didn't. Okay, threats are out there every day. You know what? You can go. I know you're not on Fox News, but you can go on Fox News.
I do. I watch it every once in a while. I watch it every once in a while.
I'm talking about the news feed where you can go in and actually read articles, and they will actually let you comment on the articles. You can go into, there's a comment section. You go in there. If you go on the Washington Post, the only way you can comment is if you subscribe to the paper. You have to buy the ability to have free speech on things like the Washington Post. Same thing pretty much with the New York Times. If you want to go on there, you pretty much have to buy a subscription to have free speech. But Fox will let you have free speech without having to buy. And there are loads of threats on there all the time against Trump, okay, that come from, I'm going to guess,
Andy, you broke up. You broke up. Start that last part. You broke up. part. Start that last part over again.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I got you better now.
All right. Thank you. Very good. So you can go on the Fox News feed where you can actually comment on the articles that people write, okay? If you want to comment on New York Times or Washington Post, you pretty much have to buy a subscription to be able to exercise speech and comment on the articles that are written there. But there are times I can read articles on Fox, and I do read it from other places, where I can read where people on the left, your people, say, boy, I wish that guy in Butler would have had better aim, okay? And Mark Hamill, like, why can't we get it right this time, and how come he's still alive? So a majority of the violence, I think, comes from your side.
I don't, okay? and I'm just as long as and I don't agree with that, and I got to take my break, Andy. Go ahead, finish it up.
Right. So under Joe Biden, gas prices went up because he let the infrastructure go to H in a handbasket. Under President Trump, gas prices have because we're fighting tyranny around the world.
Actually, gas prices under Joe Biden went up because Russia invaded Ukraine. You know that, Andy. Come on.
How much of our fuel do we get from Russia?
All right, listen, we'll pick this up again.
From Russia?
Andy, guess what? This was a real.
By the way, President Trump negotiated a ceasefire with Russia and Ukraine and a prisoner swap.
And?
But I didn't hear you giving him credit for that. I don't hear you ever giving credit for anything.
Andy, at the end of the day, you rarely call me on a Saturday. This was a real treat. Thanks. Have a good night. Have a good weekend.
You
too.
Goodbye.
Bye. All right. 866-391-1020. I love when Andy calls. I know he gets under people's skin, but I love it. I love sparring with him. It's fun. All right. 866-391-1020. We're rocking and rolling now.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to GoodRx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay. Here we go. 866-391-1020. You willing to pay for that ballroom? I'm not. Ted in Mount Washington. Ted, it's so great to have you on a Saturday. Welcome back.
What's going on, Michael?
What's going on, my man?
Well, I will say this.
Wait, hold on. Isn't Andy fun? I love.
Well, yeah. Look, hey, I love Andy.
I think he's fun.
I probably agree with almost 80 or 90% of the stuff he says.
I know you do. I know you love Andy. And you know what? I was happy he called on. He doesn't call on Saturdays, and now he's starting to call on Saturdays. So this is fun.
I will say this. Just my personal opinion. That was dangerous talk, and I'll tell you why. Killing of any politician.
Agreed.
I don't care what. It's dangerous, man.
And the other thing is, Andy kept saying, when did he shoot at or shoot at him? I think calling someone up like the MAGA people did with Anthony Fauci, and I know it was said to his wife and to his daughter about their grandkids. That's political violence to me. It is.
Well, all of it is. Look,
I agree.
Let me tell you something. I disagree with Charlie Kirk, but the man still should be alive.
Of course, okay? I agree.
Okay, I mean, and we always talk about toning it down. You have to tone it down. Okay, that's just me. You have to tone it down. A life is a life. Trump is a politician, and I was the first to say, hey, look, the man could have got killed. All right, and I totally disagree with some of his policies, but no one should lose their life.
There's no excuse for political violence anytime, ever.
Yeah, and we have to be careful with our rhetoric.
And you know, and stop with this one-upsmanship about it's the radical left and it's the radical right.
Well, I mean, hey, look,
come on.
I don't mind even that, but like I say, at the end of the day, we're all Americans. Okay, I think sometimes we forget that and it goes tribal. And I understand sometimes the entertainment it goes good. You know, some entertainers do that just to rile people up. But for me, I just think that we have to be careful what we say, because you're talking about people out there. You don't know who's listening, and you don't know who's on the edge. I'm just saying. It's just that we're not in those times where you can almost have a rational conversation anymore. You just got to be careful. That's just me. But real quick about the ballroom. Remember that song called Ballroom Blitz?
Oh, yes. The Ballroom Blitz.
Okay. Well, we're going to have Ballroom Blitz. Look, hey, that ballroom, I don't care who constructs or whatever, but as a taxpayer, I don't want to spend a dime on it.
Me neither.
Okay?
Me neither.
I don't want to spend a dime on it. And also, look, as a taxpayer, we're $39 trillion in the hole. 39. This is my job, Michael. Our deficit is bigger than our economy.
And when I go on about the price of gas, the price of gas is just the tip of the iceberg. Go to a grocery store. People are hurting. There's a reason that Donald Trump, that 64% of America can't stand him right now.
Well, hey, look, when it comes to deficit, it's not only Donald Trump. I told you the same thing about Biden. When you put those 4 big bills, building back America and all that stuff, it was outrageous. Okay? I told you even back then, we don't have the money to be spending and doing all that stuff. And we're going to pay for it. And also, the Trump administration wants to spend $1.5 trillion on defense. Are you kidding me? When's the last time the Pentagon got an audit? It failed 8 straight years of audit. We don't even know where the money's at. And they want to spend $1.5 trillion. And this is bipartisan, by the way. You know, the Democrats and Republicans always vote for these big, bloated bills. And we're going to pay for this. and we're not thinking about the coming generations. You talk about, being pro-life. Well, the unborn don't get a chance to vote. And to me, it's just outrageous. We should not be $39 trillion in a hole. I mean, every citizen should be concerned.
And the Trump's big, beautiful bill added, what, $4.8 trillion and counting. And I always thought, and then the Republicans, the conservatives, I guess, I don't know, are there still conservatives or are they just MAGA people? I don't know. I mean, the conservatives to me used to be, we're not necessarily cultural conservatives because, the conservatives were fiscal conservatives, and I'm quite fiscally moderate, owning a business. But the fiscal conservatives were Wall Street people, and they weren't cultural conservatives in New York because, believe me, I know the story about when they went to Andy Cuomo and said we have to have gay marriage, my kid's gay, all that type of stuff. And so, but what I'm saying is, where are the Republican conservatives relating to the deficit? They used to cry and stomp and all about it. They couldn't stand George W. Bush in the end, and going after everybody about overspending. The last president that balanced the budget was Clinton. You know that, yeah.
Yes, and Newt Gingrich too. It was bipartisan. Newt Gingrich helped, okay? It just wasn't Clinton. So, the only one I can see is Rand Paul, who really didn't endorse Trump, didn't support him, and voted against almost every budget that was getting passed. And I have to give him a lot of credit. He's the only voice you have. On the Democratic side, I don't see it either. Okay, I just don't see it because I don't care who's the next president, you're going to run into a deficit crisis. And I know a lot of people like
this guy. This guy in there right now is a huge spender. And listen, and then he can go on about cutting taxes. That didn't mean squat, given the fact that how expensive things are now. All the money's gone.
Well, like I said before, he's growing.
For the average American, I know that billionaires got another $10 billion, whatever it is, but that's it. Listen, Ted, I got to run. Thanks for the call. I appreciate that. Take care. Ted, Mount Washington. All right, back to the calls. I'm going to get the news coming right up here. And then, hey, by the way, tomorrow's Mother's Day. You want to call me up? Wish your mother a happy Mother's Day on the air. I don't care. 866-391-1020. It's okay. Michael Bartley, KDK.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the Village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to GoodRx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. a trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The source you trust for news and information that matters. News Radio, KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Investigators want to know how somebody breached airport security before being struck and killed by a Frontier jet last night in Denver.
There was an individual walking across the runway.
Okay, we are rolling the trucks down.
The plane also had an engine failure. Engine catch fire. The cruise ship hit by hantavirus due to dock in the Canary Islands tomorrow. World Health Organization's Dr. Maria Van Kerkhove.
Countries, together with Spain and the Netherlands, are working on a plan to disembark the passengers and to get them home.
Hall of Fame manager Bobby Cox has died as Atlanta Braves teams won 5 pennants in a World Series in the 90s.
Just seeing the Hank Aaron display and the Babe Ruth and things like that is it finally hit on me that you're in the Hall of Fame.
Braves say Cox died from complications due to a major stroke he suffered 7 years ago. He was 84. CBS News Brief, I'm Peter King.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
It's that time of year again. Be Greek for a week at the St. Nicholas Greek Orthodox Cathedral Food Festival in Oakland, Tuesday through Sunday. All of your favorite Greek foods and desserts. Outdoor seating, too. Dine in or take out. OPA. Food for thought, where homemade corned beef is made fresh every single day and piled high just the way you like it. They don't cut corners. They slice perfection. From the best Reubens in town to deli sandwiches that keep you coming back. This isn't just lunch, it's tradition. Food for Thought Deli, Craig Street, North Oakland. NASCO Roofing takes pride in exceeding customers' expectations. If the winter storms caused you damage, get NASCO on your roof and see why they've satisfied thousands of customers. Call 412-373-2000 for NASCO Roofing.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, mostly cloudy, high of 69. Watch for a thunderstorm in spots for tonight, especially early, any of which could bring gusty winds and small hail, low 52. Mother's Day tomorrow, a couple of showers, mostly cloudy, high 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, we'll be back Monday. Yes, enjoy the weekend. I'll catch you Monday, 2 to 6. Can't wait to talk. Colin Dunlap, KDKA.
Welcome back. Good jam. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK. We're having a blast here today. 2 to 5 on Saturday. 866-391-1020. Couple more calls on the gas prices and the ballroom and the this and the that and Trump. And then how about in the 4 o'clock hour? Yeah, we're going to wish Mom Happy Mother's Day. You can give me a call to wish your mother a happy Mother's Day. Why is it so special for you? I'm going to share a couple quotes about moms up at 4 o'clock. And, and I think I see my friend Roger, I think he's on the line here. That's my farm friend. And I think his mother's going to be 104 tomorrow. And they're having a big party for her out there. We'll get an update on all that. So, all right. So here we go. Back to the phones. Bishop in Denora. Bishop, again, thanks for calling. Go ahead, Bishop.
Hey, let me say Happy Mother's Day. Let me say Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers.
Bishop, I'm having trouble hearing you. Your phone is kind of, the sound is so hollow.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
A little bit better, yeah.
Yeah, Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. Number one is, maybe these parents. I was just told last night these parents let their kids run around downtown and they're having real problems on the waterfront. Parents renting out hotel rooms down there on the false names, etc., and leaving their kids down there, and they're just destroying and causing mayhem. Coming into the hotels, offering free breakfast for the patrons that stay there, and coming there off the street and eating and all of that. It's a problem. Maybe we may need to address the parents as well, because this is a travesty that's going on right now in and around Pittsburgh. Number two is the homelessness situation. Now, I'm in the middle of traveling on my way to New York on the train. So I stopped in Harrisburg. Homeless is everywhere, sleeping on benches inside of the Capitol now. Sleeping inside of the terminal and everything like that. It's a real problem. And something has to be.
Are you on the train right now? Is that the train conductor talking?
Yeah, I'm on the train. I'm on the great Amtrak train right now.
Oh my God! Okay. I like that Amtrak train. All right, go ahead. I'm having your phone is so hollow. Go ahead. The sound.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is these issues are not being addressed. And the economy, horrible as it is. I just bought a paper for $3, the New York Post.
$3? That's a deal. That's a deal.
I got to charge you $50 surcharge. I said, what? So the paper came at $3.50. This is something is wrong with this economy, with this guy at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I am not in favor of the ballroom, of taxpayer money. I am not in, and I'm going to tell you something right now, Brother Butler. I'm going to tell you something right now. This is almost like a fascist regime. Do you know they built a statue down in Mar-a-Lago in Trump, and they're all going down there to worship it?
I did not know that. I didn't.
Well,
at Mar-a-Lago, is that what you said? At Mar-a-Lago? I did not know that.
They built a gold statue this past week, and I want to ask you. I heard and I read, and I'm not sure, but the best person to answer is you. You're a Catholic. I understand that the Pope is not coming to the United States doing
for the 250.
Yeah.
Oh no, he said he's not. He wasn't coming. Yeah, he said that a while back. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Is there a reason why?
They didn't articulate that. He would never say. I think that this just probably a scheduling conflict. I don't know, but he said he wasn't coming. I wouldn't read into that one, but I don't know. Listen, Bishop, I got to run here. Thanks, my friend. Thanks for the call. All right. I wish I could hear you better. I'm sorry about that. Okay, I'm going to take one more call before the break. Daryl in Finleyville. Daryl, you're on KDK.
Hi, Michael.
Hi.
Before I get to the gas, I wanted to comment on the ballroom.
Yeah.
My understanding is there's no tax dollars being paid for it, but it's secure, and that's important because what they do now.
Daryl, you there? Daryl, we lost you. Where'd you go? You were making your point. Daryl. Okay, Daryl's phone went dead. He must have. Daryl, you need to charge your phone. You need to charge your phone. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go to Ann in Squirrel Hill. I haven't heard from you in a while. Hi, Ann.
I know. Well, believe me, you would recognize me. Okay, so I just have a few things.
Yeah.
So number one, I watch MSN. No, I watch the shows, but I watch CNN intentionally at 10 because Abby has Trumpers on and never Trumpers. But is there like a gentleman's agreement on all these stations that they're never, ever going to talk about Trump sleeping and his mental decline? Explain that to me.
That's interesting. That's interesting because he's fallen asleep all this time, and he's 80 years old.
Exactly. Yeah, I just don't. I mean, Biden. He got ripped, and where's Jake Tapper, who wrote a book about Biden's decline? I don't get it. And I want to hear from the Trumpers in Pittsburgh and the outlying areas. How can they justify that a man in this mental decline is making decisions that are going to impact them, their children, their grandchildren for generations and generations? It's crazy.
I think it's crazy too. I do, and I agree with you. I do.
And then the other question is, I want to understand, and maybe some of the African-American callers who I love, Anthony, I want to meet Anthony because he's in my neighborhood. I want to understand how African-American Republicans are comfortable with what's happening with voting rights. I just don't understand that. When I watched Brian Donald or the guy from the congressman from Florida or whatever, Donald is his last name, and I watched the guys on CNN, I don't get it. How does Tim Scott live with himself? I don't get it.
I don't get that either. And this was a hugely impacting decision on the Louisiana business, and now Alabama. Now they're carving it all up. And,
I know.
And then of course the thing in Virginia. The state Supreme Court there said that they violated their state constitution, all that type stuff. But I think I got to tell you something, Ian. It's interesting, and people are want to go on about all that in the sense of, it's the worst thing, and I think it does disenfranchise, certain people. But I tell you something, as it relates to the midterms this year, and I know you might think I'm nuts, but They can try to steal as many districts as they can, but I don't think it's going to do them any good this time. It might.
No, I worked
I really don't.
I worked the election since I retired, and again, I'm in a Democratic area, but I think the Democrats are going to come out full force, no question. I don't care what state, where they live. And
you know who else? I think the Democrats are going to come out in full force too. They didn't in 2024, and that made me sick to my stomach. But you know who's going to come out, I think, in full force? Independents. The independents will decide it all, and they have their enthusiasm rate, and according to the polling, is off the charts. They can't wait to get there and vote.
Yeah, I'm just perplexed. I'm just perplexed about his mental insufficiency that's going on and people not talking about it. And you can see the people behind him, and nobody, talk about the girls that won the championship, whatever it was, and they sat behind them, and all Trump and all his white cronies, were in front of them for the photographer. He is such a narcissist, and people don't understand.
No matter what the messaging is, no matter what the announcement is, no matter who the visitors are, no matter who's he's honoring, no matter what the state dinner it is, no matter what the occasion, it's all about him.
All right, now one last thing, and again, I felt terrible what happened at the correspondence dinner. My husband and I watched it live, and what struck me the most is it was horrible, and I'm so sorry it happened. Nobody deserves that.
Me too.
But the Republicans that were there, that were not in the state in the Capitol that day, ought to have an understanding of how many hours Republicans and Democrats were stranded on January 6th and talk about terror. They wanted to hang Mike Pence. So I'm just saying that, that's what makes me really angry. That, they ought to get it taken down.
And I'm sorry, it makes me angry too. And I know, my MAGA callers who, and I love having them, I do, and I get a ton of MAGA callers because we have fun together and we have mutual respect, and they don't want to hear the fact that they want to go on and on about left-wing radicals, when in the meantime we all saw what happened then, and this president pardoned them, which sent the message that they did nothing wrong, and it's okay to go there and take a flagpole and cry to murder a police officer.
Or defecate all over the building. Either 8 or 9 people died because of January 6th, and that lays at the feet of Trump.
And that was all okay. That was all okay because they were pardoned. And and don't bring up this thing. How many years ago was that? All that baloney. Please, they were pardoned. It's the right wing radicals who beginning with this president, who pardoned people who tried to overthrow our government. And don't tell me, and I'm not going to ever relent on that. I'm not, and I'm sure you're not either.
Well, I've seen you because I'm Jewish, and I went to 8 funerals because of Tree of Life, and you were at many of them. You know what? That lays at Trump's feet. My husband went to most of the trial, and that came from a president who gave permission to do what Bowers did. So that's all I'm going to say.
I'll go to my grave, never forgetting ever being at Road of Shalom that day when Michelle Rosenthal.
I saw you.
When Michelle Rosenthal's brothers were there, were murdered.
You know what? I saw their father last night at synagogue.
Wow,
yeah.
No kidding. Wow, amazing.
Michelle had the fathers here, and I just looked at him and thought, I can't imagine the pain.
I know, me neither.
People forget.
I just had dinner with her a few weeks ago before the draft at an event, and
Yeah, I talked to her last night. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
And thanks so much for the call. Happy Mother's Day, and call me anytime.
Yep, I
right.
appreciate it. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. All right, I'll be back.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees outside of the service area. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, choose UPMC Health Plan.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Winter is here, and Duquesne Light urges you to stay safe outdoors this holiday season. When clearing snow or hanging lights, keep ladders and tools at least 10 feet away from power lines. Never touch down or hanging power lines. Immediately call Duquesne Light. Use outdoor rated cords and check for damage before plugging in decorations. And if you're using electric snow blowers, keep them dry and plugged into GFCI protected outlets. Safety starts with you. Learn more at DuquesneLight.com/safety.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mirajoyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Daryl, we have you back. I'm glad you called back. Daryl, your phone went dead there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened, but
No
I don't
worries.
know if you heard me. I agree with the ballroom because it's secure, and if they're not there, then they're out in the yard setting up tents, and that costs money as well. So, but I called about the gas. Did you hear me saying that you see the gas truck that goes down the road to fill up gas stations? That's 10,000 gallons.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't know that. And,
I didn't
many
either.
gas stations, yeah, many gas stations have multiple tanks in the ground. But here's my question: if you go in, and first of all, I agree with the war in Iran that they do not need a atomic bomb. I don't like paying more, but I'm willing to do that. I hope it ends soon. But here's what I don't understand: if a gas station has zero gas, okay, and they come and fill that up for whatever, let's just, there's a price for that. How can they raise it 10, 20, 30 cents the next day when they put whatever they paid for that? It seems like we're getting ripped off. I don't understand.
I wish I've yet to have someone explain that to me as well, and I can't.
I couldn't understand. My friend was trying to explain it to me, and I couldn't understand it. And then he was saying that like the price of a barrel of oil doesn't apply to because the wherever they process it, they already purchased the gas.
Seems to me okay because let's pretend that there's a gas station in Pittsburgh who was going to get that 10,000 gallon tanker truck to come and put gas in the ground, okay, that at 5 o'clock that night. So they already purchased that tanker truck to come and fill it up, right? So that's the price that they bought it for. But then okay, your question's phenomenal, Daryl. So then overnight, the price we pay for the same thing that they put in there for the price they bought it for went up 30 cents. I don't get it either.
Right. And what's interesting too is it never goes down as quick as it goes up.
Exactly. That's exactly correct. You know what?
I wish somebody could explain that.
Daryl, I'm with you 100% on that one. I got to get Craig on that one. The people
that's on your list.
Yeah. Hey, Daryl, you putting that on my? I'm going to get for next week. I'm going to get one of those energy guys on with me because I don't. That's a really, really interesting question because I got to tell you this, and I know why you're asking. It's because no matter, even when it's a couple times in the past couple weeks, Daryl, the price of oil when Trump said that there's agreement and ceasefire, whatever it was, for the next day, there was the market went up and oil price went down for how long it did, but the gas we paid at the pump went up.
Right. Yeah. So it's a mystery, and
it's kind of crazy. I know it really is. It really is. It is. Daryl, thanks for the call. I'm glad you called back. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Bye bye. Call me anytime. So, okay. We're going to have news coming up here in about 5 minutes. We're going to get all the latest news. And then I'm going to take one or maybe one or 2 more calls on this gas stuff and Trump and all that type stuff. I want to check in with my man Roger. His mother's 104 years old. I'm going to see what they're going to have for food tomorrow for her major big birthday. I might sneak out there and be a surprise guest. We'll see what happens. Anyway, you want to call me too to wish your mother a happy birthday and tell me about your mother and why tomorrow's such a big deal. That's fine too. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. You know, let me share a few quotes about moms here. A mother is the one who fills your heart in the first place. Amy Tan. Yep. Victor Hugo. A mother's arms are made of tenderness and children sleep soundly in them. Yep. A Jewish proverb. A mother understands what a child does not say. Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? Wow. Unbelievable. So true. Stevie Wonder. If love is as sweet as a flower, then my mother is that sweet flower of love. Yep. Yeah. The mothers are who we celebrate. There's no question about it. And, you know, of course, my mother's gone, and maybe a lot of you, your mother's gone, and all that type stuff. But some of you who still have your mother, cherish it every day. Cherish it every single day. And I hope you have big plans to celebrate your mother tomorrow. You want to call and tell me about it? That's fine, too. All right, we're going to break for news. I'll be back. Michael Bartley, 866-391-1020.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know the KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travel with KDK.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
After my accident, people warned me to slow down. I said, I don't know how. Thanks to my VA care team, I haven't.
At VA, we're using technology to help veterans recover faster and live their lives to the fullest. Learn more at vacareers.va.gov/PSA.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Peter King. The teams he managed won more than 2,500 baseball games, and that includes 5 pennants and a World Series during the 1990s. The Atlanta Braves say longtime manager Bobby Cox has died some 7 years after suffering a major stroke. Bobby Cox was inducted into baseball's Hall of Fame in 2014.
There's a very small percentage of people that play the game of baseball that ever get in here. I don't even know if it's 0.5%. But I realized for the first time it's a very, very special place where I'm going to have my plaque.
Cox is most remembered for his Braves teams. He helped build the 90s dynasty, first as general manager, then manager, but he also brought a winning culture to the Toronto Blue Jays in the 1980s and won a division title there. His death comes just days after that of former Braves owner Ted Turner, who hired, fired, then rehired him. Bobby Cox was 84. There are a pair of investigations surrounding a Frontier flight that aborted takeoff last night in Denver. They involve an engine that caught fire and a security breach that wound up with a death on the runway.
The Frontier Airlines flight was taking off last night when the incident happened, as heard on live ATC.net.
We just hit somebody. We have an engine fire.
This man was on board.
The cabin starts to fill up with smoke, and that's when they start evacuating everybody.
In a statement, the airport confirms a person jumped the perimeter fence and was struck and killed just 2 minutes later while crossing the runway. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
The cruise ship hit by a hantavirus outbreak is due to dock at the Canary Islands tomorrow morning. The World Health Organization's Dr. Maria von Kerkhove.
Ship will anchor, and that there will be small boats that will take some of the passengers, and it will be done in a very choreographed, coordinated way, in a very protected way. Bring those passengers to shore. There will be a screening that will take place. Right now, there's nobody on board that has any symptoms, including passengers and crew. That's great news. 17
Americans will be flown to the University of Nebraska's quarantine facility. Van Kerkhove says hantavirus is spread through close, intimate contact. The pandemic is highly unlikely. The ceasefire appears to be holding after 4 weeks. President Trump still says he expects word on a possible agreement to end the Iran war any minute. CBS's Wendy Gillette.
There are reports Iran is attempting to establish an agency to control traffic in the waterway. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the dispute is blocking much-needed help designated for the region.
You have a bunch of humanitarian aid that's trapped inside the Persian Gulf and needs to be released and has not been able to move.
The Strait of Hormuz remains at the heart of difficulty cementing a peace deal.
This is CBS News.
It's one of the most successful law and justice programs in television history that continues to uncover the truth. 48 Hours, Saturday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Well, this trend gives new meaning to celebrations of life.
Ever go to a memorial service and think about how much the dearly departed would have appreciated the kind words and memories? A growing number of people, aware the end is near, are choosing to take it all in while they're still around. They're opting for living funerals, sometimes called funerals or living wakes, to celebrate life, share those memories with the friends who helped make them, and say goodbye. One death doula tells the Washington Post it's part of a death-positive movement that encourages open conversations about mortality and advises people to live life for as long as they have it. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
If you see a preponderance of pink on your favorite Major League Baseball team's uniforms and equipment this weekend, don't adjust your screen. Players are wearing pink and in some cases using pink bats and gloves for Mother's Day to support breast cancer awareness. Peter King, CBS News.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight-loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, mostly cloudy, high of 69. Then watch for a thunderstorm in spots for tonight, especially early, any of which could bring gusty winds and small hail, low of 52. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy for Mother's Day, couple of showers at the high 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
This week, Cannon-McMillan School District announced it's reducing screen time in the classroom. Superintendent Dr. Greg Taranto tells KDKA Radio kindergarten through second grade will be Chromebook-free learning areas, pointing to new research that shows kids learn better with direct, face-to-face interaction with teachers. Dr. Taranto adds screen time is being reduced at all grade levels, and the school district is buying physical textbooks instead of digital versions. We applaud Canon Mac's decision to reduce screen time in the classroom. Kids are inundated with phones, tablets, and video games all day long, and research shows too much screen time can be detrimental to a child's development. Dr. Taranto says this isn't an elimination of its technical and computer classes, but more of what he calls a return to center, and not relying on screens for everything. We hope other local districts soon follow suit and shift their learning that best benefits the students and lets teachers teach.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh, Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hey, Scouthless in Connellsville, you stay right there. Don't worry, I'm gonna switch into Mother's Day theme here in just a minute, but I want to get to one or two more calls, okay? And then we're gonna get to Mother's Day, wishing your mother happy Mother's Day. Why it's such a big deal, and it's a huge deal for people. My oh my. In the meantime, Joanne in Point Breeze. Joanne, happy Mother's Day.
Hey, Michael, thank you. You know, I'm going to say this quickly. My mom was a strong, gentle, supportive, caring. We never heard her screaming and hollering at all our kids, 4 boys and 4 girls, and I just miss her even now. The memories are so positive, so overwhelming. But I'm
with you. I'm with you. I never heard my mother swear. I heard my dad swear.
I know.
And my mother, I never saw my mother have a drink of alcohol. My dad, tons of it, but
right.
She never. And I was like, wow. And in those days, Joanne, they sacrificed we had 6 kids. They sacrificed a lot.
Oh, right. But I'll tell you, our neighbor, he was calling this kid's SOBs all the time because he drank.
Yeah, I know. I know. Oh, man. I know. And, geez, our mothers put up with so much.
Oh, my goodness. And we were fortunate to have a loving, caring, supportive mom, gentle. But anyway, the main thing I wanted to talk about, but I'm going to move fast because I was late getting off from work. So the bottom line is, I can't believe it. Was that guy from Butler that said that how long? We'll never forget January 6th.
Of course not.
Never.
No, and they want to talk about the radical left is the more violent, when and that doesn't make sense when this president pardoned the radical right and their violence.
But we'll still know people. It's still documented. I don't care what he pardoned.
Never, and they've changed. They've tried to rewrite history. Guess what? It's not going to happen. We know what we saw.
It's not going to happen. Bats and guns and pipes. And then the main thing, our vice president, hang the vice. But what? And he says, how many years? I don't care if it's 100 years.
I don't care if it was 80 years ago.
Exactly. I mean, that guy ought to listen to how silly and how really disgusting he sounded. It's like, forget your history because this is what's happening now. And the last thing I want to say, and this is a talker we need to talk about. Can you believe not one? They keep talking about how this one's getting killed, this one's getting killed. Not one of these politicians, none of them have you heard anything about gun control, because they're getting their money, they're getting everything they need. They would never. And I'll tell you, we need to not vote for, first of all, those people who are supporting this man. I don't care, what he's doing. And what in the world is he going to China for? He looks like silly running over there to China. Them people don't want to be bothered. But anyway, I mean, he's over there begging now going to China.
Those people don't want to be bothered.
They don't. Oh. But the last thing I'm going to say is gun control. None of these politicians are talking about gun control, but they keep talking about, this one's getting killed. Why are they getting killed? Because you're doing absolutely nothing. You're getting your money from those gun control people and everybody else, and it's a shame. Not one of you are talking about gun control. Hey, you're not going to be on tomorrow.
Joanne, why did that make me laugh? I haven't heard someone say that in the longest time. Those people don't want to be bothered. And they're speaking of, wait a minute. Speaking of our mothers, and speaking of our mothers, I think that was something my mother would say. Those people don't want to be bothered. Wait, and Joanne, since you said you were talking about your mother, in those days too, reminded me. In those days, families only had one car, and the car was used for the father took it to work. You understand?
For the father, exactly.
And it was for the father. The father had to go to work. Okay, and my dad took the car to work, and we walked everywhere, and we did this and did that, and then and then later, people got more cars. I mean, just society changed because, women started working, all that type of stuff. But do you remember, I don't know why this popped in my head, speaking of mothers, like, if your mother was cooking dinner or something and she did all the housework and it was just that was the way it was, Joanne. But if she needed anything, like for cooking or whatever, there was no way to go to Giant Eagle or any of the supermarkets. She sent you down to the corner store. Do you remember those stores?
Exactly, Michael. We walked everywhere. My father had the car.
I know. Me too.
He had his own business. And so we walked. I don't care how much snow it was out there. I don't care where to go to church. I don't care. We walked everywhere. So.
Joanne, but I tell young people, like the young kids they don't know what I'm talking about when I say we had corner stores. And they were like, what? And like Joanne, every 2 blocks was a store that was almost like in a house, and they had to have lunch meat and all the stuff you needed. And that's how your mother would send you to the store to get the stuff for the dinner.
Exactly, Michael. Those were bad times, but they were good times.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
They were simple times. We had one car. That was it. And that's another thing. That's another thing, and that's why, like, I think we were healthier, because the kids now they're on the video games and computers all day, because your father had the one car and you couldn't go to everywhere kids go now every minute of every day. So they were out in the street, we were at the ball field, and we were getting tons of exercise because we had to be outside of the house. And she said, "Get out of the house, I'm making the dinner."
Exactly. Or go get that stick if you did something.
Yeah.
Go out there and give a branch and bring it in here. You'd bring the smallest one and she'd send you back out. Bring me up. I said, bring me a
I know. Oh, I'm thinking of those corner stores. Oh, my God. We had a gazillion of them. Joanne, thanks for the call. I appreciate that.
Oh, thank you, Michael. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, sounds
safe.
good.
Bye-bye.
Very good. You too. All right. Southus and Connellsville, I'm pivoting into Mother's Day stuff. You're going to be first, okay? So stay right there. We're going to wish our mothers a happy Mother's Day coming up. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony school programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Retirement. It's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. 866-391-1020. We're all in for Mother's Day right now. Here we go. Scout in Connellsville. Am I saying your name correctly?
No, it's Scout Hess.
Oh, Scout
so
Hess.
My first name's Scout, and then my last name's Hess.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah,
geez, I'm sorry. I had
it's
it.
Good. It's good.
He had it down here for one name. I'm sorry about that. So your first name is Scout.
Good.
That's cool. That's a really cool name. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
But I'm here to thank every mother for Mother's Day, but especially my mom, because she works so hard every day to raise me how she does. I go to a private school, and that's really expensive, and she works very hard for me and my brother to go to that school because she's a single parent. My
wow!
dad's,
I was wondering. Go ahead, Scout.
Yeah, because my dad's an alcoholic and drug addict, so we don't see him. But she works very hard to do that, and she raises me the old-fashioned way. I don't have a phone, but I do have video games. But I can't play them whenever I want. I have to earn them because I'm an athlete. I'm a swimmer and track, so I do all that. And she raises me the best way possible in my eyes, I see. Because I'm a 13-year-old.
You are 13 years old? You sound
I'm
very...
13.
What?
I'm 13, yeah.
I got to tell you, Scout, you're mature beyond your years. Go ahead. You're 13. I wondered.
Yeah,
I was just going to ask you. I was going to ask you how old you are. Go ahead.
Yeah, but she raises me our house isn't that big, but
so what? So what? You're going to be very successful.
Get through. Yeah, it can get through.
You're going to be very successful. Listen, is your brother older or younger than you?
He's younger.
Okay, and your mother works every day?
Yep. She's a tattoo artist.
When you get home from school, she's still working, right?
Yep.
So how old's your brother?
He's gonna turn 12.
Okay.
June.
Okay, so when you get home, you're kind of like the man of the house, and when you get home from school, is that right?
Yep.
And I'm going to tell you something, Scout. I don't know you. I'm glad you called. I think you're mature beyond your years. I think you're going to be a very successful man. I really do, because I think you understand the value of someone sacrificing for you, someone who wants you to have the best education at a private school. Don't name the school. And I think your mother is beyond an inspiration for you, and I think there's no question that you understand the sacrifices that she makes for you.
Yeah.
Do your friends are your friends, are any of your friends in the same boat you are with being raised by a single mother?
Not really, no, but they definitely understand where I come from.
Mm-hmm. What are you going to do tomorrow for Mother's Day? What are you going to say to her? What are you going to do for her?
I mean, this is part of my Mother's Day present, telling her how much I love her on radio and but probably on.
Can she hear us right now? Can she hear us?
Yeah, she's listening on the radio.
She is? What's her first name?
Yeah. Caitlin.
Her first name's Kaylin?
Caitlin.
Oh, Caitlin. Okay.
Yeah.
Caitlin, you have a really brilliant. Yeah. Hey, Scout, can I ask you a personal question? Do you do well in school? You do, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
I knew it.
I'd stay above average, yeah.
Okay, I knew it. And Caitlin, happy Mother's Day to you. We applaud you. We hear so much about the struggles of life, but you have to keep moving. And look at you, Caitlin, going to work every single day and not lying down on the couch and crying and being depressed about your life, but you are empowering your two boys and the way that you live. Scout, would you agree with that?
Yep, 100%.
I think the world is going to be your oyster, Scout. I really, really do. Congratulations. What a nice young man you are.
Thank you.
All right. Happy Mother's Day, Caitlin. And Scout, you and your brother enjoy tomorrow, okay?
We will.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know that I've ever gotten... I don't think I've ever gotten a phone call from someone that young, but how appropriate was it? Beyond belief. Yep, that's what we're doing. This last hour, we're wishing our mothers a happy Mother's Day. And George, you're going to be next. And we're keeping Mother's Day in perspective here. And you want to wish your mothers a happy Mother's Day right here? I don't care. That's just fine with me. 866-391-1020. But I keep thinking about that last call, Joanne in Point Breeze, and people forget that my generation, late 60s, 70s, the households had, well, if you were lucky, you had a car. You know, if you had two parents, you know, but the father used the car to go to work and then come home, and the car, there was no car there. And I don't know why I just keep, Joanne and I brought that up, and yeah, don't forget about the corner stores. And some people would walk to the supermarket, I guess, but I guess we did in certain times. But the other thing was we took the bus downtown to get supplies. Yeah, we did. Because, hey, there were butcher shops downtown, the Diamond Meat Market, all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, most of the kids, I don't know about your neighborhood, but in my neighborhood, there were corner stores everywhere. And they had dairy, and they had milk, and they had eggs, and they had chipped ham, and all the in other cities they call it deli. Here we call it lunch meat. Lunch meat. Go get a pound of lunch meat. Go get it. And we get all kinds of stuff because that was, your mother was cooking a dinner. And I think they would go to Thoroughfare or Giant Eagle or Foodland on a Saturday and get a bunch of stuff. But during the week, they would go Saturday morning. And those supermarkets on Saturday mornings were jammed with parents. It was their day to go do it. You couldn't. Those places weren't open on Sunday back in the day. No, they weren't. I'm telling you, they weren't. They were not open on Sunday. But if she needed something in a hurry, you had to run down to the corner store and get it. Yes, you did. Yes, you most certainly did. It's funny, huh? Because they back in the day, mothers put a dinner on. Some of the young parents now who have 2-3 kids always say, how did people do it? Our friends had 13 kids, 12 kids. Maybe it was 12. But I knew we had a family in our neighborhood that had 15 kids. And, but the mothers they made meals. And people would say to me, how did your mother do it with 6 kids? How did they make a dinner? So there were 8 people total every single night. There were 8 people around that table every single night. How about that? Young people now. But, the young folks now, they both work and they get home. And God love the mothers now. They work all day like that kid's mother. God bless them. And bless her, Caitlin. They work all day and then they come home and make a dinner. And then they help the kids with homework. And then it's 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and they have to go to bed and be up in 6 hours to go to work. Unbelievable. Happy Mother's Day. We're going to continue. 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
I look at these restaurant closings and I go, okay, did the American consumer not think this bubble was going to burst? Yeah, stuff costs more. Yeah, gas costs more. Yeah, it's all passed on to you. And at some point you go, I really can't go out to eat as much. And then bang, the restaurant closes. But wasn't the problem that we had way too many to begin with?
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Passengers are talking about the moment their Frontier Airlines plane struck and killed a pedestrian on the runway at Denver International Airport.
All of a sudden there was a big jolt and a loud noise, and then boom, this huge orange fireball out the right side of the plane.
Passengers and crew evacuated. A cruise ship where there's been a deadly hantavirus outbreak is heading to an island where passengers will evacuate to their home countries. CBS medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
The 7 Americans who left earlier are being monitored in 5 different states across the country, and the WHO is saying that at a minimum, people who were on the ship who were exposed should be monitored for 42 days.
Iran continues its grip on the Strait of Hormuz. CBS's Aaron Navarro.
President Trump will be heading to Beijing early next week to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. China has talked to Iran in recent days, pushing them to reach a deal and reopen the strait.
CBS News Brief, I'm Heather Bosch.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 19th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day plus paid training. For more info and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to GoodRx.com/weight-loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
This is attorney Christine Brown Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This afternoon, mostly cloudy, high of 69. Watch for a thunderstorm in spots for tonight, especially early, any of which could bring gusty winds and small hail, low 52. Mother's Day tomorrow, a couple of showers, mostly cloudy, high 62. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Benz, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, we'll be back Monday. Yes, enjoy the weekend. I'll catch you Monday, 2 to 6. Can't wait to talk. Colin Dunlap, KDKA.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA. All right, back to the phones. George. Hello, George.
Michael, what's up?
What's up, George?
You know, you're the king of talk. There is no higher. What's your Rob Pratt? You may soon be fired.
Wait. I love it, love it, love it, love it.
You like a little Run DMC from the mid-'80s when I was living in New York.
Beautiful. Hey, wait. Did you hear me and Joanne talk about them corner stores?
I did. And I could do a segue from her because where Joanne is in the Point Breeze, and I was born in Wilkinsburg area. My mom, Swissville.
I knew Wilkinsburg very well. We had a lot of relatives.
The young boy, Scott from Connellsville. That's where my mother was really born. See, my grandfather was a bricklayer, but before he got rolling with his stone business, really into the Depression, he worked the railroads. So they started off in the Connellsville. They were from Italy, though, you know.
I knew. I had relatives in Connellsville as well. But wait, Joanne got me going about those corner stores. We had to run down to get a pound of chipped ham and a gallon of milk and a loaf of bread. If you were in a pinch, you ran down to the corner store.
Well, what we did, and my dad had the car too, and a lot of our dads started working Sundays in the mid-'60s because if they worked in the mills, because the contract provided them time and a half. So it was like another half day if you worked a Sunday premium, and the priest was never happy. We had a very Orthodox Greek priest, and I was an altar boy. Where is your father? You know, he'd like growl if you say he was working. But I would go back. My mom would be cooking, like you said, and have to, can you go down and get? Well, there was nowhere to get anything. But we had an open pantry open up at the end of summer in 1966, and it stayed there for almost 60 years. It just got shut down. But the open pantries were open on Sundays, and they were much more expensive. They were the true definition of a convenience store.
And listen, but
if you wanted like some gravy, that's what you did.
I know, but George, you know the corner stores, and there was a corner store every 2 blocks, and they were like in a house or whatever it kind of was, and in the neighborhoods, and they were more expensive too, but they had to make a living. But it was incredibly convenient. And now, tell me if I'm wrong. I said this, and I swear I remember this correctly. A&P, Thoroughfare, Foodland, Giant Eagle, whoever it was, they were not open on Sunday.
They were not. Neither was Marasini's, which was a little store. And sometimes I'll call Pratt up and I'll talk to Mr. Dentisi. I worked there also, and I cut meat. I learned to cut meat, not as a full cutter, but
I love Coons. I love Coons.
Yeah, just like at Coons. We had 3 in a Matisse Sport.
But none of those places were open on Sunday. They weren't.
No, ours didn't open until '85, and that's when I came back from New York. They did it just to try to stay afloat. They stayed afloat for about 14 more years, but things were tough. The mills were down, and nothing really come back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they did what they could. They kind of sold out their goals on what type of stores they were just to stay fluent, because the big stores were eating them up. Now Kroger's was even leaving. You remember the new Giant Eagle, that commercial in '84, '85?
Oh yeah.
Strike breaking going on under Reagan. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's where a lot of our butchers would go to. Marasini's would train them, and they would go to the Big Bird, they always said, because the Big Bird paid about $13 an hour. Those guys, I don't know what they made, maybe $8. I was making $1.70, but I loved it. You know, I loved doing that stuff.
Did you work at Giant Eagle?
No, I worked in Marasini's. But our butchers,
I worked.
Once they would feel pretty good, they went there. Did you go to work at Giant Eagles?
I was a bagger at the. In those days, no, Squirrel Hill.
I know who that is.
Up on the hill, on Murray Avenue, up on the hill. Not the Greenfield one, the Squirrel Hill one.
Okay.
And,
I come right up through Greenfield and go. I make a left around Shenley, where I go.
And I would. I loved that job, and I knew a lot of the girls. The cashiers were like my friends, from high school and everything. And then they promoted me.
Like early '80s, probably, huh?
No, late '70s.
Okay, because I was there '73.
Yeah, late '70s.
Not there, at my store. We're a little bit age difference.
Yeah, our next door neighbor, Mo Butch, he was a big shot with Giant Eagle Produce, and he got me in there. He got me, and you know what? I'll tell you something. To be a bagger and a stock boy back in the day, and I was a senior in high school. That was a really, really good job. It was.
I worked in a drive-in for 3 months. I started right around Memorial Day, and then by mid-August, I had that job at the store. I always refer to it as the store. My friends would laugh. Where you work? Yeah, where you going? I'm working at the store.
And I think
I work for AMP.
Most days, because I was the youngest, I would take, and I think my dad was retired by then, and I would take the family car to the work at Giant Eagle, but a lot of days I'd walk. I'd have to walk.
Oh, yeah.
I'd have to walk or take the bus. Can you imagine? The kids now, they don't take the bus, do they?
Heck, no, they don't even know how to read a bus schedule. They don't really do a whole lot.
They don't know how to read a bus schedule. No, but they get driven every place, I'm telling you.
It's really different.
It is.
And I was going to talk about my mom for a second there, but my mom's gone. I'm sure yours. A lot of our moms are gone once you get into our age group.
Oh yeah.
The 60s, but going back to the 60s, which is 60 years ago. You know what I used to do? I was always a dreamer. My dad would always say, "What are you dreaming about now?" When the new catalogs would come out, like the Sears Wish Book and Spiegel's and eventually J.C. Penney's. Well, I would do the same with the big Sunday paper, which my dad had to have first, but I'd get the scraps, And so I'd look on the back of the Roto, and there were always hydrangeas, and there were always these beautiful flowers and shrubs. You remember those? You could mail order them on the back of the Sunday Roto?
Absolutely, yeah.
I would do that, and that's what I did. I was telling your producer, I did that a couple of times when I was real young, just saving up some money, and things came in the mail, and I didn't even know what they were. One of my mom's favorite color was lilac, so there were hydrangeas, that color. And there was also this furry Kleenex cover. I went over a Kleenex box, and it was a lilac cover, and it was like a fur, like a fake fur. I thought, man, that would be beautiful because my parents' room was in lilac and all this, really beautiful, in those days. And so I ordered it, and it came in a little envelope. I didn't know what the heck it was.
Wow.
And my dad said, "What did you get your mother?" I said, "Geez, I don't remember.
Was your mother Greek too?
No, my mother was all Italian. That family was all Italian.
Wait a minute, your mother was all Italian. Oh, I bet your Sunday dinners were good.
Yeah, between that and making lamb sometimes. See, the Greeks and the Italians, my mom said, where she was from, all ate lamb. Seemed like the Italians in Clareton didn't eat much lamb, but she could make good leg of lamb very good. And the potatoes, but we always had to wait for the potatoes.
You know that
she really roasted.
You know those See, now you're going to get. I'm starving right now. You know those. You know those potatoes that they're sort of like they're made in the oven, but there's lemon on them. Those Greek potatoes.
A lot of Greeks do use the lemon
on potatoes. I'm telling you, it's on potatoes.
I know. Rice, too. My brother cooks with lemon like crazy up in New York. He's been here since '84. But my dad, I guess for some reason, we would make a lemon soup. You ever hear of that with a broth?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did you ever have lemon orzo soup?
That's it. I'll go lemon soup.
Yeah, that's it. That's great.
Exactly it. And orzo's like the rice, like the pastina that goes in it with the tough chicken. The tougher the chicken, the better.
Hey, George, someone the other day, I'm not going to say who, they're from the West, and I said, and we were at dinner, and we were ordering dinner. It was me, about 6 guys, and I said, does that come with potatoes? And and wait, you know what I'm going to say? The one from out west said, "What was that word? Potatoes? You mean potatoes?" And I went like, guess what I said? I went like this. I said, "Shut up, stupid." I couldn't help it. I went like this, and that was so rude. I apologized. I went like this. Because, I can't help it. I'm a Pittsburgh guy. I said, does that come with potatoes? Right. I said, does that come with potatoes? And then...
Plus, you're an Irishman. You want your potatoes.
And guess what the waitress said? She goes, yes, it does, honey. And then the guy goes like this, what was that word? Potatoes. I saw it like this because I knew where he was going, like making fun of Pittsburgh. I said, shut up, stupid. I had to apologize. Don't make fun of Pittsburgh people. I won't have it, George. Do you understand that? I won't have it.
Well, I'll tell you what. That lemon orzo soup my mother and dad used to make.
Wait a minute. What about that lemon chicken?
It's hard to make.
What about the lemon chicken?
Yeah, that's it. And if you're making the soup with the chicken, like a soup chicken, and no one knows what those are anymore. But that was like a 5-pound stringy tough chicken.
Yeah.
That you wanted for the character of the
soup. How many kids were in your family?
I'm sorry?
How many kids were in your family?
Oh, just me and my brother. My brother's 4 years younger.
Did your mother, let me ask you this, because we're talking Mother's Day, did your mother work?
Yeah, she eventually worked, but not when I was very young. She went back. I was in 8th grade. My brother was in 4th grade. And that's when all the inflation commercials used to be on TV when Nixon was president. Remember those? You ask for a raise when you don't deserve one, then maybe you are. They would say, I think, capitalist pig, and they had somebody dressed up like a pig.
And then poor Jerry Ford. Remember they made fun.
He inherited a lot.
Wait, I know, but
we liked him.
And I liked him a lot, but they made fun of him.
Yeah, we liked him.
When he made that, he came out with the win button, whip inflation now. Do you remember that? And we were supposed to wear. Are you kidding? I'm almost certain that was Jerry Ford. And it was and he started wearing whip inflation now, and it was win, and he wanted everyone to wear a win button, and everyone made fun of it like, get the hell out of here.
I do remember that.
Yeah,
yes,
honestly.
I do.
Yeah. But I liked him, and I loved his wife, and I liked him, Oh, I can't believe you brought up Nixon.
That's right after I graduated. And you know what else was similar to that? We used to joke with my aunt because she was a hardcore A&P employee. They had we owe A&P, we owe. Do you remember that at all?
Oh, kind of a little bit. Yeah, but George, all the mothers kind of, when the kids were in those days, when the kids were kind of in high school and she didn't have to be there during the day, a lot of the mothers took part-time jobs, but it wasn't like now where women do my CEOs and my bosses all over the place, and I love that. More
my
power
dad
to
got
them.
in management by then, so he made a little bit more money. Took a toll on him. He had 2 heart attacks and stress too. And she was Steel Mill, Clayton Mill. But my mom worked at J.C. Penney's down in Southland.
Oh yeah, see, there's jobs like that. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yep.
If you went to Kaufman's
store to go in the mall.
If you went to Kaufman's downtown, it was mostly women who worked there, in the department stores and all that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what do you want to say about your mother for tomorrow?
It's just that, I always was trying to get a nice gift. And I hear Larry sometimes on the morning show say, my mother says, don't worry about a gift, just be good. He said, we don't want to be good. I'd rather just buy a gift. But I would shop around stationery stores.
If I bought my mother a gift, she'd say, take it back.
Candelabras when I was little. We would pitch in, my dad, my little brother, and myself, a couple bucks a piece for $8. Got a beautiful candelabra. And we had stationery stores actually where they sold like pens, little knickknacks, and cards everywhere. You know what I mean? It wasn't even necessarily Hallmark, but it was just beautiful, beautiful stuff. And one year we got we pitched in, it was maybe $12, and it was 3 like Viking ships. We call it the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, Columbus. But they were beautiful wood. They had the metal sails and like 3.
Oh, that sounds great. Hey, George, great call. Thanks so much, George. Thanks for the great call. I'll be thinking about my mother tomorrow, and I know you will be as well. Thanks, George. Have a great weekend.
Nice day, man.
You too. Bye-bye. All right, I'm going to take a break. Be right back.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on June 23rd.
Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code BUILD to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code BUILD to borrow up to $10,000. Use code BUILD to borrow up to $10,000.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, last segment. Mike in Homestead, you're going to be my last caller. I have a short segment here, and I know we started going on about our moms and corner stores and all the challenges they had back in the day. Go ahead, Mike.
Good to talk to you, Mike.
Absolutely.
Well, Joanne struck a chord with the corner stores and everything, but one thing that wasn't mentioned, and we had one here in Homestead, okay, and I'm sure others did, okay, but they're long gone 60 years ago. They were called butcher shops.
Oh, yep, you're right.
And you know, there wasn't anything else there. And, you know, Mom would, Happy Mother's Day, she's long gone, okay, but she used to send me down there. You know, I was like 10 years old, 12 years old, 2.5 blocks away. But you'd walk in the butcher shop, okay, this guy had on one of them long white whatever, you know, that hooked around his neck.
Yep.
And it was full of blood. It was full of blood.
I know, because he's in there cutting. Cutting everything. Go ahead.
Yeah, he would cut, you know, if you had steaks, and the bills were running, so, you know, families had money a little bit, you know, where they could do stuff like that. But the thing that